Whether a star in the high heavens or an unknown in the slums, one's position does not determine a man's worth. Clink. Amidst the cold ruins, something stirred. Whoosh. A pale hand reached out, breaking through the snow and debris. A white-haired young man scrambled to his feet, his hand still gripping his sword, as long as the desire to shine remains. His blue eyes flared with deadly light, his iron will evident. As long as the light remains in your heart, he stood firm in a combat stance, his breath misting in the frigid air. Then you are a star. The scene shifts to a peaceful, snow-covered town at night. Vlad, now with his usual blonde hair, stared intently at a displayed sword, its reflection in his blue eyes. He smirked with satisfaction. Truly, I could look at it forever. A voice from behind broke his moment. There you go again. I knew something would distract you. Gemina, the red-haired girl, crossed her arms with an annoyed expression. It's Gemina. Vlad, what's wrong with you lately? Always so absent-minded. Vlad retorted. Come on, give me a break. This is one of the few pleasures in my life. Gemina shot back. Oh really? Your habit of standing there staring into space is making people talk. Vlad wondered. Talk about what? Gemina gave him a meaningful side glance. She lowered her voice, asking seriously. Do you still hear that voice whenever you see things that resemble swords? Vlad fell silent, cold sweat beginning to break out. Gemina sighed exasperatedly. You must have done something terrible in a past life. An image flashed of someone being struck directly by black lightning bolts. Gemina commented, Seriously, who gets struck by lightning out of a clear blue sky? And black lightning no less. Back in the present, Gemina warned bluntly, Stay indoors for now. You know how sensitive the new bishop is to omens. She continued to admonish, He used to work for the Inquisition, so if he sees even a hint of ill omen, he'll have you burned at the stake immediately. Vlad dismissed it. Oh come on, you're overreacting. Gemina was visibly annoyed. Ugh, you never listen. Sorry for worrying about you. Standing in front of the blacksmith shop, Gemina continued her lecture. Quite a few people saw you get struck by lightning. Everyone's already whispering behind your back. Don't give them more to talk about. Why don't you just buy it on credit? Vlad flatly refused. Too expensive. Gemina immediately snapped. Nonsense. What's so expensive about a sword from an alley? Or should I buy it for you? Vlad, expressionless, dropped a bombshell. It costs 5 gold coins. Gemina froze, stammering. You must be joking. While Vlad merely smirked, Gemina was still in shock. 5 gold coins for that piece of scrap metal? With that much money? Vlad nodded. I know. It's enough to live on for a whole year. Suddenly a shout echoed from inside the blacksmith shop. What? Scrap metal? The burly blacksmith rushed out, hammer in hand, cursing directly at them. You damn brats. Get out. Slum rats like you have no right to look at this sword. Gemina crossed her arms and retorted defiantly. Then who are you going to sell it to? This whole district is full of slum dwellers. Are you senile, old man? The blacksmith was furious, veins bulging in his neck, grinding his teeth at Gemina's insolent attitude. Gemina continued to provoke. And why are you bothering to forge swords? There are no knights here. Do you need your head examined? The old man lost his patience, yelling, I'm not talking to you brats anymore. Go back to your shop and wash dishes, you damn good-for-nothing. Gemina was stunned, her hand on her head. Good-for-nothing? Did you just call me a good-for-nothing? That's no way to talk to a lady. Vlad quickly pulled Gemina back to intervene. Stop provoking him, Gemina. He then turned to apologize to the blacksmith, while she was still visibly resentful. Vlad dragged his friend away, and the blacksmith watched them, muttering, That rotten brat. I saved her from starving, and this is how she repays me. A fleeting memory showed the blacksmith once giving food and warm blankets to young Vlad and Gemina, huddled in the snow. Back in the present, the old man was still annoyed, letting out a curse before turning back into his shop. He suddenly stopped, his gaze drawn to the spot on the ground where Vlad had just stood. He noticed Vlad's footprints had sunk an inch deep into the mud, proving the boy had been standing there looking at the sword for a very, very long time. The blacksmith looked at the footprints and sighed. He should be thinking of ways to survive, not a sword. He held an exquisitely forged sword in his hand, muttering, Hey kid, if you keep dreaming in a place like this, you'll only end up with bitterness and disappointment. He raised the sword, his eyes resolute, as he declared, I will only sell it to someone brave enough to escape this place. I cannot let my final masterpiece rot in this dump. The blacksmith mused, thinking that the boy was as sharp and cold as this sword. Amidst the filthy slums, Vlad and Gemina walked, yet his aura shone with an unusual brilliance. This is Schwara, the northern trade hub, a magnificent city backed by the powerful Yazid family. But beneath that splendor lies the slums, a literal dump, harboring all the dregs of society. Inside a noisy tavern, people from all walks of life were drinking and feasting, the atmosphere incredibly lively. Suddenly, a burly, bald man roared from the upper floor, cursing a girl who dared to swindle him. He dragged the poor girl roughly, boastfully flaunting his 20 years as a mercenary, and declaring that no one could get past him. Vlad just walked in, holding a box of candles, casually commenting, "There's always something entertaining happening here." The bald mercenary recognized Vlad, called him the candle boy, and ordered him to call the proprietress out. Vlad coldly retorted that if he wanted to see the proprietress, he had to pay in gold, not silver, which infuriated the man, making him curse. Insulted, Vlad's eyes flashed with icy blue light, a glare enough to send shivers down another's spine. The bald man continued to yell, accusing Vlad's candles of being a scam, burning out in an instant. Vlad sighed sarcastically. "What do you expect from a 5-minute candle? If you're out of money, go home and pinch your wife's butt." Stung by the taunt, the mercenary's eyes blazed with fury, and he growled, "What did you just say?" Vlad looked exasperated by the farce. "Good heavens, so noisy. Here, let me show you." He pointed to the pendulum clock, suggesting a simple test, to check if the candle burned for a full 5 minutes. Vlad smirked, adding a malicious remark. "If it doesn't burn long enough, just take your anger out on the woman you're holding." The mercenary was still suspicious, growling, "Why should I trust a bunch of swindlers like you?" A cold aura emanated, and Vlad delivered his final warning. "But if the candle burns for 5 full minutes, I will beat you half to death." Hearing the threat, the mercenary was speechless, sweat pouring down him, his face pale with terror. The bald mercenary froze stiff, only the image of Vlad's blue eyes, filled with killing intent, remaining in his mind. How could a mere kid possess such eyes? Snap. Vlad flicked away the extinguished match. He knelt down, lit the candle, and declared, "Now let's see who the real swindler is." The bald mercenary gulped hard, sweat pouring down as the countdown began. While the fat man was still grabbing the woman's hair, Vlad had stood up and waited, with his arms crossed at the top of the stairs. The entire tavern held its breath, watching, as time seemed to stand still with the ticking of the clock. Vlad's blue eyes observed coldly, without a trace of emotion. "Hiss!" The candle sputtered out, startling the mercenary. "Huh?" The mercenary spun around to look at the pendulum clock. He turned pale, muttering in a panic. "Damn it! Wait, what time did we start again?" Whack! A wooden stick slammed straight into his face, and fresh blood splattered. Vlad struck without warning, slamming the stick hard into the mercenary's side, making him scream in pain. Vlad's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he growled, "5 minutes are up, you bastard." Vlad swung the stick, preparing for the next strike. A devastating kick with the tip of his boot landed straight into the mercenary's flabby stomach. Thud. The giant flew straight onto the floor, sprawling after Vlad's combo. Click. Vlad calmly walked to the door and latched it, cutting off all escape routes for his prey. He turned back with deadly eyes, uttering a bone-chilling sentence. "You'd better start praying." The mercenary, his face bruised and battered, was so scared he stammered, "Wait." Vlad swung the stick relentlessly, hitting and sneering. "You're the real swindler. If you've really been a mercenary for 20 years, where did that potbelly come from?" Vlad continued to swing the stick, his blue eyes blazing, as he growled, interrogating the mercenary. "What did you say about dragging my mother into this?" "Too bad for you. I don't have a mother." Outside the tavern, the sounds of vengeful blows and desperate screams echoed throughout the night street, accompanied by a cold curse. "Shut up, you bastard." The next morning, the scene shifted to another imposing building in the city. At a lavish dining table, someone sliced sausage and remarked, "I think someone tampered with the candles." It couldn't last 5 minutes. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, seemingly the host of the meal, growled at the person opposite him. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The blonde man turned to report to a bearded warrior named Jorge, who was eating. "Jorge, someone has sabotaged our main source of income." A brown-haired woman at the same table shrieked in anger. "What? Who dared to touch our sacred rose candles?" The blonde man replied decisively, his eyes sharp. "We will have to find out." The woman immediately turned and yelled directly at the blonde man, demanding he take responsibility, which flustered him, and he suddenly shouted, "Actually, I know." She immediately leaned forward, her eyes full of expectation, pressing, "Who is it?" All three sat silently at the bar. The blonde man had clearly been bluffing, and was now speechless, not knowing how to answer. Back with Vlad, he sighed wearily as he walked up the stairs. "So I just beat that guy up for no reason, huh?" He clicked his tongue, accepting his fate as a wage earner. "Well, what can I do?" If the landlady said she did it, then let's just assume she did. A rather boorish man named Bure blocked Vlad's path, patting his shoulder familiarly. Hey, my comrade is here. I heard you had a brawl yesterday. Bure and his cronies surrounded him. He feigned gratitude to Vlad for handling it, then put on a bossy air. Why is it that trouble always happens right after I leave? He and his lackeys surrounded Vlad, getting to the main point, demanding the tips he earned from selling candles yesterday. Vlad's eyes glowed blue again, killing intent surging as he growled, calling the ringleader by name. What do you think you're doing, Bure? Bure flinched at the deadly killing intent but tried to act calm, waving his hands. Whoa, easy now. No need to be so scary. He leaned in close, sneering as he proposed a deal, while Vlad maintained a stone-cold expression. Bure smirked, offering a cheap proposition. If you give me some of your spare change, I'll give you something interesting too. Vlad's thoughts reveal the deal is about a pickpocket kid, a clumsy, naive, and utterly useless child. Bure grabbed the hair of a bruised and battered boy, sneering as he asked, Well, do you recognize him? He bluntly named his price in front of Vlad and his lackeys. I'll leave him to you for 40 silver, a steal. Vlad coldly asked the crucial point. How are his fingers and ankles? Bure smirked, confidently asserting. Do you think I'd sell him if Wed chopped off his limbs? Just a little intimidation. He's still perfectly fine. Vlad sighed, his face darkened, and he hissed through clenched teeth. Damn you. Clink! A pouch of money flew towards Bure, and he grinned widely. I knew I could count on you. Vlad uttered a bone-chilling sentence which made the recently rescued boy flinch. Next time, don't call me. Just kill him. Bure feigned defense, putting on a righteous air. Kill him? We are honest, hard-working employees, not murderers. Bure's lackeys whispered among themselves, smugly pleased that they had figured out Vlad's weakness, believing that these street children were his soft spot. Vlad's blue eyes flashed, and he called the boy's name, Ned. Ned's face was drained of color, his voice trembling as he apologized. Sorry, Vlad. I tried to escape from them. Vlad was silent for a moment, then asked directly, his voice devoid of emotion. Did you break anything? Ned's eyes welled up with tears, and he quickly and hesitantly shook his head. No, Vlad snapped, pointing and dismissing him. Then get out of my sight right now, kid. Before I crush you, Ned mumbled his thanks, then scurried away, seemingly accustomed to this rough form of care. Left alone, Vlad rubbed the back of his neck, complaining to himself, Sigh, when will I ever save up 5 gold? The scene shifted to a bustling harbor with large ships anchored. A hand was diligently writing, and a thought appeared. Still, that kid is quite lucky. Harvin, secretary to Captain Hoover, the whaler, thought to himself that Ned's fate could have been much more tragic if he had continued his pickpocketing trade. Harvin thought about the tragic fate of the street children, their fingers chopped off, their leg tendons severed as a warning by some bishop. Harvin struck up a conversation with Vlad, gossiping about the candle incident at the Laughing Rose that someone had sabotaged. Vlad seemed surprised that the news spread so quickly. Harvin explained that even though people were talking, no one could believe it because the brothel owner, Marcella, would never do such a thing. Vlad nodded, confirming that Jorge also knew, and that old man wasn't the type to cause trouble for no reason. Harvin concluded, so if he acted, there must have been a valid reason. Vlad narrowed his eyes and asked directly. What reason? Harvin stated firmly, his voice full of gravity. It's almost certainly because he needs money. Urgently. Harvin warned Vlad to be careful, as there was only one reason for families to suddenly hoard money. It was to prepare for a bloody war with another family. A scene of brutal chaos unfolded. Introducing Schwara's notorious bosses. Jorge the Whoreguard, Blackbeard the Big Butcher, Dorich the Smuggler, Joaquin the Sharker, and finally, One-Arm Jack the Penny Pincher. Vlad's face was stone cold, while the narration warned that the darkest things always lurked silently from the shadows. And just like that, a group of burly thugs stormed into the tavern, surrounding Vlad. The leader appeared, a giant with a shaggy beard and an iron hook for a hand, growling. Where's your boss, kid? Vlad's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, signaling trouble. Accidents always happen without warning. The hook-handed man's scarred face, full of murderous intent, became clear. Destruction always strikes unexpectedly. One-Arm Jack approached Vlad's table, and in Vlad's mind, a thought echoed. What is the penny pincher doing here? Vlad continued his thoughts, realizing the situation was tenser than he imagined. Are they really preparing for war? A top-knotted henchman lost patience, yelling at Vlad, Hey, are you listening? The boss asked where your leader is. Vlad said nothing, only giving them a razor-sharp glare, an invisible pressure radiating from him. Vlad calmly retorted to the henchman with a nonchalant expression. How should I know? I'm just a candle seller. The top-knotted henchman gnashed his teeth, roaring. You dare speak to our boss like that? Bang! He slammed the table, sending candles scattering, and yelled at Vlad. Go find your boss and bring him here now. Amidst the scattered flying candles, Vlad's gaze remained icy, a stark contrast to the henchman's furious expression. Clatter. A pile of expensive candles lay scattered and broken on the floor. The entire tavern fell silent, all eyes fixed on Vlad's table, where one-armed Jack's gang was encircling him. Gemina anxiously covered her mouth. The surrounding crowd whispered. Vlad casually uttered, What a shame. Vlad bent down to pick up a stick, his voice full of sarcasm. All expensive candles, completely broken like this. Guess there'll be no business today. The henchman fumed, veins bulging in his neck. Do you think this is a joke? Vlad calmly continued picking up items, but the henchman's foot was blocking the way, so he spoke up. Excuse me. The thug was dumbfounded, not understanding what trick this kid was trying to pull. Vlad looked up, his blue eyes flashing with a deadly glint, his voice icy. Move your foot. The henchman was enraged, roaring. I told you to apologize, you brat. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a devastating kick towards Vlad. Vlad effortlessly dodged the attack like child's play, his mind analyzing. Fighting is just a miniature version of war. He sidestepped, stick in hand, calculating every move. One must plan the terrain and tactics. Thwack! Without a wasted movement, Vlad thrust the stick straight into the henchman's stomach. The thug cried out in pain and stumbled back, unable to believe he had just been counterattacked. Vlad's eyes blazed. He swung the stick up for the finishing blow, and make bold decisions. Smash! The stick shattered against the henchman's face. That was the only way to ensure victory. Everyone in the tavern was stunned. The henchman gaped. Only one-armed Jack maintained a cold expression, his eyes full of calculation. Vlad's blue eyes glowed with deadly light as he asserted the unchanging rule of this slum. The victors stand above, while the defeated lie at their feet. Vlad stood at the top of the food chain, looking down at the fallen henchman. The remaining subordinates were enraged, ready to charge and fight. What the hell is wrong with this brat? How dare he defy us? Clang! One-armed Jack's iron hook was raised, a cold warning that made the entire group of henchmen freeze instantly. Jack tapped his hook lightly against his palm in place of applause, a smirk on his face. I truly like this kid. Sorry I can't clap louder, I only have one hand. Vlad retorted without hesitation, directly taunting the boss. I don't discriminate against the disabled. One-armed Jack burst into maniacal laughter, completely captivated by the kid's audacity. He moved closer to Vlad, his red eyes full of calculation and promise. I will see you again soon. Jack asked Vlad about another kid he had once taken in, but Vlad curtly replied that if he couldn't remember the name, the kid was probably dead somewhere. Suddenly, another voice rang out, calling Jack directly by his alias, the Penny Pincher. Jorge, the whore guard, led a formidable squad of soldiers in, the aura of another crime boss filling the space. Jack narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. Oh, look at this. Since when have we been close enough to visit each other for such an intimate meal? Jorge ignored him, inviting Jack upstairs and saying that other guests were waiting. The whore guard glanced at Jack meaningfully. Marcella will ensure you are well taken care of. Jack smirked, accepting the invitation laden with gunpowder. In that case, I suppose I'll have a taste. The two gangs swept past Vlad, heading upstairs to settle their underworld business, leaving him amidst the battlefield. Once everyone was out of sight, Vlad finally let out a sigh of relief, cold sweat running down his back. Phew, that was close. Elsewhere, a barrel full of white candles lay shattered, indicating another conflict of interests was unfolding. Vlad was cleaning up when a voice spoke from behind him, calling out, Hey kid! One-armed Jack had returned, approaching Vlad and saying something meaningful. Your boss thinks highly of you. I knew my judgment of people wasn't bad. One-armed Jack threw out an enticing bait. If you're tired of the candle business, join my crew, kid. I like you. Vlad calmly refused, stating his current boss provided for him well enough, which made the pirate burst into laughter. Clink! Jack flicked a coin towards Vlad, stating plainly that it was compensation for the candles. Vlad's eyes landed on a gleaming gold coin, an item not meant for common folk. Vlad coldly replied, deeming the amount too much for a mere pile of candles. Jack smirked, introducing himself as the Penny Pincher and promising more if Vlad switched sides. After the recruitment attempt, one-armed Jack led his subordinates away, leaving a sarcastic farewell for Jorge. Vlad watched them go, muttering that the pirate seemed pleased, certain the negotiations were complete. From upstairs, Jamina called out Vlad's name loudly, breaking the silence. The red-haired woman gestured, briefly announcing, Jorge wants to see you. Vlad sat opposite Jorge, the atmosphere in the tavern now as tense as a drawn bowstring. The blond young man waited in silence, his blue eyes revealing no emotion. Jorge unexpectedly drew a gleaming dagger, stating that the situation had changed, and Vlad needed it now. With sharp eyes, the Horguard commanded, "Always carry it with you." Vlad smirked, thinking he had already sensed trouble from the ominous atmosphere in the brothel. Jorge, Marcella, and the regular patrons all showed clear signs of tension, signaling an impending storm. The truth was revealed. The conversation between Jorge and One-Armed Jack had completely fallen apart. Jorge assigned a new task, forbidding Vlad from selling candles anymore, and Vlad asked what he would do instead. The boss revealed hot intelligence. One-Armed Jack was recruiting an outsider, a former knight turned mercenary. Vlad retorted sharply, mocking his boss directly. "You mean someone like you?" Jorge growled, acknowledging Vlad's taunt. "Yes, just like me." Jorge analyzed the situation, stating that One-Armed Jack commanded a gang as numerous as ants, but he was confident that rabble wasn't skilled enough to defeat a former knight like himself, for a battle-hardened wolf could easily tear apart a flock of sheep. However, if One-Armed Jack also hired another knight, the balance of power would immediately be shattered. Jorge looked directly at Vlad, concluding, "That's why I need you," which surprised the young man. The boss declared that Vlad would soon receive his first mission. Vlad recalled Harvin, a disabled man who, by teaching himself to read and count, rose to become a secretary, escaping a life at the bottom. Harvin's example spurred Vlad to believe that with effort, he too could change his life. And he began practicing with a stick. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's head as his eyes glowed. "Hey kid." The voice began teaching combat techniques, instructing him to keep his elbows tucked in when swinging a weapon. Vlad grew extremely annoyed, muttering why that voice kept nagging him every time he swung something. It turned out that a month ago, Vlad had been struck by a black lightning bolt, and ever since, he would hear a demon's voice whenever he held anything resembling a sword. He was so frustrated that he wondered if he should buy holy water instead of a sword to simply exorcise the problem away. Vlad shook his head, deciding to ignore the voice and focus on his training. He told himself to persevere, channeling all his energy and strength into the strike. Vlad's blue eyes flared, highly focused, preparing to unleash a full-power strike. The voice in his head spoke up again at the right moment, reminding him to tuck in his elbows. This time, Vlad complied and unleashed a powerful swing of his stick, creating a strong gust of energy that swept across the ground. He immediately noticed the difference. This strike felt very strange. Vlad suddenly understood. Before, he had only swung his stick mechanically, but this time, he felt as if he had truly created a genuine attack. Vlad unleashed a swing of his stick, releasing a powerful blue sword energy, a true skill no longer mere child's play. The young man broke into a sweat, bewildered, wondering what kind of overbearing entity that voice in his head truly was. The scene shifted to a snow-covered mountain range under the cold moonlight, signaling the start of a new journey. A gloved hand wiped blood from a sword blade, and a voice sighed. "I'm starting to feel the signs of old age now." Stangar, an old white-haired swordsman with a scarred eye, exhaled mist into the winter night and muttered that the cold now pierced to his very bones. Suddenly, he heard a cuckoo's call echo from within the forest, a clearly amateurish signal. He smirked, wondering who would use such a foolish signal, whether they were a novice or intentionally playing dumb. Despite his annoyance, Stangar trudged forward through the thick snow, heading towards the sound. He called out, commanding, "Whoever you are, stop the charade, I'm here." In the silent forest, Stangar spoke, getting straight to the point. "Are you Stangar?" A figure stepped out from the darkness. Vlad appeared and confirmed the old swordsman's identity. Stangar observed Vlad from head to toe, sarcastically remarking that despite coming from the slums, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, he looked quite aristocratic. Vlad coldly presented a letter bearing a red wax seal, declaring it was from his boss. After reading the letter, Stangar smirked. Now he understood why he had been summoned. A rival family had hired another former knight as a mercenary. Vlad, with his glowing blue eyes, coldly declared he would lead the way, and the journey would take 2 nights. He turned his back and walked ahead, leaving Stangar to ponder for a moment. Stangar sighed in exasperation, wondering if it was a good idea to follow such a seemingly foolish young man. Vlad retorted without deference, "At least I'm smart enough to lead the way." But Stangar immediately dismissed it. "Doesn't look like it." The old swordsman continued to mock, ridiculing the intelligence of someone imitating summer bird calls in the freezing winter. But Vlad only replied with a knowing half-smile. Stangar's eyes flashed with a deadly purple glint, and he growled a warning. "If I suspect you're leading me astray, I'll skewer you on the spot." Vlad's icy blue eyes did not waver, The old man's threats were merely wind passing through his ears. He coldly replied, "Just follow me. I don't want to mess up my first mission either." Stongar froze, speechless internally. I can't believe this kid. I tried to look as cool as possible, and he didn't even blink. The old swordsman smirked, beginning to find it somewhat amusing. Stongar secretly admitted, "Now I understand why Jorge liked him. This kid truly is a rough gem." Both trudged silently through the cold, snowy night of the desolate mountains. They found a cave for shelter, lighting a bonfire to warm themselves in the freezing winter night. Vlad glanced, observing the mercenary old man resting by the fire. Stongar, with his sword always ready, felt the boy's gaze. The old man grumbled, "Why do you keep staring at me? Haven't you ever seen a retired knight before?" Vlad casually replied, "Never this close," making Stongar scoff. "Then it's clear you haven't experienced life yet." Stongar asked sarcastically, "Where are you from?" And Vlad simply answered with a single name, Dakia. The old swordsman looked surprised, as it was a remote, desolate place, while Vlad merely smiled subtly. Stongar gripped his sword hilt, growling, "I almost wish you'd lead us astray just so I'd have an excuse to skewer you." Vlad nonchalantly offered a packet of dried meat. "Come on, why say that? Don't knights know how to joke?" Stongar glanced at the meat, remarking, "That dried meat looks quite fresh. I suppose some of it is for me, right?" Vlad bluntly put the meat away. "I didn't bring it for you. Don't you have any food?" Stongar stiffened, muttering, "Yes, I do," then reluctantly pulled out a shriveled old piece of dried meat. Suddenly, Vlad skewered his fresh, red meat onto a stick and began grilling it over the fire, the sizzling fat echoing. The enticing aroma wafted up, making Stongar gulp, and the dried meat in his hand suddenly felt worthless. Stongar cleared his throat by the fire, unexpectedly asking Vlad, "Do you have any questions for me?" The old man made a tempting offer, holding up 3 fingers. "For every piece of dried meat you give me, I'll answer one question. This opportunity won't come again." Vlad didn't bother to reply, simply munching on his dried meat, completely ignoring the old knight's offer. Completely ignored, Stongar snapped when Vlad bluntly asked, "How many pieces do you want? Just say it if you like it." The old man retorted stubbornly, "Hey, I have my pride, you know." Stongar crossed his arms, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity, declaring, "A knight only accepts fair exchanges." Vlad immediately taunted, "Arent, you retired?" Then cut off the old man's explanation, asking directly, "What's your name?" The two glared at each other, sparks flying. Stongar reluctantly answered, "Stongar." Vlad continued, "How old?" The 42-year-old man began fuming from being interrogated by the kid. Vlad finally got to the main point, his blue eyes gleaming with calculation. "Do you know how to use aura?" Stongar sneered, acting superior. "You really don't know anything about the outside world, do you, kid?" He explained that not every knight could use aura, and applying it in actual combat was an entirely different matter. Vlad went straight to the point, without beating around the bush. "So, can you use it or not?" Stongar merely smirked meaningfully. Suddenly, Vlad realized something. One of his eyes flashed with a strange golden light. Vlad went all in, holding out both skewers of grilled meat and declaring, "You can have all the rest." Stongar's purple eyes flashed. He was completely convinced by the lucrative offer. Vlad stared intently, not missing a single movement from the old knight. Stongar grabbed his sword hilt, muttering, "I know I said knights only make fair exchanges." He swiftly drew his sword from its sheath, continuing, "But sometimes they also need to be a little generous. I've been gnawing on dried meat for days." Vlad held his breath, his heart pounding as he realized, is he really going to show me his aura? Stongar stood up, taking a stance with his sword in hand, exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior. He narrowed his eyes, killing intent beginning to gather, preparing for a true display of power. Vlad looked directly at the old knight, asking why he closed his left eye. "Within an inner space," Stongar explained, "because I need to summon my own world, deep within my soul." "Look closely, kid," Stongar commanded, his scarred eye beginning to glow with imposing power. The old man's sword erupted with a blue aura, declaring, "This is the true essence of a knight." Stongar's eye flashed with a dazzling light, energy compressed to its extreme. A burst of light erupted, forcing Vlad to quickly raise his hand to shield his eyes. "Aura!" Vlad was overwhelmed as Stongar swung a sword strike as bright as the moon, energy exploding fiercely. Night enveloped a dilapidated district in the city, signaling the start of a new mission. Standing on a rooftop, Stongar grumbled, "I'm disgusted with myself, feeling like a beggar." Vlad nonchalantly replied that looking like a vagrant here would draw less attention. Stongar snapped, Not the appearance, but the humiliating feeling of having to sneak around, going against a knight's dignity. Vlad stated bluntly. I'm trying to get you inside undetected. We can't use the main entrance. He promised to prepare a bath for the old man later. Both moved silently through the dark alleys, each footstep echoing in the quiet. Stongar felt uneasy. I don't like this silence. Vlad suggested it was merely due to the late hour. Vlad suddenly stopped, his blue eyes glowing, sensing that something was amiss. Stongar glanced, asking with experience, Is this normal here? Vlad broke into a sweat, his voice tense. No. Both looked down and saw a horrifying sight. A battlefield strewn with corpses in the courtyard below. Vlad proposed a plan. I think we should split up. I'll show you the back entrance that only my family knows. Stongar asked in return. What about you? I'll go through the front, distracting them as best, Vlad said, then dashed off without hesitation, leaving the old knight behind. The wooden door at the front was stained with blood, signaling a massacre had just occurred inside. Vlad panted after sprinting, his blue eyes glowing with vigilance. He stepped into a ruined room, tables and chairs overturned, the floor strewn with blood and debris. Jorge, the whore guard, sat there with his body bandaged, Marcella beside him as he grumbled. Jack One-Arm's penny-pinching thugs showed no mercy. Vlad glanced at him, asking coldly and concisely, Are you all right? Jorge looked at a nearby corpse, smirking. As you can see, it's been a while since I've had to clash with a knight. He looked directly at Vlad, getting straight to the point. Anyway, did you bring him along? Vlad reported clearly. Yes, sir. The front door was guarded, so I showed him the back door. He should be here by now. Jorge clenched his bandaged hand, growling a fiery declaration. Excellent. Tomorrow we will attack the penny pincher. This time we must finish him off for good. He inquired about the new mercenary. Hey, what do you think of him? Is he still whole? Vlad replied concisely. Yes, sir. He's fine. He seems like a decent person. Standing before Jorge and Marcella, Vlad gave his assessment. Stongar possesses a very formidable presence, and he looks agile too. Vlad concluded with valuable information, his eyes lit up with confidence. And he even uses aura, so I'm certain we will win tomorrow. Jorge froze, his eye also flashing with a blue light in astonishment. What? A creaking sound echoed from the stairs. Vlad smirked, thinking his ally had arrived. Ah, that must be him. Heavy footsteps echoed as a figure slowly descended the stairs. Jorge turned to question Vlad with a serious expression. Vlad, are you sure he uses aura? Vlad still affirmed confidently. Yes, sir, I saw it with my own eyes. Swish! Jorge immediately snatched the sword propped nearby, growling an order. Get behind me. He stared towards the stairs, revealing a deadly truth. Stongar does not possess aura. Vlad froze, his eyes glowing brightly in shock upon hearing that. What do you mean? Stongar stepped out from the shadows, his cloak and sword drenched in blood, a surging killing intent enveloping the entire room. Jorge looked directly at the newcomer, growling provocatively, while Vlad stood behind him, his eyes glowing brightly with tension. Stongar smirked, blood still stained his face, his purple eye flashing with deadly intent. Long time no see, Jorge. The white-haired swordsman casually wiped the blood from his blade, lamenting, I'm old now, the winter wind chills to the bone. In a flashback, Stongar turned to look at the snow-white battlefield behind him, with a sarcastic tone. At his feet lay a broken sword and the arm of a defeated foe. Stongar remarked, not a bad imitation. He wondered about the motives of those who dared to challenge him. Are they truly foolish, or do they intentionally seek death? Back in the present, Stongar alone faced Jorge and his cronies, who were in defensive stances. Jorge tried to remain calm, asking Stongar directly, You've changed a lot. What brings you here so suddenly? Stongar replied curtly, and in Jorge's mind, an image of a stone tomb appeared. Count Gaithar has passed away. He poured wine while revealing confidential information. The matter hasn't been announced for several reasons, but everyone will know eventually. Two gazes, one purple, one blue, clashed, sparking, and the air grew thick with tension. Stongar's blood-stained hand raised the wine glass, a challenging gesture. He raised his glass, declaring, This glass is for the unfortunate Count Gaithar. Jorge gnashed his teeth, his eyes flaring with furious white light. He had been provoked to fury. Without another word, Jorge roared a curse, then swung his sword and charged straight at Stongar. Stongar remained terrifyingly calm, looking at Jorge's charging reflection in the wine glass, and said, And, smash. Instead of parrying the blow, Stongar used the wine glass itself to smash directly into Jorge's face, sending him flying backward. Jorge, Marcella, and Vlad all froze, completely shocked by the swift and brutal maneuver. Amidst the shattered pieces, Stangar's cloak billowed, demonstrating absolute dominance. He ended his greeting with a declaration of war. "This glass is for Sigmund, the new Count of Gaethar." Enraged, Jorge roared, then swung his sword and charged straight at Stangar. Clang! Two swords clashed, sparking, the force of the strike shaking the entire area. Stangar easily parried the blow, his blade grating against Jorge's weapon, creating sharp sparks. The white-haired swordsman declared coldly, "Jorge, renegade knight, you must return immediately. That is Lord Sigmund's first command." Jorge gnashed his teeth and growled, "Sigmund is not my master." Stangar maintained a calm expression, continuing his pressure. "Of course, the Count knows you wouldn't return willingly." His purple eyes flashed with deadly intent, "and he doesn't want you to." Crash! Stangar unexpectedly used his bare hand to smash a series of bottles on the shelf, creating a shower of shards. Jorge flinched at the feint, his face changing color at his opponent's unpredictable fighting style. Seizing the opportunity, Stangar charged forward with terrifying speed, swinging his ironclad fist directly at Jorge's face. Wham! A thunderous kick from Stangar sent Jorge flying into the air. The impact created a powerful shockwave, blowing the muscular man backward. Amidst the chaos, Vlad seized the opportunity to grab Marcella. "Marcella, you shouldn't be here. This way." Barely scrambling to his feet, Jorge saw Vlad helping Marcella escape, and he roared in a frenzy. Vlad pulled Marcella up the stairs when he ran into Burry and his cronies, who were staring up in confusion. "Hey Vlad, what's going on up there?" Vlad had no time to explain, yelling loudly towards Burry. "Burry, gather everyone up here quickly. Jorge is." Without waiting for Vlad to finish his sentence, Jorge charged from behind, but Vlad had his sword ready and spun around, delivering a fatal stab to his hip. Blood gushed from the wound. Jorge froze in shock, while Vlad and Marcella watched the scene before them in horror. Stangar landed lightly from above, dust billowing around him. He looked down at the collapsing Jorge, his purple eyes flashing with contempt. "You are still as foolish as ever, Jorge." Boom! An earth-shattering impact sent two cronies flying, shattering the floor. Jorge's henchmen froze, mouths agape, staring at their boss sprawled on the ground. "Boss? What the hell?" Jorge lay on his back, coughing violently, his face bruised and battered from the recent impact. Stangar stood on the upper floor, coldly looking down at the struggling Jorge, and commanding with his eyes. "Get up." Stangar's purple eyes radiated an icy aura, making the mercenary look like a true monster. Whoosh! A dagger was suddenly thrown straight at Stangar. Clang! Stangar, without even looking, raised his sword and easily blocked the dagger with effortless ease. Vlad, the culprit of the sneak attack, froze in his tracks as his attack was neutralized too easily. Vlad's and Stangar's gazes met, one filled with astonishment, the other with the indifference of absolute power. Without a moment's hesitation, Stangar plunged straight down from above, his target still Jorge. Vlad cried out in panic, his blue eyes glowing, "Jorge, watch out!" Just as Jorge struggled to get up, he let out a pained groan. Stangar landed with a devastating kick, his power making Jorge scream in agony. Stangar's foot pinned Yorga's sword to the floor, completely immobilizing his opponent. The mercenary turned around, creating just enough distance from the struggling guard. Stangar uttered sarcastically, "You should have obeyed his orders that day." Jorge growled back, his eyes filled with resentment. "I am human. I do not follow such abominable commands." Stangar flatly denied. "No, you are a knight." Jorge gritted his teeth. This humiliation hurt more than his physical wounds. Seeing their boss cornered, Burry and all of Jorge's cronies simultaneously drew their swords, preparing for a group attack. Stangar's eyes glowed with a deadly purple hue, his killing intent reaching its peak. The mercenary turned his back on the weapon-wielding cronies and spoke with a tired voice. "This night is truly long." Stangar closed his eyes. As if he had run out of patience with this pathetic charade, he muttered about needing rest. Meanwhile, Vlad suddenly shot up from behind like a gust of wind. Stangar's sword erupted with a brilliant green column of sword energy, its power overwhelming the entire space. Vlad was utterly terrified and desperately screamed, "No!" Stangar's eyes flashed through the sword energy, cold and ruthless. Vlad cried out in helplessness, "Stop!" All of Yorgis and Burry's cronies were bound by streaks of light, their faces drained of all color. The net of light tightened. Not a single one had a chance to escape or resist. Even Jorge, who called himself the Horguard, could only freeze and endure before such absolute power. Stangar swung his sword, his eyes glowing intensely, releasing all accumulated energy. Whoosh! A razor-sharp net of sword energy swept across the entire tavern, shredding everything in its path. Vlad only had time to raise his arm to shield his face from the destructive light. Whoosh! The entire space exploded in blinding light, drowning out all screams. When the light dissipated, only thick smoke remained, and a deadly silence enveloped everything. Amidst the rubble, Vlad slowly got to his feet, his entire body aching from the aftershock. He squinted, looking around, still not understanding what the hell had just happened. Shock. Before Vlad's eyes was a graveyard. All the thugs lay scattered on the floor, covered in blood. Vlad gritted his teeth, his face darkened, and he let out a bitter curse. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Vlad slowly got to his feet, facing Stangar's back. Blood splattered from Stangar's sleeve, evidence of a recent massacre. Vlad's eyes widened, deeply shocked as he realized the situation, his voice trembling as he called George's name. Fresh blood dripped onto the wooden floor, the entire tavern now a silent tomb. Vlad's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, his fury beginning to erupt violently. Memories flooded back. Jorge was the first to offer a hand to a street urchin like Vlad. He was the strongest person he had ever known. But then one night under the moonlight, Stangar appeared, his hand clutching the hair of a lifeless corpse. The image of that mangled corpse reflected in Vlad's horrified eyes, his world shattered. Back in reality, Vlad snatched a sword from the floor, determined not to let it rest. His eyes blazing like headlights, he let out a furious roar, filled with extreme rage. "No, stop!" Vlad screamed, charging straight at Stangar like a moth to a flame. Whoosh! He swung a sword strike filled with hatred towards the mercenary. Stangar was slightly surprised by the attack, realizing it was no ordinary strike. Sword energy? The mercenary couldn't believe a slum kid knew how to use such an advanced skill. Stangar smirked, his eyes showing amusement instead of disdain. Impressive. Vlad roared, "Die!" Then charged to attack again, despite the power difference. But Stangar merely sidestepped lightly. Vlad's speed was mere child's play in his eyes. The mercenary spun around and delivered a thunderous kick straight to Vlad's stomach. Thud. Vlad flew like a ball, sent several meters away, his sword slipping from his grasp. Stangar stood there, the blood on his cloak lightly steaming, completely dominant and unharmed. Godin looked at Vlad, silently acknowledging, a true genius. He couldn't believe the boy instinctively twisted his body to dodge the attack. Vlad lay curled on the ground, gasping for breath, while the mysterious voice in his head screamed, "Breathe, kid. You're about to pass out." Godin decided to spare Vlad's life, thinking the boy's talent was too precious to kill right now. He envisioned a day in the future when Vlad would be stronger, and the two of them would clash once more. Godin briefly recalled the past, when he was a kneeling teenager practicing swordsmanship under the watchful eye of a goatee-wearing swordsman, realizing that witnessing developing potential was always worthwhile. A confident smirk appeared on Godin's blood-stained face. Godin stood above, looking down at Vlad, struggling to get up, and lectured him. "Listen, kid. Knights only receive rewards worthy of their achievements." Vlad looked up, his eyes wide with anger and confusion, coughing violently. Plop. Vlad threw 2 pieces of dried meat onto the ground, growling, "My name isn't Stangar, and I'm not 42 years old. Since I tricked you to get this, I'm giving it back." Godin bent down, his eyes sharp and cold. "But I will take this, as a fair reward and a symbol of victory." Godin picked up a piece of dried meat. Vlad gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared directly at Godin, whispering hatefully, "I will kill you." Godin merely turned and walked away coldly, completely ignoring the defeated one's threat. He tossed back a light warning as he left. "If I were you, I wouldn't trade my life to pay for that second piece of dried meat." Vlad was seething with rage, clenching his teeth so hard they felt like they would shatter. Staring at his enemies retreating back, Vlad roared in helplessness, "I swear I'll kill you no matter the cost." Godin continued walking, his back disappearing into the darkness of the ruined alley, leaving behind a promise of a rematch. "Just you wait." Vlad could only scream in indignation and bitterness. "You'll pay for this." As night fell, Jamina found Vlad injured, and she quietly helped him walk along the snow-covered path. Both limped along, Vlad leaning entirely on Jamina, as silence enveloped the cold alley. The wound on Vlad's chest throbbed painfully as Jamina helped him, causing him to collapse and let out a groan. Collapsing onto the cold ground, Vlad panted, his blue eyes still shining with resilience despite his exhaustion. In a ruined room, a mysterious dark-haired woman looked at the struggling Vlad and commanded coldly, "Get up," she growled, her eyes sharp as knives. "I said get up, or do you want to die stuck here?" Vlad looked up, his glowing blue eyes full of defiance despite his weakened state. Seeing the boy's stubborn attitude, the woman frowned in annoyance. Vlad staggered, his head spinning from blood loss and exhaustion. Snap out of it, kid, the woman said, her voice devoid of emotion. She began her lecture. Do you know the difference between those bastards living across the street and us slum dwellers? With fierce eyes and bared fangs, she concluded with a single word. Opportunity. Vlad listened in silence as she explained that the rich had the luxury of failing and starting over. She pointed to the pile of George's cronies' corpses, asserting that this was the result of a single misstep for people like them. One mistake, and you're gone. That's the fate we're born to bear, she said as Vlad clutched his cloak tighter. Lifting Vlad's chin, she looked him straight in the eyes. So get up and don't waste the only chance you have. Back in reality, Vlad forced himself to stand on the snow-covered path, determined not to collapse. Jamina worriedly asked if he was all right, but Vlad simply replied decisively, No, I'm fine. Let's keep going. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. I won't let things end here. Suddenly, a thug from the stairs yelled, There he is. I found the kid who works for Jorge. We're screwed. Vlad immediately grabbed Gemina's hand and shouted, Damn it, run. The nest had been scattered, but Jorge's remaining cronies were searching everywhere, swords drawn, and ready to hunt them down. It was time for the fledglings to learn to fly on their own, as Vlad and Jamina ran headlong through the dark alley. Behind them, Jorge's cronies were hot on their heels, determined not to let their prey escape. They lost sight of them for a moment, angrily searching everywhere. Where are those rats? I'm sure I saw them run this way. The scar-faced leader ordered his subordinates. Search every inch of this place until you find them. There will be a big reward. He gnashed his teeth, harboring a grudge over being humiliated by Vlad the other day, determined to repay him with interest. The cronies drew their swords, fanned out to search, yelling that they couldn't have gone far. Whoosh! Vlad and Jamina quickly darted into a nearby door. Slam! The door was bolted shut immediately, temporarily shaking off their pursuers. Hiding behind the door, Vlad held his dagger ready, his face tense, while Jamina was utterly terrified. Vlad realized that constantly hiding and sneaking around wasn't the way. Sooner or later, they'd be caught. He decided to split up, telling Jamina, Stay here, come back when it's safe. Where are you going? I'll find a way out, Vlad replied curtly, his blue eyes flashing with determination. They're too close. Staying together will only get us both killed. Jamina flatly refused, adamant. No way, I'm staying with you. She even brought up her promise to Marcella to keep Vlad from leaving, reminding him that he had agreed to go with her. Vlad offered two safe options, going to the monastery or finding Harvin, but Jamina stubbornly yelled, I don't want to. The stubborn girl refused to listen to any reason, only wanting to stay by Vlad's side. Losing patience, Vlad snapped, his eyes blazing. Listen, you idiot. Do you think I have enough strength to protect you right now? Scolded directly, Jamina could only well up with tears, speechless. The argument was interrupted by a strange noise. Vlad startled, becoming alert, and asked loudly, Who's there? Jamina snatched up the knife, taking a defensive stance, while a lantern-carrying figure slowly advanced from the end of the corridor. The man holding the lantern revealed his face. He was a rather sinewy old man, with white hair and beard, and he spoke. Hey, he asked what the two kids were doing there, but Jamina had already taken a stance, her voice trembling as she snarled, Don't move, old man. Contrary to expectations, the old man showed no fear, glaring back with a scorching gaze. What the hell is wrong with you? This is my home. I'll do as I please. Provoked by his arrogant attitude, Jamina shrieked. I told you not to move. Don't make me stab you. The old man maintained a calm expression as he observed. Vlad silently assessed the situation, while Jamina was clearly losing control. After a moment of silence, the old man sighed. I understand what's happening now. I know you two are in trouble, but put the knife down first. Jamina gnashed her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes. Ignoring his advice, she yelled her sole demand. Hand over the sword. The old man was taken aback, asking again. What? Jamina pointed straight outside. The one hanging in front of your smithy. The outside world isn't any safer than this place. I'm not joking, hand it over now. Vlad snapped at Jamina to put her knife away, but the girl was completely overwhelmed by despair, continuing to scream for the weapon. The old man looked at Jamina, his voice deepening as he spoke of the slums' law of survival. This is how things work in the slums. People have to steal to survive. He looked directly at the girl, his eyes full of life experience. That's how I've survived until now. His gaze shifted to Jamina, as if he could read her future. I suppose it's your turn now, young lady. He shook his head slightly, uttering a sympathetic remark. How pitiful. That remark was like adding fuel to the fire. Jamina roared in a frenzy, her eyes streaked with angry blood vessels. She gripped the knife hilt tightly. veins bulging on her hands, pouring all her strength into the upcoming attack. Seeing Jamina charge forward in a frenzy, Vlad frantically shouted her name to warn her. But the old man was even faster, his sharp eyes closing in an instant. Swish! A sharp slash flashed in the darkness. Vlad's eyes widened, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Instead of attacking, Jamina turned the blade around, one hand gripping her red hair tightly, the other swinging decisively. The old blacksmith merely watched in silence, his gaze unwavering at the girl's desperate act. With tears welling up, Jamina held out the freshly cut hair, pleading, "I promise I'll pay you back. I swear." The girl sobbed, staking everything on one final plea. "Please, give the sword to Vlad." The vibrant red hair scattered onto the cold ground. A silent sacrifice. The old man squinted slightly, as if the girl's actions had touched something within him. Seeing the old man make no move, Vlad took a stance with his dagger, asking coldly, "Are you leaving?" Vlad gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his temples, confirming decisively, "Yes." The old blacksmith looked at the boy, his voice pensive. "In my entire life, I've never dreamed of doing such a thing. Yet this boy intends to try with wings that haven't even fully grown feathers." The old man rubbed his forehead, letting out a heavy sigh. "Humph, you brats truly are a troublesome bunch." Finally, he gave in, and ordered, "Follow me." Vlad and Jamina immediately trailed behind. Clatter, the wheels of a rickety cart began to roll in the snowy night. Vlad hunched over, pulling the cart laden with scrap, trudging along the desolate, snow-covered road. The old man's escape plan was to disguise themselves as trash collectors, with Jamina sitting on the cart complaining about the disgusting smell while he pushed from behind. Suddenly, a voice rang out, blocking their path. "Hey, old man." A group of 3 patrolmen emerged from the shadows, their eyes scrutinizing. The old man muttered, clearly displeased, "They're persistent as leeches. Is this path blocked too?" One of the patrolmen approached, gesturing with his chin as he asked, "Is that trash? Why are you dumping trash at this hour?" The blacksmith strained his neck, cursing, "You insolent brats! How am I supposed to dump trash when you're causing chaos all over the streets? My smithy is about to explode from all this garbage." The scarred patrolman smirked, acting superior. "Calm down, old man. No need to be so tense." He glanced towards the figure, completely covered in the trash pile. "Who's that? Thought you worked alone?" The old man grumbled, trying to cover up. "I was too tired to pull it, so I hired him to help for a piece of bread. Or do you thugs want to push it for me?" The patrolman drew his sword, the sound of metal ringing out. "All right, out of respect for you being the only blacksmith in this slum, but I need to see this guy's face." The sharp sword tip pressed directly against Vlad's hood, making him flinch. The soldier warned with a cold expression, "Don't move. Don't ask why if you lose a limb." Swish! A clean sword stroke sliced off a part of the hood. The patrolman swung his sword, decisively stripping away the disguise. The blacksmith could only look up, his face pale, silently thinking, "It's over." Gemina's face was revealed, her hair messy, face smudged, whimpering pitifully. "I just wanted to ask for some food." Seeing the pathetic state of a young girl, the patrolman was speechless, lowering his sword. "You can go," the blacksmith snapped. "What the hell are you looking for anyway?" The soldier replied curtly. "The blonde kid who used to work for Jorge. Only his body is missing." The old man cursed in annoyance, about to push the cart away. "Tsk! Can I go now?" The soldier called him back. "Wait, one last thing." He ordered another soldier. "Hey, you, check this cart." Inside the pile of scrap, Vlad's blue eyes flashed with killing intent. Jamina and the old blacksmith exchanged glances, both breaking into a cold sweat. If they were discovered, it was over. The leader instructed his subordinate, "But don't do it here, it's too messy." The spear-wielding soldier obeyed. "Yes, boss." The scarred man smirked, swinging his sword to point at the old man. "Go see the old man." The blacksmith muttered in despair, "Damn it. I should have taken another path." But then he denied it to himself. No, they must have blocked all the exits. The spear-wielding soldier approached the cart, pouting as he remarked, "There really is a lot of trash." The patrol guard, Othar, was startled as he realized something. He glanced at Gemina, who was anxiously beside him, the situation hanging by a thread. Gemina trembled, while Othar remained silent, seemingly in an internal struggle. Othar tightened his grip on the spear, telling himself, "Don't blame me, I'm just doing my job." Swish! He thrust the spear forcefully into the pile of scrap on the cart. Gemina and the old blacksmith flinched, their hearts nearly leaping out at the guard's decisive action. Gemina recalled the plan. Harvin had released a boat to drift down the river as a diversion, The guards had all gone down there to investigate, just as our side had calculated. Othar mumbled, merely making a perfunctory announcement, then pulled the spear out of the rubbish pile. He turned away, stating curtly, "All right, you can go now." The old blacksmith watched the guards retreating back with an incredulous expression as the cart creaked and rolled away. Othar remembered the moment the bruised boy, Ned, told him to consider this as repayment for the 40 silver coins the kid owed him. Inside the cart, Vlad opened his eyes, a relieved yet calculating smile appearing on his face. Othar stood alone, muttering thanks, considering the debt of gratitude repaid. The group finally reached the city gate, their escape route now directly before them. The old blacksmith explained, "We're finally here. This is where the trash is taken out of the city." Jamina, with tears welling in her eyes, bid farewell. "Take care, Vlad. Live well." Whoosh! The entire pile of scrap on the cart was flung down into the dump. Amidst the wreckage, Vlad sprang up, his azure eyes flashing with a deadly glint, weapon already in hand. The old blacksmith mused, "That boy carries a star within him, a product of an old man's dream." Gemina sobbed in despair, tears streaming down her face incessantly. The price for a boy's freedom was paid with a young lady's tears. Leaving the city behind, Vlad ventured into the desolate snowy mountains under the cold moonlight. His new weapon was ready, a simple yet sharp sword, reflecting the firelight. Vlad's gaze was no longer that of a fleeing boy, but of a predator. By the campfire, Vlad spoke directly into the void. "Can you hear me?" And a mysterious voice replied, "Yes." Vlad questioned bluntly, "What the hell are you?" But the only answer he received was, "I don't know." The boy snapped, resentful at being taught survival by an amnesiac all this time. But then Vlad realized this was a good deal, and he proposed a mutually beneficial agreement. "I help you, you help me." Vlad concluded, "I'll help you regain your memories if you teach me how to properly wield a sword," he declared firmly, disregarding the other's identity. "I don't care if you're a demon or not." In his mind, Vlad knelt before a colossal phantom, admitting his only fear. He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. "It's the truth that I'm just a nobody." The mysterious entity accepted the pact, and a sword of light appeared. "Very well. I will teach you everything I know about swordsmanship." Scene change. A massive military encampment stood amidst the pristine white snow, banners fluttering everywhere. The flag bearing the Vazid family crest fluttered, a symbol of power and war. On the tactical map, a hand was moving pieces, orchestrating a conquest. Joseph Vazid, the second young master of the Vazid household, sat in the commander's chair, a smug smirk on his face. Everything is too easy. But he quickly frowned, the ease bordering on boredom making him slightly uncomfortable. A soldier entered to report, interrupting Joseph's thoughts. "Young Master Joseph, I have returned." The reporting soldier was introduced as Zayar, a formidable-looking warrior with an eye patch. Zayar noticed his superior's troubled expression. "You seem distressed, sir. Is something wrong?" Joseph Vazid rested his chin on his hand, his tone weary. "Everything is too easy." Zayar reported the situation. "We are clearing out monsters very smoothly, with negligible casualties, but a few soldiers have deserted for unknown reasons." Joseph was annoyed that a trivial campaign with a few runaway soldiers wouldn't showcase his abilities. He feared that his father and other family members would begin to doubt his leadership capabilities. Joseph's eyes hardened as he thought of his greatest rival, and also my half-brother, Rutger. Zayar merely listened silently to the young master's complaints. Joseph gritted his teeth, realizing the perilous situation. "If things continue like this, I'll be eliminated unless I become the successor count." The Vazid family flag fluttered on the bloody battlefield, testament to a brutal warrior clan, ready to step over kin to seize power. Joseph admitted his fatal weakness. "I don't have enough high-ranking warriors under my command, except for you, Zayar." Zayar unexpectedly spoke up. "Young Master Joseph, regarding that, I have something to report." Zayar reported that one of the mercenaries had caught his attention, and Joseph immediately snapped. "Do you think he's a spy sent by Rutger?" Zayar denied. "It's not that kind of suspicion. You'll understand if you go see for yourself." A goblin with a massive X-shaped slash across its chest, covered in blood. Joseph Vazid covered his nose with a handkerchief, his face showing disgust, and offered a comment. "Pathetic." It turned out to be 2 goblin corpses hung up, and Joseph was disparaging. "These slashes look like the work of an amateur." Zayar pointed to the side. "Please, sir, take a look at these as well." Joseph and Zayar walked along a fence laden with hanging goblin corpses, each clumsily hacked apart. Joseph stared at a corpse with its chest split open, concluding with disdain. "The swordsmanship is truly unacceptable." Joseph Vazid walked past another goblin corpse, nodding. This one seems better. He narrowed his eyes, noticing an important detail. Wait, the trajectories are identical, but something is different. Joseph turned to ask Zayar directly. Are all these corpses the work of just one person? Zayar stood amidst a long line of hanging goblin corpses, confirming his master's suspicions. Zayar explained clearly. Yes, sir. This one is from yesterday. Joseph froze when he heard the latter part. While the ones you saw first were from a month ago, he couldn't believe this illogical rate of improvement, muttering, impossible. In just 1 month? Joseph's disdainful expression completely vanished, replaced by extreme interest. Who is this man? The scene shifted to a snow-covered forest at the foot of the mountains. Blood splattered everywhere as goblins were mercilessly cut down during the sweep. A mercenary swung his sword, sweeping across a group of goblins charging recklessly. The captain shouted orders. Surround them, don't let a single one escape. A soldier pierced a goblin with his spear, confidently declaring, it's almost over. The spear-wielding soldier laughed gleefully, shouting to his comrades, come on, brothers, let's finish off the rest of them. As the group was in a frenzy, a blond soldier suddenly froze, his face paling with fear. Another soldier was still confusedly asking, what's wrong? When a gigantic dark silhouette with glowing red eyes loomed up right behind him. Whoosh! The gigantic monster swung its massive, pillar-like wooden club down with terrifying speed. Boom! A devastating impact occurred right in the middle of the mercenary formation. The muscular monster stood towering, its hand still holding the smoking club, over the flattened corpse of the unfortunate soldier. The captain and his comrades, who had just been boasting confidently, now had pale faces, trembling speechless. The hobgoblin let out an earth-shattering roar, its glowing red eyes gleaming with madness. It advanced ponderously towards the huddled mercenaries, each step shaking the ground. The monster charged into the formation, swinging its arm and swatting away several insignificant soldiers like flies. The mercenaries were in extreme panic, shouting, what the hell is that? Where did it come from? It's already past the 5th unit. A mounted commander appeared as the soldiers fled chaotically towards him. The commander roared, blocking the path of the soldiers. What are you doing? Get back to the front line immediately. Do you expect to get paid if you run like this? A mercenary defiantly argued back. Nobody said the contract included a hobgoblin. You should have hired better soldiers, or gone out and fought yourself. Rebuffed, the commander cursed furiously and drew his sword, intending to punish him. Thud! The hobgoblin suddenly appeared, delivering a devastating blow that sent both the commander and his horse flying. Covered in enemy blood, the monster let out a savage roar, asserting its dominance on the battlefield. The commander's face drained of color, sweat pouring down him like rain as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. Though scared out of his wits, he tried to compose himself, clearing his throat and falling silent, while his horse was so terrified it was foaming at the mouth. Amidst the chaotic scene, steady footsteps echoed on the white snow. A figure with familiar platinum hair and a sword at his hip was advancing directly towards the monster. The mercenaries stared in confusion, one of them recognizing, who is that, Lyman? An exclamation of surprise rang out. It's him, Lyman the worshipper. Vlad stood there, his glowing blue eyes fixed, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. Vlad looked straight at the monster, his gaze full of determination. This time, I'll do it. Without a word, Vlad shot forward like an arrow, leaving a trail of blue light behind him. The gigantic hobgoblin hadn't even registered what was happening, only letting out a low, questioning growl. Vlad had already swept past the monster, his eyes sharp, a perfect sword strike having just been unleashed. Swish! Vlad unleashed a clean sword strike, slashing diagonally across the gigantic hobgoblin's hip, blood splattering everywhere. But the boss was incredibly tough. It only roared, and Vlad realized the cut was too shallow. The monster roared furiously, "Get lost!" then swung its gigantic fist towards Vlad. Vlad swiftly dodged the attack, his eyes still intensely focused on the target. He slid past under the monster's arm, the tip of his sword carving a long line in the snow. Vlad slid across the snow to maintain balance, his guard ready for the next exchange. Vlad cursed bitterly, realizing he had failed to defeat the monster again. The mysterious voice in his head snapped. "What's wrong with you? I already told you what to do." But Vlad retorted, "If I could do it instantly just by being told, it'd be a genius already." He stood up straight, declaring firmly, "I'm just finding my own way." As the hobgoblin advanced ponderously, the monster let out a savage roar, preparing to charge and attack. Vlad held his sword stance firm, his sharp blue eyes unwavering. Whoosh! The hobgoblin swung its gigantic wooden club with terrifying speed. Vlad leaned back, neatly dodging the club that grazed right past his face. The monster ground its teeth. Furious that its full power attack missed, it let out an earth-shattering roar, channeling all its strength into its muscles. Crash! The club slammed straight into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of snow. As the dust settled, the hobgoblin stood towering in the deep crater, its club shattered. The broken club halves plunged into the snow, right in front of Vlad. The monster shuddered. Its pale eyes gleamed with terror as it sensed something. Vlad channeled his aura. His sword flared with blue light, and he declared firmly, "I swear, this time I will cut straight through it." The hobgoblin gnashed its teeth, its face showing clear horror at the deadly sword energy. Vlad's eyes glowed blue, sword energy erupting as a mysterious voice uttered the name Lyman. From afar, Joseph Vazid muttered, "Lyman the worshipper?" Then ordered his subordinate, Zayar, "Investigate everything about this person for me." Zayar placed a hand on his chest, bowing in obedience. "Yes, my lord." Joseph glanced, still unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He recalled Vlad's immature, amateur sword strikes on the goblin corpses, realizing that in just 1 month, that brat had mastered sword energy. A smile full of interest and calculation bloomed on Joseph's lips. Whoosh! Vlad glided past like a ghost. A brilliant blue streak of sword energy tore through the giant hobgoblin, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Vlad's blue eyes were cold after the finishing blow, while Joseph silently concluded, "He is a genius." After the battle, a mercenary grumbled while rummaging through goblin corpses. "Just trash, nothing valuable." The brown-haired mercenary immediately turned to flatter Vlad, his eyes shining brightly. "Captain, you are truly amazing." Vlad coldly ordered him to clean up the battlefield, but the mercenary quickly replied, "I've already done it, and besides, no one would dare steal your spoils." The mercenary casually inquired about Vlad's future plans, then offered a partnership. Vlad bluntly turned his back and walked away, uttering a harsh remark, "I wouldn't even look swindlers in the face, let alone work with them." The mercenary's smile vanished, his gaze turning sharp and cold. He called Vlad back abruptly, his voice full of hidden meaning. "What about your mercenary badge?" The mercenary narrowed his eyes, sneering menacingly. "You won't be using it for long." He revealed that he knew someone who could forge an identical one, then mentioned the name Got, making Vlad halt. Killing intent emanated from Vlad, his blue eyes blazing. An unbridled tongue is the quickest path to death. If that was an offer, consider this a warning. If it was blackmail, I will kill you. The mercenary was speechless, sweat pouring off him, his face pale with fear at the deadly threat. The lanky mercenary quickly tried to salvage the situation, his voice trembling. I was just trying to help. With your skill, you deserve to be paid much more." Vlad narrowed his fiery blue eyes, his voice as cold as ice. "Drop it. Pack your things, unless you want me to separate your head from the rest of you." Terrified, his face turning green, the mercenary immediately meekly obeyed. All right, I'm going right now." Vlad glared after him, thinking to himself, "Sooner or later, I'll have to teach this guy a lesson." He turned and walked across the white snow, heading towards the carts laden with goblin corpses. Harvin and another mercenary watched him, wondering, "Huh? Lyman's going to pray again?" Has really devout. Vlad knelt on one knee in the snow, resting his sword on the ground in a solemn posture. The mercenaries watched from afar, praising, "Look at him, he must be from a noble family. Truly a different class from us." But in truth, Vlad was irritably cursing to himself. "Damn it. Why can't I cut down these monsters with just one strike?" The mysterious voice in his head spoke, grumbling, "You fool. I told you, the secret to a critical strike lies in the element of surprise." Vlad wondered what that meant, and the voice explained cryptically. "You know when you swing your sword, the enemy will make a swift movement, right? You just need to deliver a swift strike, and it's done." Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, speechless at this abstract teaching style. "Do you really think I understand any of that?" The voice insisted. "What's so hard to understand? It's just a swift movement, then a swift strike." In the distance, the mercenaries were trying to imitate Vlad's posture, muttering, "Swift movement, swift strike. Swift movement, swift strike. Damn it." The scene shifted to a large military encampment, situated amidst majestic snowy mountains. Inside the tent, a steaming bowl of hot meat soup was giving off vapor. A new mercenary looked at the piece of meat he picked up with suspicion. "What kind of meat is this?" "It's real meat, right?" the lanky mercenary replied while wolfing down his food. "Who knows? It's free meat. What does the type matter?" The group of mercenaries sat around the dining table, discussing that working for the Vazid family was truly good. Even though the food was a bit salty, at least it was free. Vlad walked past, coldly saying, Then enjoy your meal, then continued walking alone. Vlad sought out a large tent with a cross symbol, seemingly a temporary chapel in the encampment. An old priest named Andrea cheerfully welcomed Vlad, calling him by the name Lyman. Vlad bowed respectfully in return, asking about the priest's health. Father Andrea smiled kindly, recalling Vlad's all-night prayer in the freezing weather. Vlad continued his act, his face showing piety, replying that no cold could touch him when he was in the embrace of God. While his mind was still buzzing with the meaningless swift movement, swift strike instructions, the priest chuckled with delight, praising Vlad for speaking more like a cleric than he did. An altar boy named Jean entered to announce that breakfast was ready. Father Andrea then invited Vlad to join him for a meal, placing a hand affectionately on his shoulder, though Vlad seemed reluctant. All three sat down at the table, and Father Andrea began the pre-meal prayer. Vlad clasped his hands, his eyes half closed, reciting the prayer fluently, appearing even more devout than the boy Jean beside him. During the prayer, Father Andrea secretly peeked at Vlad, his face full of emotion. He thought to himself that Vlad was a sincere young man, uncorrupted despite living in destitution. In the priest's eyes, Vlad was a young warrior destined to wander bloody battlefields until his death. Father Andrea believed that this encounter was a gift from God, and he had a duty to guide this young man. After concluding the prayer with a solemn Amen, he smiled. Father Andrea invited Vlad to eat, and he politely thanked him. The meal consisted of hot soup and fresh barley bread, truly genuine, unlike the suspicious leftovers the other mercenaries were devouring. While eating heartily, Vlad paused when Father Andrea suddenly brought up his swordsmanship skills. The priest revealed that not only he, but also Joseph Vazid had heard of Vlad, and his subordinate Zayar had come to inquire a few days prior. While Vlad was still bewildered, processing the information, Father Andrea smiled benevolently and dropped a bombshell. "I have recommended you to him." Father Andrea continued to flatter. "I told him that a sincere young man like you will have a bright future." While Vlad was still stuffing his face with food, cheeks puffed out, the old priest began to entice, advertising that the Vazid family was a dominant power in the north, and that joining them would instantly make one's life flourish. Vlad gulped, his face frozen in disbelief at this heaven-sent opportunity. He realized the situation was out of control. Damn, this is a disaster. Vlad told himself that he had become too conspicuous, but there was no other way, as only actual combat could hone this formidable swordsmanship. The mysterious voice taunted, asking if Vlad had been spending too much time with the old priest, but he replied that he needed to check a few things. Vlad confidently retorted, "So, now you believe I'm not an evil spirit, right?" He reassured himself that Father Andrea was a reputable person with strong holy power. If the old man didn't sense anything unusual, then he should be fine. More importantly, Vlad was planning his escape. Maybe I should just run now? He worried that if Joseph Vazid investigated, it would reveal that he had stabbed a mercenary to death for theft, and then he would be charged with both impersonation and murder. The mysterious voice casually remarked, "Hearing that, you truly are a villain, aren't you?" Which made Vlad snap back, reminding him that he was an accomplice too. Vlad decided that fleeing was the best option, as self-defense without witnesses was useless. He planned to escape that very night. The mysterious voice suddenly warned, "Actually, I'm not sure you can escape," making Vlad ask back in confusion. "Someone is coming up behind you," the voice warned. "This energy indicates a true knight." Immediately, Vlad spun around, his eyes flashing with blue light, taking a defensive stance, ready to fight, his reflexes as quick as lightning. Zayar, the one-eyed bodyguard, appeared and seemed surprised by Vlad's reaction. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, highly vigilant against the new opponent, knowing this was no novice. The bodyguard thought to himself, "Did he hear my footsteps? More perceptive than I thought." Zayar got straight to the point, his tone brooking no refusal. "Lord Joseph wants to see you." Vlad cursed inwardly, knowing he had missed a golden opportunity to escape, and telling himself that showing weakness now would only lead to his demise. Vlad tried to maintain a poker face, telling himself that in card games, keeping an emotionless face was a crucial skill to avoid being read. The one-eyed bodyguard asked directly, "You knew I was coming?" And Vlad fabricated a story that he had heard the news from Father Andrea, just not expecting it so soon. Zayar smirked, thinking to himself that this petty mercenary brat didn't flinch at the killing intent of a seasoned veteran like him. Truly interesting. Without further ado, the bodyguard commanded, "Follow me." Vlad watched the bodyguards retreating back, knowing he had no way out. Vlad broke into a sweat, his mind racing to calculate an escape route, but the mysterious voice in his head immediately extinguished the idea. "Don't even dream of it." The voice warned bluntly, "A knight of his caliber could chop off your head before you even take 3 steps." Vlad cursed under his breath, sheathed his sword with a clunk, accepting that he had no other choice. The two approached a magnificent military encampment, banners bearing the symbols of a sword and a fortress fluttering in the snowy wind. Inside the commander's tent, Joseph Vazid, a nobleman with a refined appearance, looked up from his book. "You've finally arrived. It's a pleasure to meet you." Vlad bowed respectfully, while the one-eyed bodyguard stood right behind him, supervising. "The honor is mine, Lord Joseph." Joseph calmly inquired about the situation, and Vlad skillfully replied that everyone was very grateful for his kindness. Joseph narrowed his eyes in assessment. Blonde hair, blue eyes. "I thought perhaps you came from some fallen noble family." He asked for confirmation. "You said your name was Lyman, correct?" And Vlad could only continue the charade. "Yes, my lord." Joseph smiled meaningfully, closing the book with a shut. "Ah, I should have told you beforehand." Smack. The bodyguard Zaire unexpectedly swung his hand and delivered a thunderous slap to Vlad's face. Vlad was dazed, a clear handprint on his cheek, his blue eyes flashing with angry light. Zaire's remaining eye also emitted a deadly green light, staring intently at Vlad. Joseph, now exuding a crimson-killing intent, coldly declared, "I cannot tolerate lies." He called out his true name in utter astonishment, Vlad of Schwara. Vlad admitted he had been exposed, while Joseph Vazid casually revealed that he had investigated his origins. "We know your mother was a prostitute, but we still haven't found out who your father is." Joseph stared piercingly at Vlad, his tone provocative. "Do you know who he is?" Vlad growled, his blue eyes blazing with defiance. "Is that a cheap joke? Asking the child of a prostitute about their father." Wham! Before he could finish speaking, the bodyguard Zaire immediately delivered a kick to Vlad's stomach, making him double over. Vlad stumbled and knelt to the floor, while Zaire stood above him, looking down with a condescending air. Zaire gritted his teeth, asserting dominance. "Know your place, brat." Vlad merely glared back in silence, his gaze unyielding. Joseph Vazid leisurely stepped forward, gesturing for his bodyguard to stop. "No. It's fine. It's quite amusing, actually." He looked down at Vlad, who was kneeling, and continued to reveal his hand. "I assume you killed a mercenary and stole his insignia. I also know why you fled from Schwara." Joseph leaned down, his gaze sharp, and asked directly about the core issue. "But where did you learn your swordsmanship?" Cornered, Vlad could only remain silent, his blue eyes glowing brightly as sweat began to pour. Joseph saw through his confusion, remarking, "I see many things hidden behind those eyes." Shing! Zaire swiftly drew his sword, holding it right at the back of Vlad's neck, ready to execute him if the answer was unsatisfactory. Vlad gritted his teeth, deciding to make a big gamble. He lifted his head, his aura completely transformed, blue lightning bolts flashing around him. "I learned from a master who appeared and vanished as quickly as lightning." Joseph Vazid showed a fleeting moment of surprise at this unexpected answer. Vlad continued his act, his gaze distant. "He didn't tell me his name, but he did instruct me." A blurry image of the muscular back of a warrior, bathed in blue light, appeared in his mind. Vlad looked straight into Joseph's eyes, his voice firm, "That this is a secret technique that cannot be passed on to anyone else." Joseph observed Vlad's demeanor, noticing not a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and smiled. "I understand. My apologies for being a bit rough with you." Vlad bowed his head, inwardly assessing the situation as cold sweat trickled down his temple. He believed it? Joseph Vazid acted superior, directly telling Vlad that he was in trouble and wanted to propose a deal. He called Vlad by name, beginning his persuasion. "Don't you want a better life for yourself?" Joseph continued to entice him with tempting offers like power, freedom, survival, and the title of knight. He formally made his offer. "I, Joseph Vazid, wish to sponsor you, promising a bright future." The scene shifted. Two wooden swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Vlad was sparring in swordsmanship with the guard Zaire in a fierce training match. Vazid's soldiers watched, whispering that Vlad was holding up quite well, but it was clear Zaire was holding back. They commented, "Has that kid become Sir Zaire's retainer? Has truly a warrior." Another soldier, openly envious, said, "He's truly fortunate. His entire life is about to turn a new page." Zaire blocked Vlad's sword strike. The one-eyed guard's strength was utterly overwhelming. Vlad gritted his teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure from his opponent's wooden sword. Zaire growled, scolding Vlad as an arrogant brat. "With this meager skill, do you dare to confidently stand before Lord Joseph?" Zaire declared. "It's time you knew your place." Then swung his sword, attacking relentlessly. Vlad struggled to defend, realizing Zaire's skill was on a completely different level. If he dodged, Zaire would immediately pursue, But if he parried, the force was too heavy. Zyar swung a lightning-fast sword strike, giving Vlad no time to breathe. Cornered, Vlad's eyes flashed with determination. If that's the case, instead of directly parrying, Vlad spun around, letting Zyar's sword slide along his own weapon. Clang! The scraping sound of metal echoed as Vlad skillfully deflected the attack. Vlad swung his sword in a completely new trajectory, a technically brilliant counterslash. Vlad's eyes shone brightly. He had found a way to deal with Zyar's pure strength. Vlad, with blazing eyes, exerted all his strength to block Zyar's sword strike in a deafening clang. Vazid's soldiers gaped in astonishment. He blocked it. That's incredibly impressive. Zyar smirked, showing satisfaction. Good. That's more like it. Vlad panted, sweat pouring down, thinking to himself, this block wasn't my own doing. He realized the harsh truth. Zyar had intentionally held back to let him block the attack. Vlad froze in place when Zyar announced the hellish training schedule. Morning and evening. We will continue like this twice a day. Zyar declared the training session over, told Vlad not to catch a cold, then turned his back and walked away. Vlad stood watching the retreating figure of the one-eyed guard, feeling that their skill levels were worlds apart. He muttered to himself, looking displeased. That's it? Not a single word of advice? Then the mysterious voice echoed. That was an excellent match. The voice explained. He helped you completely eliminate unnecessary movements. Sometimes, taking a beating is the fastest way to learn. Vlad clicked his tongue, irritably rubbing the back of his neck. Why is no one on my side? In the commander's tent amidst the military camp, Joseph Vazid asked, What do you think? How was that kid? Zyar reported. He has potential, my lord. If he were of noble birth, the count would surely have taken notice. Joseph Vazid smiled smugly, his eyes lighting up. I knew I didn't misjudge him. Zyar added about Vlad's weakness. However, the problem is his arrogance. The kid doesn't know his place. Joseph dismissed it, considering it a minor issue. Completely understandable, he grew up in the slums. We can teach him all the necessary etiquette. He looked directly at Zyar, entrusting the task. And I believe I am looking at the right person for that job. Zyar expressed doubt. A warrior without loyalty cannot be trusted, my lord. Joseph sneered, revealing his thoughts. I'd rather have a straightforward kid than a fake sycophant. I like how he's honest with his emotions. Meanwhile, Vlad was standing in the shadows, his blue eyes glowing brightly, exuding an overbearing aura. There is something I must do. Joseph Vazid believed this was a mutually beneficial agreement, a flawless strategy. Zyar simply bowed in obedience. If you say so, my lord. In Joseph's eyes, Vlad was no different from a wild wolf, with an arrogant, conceited, and untrustworthy nature. Joseph sneered, confident that there was no need to rush, because to trick a wolf into a trap, one must build a cage large enough for it to mistakenly believe it is still free. Night fell over the snow-covered forest. The air was bitingly cold. A guard shivered from the cold, grumbling about the strange fog in the middle of winter. He still couldn't believe that Vlad had become Zyar's retainer, secretly regretting that he hadn't invited him to dessert earlier. The guard consoled himself that at least Vlad was fortunate, not only getting promoted, but also escaping the fate of freezing to death on guard duty out here. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. A heavily armored officer asked if the situation was all right. The guard jumped, hastily reporting to Officer Roderick that everything was fine, and received orders to always be vigilant. Understood, sir. You can count on me, the guard replied firmly, as Roderick turned his back and walked away. The guard stood watching the retreating figure of the commander disappearing into the snowy night. As soon as Roderick left, he pouted, muttering curses under his breath about his boss, stiff as a log and unyielding. Assuming his boss wouldn't return after finishing his patrol, the guard decided to lean against a tree trunk and take a nap. As soon as he leaned against the tree trunk, the guard dozed off, his head slumped onto his spear. A strange voice suddenly echoed, startling him awake. He panicked, thinking Roderick was still there. The guard was bewildered when he heard the question. Looking for your child? Not understanding who the other person was talking to. Looking towards the voice, he saw a blurry figure and heard a woman's voice cut off mid-sentence. I am not your child. Which made him mutter, Is this woman crazy? The guard was stunned, trying to process what he had just heard. Child? Why did she stop speaking mid-sentence? Cold sweat poured down. The guard gulped loudly, having a premonition that something was terribly wrong. The guard ran frantically through the snowy night, his footsteps crunching loudly. His panicked expression showed that something extremely serious had happened. Roderick stood in the shadows, watching the soldier and muttering, Where is this fellow going? This isn't the way back to camp. The soldier startled and turned around, sensing someone was following him. Before him, Roderick stood tall, his entire body emanating a cold, black aura, and asked, "What the hell is that?" Roderick's eyes froze, staring at something ahead. A skeletal monster, enveloped in dark purple energy, manifested, screaming before the officer. Meanwhile, Vlad was rubbing his neck, complaining, "Ugh, my whole body aches. Couldn't he have gone a little easier?" The mysterious voice echoed, sounding self-important. "This is a golden opportunity, kid. Do you know how many people would pay to spar with Zayar?" Vlad still grumbled. "I bet he just wanted to beat me up." The voice retorted, "It is precisely that desire that makes the lesson more valuable." Vlad was speechless at the invisible master's logic, thinking to himself, "That sounds so sad." A whispered call came from afar, trying to get the title right. "Captain." "Lyman, no, Captain." Vlad turned and recognized the guard waving at him from the bushes. "Got, come here. We need to talk." Got glanced around nervously as Vlad approached, asking, "When did you get back? I thought the expeditionary force hadn't arrived yet." Got straight to the point, his voice filled with determination. "Captain, tonight, I'm deserting." The soldier whispered, his face pleading, "I'm only telling you out of respect. If we meet again someday, don't forget me, okay?" Vlad grabbed Got, growling. "What the hell are you talking about?" Got replied, his voice trembling. "Listen carefully. I saw that forest with my own eyes." Got pointed, his face filled with extreme horror. "The forest we're trying to clear of monsters is cursed." Vlad's blue eyes widened, completely shocked by the earth-shattering news. Got continued to present evidence. "Think about those who deserted. With such good pay and conditions, don't you find it strange?" Vlad could only silently acknowledge. Guard Got, pale as a sheet, shouted, "They didn't desert. The forest swallowed them all." Vlad was stunned by the soldiers' firm assertion. "They vanished." Got recalled the horrifying scene, a skeletal ghost dragging people into the forest. "I saw it with my own eyes. The demons lure people in there." Vlad remained still as a statue in the snowy weather, trying to process the insane information the soldier had just blurted out. Vlad waved his hand dismissively, annoyed. "I've heard enough of this nonsense." But Got quickly clarified. "I'm telling the truth." Got delivered the final blow, shouting, "Last night, even a knight vanished into thin air," which finally caught Vlad's attention. Vlad immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, pressing, "You mean Sir Roderick?" And Got confirmed instantly. Got continued, his voice full of panic. "On my way back, I asked around, and it turns out everyone who's gone missing so far, all had black hair," the soldier concluded. And in Vlad's mind, images of black-haired ghosts surrounded him. Got tore at his hair, cursing in despair as he realized he was trapped in a deadly snare. The soldier muttered regretfully, "Damn it. I should have packed my things and fled ages ago," then dejectedly walked away. Zayar arrived on horseback, watching Got's retreating back, then turned to Vlad, his gaze scrutinizing. The one-eyed guard asked directly, "Can that fellow be trusted?" Vlad replied concisely, "No, but he's not making this up." Zayar pondered, his green eye glinting with calculation at the complex situation. Zayar mused, "Lord Joseph will see this as an opportunity. Investigating a strange phenomenon might be more beneficial than just killing a few monsters." But Zayar still felt uneasy. Joseph's image flashed in his mind as he muttered, "All the missing soldiers have black hair, huh?" Zayar scoffed. "There are 3 knights at the main camp, yet not a single capable warrior among them." While Vlad merely listened in silence, Zayar decided, "But I cannot stand by. Roderick is missing. Someone stronger than him is needed to command these soldiers." Got, after walking ahead a bit, turned back to point the way. "Sir Zayar, the expeditionary camp is straight ahead." A young man stepped out from the ranks, bowing formally. "My name is Ern, sir. I am Sir Roderick's squire." Zayar, still on horseback, questioned the squire. "Ern. No trace of him was found in the forest?" Ern reported that even the most skilled hunters couldn't find a single footprint. Zayar looked at the snowy forest, pondered, then decided, "I must go see for myself." The one-eyed guard turned back and shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to split into 3 groups to search the area. A fiery red sunset descended upon the snowy mountains, signaling the imminent arrival of night. Meanwhile, Got was on patrol, his face sullen and resentful. "This isn't fair. How dare you do this to me?" The soldier turned to complain to Vlad. "You tricked me and took advantage of my kindness." But Vlad casually brushed him off. "Stop whining. I'll compensate you later." Zayar walked over and asked directly, "Found anything yet?" And Vlad replied concisely, "No." Vlad began to taunt Zayar. "Useless. I'm from the city. In the slums, how do you people find missing persons? Vlad explained his street method with cold eyes. It's simple. You grab a passerby and beat them until they confess. Zyar glanced at Vlad and made a sharp remark. Completely useless. Zyar looked at the sky, showing impatience as the day was ending. Perhaps we'll have to return empty-handed. Suddenly, Zyar's green eye narrowed, as if he had discovered a crucial point. He directed his gaze towards the distant frozen river, asking, "Have they searched on the other side of the river?" Gott confirmed that no one had crossed the river, and the expeditionary force had no plans to go in that direction. Zyar concluded firmly, "If we want to find Roderick and that mysterious woman, they are certainly not here." Zyar ordered decisively, "Gather the mercenaries. We will cross the river." Gott quickly obeyed. Gott raised his hand to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle to gather the men. Crunch, crunch. Zyar carefully stepped onto the ice, realizing it wasn't entirely solid. Vlad knelt to check the ice while Zyar assessed. Winter is almost over, but the ice should still be hard enough to cross. He decided the entire group would spread out to cross the river simultaneously. Gott turned back to ask the mercenaries if they had found anything, then corrected himself, saying it wasn't about that. Zyar ordered them to expand the search to the other side of the river, splitting into 3 groups because the ice hadn't completely frozen, and the entire group unanimously obeyed. Step by step, the mercenaries began to advance onto the ice, weapons clutched tightly in their hands. Gott suddenly stopped with a troubled expression, and Vlad turned to ask if something was wrong. The soldier Gott's face was tense, beads of sweat forming, as he muttered, "I have a bad feeling." Vlad dismissed it, thinking Gott was just a coward, but the soldier argued back, admitting he was terrified because he wasn't a genius warrior like his captain. Gott growled, stating that ordinary people like him had to rely on their survival instincts to stay alive. And right now, his instincts were screaming not to cross this damned river. Vlad turned, his sharp gaze fixed on the hesitant soldier. Vlad issued an icy warning. "If you run now, you will die a very painful death." Gott's face turned pale, imagining himself being hunted down and tortured to death for being the only witness to escape the scene. "Shut up and follow me," Vlad commanded, asserting that the only way to survive was to cross the river. Still afraid, Gott tiptoed across the ice, muttering curses about this terrible idea, while Vlad walked with complete confidence. Crack! A small fissure appeared on the ice surface right beneath a soldier's foot. Gott frantically reported that the ice might break, but Vlad's reply was even colder. "Of course it will break, because if you keep babbling, I will personally smash the ice and drown you." Completely broken, Gott collapsed onto the ice, declaring he couldn't go on. Vlad grabbed him by the collar, yelling at him to get up because they were falling behind, causing Gott to let out a desperate scream. Vlad dragged the struggling soldier across the ice, his patience completely exhausted. Suddenly, Vlad's blue eyes flashed as he sensed something unusual directly beneath them. Gott looked down in horror, his voice stammering as he saw numerous frozen corpses right beneath his feet. "Corpses!" Gott shrieked, alerting the entire team as Zyar and the mercenaries turned to look. Beneath the transparent ice was a veritable graveyard, countless frozen corpses reaching upwards. Crack! The ice surface began to split open, and the mercenaries panicked, scrambling to run for their lives. The sound of cracking ice grew louder, and the entire formation frantically sought a way to survive as the river surface was about to collapse. Thump! A skeletal hand suddenly punched through the ice, signaling the start of the hunt. From beneath the water, the glowing-eyed undead began to crawl out, snarling ferociously. The mercenaries froze in terror as they realized they were surrounded by monsters on all sides. Gott's face was drained of all color, and he called out to Zyar for help with a trembling voice. "Sir Zyar, what should we do?" Zyar narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura emanating as he realized the truth of the situation. "This is a trap. Someone set it up knowing we would come." Amidst the screams of his subordinates, Zyar stood firm as a rock, his breath misting in the frigid air. The horde of undead, with their eerie blue eyes, slowly advanced. They were creatures of darkness, not belonging to the world of the living. The scene shifts to a military encampment nestled amidst a vast, snow-white mountain range, with campfires flickering in the wind. Inside a cozy chapel, a young boy was praying before a crucifix. "I thank God for keeping me safe today." The boy, Jean, continued his prayer beside Father Andrea, hoping to be guided towards the light. The boy fell silent, sensing something was wrong when the old priest did not respond. Jean worriedly called out, "Father Andrea?" Then took his hand, startled to feel it trembling violently. The holy water in the golden chalice suddenly bubbled and rippled abnormally, emitting a dark aura. Father Andrea watched in horror as tendrils of evil black smoke coiled around the holy chalice, muttering, "My lord, Back at the military encampment in the middle of the winter night, thick snow fell upon the rows of tents. A mysterious mist began to creep into the camp, carrying an ominous foreboding. A ghostly voice echoed, "My child," as the bare feet of an entity hovered in midair. A female spirit in a white dress, enveloped by a purple dark aura, shrieked the question, "Where is my child?" An undead soldier with glowing blue eyes charged straight forward, letting out a savage roar. The soldier god's face was utterly bloodless, and he shrieked for his captain in extreme panic. Slash. The undead's face was split vertically in two by a single strike. Vlad, with glowing eyes, coldly swung his sword, cleanly dispatching the monster that had just charged. Vlad let out a low growl, his sharp gaze never leaving the chaotic battlefield. Another horde of undead, eyes glowing brightly, charged madly like a hungry flood. Vlad swung his sword, preparing for a strike to sweep away the swarming small fry. His sword strokes flashed with shimmering blue light. Vlad danced with his blade like a whirlwind, cutting down the surrounding undead. The soldier god was caught by another undead, screaming desperately as he was bitten on the arm. Vlad roared, yelling at the useless soldier, "Get up and grab your spear, you fool!" But the other man could only stammer in fear. I can't do it." Vlad gritted his teeth and cursed, then calmed himself. "Don't panic. Determine the direction before acting." Seeing the ant-like swarm of undead ahead, Vlad realized advancing was not an option, secretly worrying if Zyar was all right. Elsewhere, Zyar unleashed an arcing slash, sweeping away a group of undead in an instant. The monster's black blood splattered onto his face, but Zyar maintained a stone-cold expression, unfazed. The scene was chaotic as other soldiers were overwhelmed by the undead, being mercilessly bitten and torn apart. Zyar gritted his teeth, muttering curses as he realized this horde was endless. Zyar raised his sword high, his eyes flashing with sharpness. "Every trap has a purpose. I don't know who created it, but I know exactly who it's for." Zyar's eyes flared with a deadly green aura. Zyar growled, his entire body erupting with energy. No time for hesitation. He charged straight into the horde of undead, his sword glowing brilliantly. Zyar's single eye flashed with a dazzling light, preparing to unleash a technique. The undead shrieked in terror, mouths agape, before the terrifying surge of power. The entire horde of monsters could only stare wide-eyed as death descended upon them. A whirlwind of green sword energy swept through, blowing away the undead like refuse. The common soldiers rejoiced at the sight, shouting, "Amazing! Gather here, the night will protect us." Zyar fought alone, slashing through the frenzied monsters charging at him. He raised his head, roaring the name of his trump card, "Vlad of Schwara. It's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain." Hearing the call, Vlad, who was struggling with an undead creature, was startled. Vlad shouted back, ready to receive orders. "Sir Zyar, what do you want me to do?" Zyar gave a decisive order while still fighting. "Return to base immediately and defend it to the last man until I return. Protect Lord Joseph as promised." Vlad, without a moment's hesitation, declared his obedience. "Understood, sir." Vlad immediately turned and ran, urging the useless soldier, "Let's go, Got," while the other man fearfully called after him, "Captain, wait for me." Facing a sea of corpses alone, Zyar looked up at the sky, silently praying for the others' safe retreat. Thud! A gigantic, furry leg stomped heavily onto the ground right next to Zyar. Zyar immediately spun around, taking a defensive stance to face the newly appeared boss. The warrior's gaze sharpened, ready for a battle to the death. Zyar took his stance, his sword glowing green, and sighed, realizing the situation was beyond control. "It seems I've arrived too late." Officer Roderick, now transformed into a blue-eyed monster, snarled as he led a horde of undead charging forward. The scene shifts to the Vazid army's command tent under a snowy night sky. Inside, Joseph Vazid was calmly reading a book by an oil lamp, seemingly unconcerned with worldly affairs. Horrific screams echoed from outside, but Joseph merely frowned slightly, maintaining a chilling composure. He asked indifferently amidst the chaos, "Are we under attack?" A portly officer named Borden rushed into the tent, breaking the commander's tranquility. Joseph called his subordinate's name, his tone devoid of emotion, asking about the source of the commotion outside. The commander frowned, clearly annoyed to see Borden stammering, unable to report the situation. Borden sweated profusely, stuttering that he merely wanted to ensure his lord's safety first. Joseph snapped, his fury erupting. "And you dare come here empty-handed, without even bringing your sword?" Borden flinched, speechless before his superior's wrath. Joseph gritted his teeth, his voice full of sarcasm and menace. "I truly envy my brother. If it were him, you'd already be hanged on the spot." The officer turned pale with fear, hastily bowing and profusely apologizing. Just then, Father Andrea, along with Jean and several other soldiers, entered the tent, calling out Joseph's name loudly. Joseph turned, recognized the priest, and asked directly, "What is happening?" Father Andrea, hands trembling as he clutched the holy book, announced with a grave expression, "An evil force is descending upon us." Joseph's eyes flashed with astonishment as he looked at the book. The priest explained that the words printed with holy ink were trembling like leaves in the wind, proving the presence of an extremely powerful demon. Joseph Vazid asked Father Andrea directly if there was a way to stop it, but the old man merely shook his head, admitting he was no exorcist. Father Andrea said he would try to hold on using holy power, but he also knew it would be futile against such an overwhelming force. Joseph Vazid muttered that the remaining knights were all weaklings, none of them having created their own domain yet. The commander glanced at his greenhorn subordinates, sighing as he accepted. This was his only option for now. Without hesitation, Joseph Vazid waved his hand, ordering everyone to depart immediately. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, he paused, seeing a strange mist drifting throughout the camp. Joseph Vazid narrowed his eyes, realizing this mist was not a natural phenomenon. Suddenly, the common soldiers around them began clutching their heads and screaming, yelling nonsensical phrases like, "No, I'm not your child." Joseph Vazid immediately took a piece of cloth and tightly covered his mouth and nose, his face tense. He turned to Father Andrea, deducing that this mist was causing hallucinations, and it was certainly not natural. Joseph Vazid gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp, realizing they had all been ambushed unexpectedly. A ghostly voice echoed everywhere, calling, "My child." While Joseph Vazid's entire group was enveloped by a surge of dark energy, the phantom of a long-haired woman appeared, whispering mournful words, "My beloved child, where are you?" All the soldiers, from Jean and Father Andrea to the officers, stared wide-eyed in horror at the bizarre sight. A barefoot female phantom, hovering above the ground, slowly approached. The ghost woman in a tattered white dress glided through the mist, her entire body exuding a chilling aura of death. She stopped, her head tilted grotesquely to one side, asking a question that sent shivers down one's spine. "Are you there?" Joseph Vazid and his subordinates stood frozen, their faces pale as they realized what they were facing. The ghost woman grinned hideously, reaching out towards Joseph Vazid and declaring she had found her child, the commander's icy gaze confronting the threat. The female spirit raised her skeletal hand, purple death energy gushing out as if to stifle all sound. Suddenly, a burst of brilliant golden holy power erupted, blocking the dark attack. Scorched by the light, the female spirit shrieked piercingly, frantically screaming, "My child, my precious child!" Father Andrea, drenched in sweat, clasped his hands in prayer, golden ancient runes revolving around him to form a sturdy barrier. The boy, Jean, was also shouting prayers, his face pale but still trying to lend his power. The whole group was holding their ground inside the circle of holy light, while the female spirit frantically clawed at it from outside. Joseph Vazid observed coldly, thinking to himself that only Zaire was skilled enough to handle this thing. He recalled the two soldiers, Cade and Maxim, who had perished, concluding that those small fry were not worthy, even after being blessed by Father Andrea. The female spirit continued to shriek, "My child," her eyes burning with hatred as she stared intently into the barrier. Joseph Vazid frowned, realizing immediately, this is a curse. The female spirit's hand pierced through the layer of light, aiming directly at Joseph. The commander knew he was the target. Joseph's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, wondering which bastard was pulling the strings behind this. Suddenly, the boy Jean coughed, then spat out a mouthful of blood, and the holy power began to flicker. Father Andrea quickly encouraged him. "Hold on, Jean, the sun will rise soon." Too late. The ghostly hand had completely pierced through the weakening light barrier. Jean collapsed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes welling up with tears of helplessness. The boy screamed in despair as the last holy runes shattered around him. Crash! The holy power barrier exploded, and the female spirit lunged straight towards the group, who were now completely exposed. Joseph coldly watched the scene, knowing that Father Andrea's young apprentice had reached his limit, and the defense of him was about to fail. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Joseph desperately wondered, is this truly the end for me? How the hell can I survive tonight? Joseph Vazid froze, unable to believe his eyes. Huh? The female spirit, about to seize Joseph, suddenly stopped. A white blur shot forward like an arrow, astonishing it. What the hell? The female spirit's distorted face roared in fury. Vlad landed, his eyes blazing with blue fire, his sword aura exploding, looking incredibly formidable. The mysterious entity spoke, explaining, "This spirit is activated by a curse. Ordinary swords won't affect it." And Vlad asked what to do. "Do you know how to use aura?" the entity asked. And Vlad, speechless, replied, "Are you kidding?" The mysterious entity seriously said there was a way to try. And Vlad immediately asked what it was. A ghostly figure appeared behind Vlad, making a bold proposition. "Let me borrow your body for a minute." Vlad broke out in a sweat, doubting this possibility, but the entity affirmed it knew how to use aura. "I'm just not sure if I can activate it with your body," the entity warned. "Even if successful, you will be temporarily paralyzed." Vlad growled. He'd die anyway if he couldn't defeat this thing. The mysterious entity acknowledged his spirit. "That is the path of a warrior." Vlad looked straight ahead, resolutely. "Do it," making the entity ask again to be sure. Vlad's eyes were sharp, his determination burning. "I made a promise to Joseph," he stated firmly. "There's something I must do, so I will put my trust in you instead of loyalty." The entity respected his decision, and the possession process began as Vlad charged straight towards the spirit. The female spirit shrieked frantically upon seeing her enemy not retreat. Vlad braced himself as a surge of dark energy enveloped him. "Now, close your right eye," the entity commanded, as the synchronization process was nearing completion. Crack! A blue lightning bolt flashed, signaling the successful power-up. "It's here." The power-up was complete. Vlad was now immersed in the world of the voice, completely transformed. Whoosh! Vlad's right eye flared, concentrating into a point of maximum blue energy. Sizzle! The crude sword from before was now imbued with lightning, transforming into a true masterpiece. The female spirit roared, her distorted face clearly showing fury upon seeing her prey dare to fight back. Vlad, with blazing eyes and an overwhelming aura, stared directly at the spirit, preparing to strike. Swish! A sword strike carrying immense energy swept across, tearing through space. The female spirit took the full force of the slash, her mouth agape in horror as the pure energy struck directly at her spiritual essence. The group of priests and officers behind them gaped in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before them. As for Joseph Vazid, though stunned, he still maintained his cold expression, trying to analyze this breakthrough power. Lightning still crackled around Vlad's head, but it seemed his body was under immense pressure. Thud! The young man collapsed, his body unable to withstand the borrowed power. Crack! He screamed miserably as the energy surged violently from within, as if it would tear him apart. "Vlad!" Joseph Vazid shouted, realizing the situation was out of control. Vlad writhed on the ground, his entire body trembling, gritting his teeth to endure the gut-wrenching pain. Joseph muttered, realizing it was the legendary aura, and understood that Vlad was paying an extremely heavy price. Meanwhile, the female spirit muttered, "My child," and began to regenerate its form with dark energy. It crawled forward, intending to finish off Vlad while he was completely incapacitated. Joseph snapped awake, shouting, "Continue the hymn," then charged straight forward, leaving his stunned subordinates behind. He caught the fading Vlad, shouting loudly, "Vlad, hold on to me." The female spirit was right in front of them, roaring frantically, "My child," preparing to pounce on both of them. The female ghoul's claws tightened around Joseph Vazid's leg, dark energy hissing like acid. It strained, making the commander scream in agony. Joseph gritted his teeth bitterly, cursing his weak body for being unable to escape the ghoul's grasp. Just then, Bordon, the stout officer, rushed forward and grabbed Yosef's collar from behind. "Forgive my disrespect, sir," Bordon roared, with no time to explain. With a whoosh, he used all his might to hurl both Joseph and the unconscious Vlad far away from the ghoul. The female ghoul shrieked in fury, having lost its prey right before its maw. Thud! Both slammed their backs onto the ground. To Father Andrea's horror, Joseph gasped, turning to Vlad and admitting, "This is certainly the first time I've been glad to have you by my side." Vlad ignored him, struggling to get up, his trembling hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He looked up, his voice hesitant, as he called Father Andrea and asked him to bless the sword. Vlad's eyes blazed with fire, determined to send this creature back to hell no matter what. Father Andrea was silent for a moment, then decisively agreed. "Very well." Slash. The old priest, without a moment's hesitation, cut his palm on the razor-sharp blade. Raising the blood-soaked sword, Father Andrea declared firmly, "This blessing will surely defeat it." Vlad extended his still trembling hand, receiving the sanctified sword. Step by step, Vlad stood upright, his aura completely transformed, ready for the final battle. He faced the female ghoul sprawled on the ground, the sword in his hand ready to deliver judgment. Suddenly, the female ghoul looked up, its voice weakly pleading, "Please," it whispered its dying wish, "find my child for me." Vlad remained silent, his gaze unwavering. In that moment, Vlad saw through to the spirit's horrifying past. He froze as painful images flooded his mind. Memories showed women imprisoned in dark dungeons, a mother crying out for her child in despair. Poor children lay scattered on the cold floor, already dead. The desperate mother reached through the iron bars, begging for her child to be returned. She shrieked piteously as she watched her tiny child die before her eyes. Back in reality, Vlad raised the blessed sword, his blue eyes glowing brightly, and coldly declared, "Rest in peace." The female ghoul looked up, tears streaming down, and whispered hopelessly, "Where is my child?" Without a word, Vlad plunged the holy sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of pure blue energy. The spirit's face gradually returned to its human form, a tear rolling down as its resentment faded. Under the starry sky, the mother's silhouette knelt beside the sword, her soul finally freed, returning to her child. The ghoul's dark energy dissolved into dust, restoring tranquility to the night. Far away, a hooded figure was performing a dark ritual, purple energy flaring up. He smirked cunningly, completely unaware of what was about to happen. A wisp of black smoke, used to control the ghoul, hovered between his hands. Suddenly, the smoke vanished, indicating that his puppet had been destroyed. The hooded figure flinched, his eyes flashing under the hood. "My link to the Overmind has been severed." He stood amidst the snowy forest, wondering who possessed the ability to wield aura and disrupt his plans. "There you are," a cold voice echoed, and Zayar appeared, his sword radiating green aura, pointed directly at the mastermind who had turned pale with fear. From a distance, Joseph Vazid squinted towards the confrontation, asking curiously, "Is that him?" Zayar grabbed the defeated mastermind by the hair, reporting to Joseph Vazid, "Sir, I believe this is the one who controlled the undead from the shadows." The formidable bodyguard continued his report, holding a wooden box, "And this must be the source of the curse, the child the woman was searching for." The simple wooden box had now become a coffin for an unfortunate child. Joseph ordered, "Give it to Father Andrea. We will investigate when we return to Varna." Looking out at the ravaged camp, Joseph admitted the expedition had completely failed, but added that the journey back would be lighter. Joseph turned to Zayar, his eyes full of calculation. "Do you see any potential in that rookie?" The commander smirked meaningfully, telling himself that he had found a warrior to fight in his stead. In Joseph's mind, Vlad's image appeared, surging with blue aura, an overwhelming presence, a swordsman who would shine brighter than anyone else. Vlad sprang up in bed, his hair disheveled, shocked to learn he had slept soundly for 3 whole days. He sat in a daze, realizing the cost of using that power was heavier than he had imagined. A voice echoed in his head, glad that Joseph had waited for him to recover instead of throwing him onto the carriage like luggage. The voice remarked that Joseph seemed genuinely concerned for Vlad as he began to sit up. Vlad stood up and put on his attire, his sharp blue eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed something. He stepped outside. The camp was eerily deserted, and he figured the mercenaries had fled in terror after that horrifying night. Got, the undercut soldier, ran over joyfully, shouting, "Captain, you're awake!" Vlad smirked, teasing, "Huh? I thought you'd already run off?" But the soldier firmly asserted that he stayed for the bounty. Gott began to ramble, boasting that he himself had carried Vlad back to camp and then returned to escort the knight. Vlad could only raise his hands in surrender at the bragging, replying dismissively, all right, I'll tell them." Gott gave directions and reported that Zayar had instructed him to inform him immediately when Vlad woke up and was currently in Joseph's tent. Vlad walked away, ignoring Gott, who was yelling behind him, demanding a promise that he would recount his deeds, while Vlad only thought, "Good heavens, can you just be quiet?" Vlad entered the commander's tent, where his fate was about to be decided by the leader. Joseph Vazid poured a glass of deep red wine, asking directly, "Do you know how to drink this?" Vlad calmly replied, "Yes, sir. I used to work at a brothel and tavern, but I've never touched anything this fine." Joseph smirked, showing off. "This is a specialty reserved only for the nobility." The commander began, thanking Vlad for not fleeing like a coward. Vlad interrupted, "We have an agreement." Joseph nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. An agreement based on trust, not loyalty. In his mind, Joseph calculated, it's just a verbal agreement, yet this boy follows it meticulously. Such a talent cannot be lost. The commander's eyes flashed with determination, having set his sights on his prey. He recalled the moment Vlad's power erupted, enveloped in a green aura, and resolved, I must use every means to keep him. Joseph pushed the wine glass towards Vlad, his voice full of authority. "Now it's my turn to fulfill my part. You deserve to be rewarded." The official invitation was extended, shaking the very air. "I formally invite you to join the Vazid family." the entire army moved to Varna, the domain of Count Vazid, a bustling and magnificent city. Zayar and another officer reported having disbanded the mercenary rabble, and Joseph announced the entire company would stay here for a day. The eye-patch-wearing guard glanced at Vlad, seeing the boy looking around bewildered, like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Zayar struck up a conversation, his tone condescending. "First time in Varna?" Vlad honestly replied, "This is my first time leaving Schwara." Zayar scoffed, uttering a sarcastic remark. "Country bumpkin." Vlad could only glare fiercely. Joseph, feigning generosity, gave Vlad a day off to freely explore the city. Zayar didn't forget to instruct him like a father. "Don't get lost, kid. Be at the city hall by evening." Vlad watched the backs of the high-ranking officials, muttering under his breath, "Ugh, I really can't stand that guy." The mysterious voice in his head teased, suggesting Zayar seemed to have taken a liking to Vlad, making the boy retort curtly, "If he likes me anymore, he'll probably run me through." With his day off, Vlad planned to use his reward money for a proper meal, wondering what delicious dishes the city offered. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Vlad's wrist, making the young man startle and turn around. It turned out to be the boy Gene, and Vlad immediately asked if something was wrong. Gene grinned, relaying that if Vlad was free, Father Andrea wished to see him. Vlad was surprised, not understanding why the priest would want to find him. Gene led Vlad to a colossal church, its architecture so grand it was overwhelming. Vlad's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, truly a country bumpkin, seeing the city for the first time, admitting that the church back home was paltry in comparison. Gene proudly explained that although Sturma was the capital, Varna was the religious center of the entire region. The boy told Vlad to wait inside, saying he would go call Father Andrea right away. Vlad stepped alone into the vast sanctuary, where brilliant golden light streamed down. The young man couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the splendor and solemnity within. Standing amidst the magnificent space, Vlad stared intently at the main altar. He suddenly remembered that people called him Lyman the Worshipper, even though he had never prayed seriously in his entire life. Thinking of this, Vlad suddenly felt uneasy, as if he had just committed some sin. Just then, Father Andrea appeared, apologizing for making Vlad wait. Vlad immediately turned, bowed politely, and thanked him for the invitation. The old priest simply chuckled, saying it was nothing significant. He held out a small object and told Vlad to take it. Vlad bewilderedly asked what it was, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the object in the priest's hand. Father Andrea explained it was Vlad's identification card, and a card issued by the church was valid across the entire continent, something even Joseph's power couldn't match. Vlad's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelieving what he had just heard. The powerful card appeared, bearing the clear signature of its guarantor, Father Andrea. The old priest smiled kindly, handed the card to Vlad, and declared, "If you ever face any difficulties, come find me." Father Andrea affirmed once more with certainty, "From this moment on, I am your guarantor." Vlad was stunned, an indescribable emotion welling up within him as he spoke the priest's name. From a slum boy without even a birth certificate, Vlad now had one of the most powerful protectors, officially registering himself in this vast world as he knelt to accept the patronage. He clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. From now on, there was no more Vlad of the slums, only Vlad of Schwara. The Vazid family's carriage procession, properly escorted by soldiers, rolled down the road, showing that the Count's domain was no ordinary place. The scene shifted to the commercial hub of Schwara, a bustling and lively port city. Next was Varna, the religious center with its magnificent cathedral, a symbol of faith. Joseph Vazid looked out from the carriage at Vlad riding horseback outside. Both were heading towards the capital. The carriage entered the capital city of Sutramata, its towering walls standing majestically, showcasing its wealth and power. The final destination was a lavish mansion, the Vazid family's estate. Zayar crossed his arms, his face as cold as stone, asserting his authority over the two newcomers. "From now on, you are Lord Joseph's guests. Any foolish act will be an insult to him." He continued his arrogant demeanor, ordering Vlad and Got to wait, forbidding them from loitering like provincials in the city. Zayar announced that servants would bring out snacks, but his attitude remained condescending. Got was bewildered by the haughty attitude, while Vlad silently observed. Zayar suddenly changed his mind. "Actually, don't eat anything. Just wait. If you eat like barbarians, rumors will spread easily." Vlad muttered in disbelief. "Not even a single bite?" Zayar snapped back as he turned away. "Shut your mouth and take your hands off the snacks." Clank. The heavy door of the Vazid mansion opened, revealing the luxurious interior. Vlad and Got entered the living room, Got gaping at the opulence of the gleaming golden chandeliers and expensive furnishings. Got couldn't hide his rustic awe. The Vazid family truly spares no expense on such luxuries. Vlad silently agreed. A strange voice echoed from behind the curtain. I don't recognize you two. The man's silhouette emerged, muttering that he intended to hide here for a while to find peace. The strange man strode towards Vlad and Got, each step exuding power. Vlad looked up, directly facing the newcomer, a dark-haired man with sharp eyes. Vlad's eyes flashed blue as he scanned his opponent, realizing this person was no ordinary foe. The strange man asked directly, "Who are you?" An overwhelming aura radiating around him. Vlad shivered, realizing this face was identical to Joseph's, yet the energy flow was completely different, far more dangerous. This man exuded the killing intent of an alpha wolf, his gaze capable of tearing others apart with a single look. Got was scared out of his wits, quickly bowing his head and stammering that he was a mere soldier who had just returned from conquest with Lord Joseph. The strange man glanced at Vlad, asking curtly, "And you?" Vlad, in contrast, was extremely calm, raising his head to state his name. "I am Vlad from Schwara, sir." The man sneered, showing disdain. "Is that so? I've never heard your name before." Vlad's eyes glowed bright blue again, directly confronting the other man's pressure, not flinching in the slightest. The man realized this youth possessed a strong presence. He wasn't intimidated at all, but rather very confident. He smirked, seemingly taking a liking to the boy. "Joseph seems to have found a good catch. I like him already." He reached into his pants pocket and pulled something out. He offered a handful of peanuts, asking teasingly, "Want some?" putting Vlad in an awkward position. To Rutger's invitation, Vlad responded sharply, "Sir, we are under orders not to eat or drink anything." Got, standing nearby, flinched, his face paling as he saw Vlad dare to flatly refuse a high-ranking figure. The soldier Got was terrified, wondering why Vlad had the nerve to talk back to the Vazid family's eldest son. Rutger seemed slightly taken aback but also found it amusing, muttering that Vlad was the first to ever refuse his peanuts. Ignoring Vlad's attitude, Rutger casually put the peanuts in his mouth, chewed, and praised their taste, proving he wasn't petty. In a magnificent office, Joseph Vazid was reporting to his father, Count Vazid, about a swordsman named Vlad. Count Vazid remarked that apart from Zayar, Joseph had no decent warriors under his command. Count Vazid made a wager. If Joseph could turn the boy Vlad into a loyal knight for the family, he would be greatly rewarded. The Count's eyes flashed with killing intent. He ordered that the scoundrels who dared threaten his son must be found. Standing before the family crest, Count Vazid clenched his fist, growling that he would spare no one who dared bring chaos to his domain. Night fell upon the grand Vazid mansion, signaling an important conversation was about to take place. Joseph and his guard Zayar returned, asking Vlad and Got if they had been waiting long. Joseph called Got by name, startling the soldier, who quickly confirmed his identity with a fawning expression. Joseph promised to announce the reward tomorrow, and then dismissed Got to rest, despite the soldier being famished and hoping for a meal. Got dejectedly departed, leaving Vlad alone to face Joseph and the formidable guard swordsman. Joseph sat down in the armchair with an air of authority, signaling for the formal conversation to begin. Joseph got straight to the point, confirming their agreement. "You saved my life and agreed to serve me as a warrior, correct?" Vlad stood tall, his gaze unwavering, and firmly confirmed, "That is correct." Joseph continued the mental sparring, recalling Vlad's previous mention of having something to do, implying he needed a certain degree of freedom. Joseph concluded the matter, pointing out the contradiction in Vlad's request, wanting both to serve and to be free, and declared this was what they needed to discuss. Joseph Vazid began the negotiation, demanding Vlad clarify his reasons for needing freedom so he could set a price. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with a cold light, remaining silent before Joseph's probing question. Under the full moon, Joseph calmly waited, exuding the aura of one holding all the cards. Vlad unexpectedly turned the tables, directly asking Joseph if he knew of Godin of Gaithar, recalling the image of the formidable white-haired swordsman. With blazing eyes, Vlad uttered his enemy's title, the Knight like a blue moon. Joseph was stunned. He had only thought Vlad was a promising youth, never expecting him to know this forbidden name. Joseph immediately pieced together the events, realizing the mysterious killer of Smiling Rose was indeed Godin, the knight from Gaithar. Vlad confirmed, recalling the scene where Godin had killed his benefactor and shattered his world in the past. Vlad admitted a bitter truth. Despite his hatred, he had always yearned to become as strong as Godin. Joseph flatly refused, declaring that matters concerning Godin were beyond his sphere of influence. Vlad didn't flinch, secretly thinking it was obvious since Joseph was merely the Count's son, but he appreciated the honesty. Grasping Joseph's limitations, Vlad declared he would revise the terms of their agreement. Joseph wouldn't be led on. He played his trump card, directly addressing Vlad of Schwara and proposing a 7-year contract. For the first time, Vlad showed surprise, a light sweat beading on his temple at the unimaginable offer. Joseph emphasized that to make this offer, he had to cast aside his noble pride, a momentous decision. Though Vlad didn't fully understand the Vazid family's internal affairs, he recognized this was an unprecedented move, and the pressure from Zayar, the guard behind him, only added to its weight. Joseph sealed the deal. He would provide board, lodging, and training for Vlad for 7 years to turn him into a world-class knight. The 2 words a knight struck Vlad's mind, stunning him as they recalled his greatest goal and obsession in life. In return, Joseph demanded absolute loyalty. Vlad was only allowed to do what he permitted. And most importantly, he was not to touch Godin. However, Joseph also extended an olive branch, granting Vlad full authority to handle matters in the Schwara slums, his hometown. Joseph played a psychological trick, mentioning the girl named Gemina, who was at the monastery, causing Vlad's blue eyes to flash with vigilance. Joseph sarcastically remarked about Vlad returning to the slums with a shoddy sword, but Vlad retorted sharply, "There are weapons in this world sharper than any blade." Seated like a kingpin, Joseph concluded the mental chess game, demanding Vlad make his final decision. After Vlad left, Joseph looked out the window and admitted, "That boy has an impressive goal." Zayar, the loyal guard, questioned his superior why he invested so much effort in Vlad when there were plenty of other young talents out there. Joseph sneered, explaining that everyone has potential, but transforming potential into true power is another matter entirely. Zayar remained unconvinced, asking directly if Joseph truly believed this boy, who came from the bottom of society, would not disappoint him. Joseph's gaze was sharp, filled with absolute confidence in his judgment. A flashback showed Vlad's terrifying burst of power, and Joseph affirmed, "Of course, I witnessed his potential with my own eyes." Zayar was still concerned, believing Vlad was too unpredictable and rebellious, and would not be an easy tool to train. Joseph smirked, directly assigning Zayar the task. "But I have you, don't I? 7 years is more than enough to shackle and tame him." Zayar bowed in obedience, while Joseph philosophized that the wilder a horse, the more brilliantly it shines once tamed. Joseph continued his monologue, admitting that he initially only saw Vlad as a useful wild wolf, but now, looking up at the moon, he realized this wolf not only hunted prey, but also harbored dreams of devouring the moon itself. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, signaling that a new chapter in Vlad's life had begun. Zayar led Vlad to his new room, and the boy from the slums was completely shocked to find he had a private room. Vlad couldn't hide his excitement, saying that having a bed to sleep on was already a palace to him. Zayar made a remark, saying he forgot Vlad came from the slums, unlike those pampered young masters who only knew how to complain. Zayar suddenly leaned close to Vlad's face, warning him not to make mistakes, causing the boy to flinch and step back. Vlad immediately understood the issue, asking directly, "Ah, this is about me refusing Lord Rutger's offer, isn't it?" Zayar waved his hand dismissively, saying Vlad never listened to him anyway, so there was no point discussing it, and besides, he had already scolded the boy enough. He ordered Vlad to head to the training grounds after eating, announcing the new grueling schedule, sparring twice a day, morning and evening, just like during expeditions. Zayar seemed speechless, realizing this boy truly knew no fear. Suddenly, a noble lady with green hair, followed by a retinue of maids, called out to Zayar as my loyal knight. Zayar whispered, introducing her as Lady Oksana, Lord Joseph's mother, and reminded Vlad to greet her with the proper etiquette he had taught. Both Vlad and Zayar bowed in greeting, and Lady Oksana responded politely. Lady Oksana narrowed her eyes, assessing Vlad from head to toe, and asked directly, "Is this the boy?" Zayar confirmed, placing a hand on Vlad's shoulder and affirming that Lord Joseph himself had personally chosen him. Lady Oksana's sharp golden eyes gleamed with scrutiny, and she simply replied, "I see." Vlad did not flinch, raising his head and meeting the powerful lady's gaze directly. Lady Oksana offered an enigmatic smile, her regal aura radiating overpoweringly. Vlad startled, his face flushing crimson, clearly overwhelmed by her presence. She expressed her gratitude to Vlad for saving her son's life. Vlad's face was still red, and he stammered that he was merely doing his duty. "My lady." Lady Oksana asserted that he deserved a reward, for he had achieved a merit far greater than he imagined. She unexpectedly reached out and ruffled Vlad's hair, complimenting that his golden hair suited his blue eyes perfectly. Next, she touched Vlad's shoulder again, remarking that he had broad shoulders but a lean build, and promised to have new clothes tailored for him. Vlad was utterly flustered, his face as red as a guck fruit, stammering his thanks while she was still touching him. Lady Oksana again offered a knowing smile, clearly pleased with the young wolf's reaction. Finally, she allowed Zyar to return to his duties, and the guard immediately bowed and led Vlad away. As soon as they left, Zyar questioned Vlad, who was sighing. "What's wrong with you? I've never seen you lose your composure like this." Vlad turned his face away, beads of sweat on his brow, admitting he wasn't sure, perhaps because it was his first time meeting a noble lady. Zyar showed understanding, remarking that such a first meeting wasn't bad, and confessed that he himself sometimes felt awkward around Lady Oksana. Zyar ordered Vlad to go grab a bite, and the young soldier immediately obeyed. Vlad entered a spacious mess hall, where other soldiers were gathered, eating and chatting loudly. A soldier looked at Vlad with a morbidly covetous gaze, drooling profusely. Plop! A glob of spit from that soldier's mouth landed directly into Vlad's soup bowl. As Vlad sat down at the dining table, a group of soldiers led by an arrogant man approached and surrounded him. The leader sneered maliciously. "Oh, my apologies. I thought this was a trash can because something smelled so foul." The entire group of soldiers joined in with boisterous laughter, clearly trying to provoke the new recruit. Vlad's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. He didn't bother to look up, merely gazing silently at his soup bowl. He calmly scooped a spoonful of soup, ignoring the enemy's spit, then lightly flicked the spoon to send it flying out. Vlad brought the spoonful of soup to his mouth and slurped it deliciously, thinking to himself, "Faster than I expected." The provoking soldiers froze, their leader stunned. What the hell? How is he so calm? Vlad chewed his food while calculating, recalling Zyar's warning that his every action affected Lord Joseph's reputation. The leader, still unafraid, growled. You insolent brat. Just you wait. We'll teach you a lesson." Vlad remained seated, turning his back to ask curtly, "What's your name?" The leader paused, asking blankly, "What?" A chilling, killing intent emanated from Vlad as he repeated the question, his glowing blue eyes full of menace. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he revealed his name, Sovanin, and Vlad repeated the name while slowly rising from his seat. Vlad's blue eyes blazed, etching the image of Sovanin and his small fry into his mind. He'll remember this. At a magnificent mansion, Count Vazid and his old advisor were striding across the stone bridge. Count Vazid walked and listened to the clashing of weapons echoing from the training ground. He looked down at the squires, diligently training, and remarked, "The squires seem quite busy." The count decided to stop and observe for a moment, and his old advisor immediately obeyed. Count Vazid's eyes narrowed, focusing on a prominent figure among the crowd. He asked his old advisor, "Is that the boy?" and received a confirming answer about Vlad's blonde hair. The old advisor remarked that Vlad looked quite capable, then suddenly pointed in another direction. "Sir, over there." Count Vazid turned to look in the direction his old advisor was pointing. The old advisor reported, "Someone is stealthily observing the squires." It turned out to be Zyar, hiding behind a pillar, and the old advisor immediately guessed he was worried about his new recruit. Count Vazid crossed his arms, a smirk of interest on his face. "Let's see what that boy is truly capable of," he finished, his gaze fixed on Vlad as he entered the training ground. Swish! Vlad charged into the crowd, the wooden sword in his hand, moving like lightning. Vlad took on everyone by himself, easily blocking, dodging, and counterattacking against the encirclement of many squires at once. A larger squire gritted his teeth, struggling to resist, but was completely overwhelmed by Vlad's strength. The old advisor marveled. My goodness, he knows no fear, even when his opponent is a head taller than him. Count Vazid offered another observation. Still quite clumsy, surprising the old advisor. But he has potential, the count explained. I respect him because at least he tries to apply what he's learned. In the midst of battle, a voice echoed in Vlad's head as he delivered a decisive blow. Remember this, Vlad. The mysterious voice resonated. All swordsmanship begins with footwork. As Vlad stomped his foot decisively on the ground, pay attention to the position of your feet. The voice continued as Vlad deftly dodged a downward sword strike from the squire. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with a deadly glint, ready to unleash a feint. Once you've learned to deceive your opponent with your shoulder and gaze. The squire roared and attacked, but Vlad had already glided within his reach. The voice concluded. You will be able to control them with your movements. Whoosh! Vlad unleashed an incredibly fast leg sweep, sending two squires flying off the training ground. The leading squire broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale upon seeing Vlad close in right before him. Without a wasted movement, Vlad charged straight forward. The distance closed in an instant. Thwack! A direct strike to the chest sent the squire flying like a broken puppet. He staggered, coughing violently, still unable to comprehend and stammered, "I thought he was aiming for my left." Snap. Vlad grabbed his hair, the other's face contorted in extreme pain. Vlad lifted him up with just one hand, his eyes cold as ice. "You're Sovanin's lackey, aren't you? I saw you laughing in the mess hall yesterday." His eyes glowed menacingly, his voice a growl. "Now let's see who's laughing." Wham! A devastating punch landed straight on the other's face, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining squires froze, their faces drained of all color. The entire training ground fell silent. Only the sounds of Vlad thrashing the unfortunate squire could be heard. On the balcony, the old advisor's worry was evident. "My lord, is there a need to be so brutal just for training?" Count Vazid merely smirked, uttering a chilling remark. "Let them be. A knight must have a heart of stone." He glanced to the side, adding with amusement, "Besides, it seems Zayar is quite pleased as well." Zayar, hiding behind a pillar, couldn't suppress a pleased grin upon seeing the new recruit's performance. Another squire tried to intervene in vain, as Vlad continued to relentlessly punch the other, his voice trembling. "Stop, that's enough," a squire yelled. "I said stop. Are you listening?" Hearing the shout, Vlad paused, his blood-stained fist still clenched tight. He released his grip, letting the thoroughly beaten squire fall to the ground. Thud. Vlad stood up, placing his foot on the defeated opponent as a mark of victory. With icy blue eyes and a streak of blood on his cheek, Vlad said coldly, "My apologies. I was too focused." The squire who had just yelled now trembled, thinking to himself, "His gaze is terrifying." Vlad walked step by step towards him. The rest of the squires could only watch in silence. He glanced over, his razor-sharp gaze rendering the squire speechless. Vlad sneered, "Apologize for that guy for me, will you? Once I'm in a fight, it's hard for me to stop," making the other grit his teeth in anger. He took another step, his tone turning, threatening. "By the way, I apologize to you in advance too, because this time, I won't let it slide easily." Vlad stood right behind him, radiating a powerful killing aura. Vlad scoffed, delivering a biting insult. "If the soup is too bland, just call me, I'll come spit in it for you." The squire stood frozen, drenched in sweat, stammering, "That guy is truly a monster." He thought bitterly. Lord Joseph brought back a mad dog from the slums. In the dining hall, a squire with triangle-shaped hair asked Vlad, "Captain, I heard you beat up other squires again? The servants are gossiping everywhere." Vlad didn't bother to answer, calmly munched on his bread, and asked in return, "What about you? Do you like working in the stables?" The other was about to boast about the Vazid stables when he suddenly realized, quickly interrupting, "Wait, we're getting off topic." He asked seriously again, "Did you cause trouble in the mansion? That's a crime, you know?" Vlad replied nonchalantly while chewing, "So what? Did you forget? I was a criminal to begin with. When it comes to brutality, I was still holding back a lot with them," Vlad said, leaving the other speechless, who could only silently concede, "Well, that's true." Vlad was about to enjoy his meal when a chubby young man timidly approached, while the triangle-haired squire just sat silently, observing. The chubby boy stammered, introducing himself as Portly Cannon, a wide grin on his face, yet sweat poured down him. Vlad narrowed his eyes, growling directly, "What do you want from me?" startling even the triangle-haired squire beside him. While Portly was still fumbling for words, Vlad cut him off, coldly ordering, "Either sit down or get lost. Hovering around makes me lose my appetite." Thinking he was being dismissed, Portly unexpectedly beamed, stammering in disbelief. "Really? Is it true?" He profusely thanked Vlad for letting him sit, while Vlad was speechless, thinking, "I told him to get lost." Though, Portly began recounting his humiliating past, how he always had to eat alone in restrooms and similar secluded corners. Vlad showed clear annoyance as he tried to finish his sausage, when Portly eagerly asked, "Oh, you like sausages?" Portly puffed out his chest, proudly declaring that his Cannon family was the sole supplier of all meat here, a lineage of ranchers spanning generations. Seeing Vlad seemed interested in the food, Portly seized the opportunity to offer, "Would you like me to give you some?" Vlad's gaze sharpened, and he looked directly at Portly with suspicion. "Are you trying to bribe me with sausages?" A storeroom filled with sausages and cold cuts appeared, gleaming like a treasure hoard. Portly led the way, explaining that his father sent too much food, and he couldn't manage it all by himself. Vlad suddenly realized that all the squires here were privileged children, a golden opportunity to build a network of connections he could never have in the slums. With a cunning smile, Vlad turned and suggested, "Portly, let's eat together from now on, shall we?" Which shocked the triangle-haired squire so much his jaw dropped. Portly was ecstatic, his eyes shining like headlights, unable to believe his good fortune. Vlad clapped Portly on the shoulder intimately. declaring that squires must stick together. And of course, not just for a few sausages. Officially recruiting a walking food ATM, the scene shifted to the shoes of a powerful man striding across a green carpet in a luxurious corridor. Zyar muttered as he walked, complaining about the new recruit, Vlad, who kept him incredibly busy, having to both train him and serve Lord Joseph. Suddenly, a man in a fur-collared coat appeared from behind, calling out, "Sir Zyar." A burly knight in a fur-collared coat blocked Zyar's path, asking with a condescending tone, "Where are you rushing off to?" Zyar glanced over, recognizing Sir Gregory, and let out an exasperated sigh. Gregory guffawed, teasing Zyar about his obvious annoyance, while the guard only wanted to make a quick escape, citing his busy schedule. Gregory feigned sympathy, suggesting Zyar must be busy handling all matters for Lord Joseph. He began to pry, hinting that a knight of Zyar's caliber deserved the honor of training a squire long ago. Zyar cut straight to the chase, growling, "Why the sudden interest in my squire?" Then told him to mind his own. Gregory burst out laughing, joking that he had trained Portly too well, so now the boy needed to lose weight, which only further irritated Zyar. The fur-collared knight finally got to the point, mentioning Vlad, and praising him as a bright young man. Zyar lost all patience, directly asking the purpose of this conversation, even as Gregory continued to praise Vlad's masculinity. Gregory began his moralizing speech. "As you know, we knights never interfere in the squire's affairs." Then slyly added that he knew Vlad had become close with Portly recently. "That kid doesn't make friends, he's too arrogant," Zyar bluntly retorted. But Gregory shamelessly asked Zyar to tell Vlad to keep an eye on Portly. Finally, he revealed his hand. Portly was his cousin's son, and he couldn't let the boy be bullied without getting involved himself. Zyar's eyes gleamed with calculation, and he asked bluntly, without deference, "Do you think he'll do this for free?" Gregory understood immediately, thumped his chest, and promised to owe Zyar a favor later. Zyar tried to refuse, saying Vlad didn't listen to him, but Gregory deliberately misinterpreted it as a sign of great potential. "No, I'm serious. That kid doesn't listen to a single word I say," Zyar emphasized. But Gregory merely laughed, deeming it the mark of a successful person. The scene shifted to the stables, where a stable hand told Vlad that the problem wasn't with the captain, but that he couldn't even get onto a horse's back. Sitting beside Vlad, the stable hand explained that the horses here were well trained and not afraid of people, but whenever the captain approached, they panicked and fled. The stable hand asserted that it wasn't a matter of good or bad horsemanship, it was simply bizarre, and others thought so too. Vlad lowered his head, his face darkening, muttered a curse, and admitted, "It's always like this." Vlad bitterly confessed that from dogs and cats to other animals, they all detested him, fleeing whenever he came near, and now he wondered if horses were the same. He suddenly paused, a flash of realization gleaming in his blue eyes. Vlad recalled the night he rode with Zyar, fleeing from the undead, wondering why that horse hadn't panicked. The stable hand explained bluntly, "That's Sir Zyar's warhorse, a high-end, exorbitantly expensive breed." Vlad scratched his head in frustration, realizing he couldn't tell Zyar, "I can only ride premium horses," while his boss kept forcing him to learn no matter what. Just then, a voice rang out, interrupting their thoughts. A maid with a stern demeanor appeared, announcing, "Lady Oksana wishes to see you." Vlad was dumbfounded, not understanding why the big boss was calling for him, while the stable hand's face was utterly blank. He was led into a lavish, opulent room, gilded everywhere, truly befitting the upper class. Oksana, Joseph's mother, sat there with an air of nobility, offering a backhanded compliment. "Looking at you now, who would have guessed you grew up in the slums?" Vlad stood stiff as a statue in his new clothes, feeling distinctly awkward as he was complimented on how well the outfit suited him. Oksana glanced at a tailor, explaining that the clothes shouldn't be too tight because a 17-year-old boy was still growing, then conveniently mentioned Joseph. She smiled meaningfully, promising to have a summer outfit made for Vlad, feigning concern for his well-being. Cornered by this unexpected kindness, Vlad could only blush and bow his head, thanking Lady Oksana. Oksana waved it off, saying that she was the one who should be grateful, as Vlad had saved her son's life. After bestowing her favor, she subtly waved him away, saying she wouldn't disturb his training any further. Vlad felt as if he'd struck gold, hastily thanking her profusely before turning and making a swift exit. With a click, he opened the heavy door and stepped out of the stifling room. As soon as he was out the door, Vlad let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. It was suffocating in there. He examined the expensive outfit, which fit so perfectly it didn't feel like his own, then reminded himself that it wasn't truly his to begin with. Vlad strode through the opulent corridor, telling himself that despite his efforts, he still couldn't fit in here. He felt an invisible burden weighing on his soul, making him heavier with each passing moment. Thwack, thwack, dry impacts echoed from somewhere, making Vlad halt. He glanced through the window, looking down at the training ground where a crowd had gathered. Below, a bully squire was mercilessly striking and yelling. "You've gotten weaker, you pig," the thug growled, his face filled with murderous intent. "Did you think I went easy on you for a few days, so you could get cocky?" He grabbed the chubby portly cannon, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Are you happy making friends with a new guy? You trash always flock together." The bully continued to punch relentlessly. Thud, thud. Continuous punches rained down on Portly's body. From above, Vlad observed coldly and concluded, "Rich or poor, people are the same everywhere." His blue eyes flashed with a deadly glint. This world is full of bastards who love to bully those weaker than themselves. Swish. Vlad donned his familiar combat cloak, his aura completely transformed. He put on his battle attire again, his gaze sharp. "It seems I'll have to wear this outfit once more." Night fell upon the magnificent Vazid family estate. Knock knock. Vlad's gloved hand rapped on a wooden door. A hesitant voice echoed from within. Who? Who is it?" Vlad replied curtly. "It's me." Click. The door opened, and portly Cannon, his face swollen, stared in astonishment at Vlad. Vlad looked directly at his new friend, his eyes devoid of emotion, full of mystery. Portly, still stunned, asked with his bruised face, "Why are you here so late?" Vlad replied curtly, "I came for something," leaving Portly completely bewildered. Vlad pointed directly at Portly Cannon's face, ordering coldly, "Give it to me." Portly was deeply shocked, his voice trembling as he asked if Vlad wanted the entire block of ham he was saving, to which Vlad simply replied, "Yes." Portly sighed heavily, thinking that even if they couldn't be friends, he at least hoped for peace between them. He sadly accepted the truth that in Vlad's eyes, he was just another source of food. But then, Portly consoled himself, thinking, "At least." He reluctantly handed the block of ham to Vlad, thinking that sharing was still better than eating alone. Vlad took the meat and stated plainly, "Don't be too sad. I'm just taking this as fair compensation." Portly was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what Vlad was referring to as compensation. Vlad turned away, his blue eyes flashing with a cold light as he recalled the teachings of a knight from years past. A flashback showed him facing a crowd alone, and he remembered the principle: a true knight only accepts things at a fair price. Vlad stood surrounded by the group of bully squires, his contempt evident. 14 against 1? Even the thugs in the garbage alley aren't this cowardly. The leader strained his neck, cursing. "Shut up. Let's see how long that smug look lasts." Vlad provocatively beckoned. "Then hurry up. Since I bothered to come all the way out here, you should at least make it worthwhile." The leader gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He roared, ordering his cronies, "Tear him apart," and the entire gang immediately charged. Vlad merely smirked, thinking, "Good thing I changed clothes." He took a stance with a wooden staff, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. "Tonight, some will bleed." Whoosh! Vlad struck first, the wooden staff in his hand flashing like lightning, hitting the faces of the first two attackers. The rest of the gang froze, stunned to see their comrades fall after just one blow. Thwack! Vlad swung his wooden staff in a horizontal sweep, blood splattering as he cleared out the small fry trying to surround him. The leader broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe Vlad's skill had inexplicably skyrocketed. "This can't be. He's this dominant after only 2 months?" he roared, threatening his faltering cronies. "Don't retreat. It'll kill anyone who runs." Swish! Vlad lunged directly at the leader, moving with ghost-like speed. Vlad's blue eyes glowed, and he asked a chilling question. "Have you ever killed anyone?" Whoosh! The leader frantically swung his staff wildly, yelling, "What the hell are you talking about?" Whoosh! Vlad gracefully dodged the attack like a dancer, completely outplaying his opponent. Vlad recalled his time with the expeditionary force, where he only knew how to use brute strength to crush his enemies. Smack! Now, he used his wooden staff to precisely and lightly block the leader's attack. The mysterious voice echoed, instructing, "That's right, keep your opponent within the space you create." Vlad moved like a whirlwind. The leader gnashed his teeth bitterly. "You bastard," completely cornered. Vlad used his staff to knock away his opponent's weapon, creating a fatal opening. He realized the truth. "I understand now. This is my territory, my space." Wabam! Vlad swung his staff, shattering the leader's leg, declaring, "My own rhythm." Flump! The leader collapsed onto the ground, unable to react. He lay writhing, tears streaming down his face from the pain. "My leg." Shing! Vlad raised his wooden staff, preparing to end the fight. The leader's eyes widened in horror as he saw the staff about to descend. Vlad smirked cruelly, completely in control of the game. Crunch! He thrust the wooden staff straight through the leader's shoulder, a desperate scream echoing. The remaining squires turned pale, frozen in shock at the brutal sight. The leading squire groaned in pain, tears streaming down his face, his hands trembling violently. Vlad pinned him firmly to the ground with his wooden staff, in an utterly dominant posture. Vlad's blue eyes flashed, and he warned coldly, "From now on, get out of my sight. And don't bother the fat guy anymore." The bully stammered his agreement in panic, with only one thought in his head. He's serious. Under the moonlight, Vlad's killing intent enveloped the victim, making him realize he had narrowly escaped death. Vlad turned and walked away, casually stating that the recent torture was just to pay for the ham. He glanced at the remaining small fry, his sharp eyes challenging them. "Who's next? Let's keep playing." All the squires flinched, cowering in fear. Vlad smirked and growled, "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." The squires trembled uncontrollably, sweating profusely, none daring to speak. Outside the building, harsh crashing sounds echoed continuously, signaling a merciless purge. From the window of a high-floor room, a figure silently observed the entire event. Count Vazid stood by the window, looking down at the courtyard, and uttered a single word: impressive. The scene shifts to the Great Hall, where the knights were gathered for their monthly meeting. Someone explained that, though not pre-planned, the knights supporting Rutger tended to gather on one side. On the opposite side was Yosef's faction, forming a clear confrontation. And finally, there were the knights who chose to remain neutral, not siding with either faction. Knight Commander Antalis stood before the throne, reporting that the work schedule had been adjusted to accommodate Rutger's upcoming mission. Count Vazid sat on the throne, listening silently as Commander Antalis moved on to the topic of distributing relics sent by the church. Count Vazid cast a glance around, silently noting that the atmosphere in the meeting room today was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The knights of Rutger's faction each wore an expression of extreme resentment. Conversely, Joseph's supporters, especially Zayar, appeared quite smug. The count smirked to himself, knowing full well that Joseph's subordinates had lived too long under the shadow of Rutger's faction. From his high vantage point, the old fox observed the clear division between the two factions. Seated firmly on the throne, Count Vazid appeared to be the one in control of the entire game. The meeting concluded, and the knights were ordered to disperse and review their missions. Zayar and his faction began to leave the Great Hall. The one-eyed guard let out a stinging taunt. "It seems someone just dragged a stray dog in from the streets, didn't they?" "Truly. Noble lineage is important." Zayar smirked, clearly intending to provoke the opposing faction. Hearing the taunt, Rutger's knights were furious, only able to grind their teeth. One of them tried to remain calm, telling his comrades to ignore it, believing Joseph had his own reasons for taking in such a squire. The neutral knight Gregory approached Zayar, chuckling delightedly. "Haha, everyone's blood is boiling over what just happened." Zayar feigned ignorance, but Gregory immediately saw through him. "Come on, you know what I'm talking about. The news has spread throughout the estate." Gregory recounted Vlad's feat with amusement. That kid had a proper brawl with the other squires. Even the trainers didn't know how to handle it. Zayar simply replied, "Is that so?" feigning disinterest, and added, "He truly is a troublesome kid." Gregory solemnly thumped his chest, thanking Zayar, confirming he owed him a favor as promised, even if it was a difficult one. "I will remember this," Zayar replied coldly, then turned and walked away, signaling he had accepted the debt. Once out of sight, Zayar finally smirked to himself, full of pride. "Of course, I taught him everything. This is still child's play." A fine set of leather armor was displayed on a mannequin, the rest neatly packed in a wooden chest. Joseph Vazid announced that this was a gift from his father, Count Vazid, for Vlad, surprising the fur-collared knight standing next to Zayar. The fur-collared knight exclaimed in admiration, considering it a tremendous honor for a mere squire. Zayar, with the eye of a true warrior, immediately recognized it. Orc hide. And gray orc, at that. Joseph confirmed its authenticity. Armor made from gray orc hide, a monster found only in the north, was the symbol of true northern warriors. Joseph crossed his arms and smirked, thinking to himself that his father truly wanted to acquire Vlad, as the boy had proven his worth in just 1 month. Joseph admitted he had heard about Vlad's brawl with the other squires, asserting that Vlad's skill far surpassed the remaining small fry. Joseph held up a letter with a red wax seal, declaring it was time to act. The young commander smiled meaningfully. The letter in his hand was the next step of his plan. Zayar took the letter, his sharp eyes realizing that this was no ordinary invitation. Joseph looked directly at Zayar, asking decisively, Do you accept? Zyar didn't hesitate for a second. Of course. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I'm tired of babysitting Vlad. Joseph concluded with satisfaction. Excellent. That settles it. Joseph announced that the team's next destination was Dermar, a place symbolized by a white tree. Joseph's carriage and the knights set off, traveling through a sunny countryside. In the carriage, Joseph explained to Vlad that Dermar was famous for its lemons, a luxury item for the people of the north. Joseph emphasized the city's importance, as it was one of the main gateways to the central region. Vlad wondered if that was why Zyar was personally accompanying them. Joseph replied with a cunning philosophy of the nobility. Crises always create opportunities, especially when they don't directly involve oneself. Joseph revealed the true purpose. The Heinel family was embroiled in a succession dispute, and the invitation from the legitimate heir was, in fact, a cry for help. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that the world of nobles was incredibly complicated. Joseph Vazid smirked, concluding that they were vying for control of Dermar, a fratricidal war. He continued to explain with a calculating expression, emphasizing the phrase fratricidal war. Joseph revealed that the legitimate heir of the Heinel family was Alicia, but her uncle falsely accused her of being illegitimate to seize the title. The uncle was certain that by eliminating Alicia, the title of Baron Heinel would fall into his hands, as Alicia, despite being the only child, was at a disadvantage for being a woman. Ultimately, both sides decided to settle the matter with a duel of honor, witnessed by the church, to prove Alicia's innocence. Joseph admitted that he and Alicia were not actually close, merely distant relatives on his mother's side. However, that distant relationship was still enough for him to intervene, seeing it as an opportunity for the Heinel family to owe him a favor, and his father had also given his approval. Vlad sat in the carriage, nodding as if he understood, after hearing Joseph's summary of the family drama. Vlad glanced out the window, saw Zyar riding escort, and silently acknowledged, a formidable force. Joseph further explained that the head of the family himself had invited Zyar to protect their honor. Zyar, riding his horse, suddenly spun around, his sharp gaze fixed on Vlad, growling. "You are not permitted to look at me so insolently." He began to taunt Vlad, asserting that a mere squire had no right to sit in a carriage while a knight had to ride outside. Vlad could only bow his head, stammering that he felt deeply ashamed by Zyar's scolding. Zyar pressed on, sarcastically remarking that Vlad was eager to fight other squires, yet still didn't know how to ride a horse. He roared through the window, calling Vlad an idiot, and scolding that the expensive horse was worth more than the boy. Vlad's heart suddenly pounded inexplicably. He clutched his chest, wondering what was wrong with him, why his heart had been racing lately, and if it was because Zyar had just scolded him. Vlad squinted, broke into a sweat, and innocently concluded, that must be it. Vlad sat in the carriage, pondering the contrast. Lord Joseph continuously spoke with him, while Sir Zyar would curse him relentlessly whenever he had the chance. Suddenly, a tremor struck. Vlad's blue eyes glowed brightly, and he sensed something was amiss. The entire convoy of carriages shook violently, and the escorting soldiers began to panic, wondering if it was an earthquake. Zyar and Bourdan also felt the ground shaking unusually. The tremor grew stronger, causing the entire group to sway. Zyar, full of experience, roared an order. "Stop. Everyone dismount immediately." The soldiers promptly obeyed, hastily leaping from their frightened horses. Without waiting for orders, Vlad unleashed a thunderous kick, shattering the carriage door. He swiftly rushed out, grabbed Joseph, and yelled, "Lord Joseph, get down." Joseph Vazid was utterly stunned, unable to react as Vlad pulled him to the ground. Vlad held Joseph tightly, calmly reassuring him, "I appreciate your concern, but there's no need to panic." The tremor finally subsided, and Bourdan sighed in relief along with the soldiers who were scrambling to their feet. Joseph sighed, thinking this was his first earthquake, but Vlad coldly denied. That was not an earthquake. Vlad pointed into the distance, where a colossal, ravaged trail stretched far across the green hill. The entire area looked as if something massive had torn through it, and the ground was still faintly trembling. From beneath the earth, a giant deathworm emerged, and the mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's mind. "That is a giant deathworm, a remnant of a fallen dragon." Vlad's face paled, and sweat poured as he heard the words "remnant of a dragon." In contrast to everyone's horror, Joseph Vazid smirked meaningfully. Vlad smirked with satisfaction as he gazed at the scene before him, truly magnificent. The panoramic view of Dermar City, the sole domain of the Heinel family, appeared majestic under the sunlight. The carriage stopped before a magnificent mansion, and Joseph led Vlad and Got inside. Joseph turned to Vlad, bluntly declaring, "Vlad, from now on you are free to do as you please." He ordered, "Take Got for a stroll." Wander around the city and learn as much as you can. Vlad was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears, wondering if he was truly allowed such freedom. When Joseph pressed him if there was a problem, Vlad hastily and hesitantly denied. "No, my lord, I certainly don't mind." Joseph looked directly into Vlad's eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Consider why I brought you here." He explained that it wasn't every day one witnessed a duel of honor, and this time it was a melee gathering all sorts of knights from across the land. Vlad listened in silence, understanding his superior's intention. "I want you to learn by observing them," Joseph thought to himself. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times, and since he had decided to train Vlad thoroughly, he would let him experience as much as possible. Zayar, the one-eyed bodyguard, approached and warned, "Don't go anywhere and get beaten black and blue. You still have a warm-up sparring match tonight." Vlad frowned, muttering, "Come on. I'm not that foolish," Zayar bluntly taunted. "You've lost all my trust. What kind of squire doesn't even know how to ride a horse?" Joseph ordered Zayar once Vlad had gone far. "Report daily activities to me every evening, and notify me immediately if you see anything suspicious." Finally, having time to himself, Vlad decided to take a stroll and assess the situation. As he walked, he scanned his surroundings, noting that this mansion was smaller than the Vazid estate, looked quite old, and seemed poorly maintained. Vlad looked outside, wondering, "I thought this city was famous for its lemons. Perhaps business isn't doing well lately." Vroom! His hand tightened around his sword hilt, a familiar reflex to check his weapon and reassure himself. Vlad suddenly stopped, a familiar feeling washing over him. "I think I've been here before." He looked up at the hill, recognizing the barren tree upon it. Vlad smirked, his eyes flashing with determination. "It seems I need to find a place to pray." A fleeting image crossed his mind of their old agreement. "You give me swordsmanship, I will give you memories. It's time to return what I've received." The scene shifted. Inside a vast hall, ethereal blue pillars of light illuminated the tranquil space. Joseph Vazid stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to an old advisor thank him for making the journey. Joseph, with a dignified air, declared that protecting his kin was the most sacred duty, and any threat aimed at them was a threat aimed at him. The person he was speaking to was Lady Alicia, seated on a high throne, exuding an imposing presence even though her face was shrouded in shadow. Joseph confidently announced that Count Vazid had granted permission. Now, only her final decision remained. Alicia clenched the hand resting on her lap, her voice firm. "I have decided. I will respect the Count's wishes." But she immediately reversed her stance. "Of course, that is if victory in the decisive duel belongs to me." Joseph merely gave a faint smirk, his eyes full of confidence. "There's no need to worry." He boasted loudly, asserting that the sword of the Vazid family was an absolute guarantee of victory. The scene shifted back to the mansion where the group was staying, under the brilliant sunset. Zayar, along with Bordan and Gott, descended the stairs, silently assessing that Alicia was no ordinary person, possessing innate leadership qualities and maintaining perfect composure in the face of crisis. Joseph stepped forward, agreeing with Zayar's assessment, admitting that she had not lost control even for a moment. But then he concluded with a cold remark, showing absolute confidence, "That changes nothing for our plans." Turning back to Vlad, he had arrived at the cemetery beneath the tree, musing deeply. In the end, memories are the only things that truly exist. He looked at the gravestone carved with the image of a tree, realizing that the marks people leave behind are like wounds, recalling the memories of that day. Standing before the grave, Vlad secretly wished his mother also had a proper resting place like this. He knelt down, observing that the grave seemed to have been neglected for a long time. He reverently brushed away the dry leaves clinging to the gravestone's surface. Hearing the voice in his head question him, Vlad explained that this was a minimum courtesy, a way of greeting the master of this land. The entity replied curtly, "I didn't say anything," making Vlad feel a little awkward. Clang! Vlad drew his sword, declaring to the mysterious voice, "Watch closely, for I skipped observing the knights to come here." He thrust his sword into the ground, gripped the hilt with both hands, and began to concentrate. Vlad bowed his head, preparing to fulfill his promise. As he concentrated, the silhouette of the blue spirit entity appeared behind him, and fragments of memory began to surface. In a hazy past scene, the entity recalled having once come here with someone else, and the tree seemed much smaller then. The spirit entity suddenly sensed another presence. The voice echoed in Vlad's head, warning, "That thing staring at you over there seems to recognize me." The entity bluntly proposed, "May I borrow your body for a moment?" Vlad agreed immediately, but stipulated a condition, only for 1 minute. He sighed, closed his eyes, and prepared himself for possession. Whoosh! A powerful surge of blue energy erupted from Vlad's body. Flash! Vlad's eyes emitted a brilliant blue light, and energy enveloped his entire body like armor. Whoosh! He shot off like lightning, then suddenly stopped and exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" Before him, a colossal white serpent with blue eyes was coiled around the tree, and the mysterious voice asserted firmly, "That is a spirit." The colossal white serpent with glowing blue eyes was staring intently, its tongue flicked out with a hiss. Vlad, his eyes still glowing brightly, gulped loudly, thinking to himself that lately he'd been encountering nothing but bizarre things. The mysterious voice in his head reassured him. "It's looking at you because it knows him inside you." The serpent began to slither down the tree, making the possessed Vlad stammer. It's coming down." The master inside calmly stated, "I don't think it will bite," while Vlad, sweating profusely, retorted, "How do you know?" Vlad suddenly realized something illogical. A gigantic snake was approaching, yet he felt no killing intent whatsoever. Instead of fear, he felt a wave of warmth spreading, the entire hill seeming enveloped by the energy of spring. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Who are you?" Making Vlad jump. The mysterious entity in his head signaled silence, its blue eyes flashing a warning. Immediately after, the colossal white serpent faded and then vanished into thin air. The blue energy dissipated. Vlad returned to normal and faced a strange girl questioning him. "What are you doing here?" The blue-haired girl, Lady Alicia Heinal herself, coldly declared, "Only members of the Heinal family are permitted in this cemetery." Vlad quickly stood up, feigning remorse and fabricating a story. "I apologize. I merely accidentally wandered here while looking for a quiet place to pray." Alicia Heinal narrowed her eyes suspiciously, scrutinizing him. Pray? To prove his identity, Vlad held out his identification tag and confidently declared, "There's no need to doubt. I am Sir Zyr's squire." After glancing at the tag, Alicia Heinal seemed convinced. She reluctantly accepted. "Very well, then I suppose you are not a suspicious character." Vlad faintly smiled, sighing in relief. "Thank you for saying so." Both stood facing each other in silence amidst the desolate cemetery. Vlad began to feel anxious, thinking to himself that if this young lady reported this, Lord Joseph's reputation would be affected. Vlad thought to himself, if the one-eyed Zyre found out about this, it would be bad. He had to find a way to silence this young lady. Vlad proactively approached, feigning politeness, and asked Alicia Heinal, "Can I help you with anything?" surprising her. He continued his act, feigning knowledge. "You're one of the Heinal household maids, aren't you? Here to inspect the graves?" Vlad waved his hand, boasting of his achievement. "I've already cleaned a few. They were all covered in leaves." Alicia Heinal glanced over, asking again with a hint of suspicion. "You cleaned the graves?" Vlad calmly replied as if it were obvious. "It's the minimum courtesy to greet the master of this land." Seeing that she seemed to soften, Vlad quickly seized the opportunity, took the bucket, and declared, "Let me do it." He smirked, offering a condition in exchange. "But in return, please don't tell anyone about this, okay?" Vlad explained the reason, deliberately feigning fear. "If Sir Zyar finds out, he'll be furious." Alicia Heinal merely curled her lips into a subtle, meaningful smile after hearing that. She turned away, coldly setting a counter-condition. "That depends on how thoroughly you clean the graves." Vlad seethed with rage, gritting his teeth and muttering a curse. Damn it, these pretty girls always make things difficult. Cornered, Vlad reluctantly sat down and diligently wiped the gravestones with a rag, carefully cleaning them. Alicia Heinal stood with her arms crossed, observing, and chuckled softly with amusement. Under the twilight, Vlad diligently cleaned the gravestones while Alicia watched, leaves fluttering around them. Suddenly, loud clashing sounds echoed from a nearby mansion. Clang! A sword was knocked away after a powerful parry. Vlad hid behind the wall, his blue eyes shining brightly with astonishment, his voice filled with excitement. Incredible! He watched with his mouth agape as two knights battled, the clang of metal against shields echoing loudly. "So, this is how knights spar," Vlad secretly observed, admitting the attacking knight was truly formidable, while a female voice asked if he was talking about Sir Colin. Colin's strength was no joke. A swing of his sword radiated a crimson killing intent, powerful enough to shatter anyone's bones. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that man was too strong. No wonder he was nicknamed the Wild Boar of the Central Region. However, Knight Pablo was even more impressive with his supreme shield skills, able to deflect every attack. Vlad thought to himself that tomorrow's match would be the official one, yet the warm-up was already this intense, wondering if this was the caliber of a true knight. He suddenly remembered the fat knight Bordan, and realized not everyone in armor possessed the same skill level. Vlad crouched down, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly, beginning to realize his insignificant position in this world teeming with masters. He sighed, knowing that the path ahead was still long and arduous. The day of the duel had arrived. A magnificent throne appeared, signaling a momentous event was about to unfold. Snap! Vlad was carefully tightening the straps on someone's armor. It turned out he was squiring for Zayar, the one-eyed swordsman, who commanded, "Tighten it more." Vlad's blue eyes gleamed sharply as he quickly glanced over the noble crowd. His gaze stopped at a blue-haired man, identified as Endre Hainal, the old uncle eyeing his niece's inheritance. Zayar instructed Vlad, "Observe carefully. It's not every day you get to witness a death match between knights." The one-eyed man continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. "And I don't know what you saw yesterday, but don't get complacent." Vlad was startled, unexpectedly realizing Zayar knew his every move. Zayar glanced at him, saying bluntly, "What's there to be surprised about? Your face gives everything away." Vlad admitted he was deeply shocked upon witnessing yesterday's sparring match, a display of power beyond imagination. Zayar ended the conversation with an icy final remark. "A rookie must learn to walk first. You're not qualified to run yet." Zayar delivered a profound statement. The higher the goal, the longer the path of toil. Vlad bowed his head in understanding, his voice obedient. "Yes, sir, Zayar." Suddenly, Vlad cleared his throat and shouted loudly like a gate guard. "Attention everyone! Creak!" The large door slowly opened, signaling the imminent appearance of an important figure. Vlad thought to himself, it must be the head of the Heinel family, rumored to be very young. The sound of high heels echoed on the stone floor, each step exuding an aura of presence. "Wait a minute." Vlad froze, cold sweat breaking out as he recognized something familiar. Lady Alicia Heinal officially entered, her overwhelming aura silencing the entire hall. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "I'm doomed. I just added the crime of insulting a noble to my blacklist." Lady Alicia and her old advisor strode across the red carpet, heading straight for the throne. She glanced over, a sharp look that made Vlad flinch. Lady Alicia's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Vlad panicked, his voice trembling in his mind. "Damn it, she recognized me." Vlad hastily bowed 90 degrees as Lady Alicia passed by, trying to appear invisible. Lady Alicia took her seat on the throne, exuding absolute authority. Father Andrea officiated, declaring the duel officially begun under the watchful eyes of the gods. The death match was about to erupt. The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string between Lady Alicia and her old uncle Endre Hainal. The two factions faced each other, an unforgiving battle between top-tier knights. The cold throne. A narration echoed. The blood of nobles is pale blue because their responsibilities, duties, and karma are too heavy for hot red blood to bear. But Lady Alicia was not cold-blooded. She decided to throw out a white handkerchief, a signal of surrender. "Enough!" she cried out in despair. "Please stop." Her loyal knight, Duncan, bruised all over, panted, declaring, "I surrender." Nevertheless, the old general's eyes still burned with battle fire as he muttered, "Not yet. I'm not finished yet." Father Andrea caught the handkerchief, coldly announcing, "Sir Duncan, your master has given the signal. I'm afraid you must accept defeat." The victor, Charles, approached and offered insincere praise to his former master. Duncan bowed his head in shame, questioning whether he was still worthy of the title of commander. He bitterly recalled that he himself had trained Charles to protect the Heinel family, only for him to turn his spear against his master. Duncan gritted his teeth. The pain of betrayal was more agonizing than the wounds on his body. Father Andrea solemnly declared, "The victory of this round belongs to Lord Andre's knight, Sir Charles." Andre Hinal laughed gleefully, receiving congratulations from his surrounding faction. Round 2 began, and 2 new representatives stepped forward. On one side was Zayar, and on the other was Colin, the guardian knight nicknamed the Wild Boar of the Central Region. The rules of the game were reiterated. No aura allowed. The match only ends when one side surrenders or is beaten until unable to stand. Zayar suddenly glanced towards Vlad, who was standing in the crowd. "Watch closely," Zayar muttered. "You still have much to learn." Vlad was startled, his eyes wide, sensing something ominous. Zayar drew his sword, its blade gleaming with an eerie green light, and declared, "Today's lesson will take place here." "And the teaching tool," Zayar said, lunging forward, "is none other than the Wild Boar of the Central Region." Zayar unleashed a dazzling sword strike, kicking off the bloody practical session. Zayar charged forward with terrifying speed, his sharp blade aimed directly at the guardian knight. Zayar's gaze was cold as ice, fully focused on every movement of his opponent. Colin gritted his teeth, telling himself that even if he was a beat late, victory would surely be his. The wild boar strained with all his might, trying to swing his sword faster, stronger, to overwhelm Zayar. But Zayar moved with such ethereal grace, effortlessly gliding past Colin's furious sword strikes. The one-eyed knight evaded with extreme elegance, rendering the wild boar's attacks completely useless. Zayar slipped past cleanly, without a single wasted movement. Two blades flashed across the arena, one attacking like a storm, the other evading as if dancing. Andre Heinal and his crony crossed their arms and sneered, confident that Colin was cornering Zayar. However, a more experienced blonde knight in the crowd silently observed, realizing something was amiss. This knight muttered, realizing the tide of battle was incredibly shifting in Zayar's favor. Sweat poured down Colin, and he bitterly roared in his mind. Damn it! Why can't my blade touch him? Zayar smirked, uttering a provocative olé like a matador toying with a bull. Provoked, Colin, furious, roared and swung his sword wildly. The wild boar charged in a frenzy of attacks, only to be met with Zayar's effortless evasions. Zayar only needed to lean slightly for all of Colin's attacks to cut through empty air. In Vlad's mind, the mysterious voice echoed, pointing out, "Watch closely, this is what he wants to show you." Seizing the opportunity, Zayar struck. A precise strike with the hilt of his sword to the wrist made Colin drop his weapon. Colin froze, his eyes wide, unable to believe the harsh reality that had just unfolded. Zayar coldly delivered the decisive blow, his sharp gaze devoid of emotion. Colin's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down him as he realized he was completely outmatched. The wild boar let out a desperate cry as Zayar charged like a phantom, delivering a devastating overhead slash. The mysterious voice analyzed for Vlad. Do you see how he created an opening? He deliberately parried to lure Colin into revealing his weakness. Zayar stood firm, his sharp gaze redefining what true skill meant. That is called a counterattack. Vlad gritted his teeth, his mind absorbing the new knowledge. A counterattack is a technique to strike immediately after blocking an opponent's blow. Clang! Zayar's sword pierced straight into the arena floor, right next to Colin's throat. Colin knelt, completely helpless before Zayar, who stood tall like a mountain. The wild boar panted, sweat streaming down him, stammering in his mind. He's on a completely different level. In Colin's eyes, Zayar was now a mountain he could never hope to climb, an absolutely overwhelming presence. Lowering his head, the knight bitterly admitted, I surrender. Lady Alicia Heinal sighed in relief. Victory belonged to her faction. Andre Heinal and his cronies could only click their tongues in frustration, their faces darkening. Zayar casually walked away, leaving a completely defeated Colin behind. Turning to Vlad, Zayar asked directly, Have you absorbed everything? Vlad raised his head, his blue eyes gleaming with confidence and determination. Yes, sir, thank you. The referee announced. Now, let the final match begin. And the last two knights stepped forward to face each other. The blonde knight, Pablo, spoke first with dignity. My name is Pablo of Arnstein. The purple-haired knight smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. Why state the obvious? We all know each other. The blonde knight, Pablo, confidently announced his name with a sharp gaze. His opponent, the purple-haired knight Zuber, replied disdainfully. Zuber of Shazad. Joseph Vazid secretly assessed, admitting Alicia had recruited a strong contender, but Andre Zuber was superior to both Pablo and Colin. Zuber glanced towards Yosef and Lady Alicia, who were seated on their thrones. Lady Alicia looked puzzled by the knight's strange behavior. Suddenly, Zuber bowed deeply. An unexpected gesture. Joseph was also stunned by this spectacle. He thought to himself, what the hell is this guy doing? Why does it look like he's saying goodbye? Zuber, representing the Shazad family, loudly declared his withdrawal from the decisive match. Alicia was utterly shocked, her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. Alicia's entire faction, from Pablo to the old knight Duncan, were all stunned into silence by the blatant betrayal. Joseph Vazid was seething with rage, his face contorted with murderous intent, veins bulging on his forehead. Andre Heinel clapped his hands with satisfaction, then taunted. He withdrew. So the match is over, right? Joseph frowned, immediately realizing the problem. So Andre had bribed Zuber as well. Andre arrogantly declared, demanding everyone acknowledge him as the sole legitimate master of the Heinal family. Joseph rose coldly, stepped forward, and cut him off. This isn't over. Andre smirked. Alicia's knight has forfeited. I understand you're displeased, Lord Joseph, but the match is over. Joseph retorted with a chilling declaration. This isn't over until I say it's over. Blue energy erupted around Joseph, and he growled. The House of Vazid has no intention of accepting any outcome dictated by your kind. Joseph Vazid stood up to intervene, reminding Lord Andre that he represented the north, while those knights were merely small fry from the central region. Andre's cronies began to whisper, fearing this would spark a conflict between the two regions. Andre Heinel growled, asking Joseph what game he was playing. Joseph coldly declared that if he couldn't have the best-case scenario, he must at least avoid the worst, and only a clear defeat would bring about the lesser evil. Joseph loudly declared that the duel would continue. He would not let Lady Alicia's honor be stained by a cowardly retreat. Andre challenged, asking if anyone was capable enough to replace Zuber, and if so, he would accept. Andre sneered, confident that Joseph had no one to fight, as the unwritten rule didn't allow bringing too many knights. Joseph's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he replied curtly, "Actually, there is." Joseph Vazid loudly declared that as the head of the family, he would appoint someone to fight for Lady Alicia's honor, leaving Andre speechless. A powerful finger pointed directly at Vlad, the chosen trump card. Vlad of Schwara was called out. His blue eyes shone brightly, radiating an imposing aura. Andre Hinal lost his composure and roared, claiming that a mere squire like Vlad was not qualified to participate in this duel. Joseph calmly retorted, "Anyone who can wield a sword may participate in a duel of honor." Andre stubbornly argued that pitting a full-fledged knight against a trainee was an insult. Joseph exploded, roaring like a wild beast, challenging them if they had ever considered the Vazid family's honor when concocting this despicable scheme. Before Joseph's surging bloodlust, Andre and his henchmen all fearfully took a step back. Joseph shouted, asserting that he himself would vouch for Vlad's honor. Andre had no choice but to accept bitterly, but in his mind, he still felt contempt, wondering what good a mere trainee could be. Zayar unexpectedly appeared behind Vlad, patted his shoulder, and confirmed, "That's right, you have to fight a knight." Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, as he asked a critical question. "I won't die, will I?" Zayar, with an expressionless face, reassured his junior. "If there's a risk of you perishing, I will intervene." Vlad was still nervous, asking again to be sure. "You'll step in before I die, right?" But Zayar remained silent. Zayar's silence made Vlad break out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. "Hello? Why aren't you saying anything?" Just then, Joseph Vazid unexpectedly called Vlad's name. Joseph stepped forward and embraced Vlad, much to his astonishment. Vlad stammered, "My lord Joseph, is this really necessary?" Joseph whispered into his ear, giving a secret order. "Try to hold out for 10 minutes. He revealed that he had a plan from the start, and had already instructed Bordan. Vlad's job was merely to buy time. Vlad asked if 10 minutes would be enough, and Joseph replied, "The longer, the better." Upon hearing this, Vlad immediately regained his composure, his eyes flashing with a determined glint. "Very well, my lord. I will do my best." Joseph gave a final instruction. "Be careful." And Vlad acknowledged before stepping onto the arena. Vlad walked to the center of the great hall and bowed to Lady Alicia Heinel, who was seated on the throne. Alicia Heinel coldly nodded, assenting to the start of the duel. Vlad turned, ready to face his opponent. The arena was set, and Vlad stood opposite a burly, bald knight. Vlad proudly introduced himself. "My name is Vlad of Schwara." The opposing knight scowled in annoyance. Thud. The knight contemptuously threw his shield straight to the ground. He arrogantly declared, "You are not worthy to know my name. This duel of honor lost all honor the moment you stepped out." Hearing that arrogant tone about rights and qualifications, Vlad's eyes grew cold. He utterly detested this manner of speaking. Vlad looked from the dark alley up to the magnificent castle, his inner self screaming, "Why do they always keep all that is beautiful and bright for themselves?" He tightened his grip on his weapon's hilt, telling himself that even if he was born in the gutter, he lacked nothing. Vlad's blue eyes flashed. He had no intention of ending things without doing anything, and wondered what made him different from those nobles. Gregory frowned, looking down, and coldly declared, "You have brought shame upon the Vazid house." Vlad's gaze was piercing, filled with defiance. The arrogant knight drew his sword, declaring that normal rules did not apply in this duel, and challenged, "Come at me with everything you've got." He looked at Vlad with a superior air, confidently saying, "I'll gladly cut you down to size." Vlad let out a sigh, his eyes blazing with determination. Today is the day this young man will shine. Without another word, Vlad darted forward, swinging his sword first in a lightning-fast strike. Clang! The two swords clashed, sparking, as they glared at each other, neither willing to yield. The burly knight gritted his teeth, using brute strength to push back Vlad's sword. Both lunged at each other, their lightning-fast sword strikes slicing through the air, indicating a high-speed battle. The mysterious voice in Vlad's head echoed, advising a tactic. Aim for his left flank when he raises his shield. Vlad continued to press closer, their swords clashing repeatedly, as the voice reminded him that his opponent merely acted out of habit. In the crowd, a teal-haired knight exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so fast. That young man is no ordinary novice." Crash! Vlad unexpectedly rammed his shoulder straight into his opponent's chest plate. A brutal and effective close-quarters blow. The arrogant knight took a step back, his gaze no longer holding contempt but replaced by recognition. This young man has an innate talent. He sensed a flame of willpower burning fiercely within Vlad. The image of a hungry wolf appeared behind Vlad, and the knight conceded. He possesses the ferocity of a hungry wolf. The knight smirked, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. "I commend your enthusiasm." And immediately, Vlad felt a chilling wave of killing intent that made him shiver. The arrogant knight unleashed a blue energy slash, its power on an entirely different level. He glared sharply, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Clearly the real deal. He easily overpowered Vlad, growling, "But you are still too green and inexperienced." Vlad strained his arms to block the blow, his sword vibrating violently, feeling as if he had just been struck by a boulder. The knight looked down condescendingly, raising his sword to taunt. "Is that all you've got?" Clang! Clang! The two blades clashed, sparking, and Vlad was clearly being pushed back in terms of strength. In a reckless moment, Vlad used his bare hand to swat his opponent's blade aside. The mysterious voice roared in his head, Vlad's eyes flashing. "Don't block directly. You must parry his attack." Following the coach's words, Vlad immediately dodged, a sharp sword stroke narrowly missing him. He successfully parried the knight's attack with his sword but lost his balance and fell backward. Vlad cried out as his body was flung away by the force. He staggered, then collapsed onto one knee, completely exhausted. The burly knight slowly advanced, each step like a heavy stone weighing down on Vlad's mind. Vlad propped himself up with his sword, facing the towering giant before him. The knight looked directly at Vlad, admitting for the first time in the fight, "Impressive." Vlad remained on his knee, panting, as the knight continued, his voice less disdainful. "It's a bit early, but young one, you are certainly worthy of challenging me." He raised his sword, a look of regret on his face. "It's truly a pity that we must meet under these circumstances." The knight offered a promise. "Seek me out another time." The mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's head, acknowledging his efforts. "You did very well." A final slash flashed, decisively ending the match. Joseph Vazid and the one-eyed guard Zayar stood still as statues, observing the match with inscrutable expressions. The night spectators gaped, unable to believe the move they had just witnessed. Lady Alicia Heinel also froze, her blue eyes wide with astonishment. Knight Pablo, Vlad's opponent, muttered in extreme disbelief. He just used a counterattack? Pablo was stunned as Vlad, in a defensive stance, had blocked his attack, his eyes glowing with a blue light. Vlad remained in a firm stance after the reversal, while Pablo trembled, unable to comprehend. Unbelievable. How could a mere squire block a knight's blow? The knights began to whisper. The teal-haired man declared confidently, "It must be luck. Just look at him." Vlad panted, his entire body trembling from exhaustion, looking as if he couldn't even lift his sword anymore. But Pablo, his direct opponent, dismissed it. "Luck? Certainly not. I myself don't understand what the hell just happened." Vlad lifted his head, his voice full of challenge. "Why?" Which left Pablo dumbfounded. Vlad's face darkened. He growled, his eyes filled with indignation. "Why only you all?" Pablo frowned, thinking to himself, "Huh? Is this guy delirious?" Vlad's blue eyes suddenly glowed unnaturally as he whispered, "I want." Pablo flinched, a flicker of realization sparking in his mind as he saw those eyes. Wait, he realized something was wrong. Vlad was no longer in reality. Is he perhaps dreaming of his memories? A flashback appeared. Vlad as a barefoot boy, considered worthless, but deep inside, he always yearned to shine like a treasured sword. He craved power, craved the chance to prove himself. His biggest dream was to become someone valuable, recognized, depicted by the image of the boy looking up at a sword hanging in front of a shop. The young Vlad returned, his eyes sharp, filled with unshakable determination. In the flashback, the young Vlad looked towards the magnificent castle, his ultimate goal to reach a more glorious place. Back in reality, Vlad's eyes blazed, and he growled, declaring his burning desire. "I want to reach that place too." Pablo realized something was happening. Something was awakening within this mere squire. A blue aura erupted around Vlad, signaling a spectacular transformation never before seen. Clang! Two swords clashed, sparking. The teal-haired knight and the crowd of spectators gaped, unable to believe their eyes. What the hell is this? Crack! Despite his bleeding hands, Vlad gritted his teeth and gripped the hilt tightly. Zyar, who had taught Vlad, also frowned. I didn't teach him this move. I only told him to focus on the basics. Whoosh! Vlad weaved to evade the blow, his sharp eyes unwavering. Clang! Clang! Thud! Zyar couldn't believe the kid had used that technique, continuously unleashing a barrage of attacks. Pablo observed that even though Vlad's sword strokes had lost their initial sharpness, each slash contained an iron will. How interesting, Vlad smirked, sweat pouring down him, but the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. Pablo wondered what exactly this kid was so determined to achieve that he would risk his life like this. Whoosh! Whoosh! A stream of blue energy began to gather around Vlad's sword, emanating from his bloodied hands. Pablo's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing the distinct change. The sword is resonating. Could it be? Pablo muttered, a crazy hypothesis forming in his mind. He realized Vlad's aura was about to erupt, a sight any knight would dream of. If that's the case, Pablo decided not to hold back anymore. He took a firm stance. Then I must fulfill my duty as a knight, he roared, unleashing a brilliantly shining slash. Whoosh! Pablo put his full strength into it, shouting, "Let's see how you block this blow." Pablo roared a challenge, wanting to see Vlad's true strength, and the boy responded with a sparking slash. Clang! The two swords clashed fiercely, Pablo shouted, wanting to see Vlad's inner power about to burst forth. The night spectators gaped in astonishment. A teal-haired knight stammered, unable to comprehend what on earth was happening. Vlad's sword began to hiss, the blue aura growing denser, enveloping the blade with overwhelming power. Zuber and Colin, the two knights watching, their expressions changed, realizing this was an omen of a significant event. Even Zyar, the one-eyed swordsman, broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the boy, Pablo shouted in panic, "My shield! Bring me my shield, quickly!" A squire frantically assented, rushing to bring the large shield to Pablo. Clunk! Pablo immediately equipped the shield, his expression extremely serious, preparing for a cataclysmic impact. Crash! Vlad's sword slammed directly into Pablo's shield, creating a terrifying shockwave, the slash unbelievably powerful. Pablo strained to defend, proudly declaring his identity. I am Pablo of Arnstein. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, Pablo looked up at Vlad, who was hovering in the air, and shouted, "Boy, you are worthy. Tell me your name." Vlad's blue eyes glowed brightly, an overwhelming aura radiating as he spoke. Flashback begins. Though the boy may have been born in a humble place, with faltering steps leaving a dilapidated house in the slums, or a squalid pleasure district, where he was just a nameless child, but no matter where he went, through the darkest alleys, he always sought the light. His mud-stained shoes now stood on the clean-tiled floor of a more noble place. Vlad stood there, looking towards the magnificent Vazid castle, proving he had fought to prove his worth. The majestic castle's image reflected in Vlad's determined eyes, a goal he was about to reach. The mysterious voice in Vlad's head echoed, urging him to shout his name for the whole world to hear. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad roared his identity. I am Vlad of Schwara. The blue aura erupted violently. In the stands, Alicia Heinel was so shocked she had to cover her face, unable to believe what was happening. Joseph Vazid and his guard Zyar were also frozen in place, their expressions of extreme astonishment at the display of power from a mere squire. The teal-haired knight gaped, completely speechless before the overwhelming aura. In contrast to the crowd, his opponent Pablo appeared extremely excited. His eyes lit up. He roared back, calling Vlad of Schwara's name and challenging him to a true bloody battle. Vlad was not intimidated, letting out a cry and charging like an unleashed wild beast. Whoosh! He soared into the air, blue sword aura enveloping his entire body, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. The battle ended. Vlad collapsed onto the arena floor, his hand still gripping the blood-stained sword hilt. Pablo looked down at his opponent, smiling with respect and admiration. The knight acknowledged the boy's strength. You fought well, boy, then helped him up. Exhausted of all strength, Vlad fainted on the spot. The battle had drained everything from him. The teal-haired knight finally regained his composure, stammering and pointing. That's aura. He shouted that using aura was forbidden in duels, and demanded Vlad be disqualified immediately. Pablo frowned, showing extreme disdain for such a pathetic mindset that only clung to rules without recognizing talent. Footsteps echoed as Joseph Vazid and Zyar entered the arena, their gazes fixed on Pablo. Joseph placed a hand on Pablo's shoulder, thanking him for excellently fulfilling his duty as a knight. Pablo bowed, humbly replying that it was his job, and that it was an honor to witness such a match. Joseph turned to Father Andrea, who was standing in the distance, asking a question full of hidden meaning. Father, Was that Aura? Father Andrea broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling, confirming to Joseph Vazid. Yes, my lord. Joseph Vazid posed a challenging question, cornering Father Andrea. So, between the dual rules and the Swordmaster's code, which holds more weight? Father Andrea was speechless, realizing he had just fallen into a political trap. He began to explain about the legendary Swordmaster title, which only one person in history had ever achieved. Joseph Vazid continued, emphasizing that the Swordmaster's code not only defined a warrior's honor but also related to royal authority. Joseph pointed directly at Andre Heinal, declaring that no one was qualified to judge between honor and duty. Clearly a political power struggle. Andre Heinal was not to be outdone, suggesting passing the responsibility to the Vatican and the royal family for judgment. Joseph Vazid smiled calculatingly, agreeing that the match's outcome would be postponed until an official decision from higher authorities. A flashback appeared, speaking of the need to cherish and protect young talents with blossoming potential. The swordsman's oath was reiterated. They must do everything in their power to protect those moments. All swordsmen who followed the path of honor swore an oath in the name of the legendary Swordmaster. Hundreds of knights knelt in a magnificent hall, promising to fulfill their duties. That was the first law in the Swordmaster's Code, also known as Founding King Prausen's Code. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion under the morning sun. Vlad groaned awake in an unfamiliar bed, his entire body aching. He mumbled forgot, his voice weak, asking for some water. Someone poured water into a cup, preparing to bring it to him. Vlad complained about the aches all over his body, the aftermath of the life-or-death battle. The person brought the cup of water, but Vlad looked up and froze when he realized it wasn't someone he knew. Joseph Vazid smiled meaningfully. I'm glad you're feeling better. Vlad, despite having single-handedly dominated the arena, still showed respect. My apologies, sir. Joseph Vazid, assuming a superior air, held a cup of water. It's fine. Make yourself comfortable. Vlad extended his bandaged hands to take the cup of water, his voice still weak. No, sir. Joseph smirked, then began to speak. Honestly, I never imagined you could fight like that. He announced important news. Thanks to you, the match has been postponed. Vlad asked blankly. Postponed. Joseph explained that this situation was tricky, as the dueling laws were clashing sharply with the so-called Code of the Swordmaster. Vlad froze upon hearing Code of the Swordmaster, remembering the mysterious voice that used to nag him about it. Joseph continued to persuade him. To become a knight, you must swear an oath to that code. If things go well, one day you will also have your chance. Vlad's blue eyes flashed. The thought of becoming a knight couldn't help but shake him. For a moment, Vlad envisioned himself donning iron armor, riding a warhorse, majestic and formidable like a true knight. Joseph stood up, acting concerned. I hope you recover well. We cannot stay here too long. Vlad immediately responded with readiness. I am fine, sir. We can leave immediately. Joseph interrupted, in a calculating tone. No, it's too soon. He dropped a loaded statement, clearly trying to recruit a powerful asset. I am a good judge of talent, and I understand the importance of protecting it. In another room, a voice reported to Alicia Heinel. My lady, the guests are starting to leave. Alicia looked out the window, her face cold as ice, bitterly saying, if only I had the chance to teach them a proper lesson. The old knight Duncan reported the situation. Andre has also left. He requested a priest escort from the church. Alicia gritted her teeth. Those scoundrels tried to ruin me, yet now I must let them leave in peace. It's truly maddening. Duncan, the seasoned warrior, reassured her. There will be other opportunities. Our task now is to fully secure Dermar. Alicia regained her resolute demeanor, her eyes sharp. You are right. She turned away, asking about another matter, showing her focus had shifted to managing the territory. How is the lemon harvest? Alicia Heinal received a report detailing the bleak economic situation, with decreasing crop yields, and a proposal to expand into barley cultivation. The old knight Duncan brushed it aside, arguing that any economic changes at this time needed extremely careful consideration. Alicia agreed, admitting it was a risky move in the current situation. She sighed deeply, feeling as if she had just climbed one mountain only to find an even taller one blocking her path. Suddenly, Alicia had an idea, and a spark lit up in her eyes. She turned to Duncan, her voice full of hidden meaning. Sir Duncan, knights are usually excellent horsemen, aren't they? Duncan affirmed firmly that one who cannot ride a horse is unworthy of the title of knight, as it is a skill as important as swordsmanship. Alicia smirked, muttering, I thought so too. It seems the gods are fair, not giving everything to everyone. She leaned against the railing, her meaningful expression making Duncan look on in confusion. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Vlad was struggling on horseback like a clown, screaming loudly, while Zyar watched from a distance with his arms crossed. Thud! The boy flew off the horse's back, landing flat on his body in the most pathetic way possible. Zyar approached, his voice sarcastic. "I thought you said you could ride even expensive horses?" Vlad, still dazed, replied vaguely. "Perhaps this one isn't expensive enough." Zyar then exuded a chilling killing intent. Smack! Zyar delivered a powerful punch to Vlad's head, growling. "Learn to think before you speak." Clutching his throbbing head, Vlad tried to argue. "But I swear I've ridden a horse before, though it was actually Got who controlled it." A stable hand nearby confirmed Vlad's words, telling Zyar that he had indeed ridden a horse before. Zyar frowned, realizing this was a serious problem. He had thought he could personally teach this kid. The stable hand added awkwardly that even his own horse was showing fear and backing away when Vlad approached. Vlad's overwhelming aura unconsciously radiated, making the horses so afraid they dared not approach. Zyar looked at Vlad, deciding to call off the training session. "That's enough for today. Tomorrow is off as well." Vlad looked annoyed, grumbling. "Then when will I ever learn to ride a horse?" Zyar replied coldly. "This matter is postponed for now." Vlad muttered. "You people here sure love using the word postpone, don't you?" Zyar snapped back. "Is there a problem?" Zyar sighed in exasperation, admitting that the current situation was truly beyond his control. Zyar turned and walked away, declaring he would figure it out after returning to Sturma, and now he had other matters to attend to. The stable hand led his warhorse away while taunting Vlad. "It seems the horses dislike you more and more." Vlad retorted, "What if even expensive horses won't let me ride them?" The other man nonchalantly replied, "Try riding an ox. They're dumber than horses." Vlad growled, "Are you kidding me? Think before you speak." But the stable hand only snorted coldly. The stable hand continued to mock. "Then just keep riding in Lord Joseph's carriage. I'm sure Sir Zyar will be very pleased." He led the horse away, not forgetting to add one more remark. "See you later. I have to take this valuable friend back to the stable first," leaving Vlad standing there muttering curses. The mysterious voice echoed, analyzing the problem. "Perhaps your energy is too strong for the horses. Animals are very sensitive to such things." Vlad wondered, "So what should I do?" The voice replied concisely, "You need to learn how to control your energy." The voice explained further, "It is how you control your inner world. Once you master the technique of using aura, you will also control your energy." Vlad mused, admitting to himself, I still struggle to consciously summon aura. It's too weak." The voice reminded him, "You will need to practice much more if you want to use aura in actual combat. Remember Zyar's words? Learn to walk before you run." Vlad suddenly remembered, "Oh, we will return to Sturma tomorrow, after the farewell ceremony." He looked towards the town under the sunset, suggesting, "How about we visit it one last time?" The scene shifts to a magnificent hall, where golden sunlight streamed through the large windows. Zuber walked through the hall, reassuring himself. "The mission may have failed, but the master will understand when I explain the circumstances. One cannot blame the sea for its waves." Recalling Vlad's explosion of power, Zuber concluded, "That kid is like a natural disaster. I still can't believe a mere apprentice could possess such terrifying power." No sooner had Zuber finished reassuring himself than another pair of boots blocked his path. He looked up, his smug expression suddenly freezing as he saw the person before him. Zyar pressed the tip of his sword directly against Zuber's neck, prompting the purple-haired knight to speak. "This kind of greeting is a bit rude." Zuber narrowed his eyes, adopting a condescending tone. "This is truly unnecessary." Zyar retorted coldly, his gaze sharp. "On the contrary, I believe it's very necessary." Zyar taunted, "How long have you been waiting for me? Are you bored and causing trouble?" And Zuber nonchalantly replied, "I have the day off today." Zuber continued to act superior. "Don't you think you're wasting your day off?" Zyar growled, his eyes glinting with danger. "I'm just finishing up some unfinished business." Zuber tried to mediate. "I understand you're upset, but I had no other choice." But Zyar bluntly retorted, "What a coincidence." "Neither did I." Zuber gently pushed Zayar's sword aside and advised, "Come on, don't be like this." He began channeling his aura, a purple energy flaring around him. "As a knight, you must understand what this profession demands of us." Zyar was no less formidable, a stronger green aura erupting in response. "There's probably nothing else to be done. When your master tells you to bark, you bark." The two streams of purple and green aura clashed fiercely, with Zyar clearly having the complete upper hand. Zuber sneered, thinking he had gained the upper hand in their verbal sparring. He confidently declared, "I believe that's enough of a warning for you." Zyar continued to insult. People call us swordsmen, but that's not quite right, is it? Like me, you're just a dog that bites when its master commands. Zuber began to threaten, his voice full of condescension. Now that you've barked, go enjoy your day off. If this goes any further, I will consider it a declaration of war against the Shahzad family. Wham! Before he could finish his threat, Zuber took a devastating punch straight to the face. Zayar wasted no words, striking decisively with a punch directly to the talkative knight's mouth. Crash! Zuber flew like a bullet, slamming face-first into the wall behind him in utter astonishment. Zayar, his eyes glowing with green killing intent, growled. My master is generous, but he wouldn't mind if I took a bite myself. Zuber clutched his stomach, his face bruised and battered, bitterly saying, You're lucky. Are you satisfied now? Zayar curtly replied, Not quite, then delivered another uppercut that Zuber couldn't react to in time. Zuber could only let out a cry of pain as he took the full force of the devastating punch. The purple-haired knight collapsed to the floor, coughing violently after taking such a heavy blow. Zayar leaned down, his tone as if lecturing. You understand why I had to do this, don't you? After all, we are fellow knights. Zuber looked up, accepting the harsh reality. I suppose I deserved that. Zayar turned away, issuing an icy warning. Don't think this has settled the debt my master incurred because of you. I look forward to seeing you again. Zuber stood up, dusted himself off, and retorted, I suppose we'll meet again soon enough. The purple-haired knight threw back a loaded piece of advice. As you know, the empire is beginning to crumble. You must choose your allies carefully at this time. Zuber straightened up, feigning composure before departing. Zayar watched Zuber's retreating back, waving goodbye with a sarcastic flourish. See you soon. Zayar pondered, acknowledging Zuber's words were true. Hez right. Difficult times are approaching. A chaotic battlefield scene appeared, affirming the paramount role of swordsman in the coming era. The scene shifted to a peaceful place, Vlad standing beneath a tree in the twilight. The mysterious voice echoed, suggesting to Vlad, It seems to be an old friend of yours. Why don't you try talking to it? Vlad stood alone at the base of the tree, admitting to the voice that he was quite surprised the serpent recognized him. Vlad plunged his sword into the ground, telling himself to be quick, as he didn't want to encounter Alicia again. All right, let's begin. Vlad's eyes flashed with blue light, and he began to utilize his power. A colossal white serpent head with glowing blue eyes suddenly appeared right before Vlad. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, his voice faltering as he asked if the serpent was friendly, while reassuring himself that it probably was. The colossal white serpent slithered forward, hissing right in front of the kneeling Vlad, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The serpent unexpectedly coiled around Vlad, making the young man awkwardly wonder if this was a sign of welcome. The white serpent spirit stared intently at Vlad, its blue eyes glowing with power and unpredictability. Suddenly, the colossal serpent grinned eerily, startling Vlad, who wondered what possessed it. The mysterious voice spoke, lecturing, Do not try to comprehend the world of spirits. Mortals have no chance. The white serpent raised its head high, letting out a powerful hiss, preparing to perform an ancient ritual. The scene shifted to a carpet of pristine white wild daisies, the atmosphere becoming unusually serene. From the flower bed, streams of pure blue energy began to gather, shimmering like fireflies. With a whoosh, the white serpent shot up, coiling around the ancient tree, transforming it into a dazzling pillar of energy. Vlad was bewildered as a warm current of energy enveloped his body, a strange yet pleasant sensation. Vlad's blue eyes flashed, realizing something was changing within him, a new power awakening. The mysterious voice expressed surprise. What is this? I never expected to witness a forgotten mystery in this forgotten corner. Vlad stood amidst the light, while the mysterious voice confirmed, This is a spirit's blessing. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion bathed in morning sunlight, signaling an important encounter. At the main gate, Joseph Vazid politely bid farewell to Alicia Hainal, expressing regret that he couldn't host a more lavish banquet. Joseph continued his diplomacy, stating that he understood this was a sensitive time as the Hainal family had just mended its internal rifts. Alicia Hainal smiled, gracefully returning the courtesy, thanking Lord Joseph for his thoughtfulness. Joseph Vazid bowed, announcing they would depart, with his retainers Zayar and Portly Cannon standing solemnly behind him. Duncan, the old knight from Alicia's faction, suddenly called out, Wait, Vlad of Schwara, the Vazid apprentice, please step forward. Vlad was bewildered, not understanding why his name was called out amidst the crowd. Joseph Vazid gestured his permission, while Zayar, standing behind him, maintained a stone-cold expression. Joseph muttered, realizing that Lady Alicia's faction had prepared a spectacle for his squire. even though he had requested a simple farewell. At the command of the old knight Duncan, Vlad stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Lady Alicia Heinal. Alicia Heinal smiled, sincerely thanking Vlad, for without him, she would not have been able to stand here. She continued to praise him, saying that Vlad had protected her honor and shone like a beacon in a match full of deceit and trickery. Alicia presented a purple silk handkerchief exquisitely embroidered with gold trim. She declared that even though Vlad was not a knight, his actions were more honorable than any knight's, and she wished to bestow her name upon him. Joseph Vazid smirked, immediately discerning Alicia's move. Ah, so that's it. Alicia truly is clever. He understood that she was leveraging Vlad's achievements to demonstrate her connection with the Vazid family, both repaying a debt and solidifying political interests. Vlad looked at the gift, his mind racing. This looks incredibly expensive. Is it all right for me to accept it? He suddenly recalled a harsh lesson from Zayar, who had chastised him for daring to refuse Lord Rutger's peanuts. What a noble gives, one must accept. Not wanting to be scolded again, Vlad immediately reached out, took the handkerchief, and thanked Lady Alicia. The crowd of onlookers behind them gasped, utterly shocked by Vlad's action. Joseph slapped his forehead in exasperation, while Zayar was speechless. Both realized they had forgotten to teach this country bumpkin about the rules of nobility. The old knight Duncan exclaimed in alarm, his voice faltering. "Young man, you mustn't do that." He explained the rules. A lady has two ways to present a handkerchief as a symbol of honor. One is to place it on the sword's hilt. The other is to hand it directly. Vlad bewilderedly held the handkerchief, trying to process the information he had just heard. The first method, placing the handkerchief on the sword's hilt, is a symbol of honor, while the second method, handing it directly, is a gesture of love, and Alicia Heinal was blushing profusely and turning away. Vlad was dumbfounded, his mind still processing what mistake he had just made. The surrounding nobles began to whisper, unable to believe their eyes. Oh my, the entire scene froze. Vlad remained kneeling, holding the handkerchief. Lady Alicia was stunned, and the old steward Duncan was flustered like a headless chicken. Vlad innocently continued to thank her, secretly wondering what was wrong with these people, while behind him, Joseph and Zayar wished they could disappear into the ground because of this new recruit. In the rolling carriage, Joseph Vazid thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen something this ridiculous, though most of it is my own fault." He sneered, thinking that the local minstrels would soon have a story to invent and sing about for months. Vlad hung his head low, mumbling an apology to Lord Joseph. Zayar roared through the carriage window. "From now on, before accepting anything from a noble, you look at me first. Understood?" Joseph unexpectedly congratulated Vlad, making the young man bewildered. "Congratulations for what, my lord?" Joseph explained with a meaningful expression. "You have received an honor from Lady Alicia, a member of the high nobility. This means you have been elevated to the rank of provisional knight." Vlad froze, his eyes wide. Vlad couldn't believe his ears, pointing at himself. "A provisional knight? Me?" Joseph continued. "Not only that, you will receive the treatment of a knight wherever her reputation is honored." Vlad was still in deep shock, only two words echoing in his mind. "Me? A knight?" Joseph added a sentence that extinguished his hopes. Of course, this title is currently only valid in Dermar because Alicia was only recently appointed Baroness. Vlad finally understood. Ah, so that's why she called me a provisional knight. He looked at the handkerchief, telling himself that becoming a knight couldn't possibly be as easy as pie. Joseph warned sternly, "You may have accepted it unconsciously, but you absolutely must not lose it. It is not just a handkerchief, but Alicia's very honor." Vlad innocently asked a fatal question in return. "What if I lose it?" Joseph replied curtly, his eyes sharp as knives. "Only you will bear the consequences, because you yourself accepted it with both hands." Vlad trembled, clutching the handkerchief tightly, telling himself that if he lost it, not even Joseph could save him, and he vowed never to lose it. Joseph Vazid smiled, holding a promissory note in his hand, and said that thanks to Vlad, he no longer needed to use it. Vlad realized it was a promissory note, and Joseph confirmed that Alicia had borrowed 10,000 gold from him. Upon hearing the sum of 10,000 gold, Vlad gasped in astonishment. Joseph explained it was a contingency plan. If Alicia lost the duel and was stripped of all power, she would have to pledge herself to him for protection from Andre. Vlad wondered why he would have to take Alicia if she lost, as she would no longer be the heir then. Joseph replied profoundly, likening a legitimate pretext to a smoldering ember, which could flare up at any moment with just a gust of wind. Vlad finally grasped the meaning, muttering that he now understood why the nobility was so obsessed with finding pretexts for all their actions. Suddenly, Vlad's senses flared, and he whipped his head around. "What is it?" Joseph asked. and Vlad replied concisely, "I hear something in the western forest." A serene, lush, green meadow appeared before their eyes, but the tranquility was shattered by a thundering noise and a massive cloud of dust rolling up from the distance. A troop of cavalry was galloping, their horses' hooves trampling the ground. Vlad was astonished by the sudden appearance of these people. Dozens of knights, dressed like ruffians, were charging straight towards them at terrifying speed. Could it be bandits? Vlad growled, his hand immediately resting on his weapon's hilt. He prepared to draw his weapon to meet them in battle. But Joseph was a step faster. His hand rested on Vlad's, stopping his action. "Wait." Joseph gave a self-satisfied smile, saying that this was something he had prepared before the duel. One of the cavalrymen who had just charged immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee. An entire army, clad in pitch-black armor, knelt in unison before Joseph, their presence utterly overwhelming. The scarred leader reported, placing a blood-stained sack on the ground. "Sir Joseph, the goods have arrived, and full compensation has been made." Joseph smirked, a look of superiority on his face. It's not entirely to my liking, but it will do." He waved his hand, ordering the scarred knight. "Thank you, Rise." The scarred knight glanced, his gaze sharp as a razor, full of seasoned experience. He turned to Joseph, his eyes still on Vlad. "Is this the boy who received Lady Alicia's favor?" "I've heard much about him." Joseph chuckled, acting like a senior. "That's him. I'll rely on you to guide him further in the future." Vlad froze, unexpectedly dragged into the conversation of two old foxes. The scarred knight glared at Vlad with a scorching intensity, his killing intent so dense it felt as if he wanted to devour him alive. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, immediately recognizing that this aura was completely different from those pampered noble knights. It reeked of the deadly danger of the slums. Vlad's intuition screamed, a giant python appearing behind the knight. "Never, ever turn your back on this man," Joseph invited. "If it's on your way back to Sturma, why not travel together for company?" But the knight flatly refused. "I'm afraid we must depart first, sir." Joseph merely chuckled softly, feigning indifference. "What a pity. You've worked hard regardless." The knight placed his hand over his chest, his voice full of pride. "This is the duty of the Vazid Shadowblade Corps, sir." Vlad's mind couldn't process it fast enough. Only one question in his head. Shadowblade Corps? Who are these monsters? His gaze was fixed on the blood-soaked black sack, his intuition telling him something ominous was afoot. Joseph immediately noticed Vlad's undisguised curiosity. He asked directly, without beating around the bush, curious about what's inside. And Vlad honestly admitted it. Joseph gave a meaningful half-smile, uttering a chilling remark. "That sack contains the entire world of nobility." A blood-stained sword appeared, evidence of the so-called world of nobility. A cruel world with no place for a heart. A blood-soaked arm lay on the ground, setting the stage for the story of a brutal world. The smashed face of an unfortunate man, evidence of the rules here. No mercy, no forgiveness. In a luxurious hall, news arrived about a group of pilgrims passing through Sturma territory. The old advisor reported to Count Vazid that these people only wished to pass quietly in search of traces of dragons. Count Vazid showed interest, deeming them true believers who neither begged nor demanded anything. The count decided to secretly assist them, and the old advisor replied that he had anticipated his master's intentions. Count Vazid stroked his beard, uttering a powerful statement. Those worthy of respect must be treated accordingly. As the old advisor was about to withdraw, the count called him back, signaling there was another matter to discuss. Count Vazid changed the subject, asking about the resounding achievement of his second son and Vlad in their recent mission. The old advisor smiled smugly, revealing that the report contained a detail that excited even his old heart. The count mused, muttering about the first rule of the Swordmaster's Code, an honorable law long unmentioned. An illustrative scene appeared. Knights were usually of noble birth, nurtured like precious jewels, thus rarely encountering situations requiring the use of such a harsh code. The old advisor remarked that in this era, it was a rare sight, and the count would surely be delighted to witness it firsthand. Count Vazid smirked, saying that not only he, but many others, would also be amused by that spectacle. This made him reminisce about the golden generation of the Vazid family, a glorious era with elite warriors. The old advisor suggested preparing a special gift for the little pup Vlad, believing Lord Joseph would be very pleased. The count pondered. He had thought Joseph would soon lose heart, but it seemed his son had found a precious gem in the mud. Count Vazid's eyes sharpened, clearly calculating a major move in the game of power. A scene appeared in his mind. His two sons, Joseph and Rutger, confronting each other before the empty throne, signaling an inevitable war. Scene change. A squire in the dining hall was gossiping. "Have you heard the news? Vlad just completed his mission and returned. In the dining hall, the squires were whispering about rumors of Vlad fighting a knight solo, and even awakening his aura. A loud-mouthed squire showed disdain, claiming an uneducated kid from the slums could never possibly awaken his aura. Creak. The dining hall door opened, and a voice rang out. Phew, I'm starving to death. Vlad strode in confidently, wondering if it had been a month since he left. He paused, realizing something was off in the atmosphere. The noisy dining hall suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning towards Vlad. The loud-mouthed squire's face turned pale, muttering that whether one's family background was strong or weak no longer mattered. He bitterly admitted that the childish bullying had come to an end. In his eyes, Vlad's image became colossal, a single individual who had completely changed the world they once knew. Unfazed, Vlad sat down and began to devour a plate of grilled sausages with relish. He munched and muttered, annoyed by everyone staring at him. Vlad thought irritably to himself, I just want to eat in peace. Another group of squires whispered among themselves, guessing that every meal would be this tense for a while, because everyone now knew what happened in Dermar. Vlad licked his fingers and smirked. News travels fast, doesn't it? Portly Cannon, his chubby friend, sat down opposite him and asked Vlad what he planned to do during the break. Portly explained that the squires were given leave this week. Vlad asked back in surprise if he also got a break, then answered himself that he wasn't a noble, so he had nowhere to go. Portly Cannon's eyes lit up, and he eagerly suggested, Why don't you come to my place? My father officially wants to invite you. He awkwardly scratched his cheek, confessing this was his first time bringing a friend home. Portly tried to entice Vlad, boasting that his family treated guests like royalty and promising unlimited delicious grilled sausages. Portly Cannon beamed. Ah, I heard you're looking for a horse? I told you my family specializes in this business. Vlad showed interest as Portly promised to scour the entire area to find him a formidable warhorse. Vlad's eyes gleamed when he heard Portly boast that his father knew of some horses with even nobler bloodlines than Zyar's. Vlad leaned forward, his eyes blazing as he grabbed his friend. Are you sure? I'll request leave immediately. Which startled Portly, who stammered his agreement. The scene shifted to the training ground, where the clatter of wooden swords echoed loudly. Vlad charged to attack but was effortlessly blocked by Zyar, their skill levels vastly different. Sweat streamed down him, Vlad panting after launching an attack that yielded no results. Zyar merely observed in silence, his sharp gaze assessing him like an inexperienced youth. Focus, Zyar commanded coldly, then swung his sword in retaliation, forcing Vlad to struggle in defense. The two wooden swords clashed, sparks flying, Zyar's power clearly overwhelming. Vlad glanced quickly, trying to find an opening while still being forced into a defensive stance. Zyar frowned, seemingly having lost patience with Vlad's performance. Zyar suddenly accelerated, unleashing a cunning slash that Vlad couldn't possibly parry. Whoosh! Zyar's incredibly fast and powerful sword strike swept past, an immense pressure descending. Vlad was struck, staggering back a few steps, a cry of pain escaping his lips. I told you not to pull that nonsense with me, Zyar said, turning his back, his tone full of disdain, while Vlad knelt on one knee, coughing violently. Vlad looked up, still in shock, unable to understand why he had been so easily overwhelmed. Zyar shot him a cold, sharp look. Do you think you're invincible? Just because you defeated a knight in Dermar? Do my words of advice mean nothing to you now? Zyar questioned, his overwhelming aura making his opponent afraid to breathe deeply. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, speechless and unable to respond to Zyar's dagger-like gaze. Utterly defeated, Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes reflecting both bitterness and the realization of his own overconfidence. He straightened up, his voice barely a whisper as he admitted his fault. No, sir, I apologize. Zyar sternly put him in his place, declaring the training session over. If you think you can learn on your own, then get out and don't show your face here again. Vlad bowed his head, accepting the lesson. As Zyar coldly ordered him to leave, Vlad trudged away while Zyar remained, his gaze still following the retreating figure. Zyar mused to himself. His achievements are indeed impressive, but they are merely a sandcastle by the sea. A metaphorical image appeared. Vlad stood before a castle about to be swallowed by a giant wave, its foundations too weak. The one-eyed guard concluded firmly, this boy needs a stronger foundation. The mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's head, advising him to focus on the basics and acknowledge that Zyar's anger was justified. Vlad irritably confessed, I just wanted to see if I could activate my aura again. The voice explained, not every knight can use aura, and lacking it doesn't mean you're useless. Aura is merely a manifestation of potential, and Vlad needs to build a solid foundation before dreaming big. just as a flower needs good soil to bloom. The voice concluded, "If you were truly worthless, Zyar wouldn't have bothered getting angry. Think about it." Vlad sighed. Accepting this, Vlad reflected, he was too accustomed to being looked down upon or mocked by others. But Zyr's gaze was different. It wasn't contempt. It was disappointment, and it hurt more than being struck by a wooden sword. The voice teased that he hadn't even asked about his leave yet, making Vlad suddenly remember with a start. Vlad brushed it off, his voice full of determination. "It doesn't matter anymore. I don't deserve a break." His eyes blazing, Vlad gripped his sword hilt tightly, declaring he would throw himself into training until he collapsed. Night fell at the mansion, the incessant whoosh of sword swings echoing, signaling the start of a sleepless, arduous training session. In the dead of night, Vlad swung his sword frantically, each strike tearing through the air with a whoosh in the training yard. He gripped the wooden sword tightly, pouring all his strength and focus into each movement. His eyes glowing blue, Vlad unleashed a powerful vertical slash, his aura soaring. Whoosh! The sword strike carved a long furrow in the ground, dust flying everywhere, indicating a significant increase in power. Gasping for breath, sweat pouring off him like rain, Vlad still showed no signs of stopping. The mysterious voice resounded, stating bluntly, "That's enough for today. You've exceeded your quota long ago. Pushing too hard will lead to injury." Vlad sighed, stretching his muscles after hearing the warning from his online mentor that an injury would render all his hard work meaningless. His blue eyes shone with determination, no longer showing complacency, but absolute focus instead. Standing under the moonlight, Vlad looked up at the mansion, his mind now completely clear. He told himself that the voice was right. He had only just found the spark within himself and couldn't let it fade. From atop the castle wall, Zyar silently observed the boy training relentlessly. A subtle smile flickered across the guard's face, clearly pleased with Vlad's attitude. Vlad looked up, his gaze meeting that of his mentor from afar. Zyar merely cast a glance before turning and walking away, a silent acknowledgement. The scene abruptly shifted to a strange land under a blood moon, the domain of Count Ravnoma Trinova, where a wolf was chasing the moon. The entire city was engulfed in flames, desperate screams echoing everywhere. Inside a magnificent great hall, the throne was stained with black bloodstains and desperate wails. The floor was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. A brutal massacre had just swept through this place. A scarred general, covered in blood, stood amidst the pile of corpses, speaking coldly. "I wondered where you were." A long-cloaked figure stepped over the bodies, advancing directly towards the general, replying, "Are you completing your final mission?" Godin, his sword stained with blood, stepped through the rubble towards the scarred general, the last survivor. The scarred general looked up, his eyes devoid of fear. "So, it has finally come to this?" He growled, calling the slaughterer's name, Godin. Godin spoke coldly, preaching about a knight's blind obedience. The scarred general roared, asserting that Count Gaithar's knights would never have committed such dirty deeds. Godin's eyes flashed with deadly purple light, and he replied curtly, "That is why they all died." The defeated general warned that one day, Godin's light would also fade. With his last breath, the scarred general glared, sending a message to his enemy. He snarled each word, "I will wait for him in hell." Godin smirked, his sword ready. "I will relay your message to him." Slash! Fresh blood splattered onto the window, ending the life of a loyal warrior. The scene shifts. Vlad stood dumbfounded, as his superior asked about a vacation. Joseph Vazid sat with his legs crossed, casually confirming that he knew Vlad had received an invitation from the Cannon family. Vlad broke into a sweat, not understanding why his private matters were exposed so quickly. Joseph sneered, explaining that news travels fast, especially when Gregory's stable hand had been boasting everywhere. Vlad fell silent, realizing the news had spread through Portly Cannon, Gregory, and many others. Joseph declared that he had intended to grant Vlad leave anyway, so this was a good opportunity to send him off. Vlad glanced to the side, feeling a familiar pressure from Zyar, who was standing guard. Zyar stood still as a statue, his eyes half closed, yet the aura of a top-tier swordsman still radiated overwhelmingly. Joseph glanced at Zyar, and a silent exchange passed between the two powerful figures. Joseph smirked, noticing the tense atmosphere between Vlad and Zyar, but decided to remain silent and enjoy the show. The entire room was plunged into suffocating silence, each person pursuing their own thoughts. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat from the deadly silence, only wanting to quickly escape this place. Suddenly, Zyar broke the silence, speaking to admonish. Leave or no leave, a knight must never neglect sword practice. Caught off guard by his senior, Vlad was startled and hastily replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Zyar." Zyar continued his lecture like a seasoned master. "Miss one day, and you'll know it yourself. Miss a week, and the whole world will see your skill decline. The one-eyed guard thought to himself. This is a golden period for the boy to make a breakthrough. He cannot be allowed to be lazy. Zyar concluded with a subtle threat. When you return, I will check your progress. Personally instructed by the seasoned master, Vlad's eyes lit up, and he eagerly accepted the order as if he had found gold. Joseph leaned back, interjecting with a calculated piece of advice. However, don't hope too much about finding a suitable horse. He ordered Vlad to check how frightened the horses there were, and to find out the origin of any less timid ones. Go. We'll meet again in a week. Joseph waved his hand, and Vlad immediately bowed in obedience. As Vlad turned his back and walked away, Joseph added a meaningful remark. You don't need to bring me any gifts. Vlad stopped short at the door, muttering, That definitely means he wants a gift. Last time he seemed to like the ham. The door closed, and Zyar immediately moved to Joseph's side, resuming his role as a loyal guard. Joseph frowned, muttering to himself. So, he's going to the Cannon household. Joseph predicted, it's highly likely those two will meet. Zyar agreed. Certainly, both are too prominent to ignore each other. Zyar narrowed his eyes and asked, his voice probing. Do you think that person will take an interest in the boy? Joseph smirked, his eyes sharp and cold. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to demand it until he gets it. But then he asserted firmly, his voice possessive. Even so, I have no intention of letting him snatch the boy from my grasp. Vlad wore a blank expression, still hadn't processed the situation. He was surrounded by a maid and a tailor to be fitted with a new cloak, wondering to himself, why am I back here again? Oksana, Joseph's mother, sat opposite him and smiled in praise. This color suits you very well. It looks great with leather armor. Your physique is robust, so anything looks good on you. Vlad blushed slightly, bowing his head, and awkwardly thanked Lady Oksana. Oksana began her lecture. I heard you will be on leave at the Cannon household. When visiting others, you must dress appropriately. She continued to instruct, her eyes sharp. Those are basic manners. Otherwise, you will disgrace your parents. Clack. She stood up and approached. Oksana leaned in close, placed a hand on Vlad's shoulder, and spoke directly to him. So, please don't embarrass me, all right? Vlad froze, completely overwhelmed by this woman's presence. Oksana gave a powerful and knowing smile, like a true mistress. Vlad obediently bowed his head and replied, Yes, Lady Oksana. She reminded Vlad of his past mistake, her tone both reproachful and instructive. After your leave, I will arrange a private tutor for you. You surely don't want to make the mistake of using your own hands to receive a latest honor again, do you? Vlad jumped in fright, hastily apologizing to Lady Oksana. Oksana continued her lesson. The title of knight is almost semi-nobility. You must learn to behave accordingly. She gestured to the maid. Here, take this. The maid brought a basket of gleaming yellow lemons, and Oksana explained. Joseph brought them back from a recent trip. You cannot visit someone's home empty-handed. Vlad bowed his head and accepted the gift basket, sincerely thanking her. Oksana smiled contentedly. All right. Have a pleasant leave. The door closed, and Vlad, carrying the basket of lemons, quietly departed. Upon reaching the corridor, Vlad paused for a second, his azure eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. Vlad looked at himself in the window pane, admiring his brand new appearance in the knight's uniform, still carrying a basket of lemons. The young man felt everything was strange. Donning this outfit felt like living someone else's life. A flashback showed Vlad and Jamina, both standing side by side with somber expressions before their parting. Vlad thought to himself about Jamina, guessing that by now she would be in the monastery. He closed his eyes, only hoping that his companion was still living well. Striding through the magnificent corridor, Vlad thought Jamina might also be feeling out of place in her new clothes. The scene shifted to a large, imposing monastery under the brilliant sunlight. Inside, a group of nuns were whispering about a Vazid squire who had just manifested aura in Durmar. They also heard news that the squire was incredibly handsome, making them all infatuated. Jamina, diligently scrubbing the floor, paused when she heard the description of the person's blonde hair and blue eyes. The nuns continued to speculate that the young man must be of noble lineage and could become the greatest knight of the north in the future. Jamina lowered her head, telling herself it couldn't possibly be Vlad. How could that guy achieve such a feat? Nevertheless, she secretly hoped he was still alive and safe. An arrogant nun, seeing Jamina distracted, snapped, Hey, you red-haired girl, why aren't I hearing the scrubbing anymore? The whole group ganged up on Jamina, scolding her, calling her a freeloader who had to work her back off to repay the monastery. They continued to mock her, saying that someone like her had nowhere else to go and should get used to a life of servitude. After ordering Jamina to finish everything before lunch, The group strutted away. Think you can bully me? Jamina smirked, thinking to herself that it was a good thing she had learned all the tricks at the Laughing Rose before coming here. Her fiery red eyes gleamed sharply, clearly not someone to be trampled upon. It turned out that the Mother Superior of this monastery always preached that this was a sacred place, not accepting the unclean, explaining the hostile attitude of the nuns. Marcella stood shielding Jamina and the other girls, arguing vehemently with the Mother Superior. You're wrong. These girls are all still innocent. The Mother Superior looked awkward, saying that the monastery could not suddenly take in so many people. Marcella flared up, her fangs showing. Why not? I've donated a fortune to this dump, enough to feed them for 10 years. The Mother Superior could only break out in a cold sweat, unable to argue against the logic of her diamond sponsor. Gemina worriedly asked Marcella, but the older woman coldly told her to worry about herself first. Marcella ordered the girls to go inside, while 3 nuns waited at the door. The Mother Superior stopped Marcella, stating bluntly, "You are not allowed in." Marcella smirked, looking as if she had expected it. "I didn't expect you to let me in anyway. Take good care of the little ones. They work very hard." Just then, a group of thugs emerged from the forest, exuding a murderous aura. "There she is!" Marcella's face changed, urgently pressing the Mother Superior. "Quick, get inside now." With a whoosh, a rough hand lunged forward. The top-knot goon grabbed Marcella's hair tightly, growling. "Got you, you bitch!" Jamina screamed in desperate panic. "Wait! Marcella!" Jorge's cronies dragged Marcella away roughly, despite her struggles. The monastery door slammed shut, abandoning Marcella to the thugs. Inside, Jamina helplessly collapsed to her knees, her hand still clutching the soaked rag. She buried her face on the floor, sobbing Vlad's name in despair. At the same time, Vlad was frozen in place, bewildered by a completely different scene. He was overwhelmed by the grandeur of a colossal mansion, thinking to himself that he never expected a non-noble family could be so incredibly wealthy. An old butler and a group of servants bowed deeply to Portly Cannon. "Welcome home, young Master Portly." Portly Cannon eagerly rushed towards the butler, shouting excitedly, while Vlad stood behind him with a "where am I and who am I" expression. The plump young master embraced the old butler, delighted to see him after so long, while the old butler simply smiled and replied calmly. Portly asked about his father, and the old butler explained that the master was busy with an unexpected guest. The old butler suggested Vlad tour the farm first, which was considered the pride of the Cannon family. Vlad nodded in immediate agreement, thinking it was a good idea, which made the old butler sigh in relief. Vlad stated directly that he wanted to see the horses first, as he had especially looked forward to seeing them, making Portly and the butler happily agree. The old butler explained that although the master would personally introduce the most prized horses, it was fine to see the others first. The old butler politely invited Vlad to follow, leading the way through the mansion's luxurious garden. As soon as they approached the stables, the entire herd of horses startled, their eyes wide with terror. The horses neighed frantically and bolted in a chaotic stampede, leaving behind a cloud of dust before Vlad's bewildered gaze. Even the herd of cows mooed once and then fled in a panic upon sensing his presence. The sheep fared no better, bleating loudly and butting heads as they scattered. In the vast farm, the 3 people stood isolated in awkward silence after all the livestock had fled. Vlad's face darkened, muttering curses as he realized neither horses nor cows would let him ride them, and even the sheep feared him like a demon. The old butler broke into a sweat, his face pale, asking gravely, "Have you ever happened to visit a church?" implying Vlad might be cursed. Vlad snapped that he wasn't cursed, asserting that Father Andrea had vouched for him, leaving the old butler and Portly gaping in astonishment. Vlad looked out at the field, bitterly thinking what good was possessing aura when he couldn't even ride a single horse. He imagined a pathetic scene. While other knights majestically charged into battle on horseback, he would have to run on foot, trailing behind and eating dust. Portly, still full of enthusiasm, declared he would show Vlad all the types of horses on the farm, insisting that at least one would surely let him ride. Portly tried to reassure a skeptical Vlad, insisting that there was definitely a horse for him. The chubby man continued to boast about the prized warhorse his father personally found, promising to plead with his father to let Vlad see it. Seeing his friend still feeling down, Portly patted his shoulder to comfort him, inviting him to dinner to lift his spirits. The Cannon family mansion appeared magnificent under the sunset, exuding wealth and power. Meat was sizzling over the fire. A lavish feast was clearly being prepared. Vlad and Portly were overwhelmed by the sight of dozens of chefs preparing a massive outdoor BBQ feast. Vlad smirked, jabbing at Portly that his family truly never did anything half-heartedly, making the chubby man just scratch his head and give an awkward laugh. As the two stood there, a voice rang out, welcoming them. A burly man with a goatee appeared, laughing heartily and introducing himself as Olsen Cannon, the head of the household. Vlad politely bowed and introduced himself as Zayar's apprentice, but Olsen interrupted, asserting that the entire Sturma region had been buzzing with his name. Olsen patted Vlad heartily on the shoulder, showing extreme excitement at his presence. Deep down, Olsen assessed Vlad, realizing this was the lad who had summoned the Swordmaster's law after so many years. He smiled contentedly, thinking that his son, Portly, had befriended no ordinary companion. Olsen eagerly invited them both inside, saying he was extremely delighted to have such esteemed guests. Vlad suddenly remembered something, asking if there would be anyone else joining them for dinner. Olsen confirmed there was another guest also from the Vazid family, making Vlad wonder who it could be. Clunk. The large door opened as Olsen led Vlad and Portly into the main dining hall. Vlad froze, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight within. In the middle of the room, surrounded by guards, a powerful figure sat by the fireplace, making Vlad exclaim, "What the hell is he doing here?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Rutger Vazid spoke casually. "Long time no see indeed." He turned, offering a meaningful smile, and asked, "How have you been?" Vlad and Portly Cannon bowed in greeting, Portly stammering, "Lord Rutger, what a surprise to see you here." Rutger ignored Portly, his gaze fixed on Vlad as he politely commanded, "You'll have to dine with me today. The food is too good to refuse." Vlad froze, only one thought in his head. Damn it. Why didn't I just take his peanuts earlier? He glanced around, assessing the situation. The other squires were glaring daggers at him, clearly extremely envious. Their gazes held no goodwill whatsoever. Vlad realized he was in a difficult position, having just refused Rutger's kindness and provoked the small fry by advancing too quickly. He absolutely could not show weakness now. Vlad raised his head, replying with a confident smile. "It's fine, my lord. I am also looking forward to it." Rutger raised an eyebrow, seeming interested. "Really?" The two looked at each other, the air thickening. A silent battle of wits. Rutger continued, his tone like an invitation but actually a command. "I hear you're on leave. Can you spare some time for me tomorrow?" Vlad maintained a calm demeanor, asking in return, "Do you have something in mind, my lord?" Rutger sneered, concluding, "I want to go somewhere with you." The next day, on a vast grassland under dazzling sunlight, a formidable cavalry troop was on the move, led by none other than Rutger. Now clad in majestic armor, Vlad sat in the carriage, a look of clear boredom on his face as he was dragged along on an unwanted excursion. Suddenly, a girl with perked cat ears spun around and snapped at Vlad. "What are you staring at? First time seeing a beastkin?" Vlad replied nonchalantly to the beastkin girl's curiosity. "Well, everything has a first time." The beastkin girl, Dorothea, continued to question. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're from the Schwara slums, aren't you? How the hell did you become a retainer for the Vazid family?" Vlad retorted sharply. "What's so surprising? It's no stranger than Lord Rutger having a beastkin mage as an attendant." Dorothea's face darkened, clearly having had a nerve struck. Riding parallel, Dorothea mocked Vlad, who was sitting in the wagon. "Can you really use aura yet? How can you awaken aura but not know how to ride a horse?" Vlad glanced at the chubby Portly riding his horse, then replied calmly, "Even that big guy can ride a horse. There are some mysteries in life that cannot be explained." Dorothea still didn't let up, prattling on about the absurdity, while Vlad thought to himself, "Will this girl ever shut up?" Vlad began to regret accepting the invitation, his blue eyes shining with boredom. "I shouldn't have accepted this excursion. Why did we suddenly decide to go falcon hunting?" Dorothea continued to nag. "Are you listening to me?" Making Vlad grit his teeth and endure, Vlad asked directly, "Do all beastkin talk as much as you?" Dorothea immediately retorted, "That's racism," he added. "Or is it just mages?" And she shrieked again, "And that's occupational discrimination." Rutger rode closer, smiling as he commanded, "Dorothea, don't bother him too much. He is a very special guest of mine." Dorothea turned to tattle. "But every time he looks at me, his face looks like he just swallowed sour milk." Rutger replied curtly, "Anyone would have that expression if you bothered them so much." Rebuked by her master, Dorothea turned away sulkily. A scout knight rode his horse to the hilltop and reported, "Lord Rutger, how's the visibility here?" Rutger replied, "It seems fine. We have a comprehensive view of the entire area." Vlad and Portly observed from afar, Vlad muttering to himself, "This must be where he intends to hunt." Vlad squinted at Rutger's party, noticing something strange, but he doesn't seem interested in hunting at all. His thoughts were further reinforced when he saw the hunting falcon still quietly confined in its cage, not even released yet. Suddenly, The scout knight pointed towards the distant horizon, shouting loudly, "My lord, over there!" Rutger looked in the direction indicated, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. This is a good omen. A group of pilgrims in white cloaks silently traversed the wasteland, their leader muttering, "I didn't expect to encounter a pilgrimage group here." Rutger commanded with a confident expression, "Raise the flag to show our intentions. Don't scare them." The flag bearing the emblem of a sword impaled before a fortress was raised high, fluttering in the wind. Sitting atop his warhorse, Rutger smirked meaningfully. "Now, shall we begin the hunt?" On a lush green prairie, a majestic lead-black horse stood on a rocky outcrop, watching over the wild horses grazing below. The entire herd grazed leisurely, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, the lead black horse felt the ground tremble. It raised its head, alert. Boom! The black horse neighed loudly, then turned and led the entire wild herd in a frantic escape from the prairie. From a distance, the pilgrim group slowly moved with their cart, unaware that a cavalry unit was closing in. Rutger's cavalry trotted across the grassland, heading straight for their target. Vlad sat in the carriage, squinting as he mused. A hunt? Nonsense. This is clearly an escort mission. Wham! The carriage wheel hit a rock, making the entire vehicle shake violently. The fierce jolt made Vlad turn pale, muttering, "Ugh, the carriage's swaying is making me nauseous. I'd rather walk." Vlad jumped out of the carriage. Portly asked worriedly, "Are you all right? Do you feel like throwing up?" But Vlad just waved his hand. "No, it's not that bad." Vlad placed a hand on his chest, feeling his heart pound, and thought it was due to the carriage's shaking. He decided to walk beside Portly, who was on horseback, saying he would feel better after a short walk. Portly cheerfully exclaimed, "What magnificent scenery!" Vlad agreed as Portly continued, "Right? I really wanted to show you this place." Portly continued to explain. "These plains stretch all the way to Varna. Occasionally monsters raid, but this year we don't have much to worry about, thanks to Lord Joseph." Hearing the familiar name, Vlad turned to ask again, and Portly confirmed, "That's right. Do you remember the expedition you participated in last winter?" Vlad squinted, recalling. "Oh, that incident?" Vlad smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "Then a part of this beautiful scenery belongs to me too." Suddenly, Vlad stopped short when he saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance, muttering, "What in the world is happening over there?" Thump, thump. The ground trembled under hundreds of hooves charging madly. Vlad's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with astonishment at the magnificent sight. Whoosh! A mighty lead black horse spearheaded the herd, galloping like a black storm. Thump, thump. A strange surge of energy suddenly rose within Vlad, making his heart race wildly. Vlad clutched his chest, his face changing color, not understanding what was happening to his body as his heart kept pounding. The black horse charged straight ahead, its mane flying in the wind, looking like a true beast. From a hillside, Rutger and his knights observed. A soldier reported, "My lord, it's a herd of wild horses. They look quite promising." Rutger narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, pondering. But wait, he noticed something unusual. Why are they running south? A knight nodded in agreement, explaining, "You're right, it's strange. This season, they should be heading north to find fresh grass." Thump thump. The entire wild herd still didn't stop, charging headlong as if the apocalypse was upon them. Rutger concluded firmly, "They seem to be panicking for some reason. Almost as if they're being hunted by something." Vlad's heart still pounded erratically in his chest, his blue eyes glowing as he sensed something amiss. Humph. The lead black horse snorted, its wild, white eyes revealing its primal and untamed nature. Vlad's eyes blazed, and he realized the truth. The horses are terrified. The black horse's eyes reflected extreme terror, and Vlad wondered, but why? A knight shrieked, "Lord Rutger, it's an earthquake!" As a colossal black shadow with razor-sharp claws emerged from the ground, Vlad broke into a cold sweat, his blue eyes flashing as he realized the horrifying truth. "This isn't an earthquake. I remember this tremor." The ground shook violently, a burst of earth and rocks scattering amidst the wild herd, signaling the imminent appearance of something utterly repulsive. Kaboom! A colossal worm-like monster with rock-hard scales emerged, scaring the lead black horse out of its wits. Rutger and his knights also froze, their faces turning ashen at the appearance of the terrifying boss monster. The white-robed pilgrims fared no better. They all gaped in horror, their faces drained of color. Vlad's heart pounded, his blue eyes glowing brightly, focusing intently on the immediate threat. The monster reared its head, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth, precisely a legendary deathworm. It charged like a storm, sweeping through the scattering wild horses, a true scene of slaughter. Chomp. Its sharp fangs clamped down on an unlucky horse, blood splattering everywhere. The cat-eared girl, Dorothea, bared her fangs, growling. Something's wrong. Deathworms don't usually eat meat. Her eyes gleamed with extreme vigilance, realizing this monster was an incredibly dangerous variant. Crunch. The deathworm crushed its prey in its mouth, blood and bone fragments spewing from its disgusting maw. Dorothea shrieked. What is that? A strange energy is radiating from its forehead. The monster let out a savage shriek, blood splattering from its mouth as it continued its hunt for the horses. A knight frantically reported to Rutger. My lord, the horses are charging straight towards the pilgrims. The purple gem on the deathworm's forehead flashed with a dark light, signaling a new attack. It turned its head, its blood-soaked jaws now aimed directly at a different target. The colossal monster ignored the herd of horses, heading straight for the frozen pilgrims. The pilgrims could only stand and watch the deathworm charge, one of them exclaiming in despair, "Oh no, it's looking at us." In the heat of the moment, Rutger growled, asking Dorothea, "What do deathworms react to?" Dorothea stammered in reply, her voice trembling. "My lord, they have no eyes or ears. They only react to vibrations in the ground." Rutger snapped, ordering the cat girl to compose herself and find a way to lure the monster away. She flinched and obeyed. Immediately after, Rutger turned and ordered Vlad, "Get Dorothea to high ground and protect her. Signal immediately if you find a way to lure it." Vlad, his eyes blazing, decisively accepted the order, while portly Cannon beside him could only gape in astonishment. "Shing!" Rutger drew his sword, roaring to rally his knights. "Listen up, everyone," he declared loudly. "The situation may be unusual, but that's not what matters now." Rutger urged his horse to the front of the formation, declaring, "It's crucial that we are where we need to be, and do what must be done." A knight responded, reminding everyone that this was the mission they received from the Count. Rutger led the charge, roaring, "Protect the pilgrims," then spurred his horse directly towards the monster. "Badoom!" The entire knight order roared, "For Lord Rutger!" and charged, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the battle, Rutger narrowed his eyes, realizing the situation was highly unusual. He suspected someone was pulling the strings from behind. A blurry image appeared, showing the monster being controlled by a dark purple force. Rage flared within Rutger. How dare they? His eyes flashed with deadly light, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. He roared, vowing to crush anyone who dared cause trouble in Vazid's own territory, the sword in his hand erupting with fiery energy. Meanwhile, Vlad and Portly had brought Dorothea to a high, safe cliff. "Tumble!" Dorothea poured out a pile of sparkling crystal charms. The feline girl muttered, calculating. Vibration. Which color vibration for the sealing charm's vibration, while rummaging through her gear. Vlad muttered about the sealing charm, considering it a type of arcane magic. An explanation appeared. The sealing charm is the pinnacle combination of 3 schools of magic divine power, dark magic, and elemental sorcery. Vlad glanced at the feline girl toying with a crystal, thinking, well, no wonder Lord Rutger keeps her as his personal mage. Suddenly, a massive burst of golden energy erupted in the distance. Vlad and Portly could only stare wide-eyed. Both Vlad and Portly gaped in horror. Vlad shouted, "What in the world was that?" The fiery energy tore through the air, slashing directly into the giant deathworm. It turned out to be Lord Rutger, his eyes blazing, the sword in his hand still smoking after the overwhelming slash, causing Portly to utter his name in astonishment. Vlad swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face, admitting bitterly, "Good heavens, he's on a completely different level than me." But the slash was too shallow. Rutger hadn't fully prepared for the attack. Rutger ground his teeth, cursing under his breath as he realized the monster was still very much alive. The deathworm roared in response. Its diamond-hard scales had almost completely nullified the attack. Rutger grumbled, "So, this is an incredibly tough dragon, huh?" The monster gave him no time to think. It lunged forward with its maw wide open, intending to swallow both rider and horse. Rutger scoffed, "Ha!" then put all his strength into the stirrups. Whoosh! His warhorse galloped, narrowly dodging the death bite, avoiding the monster's sharp fangs. The deathworm lost its balance, plunging its head into the ground. Then, quick as lightning, dug a massive hole and vanished without a trace. Gregory and the other knights rushed over in a panic, asking anxiously, "Lord Rutger, are you all right?" Rutger growled his command, his eyes sharp. "Don't let your guard down, it hasn't disappeared." From the cliff, Vlad analyzed the situation. "This is troublesome. Lord Rutger may be an extraordinary knight, but he can't fight an enemy hiding underground." Rutger raised his sword high, roaring his command to the entire army. "Find the monster! It's definitely still nearby." And the knights responded in unison. The ground shook violently. Rutger growled, probing. "Where is it?" A scout knight frantically pointed, yelling, "Lord Rutger! Over there!" The deathworm was tearing through the ground, charging directly towards a group of pilgrims in the distance. "Damn it! Chase that bastard!" Rutger cursed, spurring his horse into a gallop after the monster. Seeing the tense situation, Vlad spun around and called to Dorothea, his voice urgent. "We have to hurry." The feline girl flinched, still busily fiddling with the charms on the ground. Vlad snapped, his eyes sharp. "This isn't the time to play with your tail." Dorothea bristled, yelling back. "What do you mean, play with my tail? This is how we beastkin cast spells." No sooner had she finished speaking than the charm in her hand glowed brightly, magical energy surging forth. "And don't regret it. I just finished it." Dorothea held out the charm towards Portly Cannon. "Hey, big guy, give this to Lord Rutger. Just rub or tear the paper to activate the spell." Portly Cannon's face went blank, stammering and pointing at himself. "What? You want me to deliver it?" Dorothea sighed, explaining that she was exhausted after casting the sealing charm, and Vlad was too inexperienced to ride a horse, leaving the big guy as the only option. An overhead view showed the deathworm moving underground faster than a galloping horse. Rutger's knights were completely left behind. Vlad realized the hopeless situation. His eyes flashed with determination. Then there's only one option. Quick as lightning, Vlad reached out and snatched the charm from Dorothea's hand. "I'll have to jump," Vlad declared firmly, then rushed straight towards the edge of the cliff. Dorothea's eyes widened, shouting in astonishment, "Hey, Blondie, what in the world are you doing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad launched himself off the cliff amidst the feline girl's frantic cries. "You're not actually going to jump, are you? That's a cliff." Vlad slid down the slope, calculating in his mind. As the main rival for the future family head position against Lord Joseph, Lord Rutger is clearly no amateur. As he slid, Vlad told himself that Rutger's knights were all top tier. A mere apprentice like himself shouldn't have gotten involved in this. But then he growled, his eyes blazing as he pictured the monster in his mind, determined not to let any wild beast lead him by the nose. He recalled the bitter feeling when his home was shattered by an overwhelmingly powerful invader. That memory etched deep into his bones. The image of the colossal, mysterious entity reappeared, completely overwhelming a younger version of Vlad, reminding him of his helplessness from years past. Vlad gritted his teeth, determined to transform his resentment into strength. The mysterious voice echoed, ordering him to focus because every step was crucial. But Vlad stumbled disastrously. Vlad's face went blank, not understanding what in the world had just happened. He lost his balance, his entire body swaying as if about to fall flat on his face. Crash! Vlad fell face first to the ground with a pained cry. He continued to hit against the rock outcrops on his way down, looking no different than a rag doll. The mysterious voice screamed in his head, telling him to curl up, and Vlad rolled down the slope like a ball, yelping. After a painful series of tumbles, Vlad finally slid down the entire slope and crashed onto the grass. Vlad's face-first landing created a small cloud of dust, signaling a far-from-gentle touchdown. Standing on the cliff, Portly Cannon shouted in astonishment upon seeing him still moving. Dorothea and Portly Cannon froze, mouths agape, unable to believe how he could have possibly survived that fall. Vlad slowly got to his feet, surprised to find his body intact, having expected several broken bones. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped Vlad, startling him into realizing something was amiss. Immediately, a majestic black stallion, the lead of a wild horse herd, appeared before him. The jet-black horse snorted powerfully, its gaze fixed on Vlad as if sensing the special aura emanating from him. In the desolate wilderness, Vlad crouched down, his entire body enveloped by a pure and powerful blue aura. The lead black stallion's eyes reflected the energy, recognizing this overwhelming power. The mysterious voice echoed, explaining that this was the blessing of the serpent spirit. Without it, Vlad would have perished instantly after the fall. Vlad realized his debt of gratitude, thinking to himself that he must return to thank the serpent spirit this time. But putting that aside for now, he channeled strength into his legs, shooting off like an arrow to deal with the immediate problem. He glanced around, searching for his target. Where were the pilgrims? Vlad spotted a group of people in white cloaks laboriously pushing a wooden cart. Without wasting a second, he pushed off the ground, exploding with speed as he rushed towards them. A memory flashed. The elderly Father Andrea was laying hands to bless a kneeling person, making Vlad gasp in shock. Father Andrea? Vlad realized the leader of the pilgrim group was Father Andrea, his face paling with worry. He spun around, screaming in his mind. Where is Lord Rutger? Looking into the distance, Vlad bitterly realized Rutger had been left too far behind. The giant deathworm would surely reach the pilgrims first. The situation was critical. Father Andrea was about to perish. Vlad clutched the sealed scroll in his hand, his mind racing. A cold thought emerged. Sometimes coincidence appears in the form of destiny, forcing us to make a decision, and Vlad cursed under his breath. Boom! The ground shook violently again, signaling the monster's imminent arrival. There was no more time for hesitation. Vlad released the scroll, letting it fly with the wind, deciding he had to act now. His hand tightened around the sword hilt, ready for a life-or-death battle. If this was the moment to act, Vlad channeled his aura, and the sword in his hand flared with a brilliant blue light. Then there was no room for hesitation. Vlad's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He was ready to fight to the death. A colossal blue magic array appeared, radiating overwhelming energy. Vlad tensed, absorbing all the power from the magic array into his body and sword. His sword blazed, the ancient runes on its blade glowing intensely. Vlad roared with fury, his gaze locked onto his target. There you are, you bastard. Fwam! He plunged his sword straight into the ground, unleashing a surge of immense energy. Vlad knelt on one knee, his sword deeply embedded in the ground, becoming the epicenter of an energy explosion. A blue shockwave swept across the ground, clearing everything in its path and spreading far and wide. The mysterious voice resounded, criticizing the attack as still insufficient. Summon your world, amplify the tremor. Vlad poured all his strength, creating a ripple of spreading energy that transformed the ground into a magical lake. Vlad's eyes flashed with blue light. He was ready to unleash his trump card. He roared, commanding the monster to pay attention to him. Look at me, remnant of a fallen dragon. The colossal giant deathworm revealed itself, drawn by Vlad's energy. A dazzling green energy orb shot straight towards the monster. Vlad's eyes blazed. He had poured everything into this provocation. Boom! The attack exploded right in front of the giant deathworm, forcing its attention. Rutger, on horseback, also had to turn his head, stunned by the terrifying surge of power. Dorothea and Portly Cannon gaped, speechless at the illogical sight before them. Vlad stood firm, his cold blue eyes staring directly at the monster. He stood facing the giant deathworm, his sword blazing, and declared boldly, I am right here. Struck by the provocation, the deathworm roared a deafening sound, its tooth-filled maw gaping wide. Vlad didn't flinch, swinging his sword to unleash a burst of sword energy straight at the monster's face, causing rocks and earth to explode. The impact force was immense, pushing Vlad back, forcing him to slide across the ground to maintain his footing. The mysterious voice roared in Vlad's head, warning him not to attempt a solo kill. Don't fight it. Retreat now. You're not skilled enough to take on this thing. The voice continued to analyze the situation, stating that the best Vlad could do right now was to hold the monster in place. Vlad glanced into the distance, where Rutger's knight contingent was still riding towards them, and coldly replied, I know. He wondered if those knights were still on their way, as the ground shook violently. Enraged, the deathworm plunged its head straight into the ground like a giant drill. It lunged towards Vlad, intending to crush him with its rock-hard head. Vlad gritted his teeth, channeled power into his legs, and stomped hard on the ground, creating an energy burst to counterattack. He swiftly flipped in midair to dodge the monster's devastating charge. No sooner had he landed than Vlad saw the deathworm's colossal tail whipping towards him like a steel whip. Vlad cursed. That monster is playing dirty. It dove underground. He immediately took a defensive stance, his eyes scanning around to locate the hiding creature. Vlad's blue eyes glowed, and he sharpened all his senses, analyzing. Left or right? He suddenly realized the monster's direction, his face changing. Wait, is it targeting the pilgrims? Cold sweat beaded on Vlad's brow, his eyes flashing with a blue light as he understood the boss' intention. Without a second's hesitation, he channeled his full aura, his sword glowing brightly, preparing to rush to save the people. The mysterious voice screamed, Watch out! But it was too late. The deathworm burst from the ground, right in front of Vlad. From a distance, Rutger on horseback only managed to see a portion of the monster's tail lashing down. Rutger cried out in despair at the sight before him. No! The deathworm's colossal tail slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The gigantic monster emerged completely, its body obscuring the entire sky. Whoosh! Amidst the sandstorm, a knight's silhouette suddenly charged straight towards the monster. Vlad's blue eyes flashed, facing the rearing black stallion directly in front of him. Crash! Vlad, atop the black stallion, charged straight into the deathworm, his sword glowing brightly in his hand. Vlad realized with utter astonishment, his voice faltering, It's a horse. I'm riding a horse, the mysterious voice commanded in his mind. Use your inner world to perceive its forehead. The black stallion neighed resoundingly, its eyes blazing with an ethereal blue light. The mysterious voice confirmed, it's a spirit. This horse carries the bloodline of a unicorn. A lush green meadow appeared in a flash, a world belonging solely to knights and warhorses. Whoosh! The black stallion galloped, leaping into the air with extraordinary power. Vlad laughed heartily, completely immersed in the feeling of freedom and power. He burst into laughter as the black stallion galloped like a whirlwind, the ground shaking with every hoofbeat. Vlad smiled contentedly, his eyes full of confidence. So that's how it is. He looked up at the sky, sensing a completely new world. This is the world seen from horseback. Vlad and the black stallion sped off like a streak of blue light, his sword ready for the decisive strike. He shouted excitedly in midair, "Amazing!" his body merging with the flow of energy. Rutger rode up, calling out anxiously, "Vlad!" Behind him, the knight contingent was in disarray. Vlad turned, replying briskly, while the black stallion continued its gallop. "Yes, Lord Rutger." Rutger rode, his sharp eyes noticing Vlad's sword was enchanted with a sealing charm, secretly praising the young man for charging into the monster without hesitation. He smiled in admiration, acknowledging that the young man was willing to sacrifice himself for others, a rare quality. In Rutger's eyes, Vlad atop the black stallion was the living embodiment of the legendary swordmaster's code. Rutger turned, his voice full of respect. "That was an incredibly brave decision. You completed the mission more gloriously than any knight here." Unexpectedly praised by the high-ranking lord, Vlad blushed, stammering an awkward thank you. Rutger smiled and asked directly, "Is that so? Do you think you can control that horse?" As they both continued to gallop side by side, Rutger's gaze turned serious. "We must defeat the deathworm to ensure the safety of the pilgrims. We must deal with it now." Vlad's face paled, his voice filled with worry. "But my lord, that is the remnant of a fallen dragon." Rutger cut him off, his eyes as firm as steel. "I can do it." Their eyes met, and an absolute trust formed between the commander and the young squire. Rutger explained the plan. "You have Dorothea's charm, and an excellent horse. You can lure it towards you." Vlad looked down at the black stallion, his heart full of doubt. "Can I really control this horse?" Suddenly, the black stallion's eyes flashed with an ethereal blue light, as if responding to its master's thoughts. Vlad froze, his blue eyes also glowing in sync, realizing a deep connection. "Ah, I understand." In Vlad's mind, an image of wild horses appeared, and he understood that this warhorse was also fighting to protect its kin. Vlad smiled with determination, shouting to his new companion, "All right, then let's fight together." Rutger ordered decisively, "Good. Circle around that hill and return to me. I'll be waiting for you on the other side." Vlad replied clearly, "Understood, Lord Rutger," then spurred the horse, charging away like a black arrow with a resounding badoom. Looking down from above, Vlad and the black stallion separated from the knight formation, charging alone as bait, while the colossal deathworm bore down on them. Vlad glanced back. The gigantic monster had taken the bait, slithering after him at terrifying speed. Vlad glanced at the roaring deathworm chasing him, confirming with certainty, "It's fine, it's following me." He yelled, "Let's go!" then spurred his horse, galloping away like a black streak, sending dirt and stones flying. Portly Cannon's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe such speed. How the hell did it accelerate like that? Rutger merely smirked meaningfully, clearly having recognized Vlad's potential. From afar, Rutger observed the spectacular chase and silently acknowledged, "Both are formidable." Vlad and his black steed galloped, luring the colossal monster slithering right behind them. The mysterious voice commanded in Vlad's mind, "Plunge your sword into the ground. You must signal your position to it with vibrations." Hearing the command, Vlad immediately thrust the tip of his sword into the ground, its blade emitting an ethereal blue light. Vlad's eyes flashed with blue light, focusing his aura into the sword. He was thrown into the air by an incredibly powerful shockwave. The mysterious voice continued as Vlad and the monster faced each other. "Look, kid. A dragon is chasing you." Vlad's eyes blazed, realizing the truth from his mentor. "It's following your light." Rutger landed decisively, ready to command. He ordered a knight, "You, escort the pilgrims to safety," then turned to his entire force. "The rest, prepare yourselves." Vlad created shockwave explosions on the ground, luring his prey into the designated position. The colossal deathworm burst from the ground with an earth-shattering crash, charging straight into the trap. Rutger turned, his gaze sharp, coldly declaring, "They're here." Rutger's entire body erupted with a brilliant, fiery aura, and he slowly raised his sword. He lightly flicked his finger against the sword's body, and a clear ping resonated. Instantly, the ground around Rutger transformed into a raging sea of fire, ready to incinerate everything. Vlad and his black steed narrowly dodged the deathworm's devastating lunge. Suddenly Vlad's eyes flashed blue, and he was stunned by an unbelievable sight. What the hell is that? Amidst the battlefield, Rutger stood defiantly in the raging sea of fire, his sword raised high like a god of war. The mysterious voice explained that Rutger had temporarily expanded his domain, a skill reserved only for top-tier knights. Rutger Vazid, a knight of a caliber far beyond Vlad's imagination, stood there with an overwhelming presence. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, realizing a harsh truth. This man is absolutely ferocious. With that power, Rutger could easily crush Vlad's nascent domain whenever he wished. An unbridgeable gap in skill. The deathworm lunged once more, intending to devour Vlad and his warhorse. The gem on the monster's forehead emitted a deadly purple light. It had locked onto its new target. The colossal monster suddenly halted, ignored Vlad, and soared into the air, leaving him bewildered. In the monster's eyes, Rutger, though a mere speck, exuded an extreme threat, drawing its full attention. The mysterious voice spoke, saying the monster felt threatened by Rutger's domain and decided to switch targets to the stronger foe. Vlad gritted his teeth and cursed, realizing his domain was too weak to hold the boss. He had to do something immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad spurred his horse directly towards the monster, determined to fight to the death. Vlad panicked as the black steed suddenly acted on its own, charging wildly, and he yelled, "Hey! Where are you going?" An absurd sight appeared. A second Vlad on another black steed suddenly emerged, galloping parallel to him. The two riders sped towards the monster, the real Vlad yelping, "Stop, that's too close." The warhorse suddenly transformed into a faint blue energy stream, surging through Vlad's body. Vlad's entire body was enveloped in blue light, and he gasped in astonishment. What is happening? The warhorse raised its head, its entire body now a pure energy entity with blazing eyes, revealing its true nature. The mysterious voice spoke, explaining that Vlad's domain and the White Serpent's blessing were resonating with the warhorse, awakening a forgotten mystery. The colossal deathworm let out a menacing roar. Whoosh! Vlad and the spirit black steed shot forth like a blue streak of light, his sword blazing with energy. Crash! The monster roared, pressure radiating in all directions. Charge! Vlad yelled, spurring his horse to shatter the ground and rush straight forward. Rider without a horse, unicorn without a horn, two souls merged as one, soaring towards the horizon. Amidst the endless darkness, Vlad and his warhorse appeared as a single white star, confronting the colossal monster. Both galloped across the plains, heading straight for Rutger's distant figure. Meanwhile, Rutger stood alone, his sword flaring with a deadly crimson aura. The mysterious voice warned, "It's still not enough. Rutger's domain is growing stronger. The deathworm will eventually turn its attention back to you." Grrr! Vlad gritted his teeth, sweat pouring as he felt he had reached his limit, unable to maintain his vital energy any longer. Despite nearing exhaustion, he still charged forward frantically. Suddenly, another cavalry troop appeared from both sides, galloping parallel to Vlad. "Don't give up, kid!" Rutger's knights yelled, forming an escort formation for Vlad. The knights' eyes simultaneously glowed, each a different color, all channeling their aura to the extreme. This is far enough. The entire knight formation charged straight at the deathworm to clear a path. Gregory roared, "Hey kid, don't stop. Keep going until you pass Lord Rutger." Vlad obeyed, pouring out his remaining strength. Boom! A terrifying golden energy explosion erupted from Rutger's position, blasting everything around him. Rutger stood firm at the epicenter, his vital energy exploding like a small sun. Gregory cried out in despair, "Lord Rutger!" As Vlad rushed to the spot, Rutger turned to look with sharp eyes, casually remarking, "Ah, you've arrived. Well done." Vlad could only watch as Rutger single-handedly faced the giant deathworm, coolly declaring, "Now it's my turn." Energy erupted beneath Rutger's feet, turning the ground into a sea of flames, as he growled, "This land belongs to the house of Vazid." Rutger's eyes blazed like the sun, and he smirked with murderous intent. "I will not allow any monster to defile it." Rutger swung his sword, creating a colossal vortex of fire that spun wildly, engulfing everything around it. He let out a single roar, "Begone!" as the shadowy form of the deathworm was completely overwhelmed by the flames. Slash! A colossal fiery slash, brilliant as a falling meteor, struck the monster directly. The giant deathworm was split in two, its body disintegrating into fragments within the sea of flames, a clean finishing blow. Father Andrea and the pilgrims stood frozen, mouths agape in terror at the divine power. The beastkin Dorothea and the other knights were no better, all utterly shocked by the solo boss performance. Vlad stood still, his blue eyes shining brightly as he realized. So this is the power of a knight with inner perception. An entire region of land and sky was engulfed in a sea of flames created by one person, leaving Vlad stunned. This is a true world. He broke into a sweat, admitting that this sight surpassed his wildest imagination. A knight's world was a mountain of endless power. Vlad instinctively made comparisons, wondering if powerful figures like Godin, Zayar, or Pablo could do something similar. His gaze flickered with a mix of longing and doubt. Will I ever be able to do something like that? The mysterious voice echoed in his mind, firm and certain. Of course. Vlad tightened his grip on his sword hilt, regaining his composure. The voice continued to instruct, a vision appearing before Vlad of him and the black stallion enveloped in a blue aura. Once your world is strong enough to withstand all challenges. The flames gradually died down, leaving only Rutger standing amidst the desolate battlefield, shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Vlad stepped closer, asking the man who had just leveled an entire area, "Are you all right, my lord?" Rutger turned, sweat streaming down his face, but still wore a smug smile. "Here I am. You did very well today." Vlad looked at the still smoldering battlefield, calmly remarking that the grass was still wet, so the fire would soon extinguish itself, while Rutger behind him was gasping for breath. Muttering about craving a cold beer, Rutger staggered, his legs no longer steady. Out of mana, Rutger collapsed to the ground, while Vlad merely watched with an "oh" expression. The mysterious voice explained to Vlad that Rutger was paying the price for temporarily expanding his world. Rutger extended a hand, asking mockingly, "Aren't you going to help me up?" But Vlad just stared back coldly. Vlad flatly refused. "I'm tired too." Then sat down on the ground right next to Rutger. Rutger was speechless, his face stiff from Vlad's utterly unexpected move. After a moment of awkwardness, Rutger let out a sigh and then burst into laughter. Rutger struck up a conversation, praising Vlad's excellent horsemanship, which was completely contrary to rumors, making Vlad admit, "I guess the problem isn't with me." Rutger glanced at Vlad, his eyes full of hidden meaning as he mentioned the boy's skills. Both turned their gaze towards the black stallion, and Rutger marveled, "What a magnificent horse." Vlad agreed, his blue eyes gleaming as he admired the warhorse. Rutger was about to say something more when another voice abruptly interrupted. A group of Rutger's knights appeared, their commander laughing heartily as he praised Vlad. "Impressive, kid. Our squires don't stand a chance against you." The commander continued to pat Vlad's shoulder in praise, and promised to see him again later. Showered with compliments, Vlad looked embarrassed, muttering his thanks while Rutger, sitting beside him, chuckled. Suddenly, Vlad sensed a familiar presence, and he spun around, calling out, "Father Andrea?" Recognizing the familiar figure, Vlad called out loudly, "Father Andrea, Father Andrea," leading a procession of white-cloaked pilgrims, approached with a solemn expression. Vlad bowed in greeting, and Father Andrea sighed in relief. "Thank God you are safe." Father Andrea recalled the scene of the spirit python being suppressed by the blue light, muttering, "I know where I've seen that light before." The old priest looked up at the image of Vlad's power erupting, declaring it to be the light that tore through the darkest night. Father Andrea solemnly took Vlad's hand, showing absolute reverence. The old monk knelt on one knee, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Vlad of Schwara." Vlad froze, completely bewildered by what was happening with Father Andrea. Father Andrea closed his eyes, beginning to murmur a prayer. "O merciful Lord," he continued to pray, believing that this blessed boy was merely acting according to his own will. "Please comfort him for protecting his world." The pilgrims behind him also clasped their hands in prayer, regarding Vlad as a beacon of faith. Under the twilight, the entire procession of pilgrims simultaneously knelt before Vlad, expanding his world with their faith. At a magnificent castle, the sun was setting, signaling the end of the day. Count Vazid was reading a piece of paper containing newly received information. The old advisor standing nearby confirmed, "Indeed, my lord. Dorothea herself sent the message via crystal orb." Count Vazid crumpled the paper, growling. "Another incident of dark magic?" The advisor reported. "It seems a few enemies have established a base in the north." Count Vazid gritted his teeth, thinking of the ancient fiends lurking for revenge as the empire weakened. The advisor spoke up. "But there's still good news, isn't there?" And Count Vazid agreed. "Indeed. Lately I keep hearing that young man's name." Count Vazid recounted Vlad's achievements, from the monster-slaying expedition and the duel of honor, to the incident involving these pilgrims. He admitted that without Vlad, the Vazid family could have been in great trouble. Count Vazid smiled faintly, acknowledging, "He truly is a remarkable young man." Count Vazid, with a stone-cold face, ordered, "Summon Joseph to me." The old advisor standing behind him inquired, "Do you intend to permit him, my lord?" Count Vazid glanced, then declared firmly, "Those who deserve respect must be treated accordingly." As night fell, a small camp flickered with firelight amidst the vast plains under a star-filled sky. The entire group of pilgrims were gathered around the campfires, their chatter echoing softly in the night. Vlad separated himself from the crowd, sitting alone by his own fire on a small hill. He was meticulously cleaning his sword, the firelight dancing on the sharp steel blade. With each decisive stroke, the sword gleamed, reflecting the light, ready for the next battle. Vlad muttered to himself, his gaze distant. "You've had a long, hard day too." Suddenly, a tall figure appeared, holding a bottle of wine, asking mockingly, "Why are you sitting alone looking so gloomy?" Vlad looked up sharply, realizing the newcomer was Lord Rutger. Rutger sat down next to Vlad, asking, "Where's the big kid?" Vlad replied concisely, "Dorothea took him. There's something that needs to be done." Vlad asked in return, "What about Father Andrea?" Rutger, while drinking his wine, replied, "He's praying with the pilgrims." Rutger sighed, feigning understanding. "It seems everyone is busy, huh?" He offered the bottle of wine to Vlad, inviting, "Care for a drink?" Vlad refused. "I'm cleaning my sword." Rutger narrowed his eyes, his voice sounding displeased. "You're refusing me again." He began to complain about Vlad, refusing him, all sorts of things, then got straight to the point. "Is that Joseph's order?" Vlad hastily denied, hesitantly, "No, my lord," then decisively snatched the bottle of wine. He was surprised, holding the bottle in his hand, realizing it was whiskey. Rutger smirked with an air of superiority, a delicacy reserved only for nobles. Watching Vlad drain it in one gulp, Rutger thought to himself, "They truly are brothers. Their personalities are opposite, but their tastes are quite similar." Rutger scrutinized Vlad's sword, his eyes filled with an expert's gaze. He spoke up with the air of an elder. "You should have taken that sword to be repaired when we return." Vlad replied concisely after drinking, "I stopped by one of the Vazid family's forges, but the old man said he'd have to break the hilt." Rutger smirked, looking puzzled. "Huh? A perfectly good hilt? What for?" Vlad explained the sword's unusual structure, stating that only the original blacksmith could repair it without breaking the hilt. Rutger took a gulp of wine, making a sarcastic remark. "The sword is as temperamental as its owner," Vlad stated directly, without beating around the bush. "That's why I refused." A series of images flashed through Vlad's mind. Jemina, the old blacksmith, the dark-haired woman, as he declared firmly, "I don't want to lose this sword. It's everything to me." Rutger listened in silence, his eyes unreadable, pondering something. Rutger pointed out the harsh truth that the sword was dangerously worn, and Vlad admitted that was why he had to find its original smith. He asked directly, without any hesitation, "Where is he?" Vlad's eyes flashed blue, the sword reflecting the firelight, as he replied with determination, "In Schwara." Rutger scoffed, feigning remembrance. "Ah, that's right. I almost forgot you always call yourself Vlad of Schwara," he thought to himself, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Schwara shines. Vlad of Schwara, that name truly suits him. The image of Vlad, dominant on the black stallion's back, unleashing a blazing sword strike, appeared in Rutger's mind. Today, he shone brighter than anyone. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with deadly resolve. Rutger smiled, as if everything had become clear. "Now I understand." He looked at Vlad, sitting with his sword, and finally understood. "This is why my younger brother made such a fuss over him." Rutger stood up, saying confidently, "I'm sure you'll be able to fix it soon." He offered a piece of advice, philosophical, yet tinged with danger. "If your desire is strong enough, someone will eventually take notice." Vlad was bewildered by Rutger's cryptic words. Rutger's hand lightly patted Vlad's shoulder, a surprisingly acknowledging gesture. Rutger looked directly into the young man's eyes, asserting, "I'm saying you've lived a worthwhile life." He turned and walked away, ordering, "Get some sleep. Tomorrow, we head straight for Sturma." Vlad silently watched Rutger's retreating figure disappear into the night. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with determination. "Has right. One day, I'll definitely fix it." Images of his old comrades in the tavern flashed by. Vlad told himself, "This sword has a place to return to." In the dead of night, Vlad sat alone by the fire, completely separated from the main camp in the distance. A colossal dark silhouette, the black stallion, silently approached from behind the cliff. Vlad remained unaware, arranging some small items beside the fire. The black stallion's eyes gleamed with a strange blue light, exactly like Vlad's. Suddenly, an explosion of pure blue energy erupted from Vlad, illuminating the entire sky. The black stallion stood majestically, its entire body enveloped in that blue aura, looking like a mythical creature. Scene change. A luxurious Vazid family mansion appeared under the night sky. Inside, Oksana and a maid were sitting opposite each other by candlelight, the atmosphere quiet, but full of calculation. Oksana's hand made a decisive stitch, completing the embroidery of a white tree on the fabric frame. She looked at her finished work with satisfaction. This will do. The maid held up a book for comparison, confirming, "Yes, madam, it looks exactly like the Heinel family crest in the book." Oksana set down the embroidery frame, her tone sharp. "If so, it's time to embroider the next crest for him." The maid turned to another page, revealing a crest depicting a sword within a blazing golden wreath. "Here it is." Oksana smiled, her hand still deftly working the needle and thread. "You can put the book away now. I remember this very clearly." She mused to her maid. "Come to think of it, this is the first time I've done this. As a child, I only watched my mother sew." The maid smiled back. "That's precisely why it holds even more meaning, my lady." Oksana nodded, her eyes sharp. "Indeed, a precious tradition is on the verge of being forgotten." She glanced at a blank banner, her voice full of disdain. "Knights nowadays are far too pampered. They have no right to raise that flag." A blank banner glowed with a faint blue light. Oksana stated firmly, "In fact, they don't even deserve a flag of their own." The scene shifts to the plains, where a formidable contingent of knights escorts a luxurious carriage at a gallop. Rutger glanced at the knight beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. Truly an astonishing sight, one I've never witnessed before. An entire herd of colossal wild horses, led by the black stallion, galloped parallel to the procession. Rutger watched the herd, admitting, "It is indeed a rare sight. Perhaps this is the first and last time we will ever witness it." He cast a glance towards the carriage, seemingly understanding that this spectacle was connected to the one inside. Inside the carriage, Vlad looked out the window, his gaze distant, silently thinking that this brief encounter had profoundly affected both of them. He muttered to himself, his eyes resolute, "I know, it's time to part ways." The black stallion separated from the group, galloping off in a different direction. Vlad continued to ponder, his gaze following the warhorse. "Just as I have a task to fulfill, you also have the responsibility to lead your entire herd." The black stallion turned its head, its eyes full of intuition. The black stallion let out a resounding neigh, reared up majestically, then turned to lead the entire wild horse herd away. From inside the carriage, only the silhouette of the black stallion standing atop the hill with its herd could be seen. Vlad and the black stallion exchanged one last look from afar, a wordless farewell. "This is it. This is the limit of how far we can journey together." Vlad watched the silhouette of the black stallion, and its herd gradually disappear over the hilltop, whispering, "Farewell." Father Andrea, seeing Vlad seemed sad, spoke up to comfort him. "Don't be too sad about saying goodbye." Vlad's face was impassive, feigning indifference. "It's just a horse." The old man laughed heartily, seeing through the boy's heart. "It's hard to be honest with your feelings, isn't it?" Father Andrea began to preach. "Life is an endless series of meetings and partings. Seeds sown in tears will blossom in the joy of reunion," he stated firmly, believing that the bond between Vlad and the black stallion was genuine and that they would surely meet again. The majestic image of the black stallion appeared, proof of a bond that could not be measured by time. Vlad subtly smirked, finally admitting reluctantly, "Yes, perhaps someday." The black stallion stood on the hill, looking towards the procession, as if also awaiting the day of reunion. The scene shifts. Rain poured outside a magnificent mansion, signaling an impending political storm. Thunder rumbled, and inside a dark room, a powerful lord sat in contemplation, rubbing his forehead. The lord muttered, disbelieving his ears upon hearing the shocking news. "Count Ravnoma has fallen?" An old, silver-haired advisor stood behind him, reporting, "Yes, my lord. We have just received the news." The lord growled, having anticipated trouble but not expecting such a devastating outcome, and inquired about the strength of the Gaithar family. The old advisor explained that Gaithar had united the western families. Their combined forces were too strong. Even a ruler like Ravnoma couldn't withstand them. The lord questioned why the royal family stood by and watched this happen, but the old advisor was at a loss, unable to guess the central government's intentions. He stood up, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. "Here in the north, we possess our own power, stronger than any other region." Walking and speaking, he admitted that while the sturdy city walls protected the north from royal interference, They also left them blind to outside information. He stood by the window, watching the storm, bitterly exclaiming, "What a tragic end for a noble family, and not just any ordinary family, but the guardians of the covenant." Images of chained divine swords appeared. His eyes sharpened, delivering his final conclusion. Old laws and traditions are now mere rubbish. They have been shattered by a new power. The Northern Lord looked out the stormy window, declaring that times were chaotic, and no matter how weak the empire became, there were still inviolable boundaries. His gaze sharpened again, concluding that the fall of the Ravnoma family could be a sign of an entirely new era. Through the window frame, he looked down at a procession of white-cloaked figures moving in the rain. He narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Oh, I see. They are not pilgrims." The old advisor confirmed they were refugees from Count Ravnoma's territory, those who carried the old covenant. In a dark room, Vlad sighed, clenching his fists, wondering what he should do now. He tormented himself, thinking that while saving the pilgrims was the right thing to do, the outcome was aiding Lord Rutger, which Lord Joseph would certainly not be pleased about. Zyar's image appeared, radiating intense bloodlust. Vlad knew for sure he was about to be beaten to a pulp by that bodyguard. Exhaling sharply, Vlad accepted his fate and knocked on Joseph's door. "I am here, Lord Joseph." The heavy door opened, and Vlad cautiously stepped into the pitch-dark room. Joseph sat behind his desk, Zyar standing beside him like a phantom, coldly remarking, "You're back a day early." Joseph feigned concern, inquiring about Vlad's condition after hearing what had happened. Vlad affirmed he was fine, and Joseph seemed relieved, then reminded him to prepare himself for continued training. Vlad replied decisively, his blue eyes suddenly flashing with a strange light. Joseph narrowed his eyes, a glare as sharp as a razor. He sensed something was amiss, even though Vlad appeared normal. Vlad immediately felt the terrible rage erupting from Joseph and Zyar, screaming internally, "I'm doomed. I knew he'd be furious." Joseph abruptly called out Vlad's homeland, Schwara. Vlad was stunned, not understanding why the topic had suddenly changed. Joseph, with a casual expression, asked about the rules of the slum. "I hear gang conflicts only end when one side is wiped out or surrenders, is that right?" Vlad froze at the loaded question, but still had to confirm. "Yes, I believe so." Joseph Vazid threw out a tricky question, asking why Vlad hadn't sent a letter, leaving the new recruit dumbfounded. The big boss directly targeted his weakness, mentioning his girlfriend at the convent, with Jamina's image appearing suggestively. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, quickly denying it. "She's just a friend." Joseph feigned understanding, saying he knew Vlad didn't want to implicate his acquaintances in Schwara for fear of endangering them. He continued his charade, claiming he only wanted to help Vlad solve his problems, but everything required time and experience. Joseph concluded, revealing that he had considered using a pawn in Schwara, one-armed Jack. Vlad recalled this stingy boss, a man who used money to manipulate all forces in the slum. But then Joseph changed his tone, resting his hands on the table and declaring that Vlad had proven his worth remarkably. He stood up, walked away from his desk, and stated directly, "Because you have dedicated yourself to me, it is time for me to reward you, as promised." Vlad was completely taken aback by his boss's 180-degree change, not understanding what was happening. Joseph explained about the standard, the ancient symbol of a knight's honor, something every warrior yearned for. He admitted that he himself could never bear a standard, so instead, he decided to recruit knights who were worthy. Joseph's sharp gaze fixed on Vlad, asserting with certainty. He declared, "And you, young man, have finally grasped the standard with both hands." Joseph lifted a document, proclaiming Vlad worthy of his own standard. He solemnly announced, "The Heinel and Vazid families vouch for your worth, and as promised, the Vazid family will support you wholeheartedly." Joseph officially bestowed upon Vlad a new title, Bearer of Lady Alicia's honor and Guardian of the Vazid family. Hold your head high beneath your standard. He handed Vlad the document, ordering him to return to his homeland with this recognition. The mission was clear. Sever the tattered ties that bind you there and return when you are truly free. Joseph smiled faintly, a calculating smile of one who had just made a crucial strategic move. Zyar, the one-eyed bodyguard, silently observed his master's political play. Vlad gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, but maintained absolute focus on Joseph's command. A flashback flashed by. The sword from the old blacksmith and Jamina, the card from Father Andrea, the handkerchief from Lady Alicia, and now the standard from the noble families. All these connections had formed the young man's foundation, helping him stand firm. And now, Vlad knelt before Joseph, the one who had orchestrated everything, asserting his position. Vlad clenched his jaw, tears streaming down, yet his voice was firm. "Your command is my desire, my lord." The scene shifted to a magnificent hall, where a lord sat on a throne. Below him an old monk, and his retinue in white cloaks presented a mysterious chest. The lord, with the carefully trimmed beard, squinted, thinking to himself, "So this is it." The chest was carefully chained, emitting swirling dark energy, the very proof of the covenant. The old monk presented, "My lord, within this lies a dragon shard." The image of the colossal golden dragon from the past appeared, described as the most perfect dragon ever known, struck down by the founding king himself. Lord Ravnoma merely hummed softly, his expression calculating. The old monk bowed, speaking urgently, "My lord, forgive my abruptness, but the Ravnoma family is the only one in the West capable of protecting this covenant." The lord closed his eyes, responding decisively, "I understand." Seated on the throne, he declared, "I will provide knights to protect you," and the old monk immediately pledged to do his utmost to transport the covenant safely. The lord ordered them to make themselves at home while everything was prepared, and the old monk bowed in gratitude. The white-robed monks quickly used a large cloth to cover the chest, concealing the dark aura. The group of monks began moving the chest out of the great hall under the old monk's supervision. Lord Ravnoma silently watched them leave, his sharp eyes betraying no thoughts. Once they were out of sight, the dark-cloaked advisor spoke. "I hope their presence does not trouble your lordship. They have nowhere else to go." The dark-cloaked advisor continued, saying that in the West, only one other family was capable enough to protect the covenant, and that power was none other than the ruler of the North, Timur Varanov, the iron-fisted warlord. Lord Ravnoma stood by the window, muttering that even though he knew the monks had no other choice, he still felt an ill omen. His eyes suddenly gleamed as he realized something. He suddenly remarked, "It's been a long time since I've seen that banner," which puzzled the advisor. The silver-haired advisor turned back, and after a moment of surprise, understood his master's meaning. A white standard with the emblem of a golden ship and a black crest fluttered gently in the wind. Both watched the monk's carriage procession depart, the advisor suggesting they were eager to be on their way. Lord Ravnoma smirked, asserting he would do the same if he were in their shoes. In his mind, the image of a fully armored knight appeared, now a free knight banneret, no longer dependent on anyone. Lord Ravnoma silently wished the knight well on his journey home, where an important mission awaited. A carriage entered a large city under the brilliant sunset. The scene shifted to a dark, filthy alley, littered with drunkards and corpses. A wooden sign with the silhouette of a lady hung precariously before a building, clearly a brothel. Inside, a group of men gathered, shouting loudly, demanding service. The customers argued over whose turn it was tonight, some yelling, "It's my turn," others declaring whoever pays the most gets it. In a private room, a girl in a blue dress sat before a vanity, ignoring the shouts of "Pour me a drink" from outside. A customer yelled, "Marcella," and the girl with raven-purple hair merely licked her lips, her eyes full of haughty pride in the mirror. The silhouette of a brothel madam appeared, scoffing at the customers as a herd of rutting pigs and urging Marcella to hurry out. She puffed smoke from her long pipe, reminding her that each customer she served would help reduce her debt. Marcella maintained her haughty demeanor as she applied lipstick, despite the brothel madam's furious glare. The brothel madam frowned, clearly displeased with her attitude. The madam's wrinkled hand grabbed Marcella's chin, a blatant act of intimidation. The old woman hissed, "Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. You'll be wrung dry like a rag before you leave this place." Marcella didn't flinch, merely wiping away a smudged lipstick mark. A defiant smirk appeared on her lips. Marcella retorted sharply, "You'll have to live a very long time to see that day, madam." The madam fell silent, muttering to herself that this girl was truly stubborn, refusing to yield even after falling on hard times. Losing patience, she snapped, "Get ready already." Marcella placed the lipstick brush on the table, her gaze distant. She told herself that perhaps she had flown too high for a woman of her profession, but it had been a worthwhile journey. At least, she had chosen her own destiny. Marcella stood up, adjusting her dress. She strode towards the door, which cast out a chaotic light. The customers roared upon seeing her silhouette. "Shay's out! We've been waiting for you, Marcella." Marcella thought to herself that she had also chosen her own path to ruin, while the customers appeared like a pack of hungry devils. She stepped onto the stage, facing the crowd that roared like wild beasts, while the madam watched from behind. The brothel madam spoke, her voice syrupy sweet. "Easy now, gentlemen. If you wish to taste the sweet nectar of Schwara's black rose tonight, you must pay the price." A scarred man yelled, "Me, I have 1 gold coin," but was immediately drowned out by others. 2 other men pooled their money. "We have 3 gold coins," making the bidding chaotic. Another man frantically shouted a bid of 3 gold coins by himself. ignoring the curses around him. The brothel madam sneered, thinking to herself that she would wring every last drop from the fading flower, Marcella. Another customer roared wildly, pushing the price to 4 gold coins. The madam smiled with satisfaction, egging on the crowd. Is there anyone more daring, willing to pay 5 gold coins? The small fry hesitated, muttering curses, as 5 gold coins was a fortune for drinking. As the madam prepared to close the deal, Marcella suddenly froze. An icy voice echoed from upstairs, throwing out an unbelievable number. 100 gold coins. Pfft. The madam, who was smoking, spat out both smoke and saliva from sheer shock. The entire tavern fell silent, the madam coughing violently, while the customers gaped in astonishment. The madam still couldn't believe her ears, stammering, "What? What was that?" A creaking sound echoed as a cloaked figure descended the stairs, repeating, "I will pay 100 gold coins." Creak. That sound made Marcella tremble. As horrifying memories flooded back, she recalled the hand that had once touched her, an indelible feeling of disgust. That was the very sound that had brought ruin to her life. The cruel face with glowing eyes from the past reappeared, haunting her mind. Marcella hugged herself tightly, extreme fear evident on her face. How could I ever forget? The hooded figure continued to descend calmly, oblivious to the chaos he had just caused. A trembling customer asked the hooded man again, "Sir, did you truly say 100 gold coins?" The hooded man, who was Vlad, silently walked past the stunned crowd. The entire gang of fierce thugs automatically parted, not one daring to block his path. The customers broke into a cold sweat, whispering to each other that this person was not someone to be trifled with. Vlad approached the bar, ignoring the brothel, madam and Marcella, and asked directly, "Is this where I order?" The brothel madam muttered, assessing Vlad's expensive attire, guessing that he wasn't entirely bluffing about the 100 gold coins, and could at least throw down 10. Just as the madam was about to grab the menu, Vlad raised a hand to stop her, coldly saying, "No need." He began to reminisce, his voice deepening. "Ever since I left this place, I've always remembered the food here." Vlad ordered a series of familiar dishes, grilled sausages and black pudding with potato cakes and white bread, causing Marcella to snap her head up. He pulled down his hood, revealing his distinctive platinum hair. Vlad delivered a psychological blow to Marcella. "Give me a portion exactly like what Jorge used to order." Memories flooded back. A dirty, childlike Vlad brought home by Jorge, and Marcella herself was the one who bathed and cared for him. The young Vlad from those days had now returned, placing a hand on his chest and declaring, "I'm back, Marcella." The brilliant golden aura surrounding Vlad was not of wealth, but something far more dazzling. Facing a crumbling Marcella, Marcella burst into sobs, while Vlad merely stood there, his blue eyes flashing with cold determination. Recovering from the shock, Marcella's eyes widened in terror. She quickly whispered into Vlad's ear, her voice trembling as she urged him to leave immediately. She frantically warned him that this place was the territory of one-armed Jack's henchmen. The brothel madam narrowed her eyes, observing their hushed whispers, her face clearly showing displeasure. She muttered, realizing that these two knew each other and sensing that something bad was about to happen. Determined not to let things get out of hand, the madam gestured, calling for her bouncers. The signal was sent to a table full of armed mercenaries waiting for orders. The fur-collared knight with a scar on his face immediately gripped his sword hilt, radiating intense killing intent. The entire gang of underlings simultaneously stood up, brandishing their weapons, ready to charge in and clean up as ordered. Vlad began to walk, each step decisive and imposing. He coldly walked past Marcella, his gaze unwavering even with the thugs menacingly behind him. Vlad glanced at the thugs and spoke, "Before I pay you, ma'am, there's a debt I want to settle first." The brothel madam hesitated, her voice slightly confused. "A debt? What debt?" Vlad casually called out the boss's name without deference. One-armed Jack. His blue eyes flashed, and chilling killing intent radiated. "He owes me something." The fur-collared knight, leader of the thugs, was instantly stunned by the insolent attitude. Clang! He drew his sword and growled, "Who does this brat think he is?" Blood rushed to his head, and he gritted his teeth. How dare he call our boss by name like that? Without another word, Vlad's cloak billowed as he charged forward. Slash! In an instant, Vlad swept past the leader, leaving a spray of blood gushing from his throat. A few drops of blood splattered on his cheek, but Vlad's face remained ice-cold, devoid of emotion. The knight's eyes widened, blood gushing profusely from his mouth, and the fatal cut on his neck. Thud! The big man fell backward onto the floor. The remaining thugs froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The madam and the remaining henchmen's faces drained of color, utterly terrified. Marcella was also speechless. completely stunned by Vlad's ruthless action and speed. Crack! The thug's head slammed against the wall, blood splattering everywhere. The madam's jaw dropped, and she let out a piercing scream at the horrifying sight. Vlad pointed his blood-soaked sword at her, commanding, "Silence. Shut your mouth and stay there." The brothel madam's eyes were wide open, sweat pouring down like rain as she faced Vlad's blade. Vlad, shrouded in shadow and a blue aura, coldly warned, "If I don't extract enough money from these scumbags, you'll pay the price too." Overwhelmed by Vlad's presence, the madam trembled uncontrollably. The remaining thugs drew their swords, their leader roaring, "What the hell are you doing? Who sent you, you bastard?" Vlad calmly faced dozens of blades, replying only with a name, Jorge. He drew his dagger, his blue eyes flashing with a deadly glint. "I am Jorge's last dagger." The thugs looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Jorge's dagger meant. Suddenly one of them, eyes wide, shouted as he realized something. "Wait, I remember now. Blonde hair, blue eyes." He pointed directly at Vlad, his voice full of panic. "That bastard is Vlad." Another sneered, showing disdain. "What? That scrawny kid? I thought he'd died in some ditch by now." They all surrounded Vlad, gleefully discussing the bounty if they handed his head over to the boss, mocking him for being foolish enough to show his face here. Vlad took a step forward, his voice ice cold. "Shut your mouths and come at me." Vlad's eyes flared with a brilliant blue light, overwhelming killing intent as he growled. "Just like that day, rush at me as if you're bloodthirsty." Faced with the terrifying pressure, all the thugs stiffened, trembling with fear. They only saw Vlad's figure enveloped by a massive aura, wondering if this was the same weak kid from back then. In their eyes, Vlad was now nothing short of a bloodthirsty wolf, baring its fangs and snarling, ready to tear its prey apart. Vlad smirked, his voice full of challenge. "Well, if you're just going to stand there dumbfounded." Whoosh! He dashed away with incredible speed, leaving only a blur. Slash! Before he could react, Vlad had closed in on one thug and stabbed him through with his sword. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with cruelty amidst the blood splattering on his face. "Then ill come to you." A thug frantically swung his sword down, but Vlad deftly dodged with eyes sharp as knives. Without a wasted movement, Vlad spun and thrust his sword straight into his opponent's chest, finishing him in the blink of an eye. Amidst the encirclement of the small fry, Vlad spun like a whirlwind of death, blood splattering everywhere. Vlad's sword, glowing with blue light, plunged straight into another thug, his eyes devoid of emotion. In the darkness, only Vlad's blue eyes flashed as he took down another life. Just as the oath declared, every sword strike is a scream. Blood gushed from the unfortunate one's throat as Vlad withdrew his sword, fulfilling the latter part of the oath. Every scream is a life. Vlad gritted his teeth, declaring firmly that not a single one would walk out of here alive. A clean sword stroke sliced across the thug's throat, killing him before he could even gasp. Another thug only managed to see blood gushing from his chest with utterly panicked eyes. Vlad's blue eyes glowed brightly with killing intent. He was enjoying this slaughter. The image of a tear-soaked Marcella appeared, and Vlad roared in his mind, "You bastards will pay with blood for every tear Marcella shed." Amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, Vlad continued to swing his sword, "until I deem it enough." Night fell outside the brothel, where the bloody purge was still ongoing. Scene change. One-armed Jack was guzzling alcohol in his dark room. Thud! He slammed the bottle onto the table, displaying power and decisiveness. Letting out a heavy sigh, Jack slumped into his chair, surrounded by empty bottles, looking like a wild beast. He muttered to himself that now Jorge was dead. This entire slum officially belonged to him. Jack's iron hook glinted in the darkness as he declared his ambitions were far greater. Jack sat proudly on a chair atop a mountain of skulls, monologuing about how he had never hesitated to seize everything he desired. George's face appeared in Jack's thoughts as he recalled what he had realized when he stood at the pinnacle of power. Under the eerie blue moonlight, Vlad stood atop a mountain of corpses, contemplating the brutal rules of the slum. The strong decide everything. One-armed Jack continued to guzzle down alcohol, bitterly admitting his pathetic existence. Though he called himself the Lord of the Slum, he was still just a defeated man. He sighed, pondering the fate of Jorge, who had won the battle but still had to die, knowing that sooner or later he would meet a similar end. Jack gritted his teeth, hating a world where a single word from the big shots was enough to decide the fate of men like him. Bang! The top-knot goon kicked the door open and burst in, his face panicked as he shouted, "Boss, it's urgent." Jack turned back irritably, growling as he asked what the hell all the fuss was about. The goon's face was drained of color as he yelled, "We're surrounded, sir." Jack narrowed his eyes, questioning coldly. "Surrounded? Where?" By whom? The subordinate screamed frantically, pointing outside. The entire slum! The soldiers have cornered us! Another man also ran in from the back door, confirming in despair that a whole troop of soldiers was blocking their escape route. The Schwara guards had deployed, in neat formation, bristling with spears and pikes, leaving no escape route. Jack's subordinates began to panic, unable to understand why the guards who had been taking monthly bribes were now turning their backs and betraying them. Jack remained strangely calm, ignoring his subordinates who were clamoring with wild guesses, thinking the guards were just on patrol. Contrary to his subordinates' panic, a sinister smile began to spread across Jack's lips. He cackled maniacally, whispering that he knew this day would come sooner or later. Jack's iron hook glinted. He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with a sense of liberation. I guess this is the end. Jack's eyes blazed maniacally. He felt relieved, preferring to face immediate destruction, than live in fear, not knowing when death would come knocking, while Vlad had already walked a path strewn with corpses. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed in the darkness, cold and soulless, as he had just completed his bloody purge. Outside, a commander in a yellow cloak reported to an old official with a goatee. Sir, the guard squad is in position. Bordon, the commander with the curled mustache, asked coldly, All other alleys are blocked, aren't they? The goatee official hastily wiped sweat, confirming with a trembling voice. Of course. We've done everything we can. Bordon scoffed, warning the official not to let things go too far next time, as word had reached even the count. The official bowed his head in apology, excusing himself by claiming one-armed Jack was a more formidable opponent than he had thought. Bordon frowned, clearly not buying that pathetic excuse. The goatee official grew even more flustered by the commander's attitude. Bordon thought to himself, how could a mere knight know the Schwara slums so thoroughly, his eyes full of suspicion? The official tried to flatter him. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Schwara will finally be freed from this cancerous growth. Bordon retorted sharply. The only cancerous growth I see here is you. How the hell could a slum boss accumulate so much power? Bordon called him out directly, stating that Jack couldn't have done it without the mayor's consent, who was surely handsomely paid. Bordon smugly declared, I can smell a bribe from a mile away. Cornered, the official quickly changed the subject. When will the knights sent by House Vazid raid the slum? Bordon simply replied nonchalantly. He's already here. Splat, splat. Boots covered in fresh blood coldly stepped on the ground. A cloaked figure emerged from the end of the alley, walking through the deadly night mist. The goatee official's jaw dropped, his voice panicked. Only one knight? He frantically suggested to Bordon. Sir Bordon, how about we let the knights stationed in Schwara handle this? Bordon turned away, dismissing the idea. I'm afraid not. Bordon smirked sinisterly. Lord Joseph has prepared thoroughly for this occasion. Vlad appeared, covered in blood, his blue eyes blazing in the darkness like a predator. This would be his official debut. Bordon leaned in, his voice full of doubt. Are you sure you can manage this? He was visibly worried, suggesting Vlad bring soldiers, as he had heard that over 50 thugs were gathered in the slum. Vlad replied nonchalantly, his gaze sharp and cold. Even if I get injured, I won't implicate you, Sir Bordon. Bordon muttered, clearly not believing the empty promise. Easier said than done. Vlad glanced over, a look that was enough to silence him. Both stood before a large building, the atmosphere tense, like a stretched bowstring. Vlad's blue eyes blazed in the night, his killing intent beginning to spread. Bordon cleared his throat, trying to regain his superior demeanor. Remember your promise. Suddenly, Bordon held out a banner and said, Take this, it's Lord Joseph's order. He emphasized, He wants me to hand it to you in front of everyone. Vlad didn't say a word, his blood-stained hand gripping the banner's staff tightly. Fwish. Thud. He plunged the banner straight into the ground with terrifying force. The banner fluttered in the wind, Vlad standing tall like a god of death. The nearby guard's jaws dropped. A banner? I thought this tradition was long gone. The soldiers began to whisper, unable to believe a mere youth had his own banner, and knew he was a knight of House Vazid. Ignoring the small fry, Vlad donned his cloak and strode forward proudly. His gaze swept across them, cold and full of oppressive power. For a moment, the image of a knight holding a banner appeared, declaring, From this moment on, this land belongs to me. The banner with 2 esteemed insignias was proof of absolute power. With these noble names as my witness, I declare my authority here. Blue energy erupted from Vlad's eyes, he growled, his words like a death sentence. Your lives are now in my hands. Vlad raised the banner high, chilling killing intent emanating from its fabric. Bordon cleared his throat, roaring like thunder. Hear this, one-armed Jack. This proclamation is for you, you bastard in the slum. The officer unrolled the parchment, reading the indictment aloud. You have abused the people of Schwara, disregarded the laws and order of the Vazid family. Lord Peter Vazid will no longer tolerate your wickedness. Vlad stood tall beneath two banners, one of the Vazid house, one of the Holy Church, absolute power in his hands. The authority granted to him has the full support of both myself and the Holy Church. Bordon continued the proclamation. Listen carefully, one-armed Jack and your cronies. Open the gates immediately, and allow my lawful representative to enter the slum. Thud, thud. Numerous Vazid soldiers simultaneously slammed the butts of their spears onto the ground, the resounding sound filled with menace. The soldiers roared, Vazid, while Jack's cronies on the opposite side turned deathly pale. Inside, one-armed Jack sat motionless amidst a pile of bottles, clearly hearing the final verdict from outside. I, in the name of the Lord, sentence you, one-armed Jack, to death. Outside, Vlad stood proudly beside Bordon, the Vazid banner fluttering in the wind amidst the roaring cheers of the soldiers. Bordon turned to Vlad, his gaze sharp and cold. Now you have the full support of the Vazid house. Go, give it your all, and show no mercy. Vlad replied curtly, his eyes gleaming with a deadly light as his hand tightened on the sword hilt. Thank you. Bordon gave a final warning as Vlad turned and walked away. Be careful, Vlad. The white-haired man simply replied curtly, I know. The mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's mind, offering tactical advice. He has likely prepared for you. Keep an eye on your surroundings. You could be attacked from all directions. This will be a completely different battle. The voice continued to instruct, and Vlad's gaze sharpened. The key to victory is to strike first. Make a bold first impression. Vlad was lost in thought, blue energy enveloping him as he recalled the past. I wonder if Jorge could have survived that day. The image of the fateful battle with Jorge reappeared. If I hadn't brought Godin to the slum, memories shattered like glass shards. Images of Jack and Jorge flashed by. Actually, thinking back, if one-armed Jack hadn't threatened Jorge in the first place, there would have been no need to involve Godin in this situation. Vlad's thoughts drifted in an ethereal space. I have replayed various possibilities in my mind, but all of them lead to the same conclusion. He snapped awake. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with decisive light, and all hesitation vanished. He unleashed his sword aura, his entire body radiating a brilliant blue aura, and the final verdict was decided. One-armed Jack must die. Vlad exploded with sword aura, charging forward like a blue storm, ready to sweep everything away. Swish! A dazzling blue sword slash tore through space, and Jack's cronies were wiped out in the blink of an eye. A few petty soldiers, before they could even understand what was happening, were torn apart by invisible slashes, only managing to let out a pathetic scream. Blood splattered everywhere. One had his throat slit, another was impaled from behind. The scene was no different from a slaughterhouse. Vlad stood amidst the wreckage, his sword on his shoulder still trailing blue smoke, looking at the trembling, terrified remnants of the enemy. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his inner self roaring. His world is encroaching upon mine. This must end now. A decisive step landed on the wooden floor, determined to sever the disgusting connection that had haunted him for so long. Vlad strode over the corpses, disregarding the blood and chaos, to continue his life. The surviving cronies froze in place as he spoke in an icy voice. I am Vlad of Schwara. He continued to walk, his overwhelming aura making the space seem to freeze. I am here as a representative of the Vazid house, but more importantly, I am here for revenge. Each of Vlad's footsteps echoed steadily, like the hammer of death knocking on Hell's gate. He advanced deeper, his gaze unwavering, declaring, It is time to end our struggle. Crash! Vlad landed on the upper floor, standing tall in the shadows, looking down at the small fry below. A cold and dangerous smile spread across his lips as he took a deep breath. He raised his sword high, roaring, his voice echoing throughout the lair. One-armed Jack, I have returned. Sitting on an armchair in the deepest part, one-armed Jack flinched when he heard the familiar voice echo. The boss muttered to himself, his eyes revealing surprise but also ferocity. That voice. With a jolt, Jack sprang to his feet, the iron hook on his hand gleaming in the dim light, ready for battle. Instead of fear, Jack burst into maniacal laughter, covering his face in morbid excitement. He looked up, baring his teeth in a sneer. So you're the representative sent to take my life? A brief flashback showed Vlad was once hailed as Schwara's most promising young warrior. Back to reality. A crony roared an order. Kill him. All of Jack's henchmen, like a pack of hungry beasts, simultaneously leaped down from above to surround Vlad. With dozens of swords pointed at him, Vlad merely coldly raised his sword to parry, his blue eyes gleaming with a deadly light. Boom! Vlad unleashed his strength, sending all the small fry pressing down on him, flying in an instant. A henchman, before he could even regain his composure, saw Vlad suddenly appear right behind him, his face turning pale with terror. Vlad's blue eyes blazed, and he lunged forward like a hunting phantom. Slash! Vlad danced with his sword like a whirlwind, the blood of the cronies splattering across the floor. A scumbag tried to ambush him from behind, but Vlad was one step faster, unleashing a perfectly smooth horizontal slash. Thwack! The ambusher's head flew off, then plopped onto the floor in a pool of fresh blood. The survivors trembled uncontrollably. One stammered in terror. Holy hell, is that really Vlad? The leader tried to rally his comrades' spirits, roaring, "Don't retreat, surround him." Jack's henchmen trembled as they tightened their encirclement. The clanging of weapons and heavy footsteps echoed with tension. Vlad stood proudly amidst the encirclement, his overwhelming aura preventing any of them from daring to utter a sound. One of the cronies yelled at his hesitant comrades, "What the hell are you waiting for? Go!" But no one dared to move, all sharing the same thought. This guy is a true swordsman. Charging him means certain death. The whole group hesitated, glancing nervously at each other, none of them wanting to be the sacrificial lamb to charge first. Vlad merely bowed his head slightly, muttering coldly, "No need to overthink it." His eyes blazed, blue sword aura poured from his blade, and he declared, "Because I'm going to tear you all apart anyway." A blinding flash of light erupted from Vlad's sword, reflecting the absolute terror in the cronies' eyes before they were completely wiped out. Slash! A blue light slash tore through space, slicing Jack's henchman in half in an instant. One of the henchmen screamed miserably as Vlad's sword pierced through him. Vlad stood amidst a circle of corpses, the henchmen lying scattered in pools of blood after his clean sweep. The survivors trembled uncontrollably. One of them stammered desperately, "How can we stop him?" They decided to play dirty, shouting, "Use the net! Throw the chain net at him!" A giant chain net was flung out, flying straight towards Vlad, but he merely stood there with an ice-cold gaze. Without waiting, Vlad shot forth like a phantom, easily dodging the net. He glided with terrifying speed, leaving a dark blur in his wake, as one henchman yelled, "Damn it! Throw everything we have at him!" Jack's henchman only managed to see a shadow flash by, shouting in panic, "Someone stop him! How can he be so fast?" Vlad slid across the floor, stopping with practiced grace, his sharp gaze unwavering. He quickly hid behind a large pillar, making the henchmen curse because they couldn't attack. A smarter one ordered, "No, block the stairs. That's the only exit." The crowd gathered at the foot of the stairs, weapons at the ready, prepared for a mob attack. "You up there, get ready. Throw all your weapons at him the moment he jumps out." Vlad looked at the shouting crowd, thinking to himself, how troublesome. Charging straight into them is too risky. The henchmen started boasting prematurely, provoking from a distance, "Hey kid, if you've got the guts, come out and face us." Vlad's eyes glowed blue as he calculated his next move. What should I do? I can't use my aura continuously. His gaze suddenly stopped at a thick rope used to pull the curtains. Vlad smirked as a brilliant idea just struck him. Ah, that's right. He recalled Jamina's complaint that the curtain was too heavy to open. Vlad grabbed the rope, preparing to turn his friend's complaint into a deadly weapon, while Jack's henchman still looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Snap! Vlad pulled the rope with all his might. The metal pulley creaked loudly, ready for a spectacular swing. He gained momentum and leapt off the railing, turning gravity into a weapon. The henchmen below gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes as Vlad swung down like a phantom, one of them stammering, What the hell is this?" Whoosh! Vlad flew swiftly over the heads of the crowd, his glowing blue eyes locked onto his target, the small fry on the upper floor. Swish! He landed lightly on the second floor, flung the rope away, his cloak fluttering majestically. Jack's soldiers on this floor froze in shock. One of them shouted down in panic, "Did you see him fly up here? First floor guys, come up and help quickly." Vlad's blue eyes blazed as he uttered words of contempt. How pathetic. Is this all you can do? With that, he charged straight down into the crowd below, roaring, "You bastards!" The henchmen panicked but still tried to hold their formation. One of them shouted an order, "Attack!" Vlad glided forward like the wind, the sword in his hand drawing a deadly arc. Slice! A clean sword strike pierced the leader's throat. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The soldier collapsed into a pool of blood. The remaining ones only managed to let out miserable screams. Vlad remarked coldly, "My sword is sharp enough," while his eyes had already scanned for the next prey. He parried a slash while thinking to himself, "But they're swarming in from all directions." In a flash, Vlad recalled Zayar's teaching, that a wooden sword in the hands of a true swordsman was 1,000 times more dangerous in this situation. Vlad let out a breath, sweat beginning to pour after the continuous string of actions. Crack. A deadly sense of danger suddenly struck him, and Vlad's eyes twitched sharply. Thunk. An arrow flew from nowhere, lodging directly into Vlad's shoulder, making him halt in pain. It turned out that in the distance, 2 of Jack's soldiers had drawn their bows. One of them cursed. Humph. You damn rat. The leader of the remaining group yelled, ordering the archers, "Keep firing, we'll block the stairs." Jack's archers fired in unison, determined to pin down and kill their target. A few more arrows embedded themselves in the wall around Vlad, but he merely frowned in annoyance, completely unfazed. Thud! Vlad stomped his foot on the railing, gaining momentum for an unexpected maneuver. He launched himself downwards from above, a reckless leap aimed directly at the heads of the small fry soldiers below. Whoosh! Vlad's blood-stained hand snatched a dangling iron chain in midair. Using the chandelier as a pendulum, Vlad swung like a phantom, charging straight into the enemy formation. His eyes blazed with killing intent, his face cold and expressionless like a true predatory monster. Slice! A single sword stroke swept through, blood splattered everywhere as all the archers were wiped out in an instant. The remaining henchmen at the stairs froze in shock, one of them stammering curses, witnessing the slaughter. Vlad sighed, standing amidst the pool of blood, and uttered a contemptuous remark. "You're making everything more troublesome than it needs to be." He turned to the cowering soldiers, his voice ice cold. "If you just stand there waiting, I'll come to you myself." All of Jack's henchmen gulped loudly, sweat pouring down like rain, their feet daring not to move. In the middle of the battlefield, Vlad casually picked up a teapot and chugged it down to regain his strength. After drinking, he tossed the pot aside, and a dry clatter echoed. Vlad leaned on his sword and stood up, looking directly at his enemies. "Now then, how shall we proceed? Do you want me to come to you, or will you come to me?" He smirked, wiping his mouth arrogantly. "We're not done yet. You're overdue on your rent. It's time to pay back both principal and interest." The invisible pressure from Vlad made the thugs tremble violently, their faces turning ashen as if they had seen death itself. Vlad began to slowly walk forward, each step pounding directly into the enemy's nerves. He advanced into the hallway, facing the remaining forces. Jack's henchmen probably thought this was their territory, but they were gravely mistaken. This place belongs to the Laughing Rose. Vlad's blue eyes blazed in the darkness, asserting absolute dominion. "This is my territory." Night fell upon the port district, signaling a restless night. In a room, Harvin rubbed his forehead wearily. What in the world is One-Armed Jack thinking? He muttered that even common street thugs wouldn't be foolish enough to continue such blatant robberies. Harvin realized Jack had completely transformed into a different person since Jorge's death, a ruthless individual who pushed others to their limits. If this continued, the entire slums economy would collapse within months, and everyone would be wiped out. He sighed, a headache forming as he wondered how to report to Jack about losing over half of their smuggled goods this week. Click! A subordinate burst into the room, breathlessly reporting, "Harvin, have you heard? The slum is on lockdown." Harvin looked up, snapping. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lockdown? Who dares to block business here?" The subordinate, pale as a ghost, replied, "It's Sturmus Men. He's here to deal with One-Armed Jack." He continued to report in a panic that Schwara's guards had surrounded the entire area. Harvin knew this day would come. Jack had gone too far, but he also feared a new, bloody power struggle would erupt now that both big bosses had fallen. The subordinate suddenly asked, "By the way, you're quite close to Vlad, aren't you?" Harvin brushed him off, annoyed. "Who? Why bring him up all of a sudden?" The subordinate explained, "I didn't see it myself, but I heard Sturmus Executioner has blonde hair." Harvin, engrossed in his notes, replied dismissively, "Is that all? Vlad isn't the only one with blonde hair." But the subordinate delivered the finishing blow. "People say he calls himself Vlad of Schwara." Harvin's hand, holding the pen, froze instantly. He snapped his head up, sweat beading, his voice trembling. "What? Are you sure?" The subordinate affirmed confidently. "Absolutely. He just planted his banner in front of the Laughing Rose brothel a few minutes ago." A flurry of insane rumors about Vlad flashed through the subordinate's mind. The Vazid squire who awakened his aura, soloed the Deathworm, and even matched the monster Zyar. Amidst a battlefield engulfed in blue aura, Vlad's domineering figure emerged with the title Vlad of Schwara. Harvin was stunned, gripping his cane tightly, realizing those insane rumors might be true. Unable to sit still, Harvin leaned on his cane and hobbled away, determined to witness everything firsthand. Vlad coldly yanked the arrow from his shoulder, his blue eyes blazing with killing intent. the blood merely accentuating his cool demeanor. He stomped his foot, charging straight into the terrified, fleeing thugs. A foolish thug screamed, "Die!" then swung his knife and charged, seeking his own demise. Vlad effortlessly dodged the attack, casually kicking another thug lurking behind him into oblivion. With no wasted movement, he spun and delivered a clean, swift sword strike, sending the thug to his final count. The remaining small fry screamed, desperately charging all at once, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Vlad glided like a phantom, his sword flashing amidst the enemy encirclement. A vortex of sword aura erupted, sweeping away all the thugs in an instant. Vlad's face was splattered with blood, but his eyes remained icy, devoid of emotion. The mysterious entity appeared as an energy silhouette, observing Vlad's slaughter. A voice echoed in Vlad's mind, remarking, "He fights like one possessed by a demon." The entity continued its assessment. Not only is he talented and diligent, but he also possesses an iron will. This boy, the voice mused, seeing through Vlad's true nature, is a born killer. The entity concluded as Vlad swung his sword, creating a deadly streak of light. Vlad looked down at the gasping thug, uttering a sarcastic remark. "You should have gotten your teeth fixed." The thug lay on the ground, mouth agape, groaning in extreme pain. Vlad's blue eyes glowed. He raised his blood-soaked sword and finished. "But then again, you probably won't need teeth anymore." Vlad coldly pulled his blood-soaked sword from the throat of the last thug. He stood amidst the battlefield, his sword glowing, his overwhelming aura like a true grim reaper. The mysterious voice echoed in his mind, "Enough," as Vlad looked down, sweat trickling down his temples. Vlad agreed, but his eyes showed regret. "Indeed. I wish I could perfectly recreate that day's massacre." After wiping out the small fry, Vlad's face was utterly devoid of emotion, cold as stone. "But never mind," he muttered. "It's time to end this." Then ascended the stairs alone. His gaze was razor-sharp, completely focused on the final target upstairs. Creaking floorboards echoed mournfully beneath each heavy step of the hunter. He slowly ascended, his blood-stained sword ready in hand, radiating a thick, killing intent. Bang! The door burst open, revealing the back of the boss already seated and waiting. Vlad stood tall in the doorway, his sword still dripping fresh blood. His blue eyes gleamed in the darkness, his voice icy. "I'm back." "Boss," Vlad called, facing one-armed Jack, who sat calmly amidst the chaotic room. Jack turned, unfazed, even smirking. "Ah, the rising star is here. Welcome." He casually pushed a glass of wine across the bar. "Care for a drink?" Jack's eyes narrowed, assessing the one who had single-handedly swept through his entire hideout. Vlad simply stood there silently, his figure like a grim reaper filling the doorway, radiating terrifying pressure. Jack sneered, looking bored. "Well, this takes all the fun out of it, doesn't it?" Vlad's reflection appeared in Jack's wineglass as he confirmed. "So you are Vlad of Schwara. I heard the rumors, but I couldn't believe them," Jack said, then tilted his head back, draining his wineglass, preparing for a battle to the death. One-armed Jack let out a breath and slammed his wineglass onto the table. Looking at Vlad's reflection in the glass, the boss muttered, "I should have pulled you to my side sooner, even if I had to torture someone to do it." He reconsidered, "But no, that probably wouldn't have been a good idea." Jack looked directly at Vlad, admitting, "You probably would have stabbed me ages ago." He sneered, rising from his seat. "But at least I know who I'm facing. You've put this off for too long." He swiftly drew his curved sword from its sheath. Jack was ready to fight. Crimson killing intent erupted around Jack, and he growled, "But I'm the type who likes to settle things clearly." Vlad coldly stared at his opponent, with only one thought in his mind. "I'm utterly sick of this disgusting connection." In Vlad's mind, Jack's image was no longer an admirable monument of strength, but merely a parasite. Vlad's breath exhaled in cold wisps as he became certain of one thing. Vlad took a stance, his eyes sharp. "His world is no longer big enough to contain me." Amidst the ruins, the silhouettes of two swordsmen stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. Vlad tilted his head, his blood-stained sword reflecting a cold light. "Get ready." Jack smirked arrogantly, challenging. "Go on, kid." Vlad lunged forward, thinking to himself, "Even if he is an enemy." Clang! The two swords clashed, sparking and creating a powerful shockwave. Vlad struck down from above, putting all his strength into the slash. The pressure from the impact rippled through the surrounding air, and the floor cracked. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with determination. He had completely overwhelmed his opponent. "I will show my final respect," Jack thought to himself, straining to parry Vlad's heaven-sent sword strike. One-armed Jack strained with all his might, gripping his sword hilt tightly to defend. Vlad charged forward, sword light flashing as the two weapons clashed fiercely, creating a powerful tremor. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Vlad glided like a ghost, closing in an instant. A storm of sword energy was unleashed, and Jack could only desperately raise his weapon to parry. Clang! Vlad's sword crushed Jack's guard, the immense impact force dazing the pirate. The pirate staggered, his feet unsteady after the devastating blow. Vlad pressed his blade against Jack's neck, his eyes as cold as ice, ending the fight. Vlad's blue eyes glowed. He whispered about respect, the slum way. Jack gritted his teeth, trying to push back the blade of death, but it was utterly futile. Vlad roared, putting all his strength into the sword strike, determined to finish off his opponent. The sword slowly pressed deeper. Vlad's power was unstoppable. Suddenly, one-armed Jack unleashed an uppercut, yelling, "Surprise! You're far different from the kid who once wielded a wooden sword." The pirate grinned sinisterly. "Now I understand. This is why you've climbed so high." Whoosh! Vlad easily parried the sneak attack with a clean sword stroke, his gaze unwavering. Jack was truly astonished by Vlad's remarkable progress. He began to recall his dark past. "You know, I once had a dream too." As a child in the slums, he yearned to grasp the brilliant light of the opulent castle. To seize that light, he realized he needed power. A lot of power. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, immersed in killing intent and the stench of blood. More power. More blood. The pirate now walked a path of sin, leaving behind a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, because in this place, the line between good and evil was just a joke. In his recollection, one-armed Jack told himself he had climbed to the peak of the slums. Standing atop a mountain of skulls, the pirate bitterly realized that the dream of reaching the brilliant castle was still too distant. He admitted that the light of that dream, his special star, had been stained by blood and greed. The recollection ended with a blinding flash of light, interrupting his train of thought. Returning to reality, one-armed Jack was stunned by the light emanating from his opponent. That light was Vlad, swinging his sword with an absolutely overwhelming stance. One-armed Jack was stunned, muttering, "Ah, now I understand." He realized a bitter truth. To hold onto the light, one must be worthy of shining. And instantly, Vlad's sword, blazing with sword energy, pierced through the pirate. Vlad, his blue eyes flashing, proved who truly deserved real power. The two enemies lunged at each other, the clang of metal ringing out as Vlad easily blocked Jack's attack. A deep gash appeared on Jack's chest, blood gushing out. Vlad exhaled a cold breath, his eyes emotionless as he watched his dying foe. One-armed Jack gritted his teeth, a twisted smile beginning to form on his face. He let out a cackle, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal. The pirate burst into laughter. "Excellent. If only Jorge were alive to see this." Hearing the name Jorge, Vlad clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with extreme fury. "Shut up!" Vlad roared, raising his blood-soaked sword, preparing for the final strike. A sword strike, carrying cold blue sword energy, swept down, completely finishing off one-armed Jack. Vlad coldly declared, "You don't deserve forgiveness. You helped kill Jorge. You devoured the laughing rose when it was nothing but ashes." Vlad swung his sword, his icy gaze condemning. "And you sold Marcella, you bastard?" Vlad's blade tore through one-armed Jack's body as he delivered his final judgment. "You deserve a wretched death." Even as he was hacked apart, one-armed Jack's eyes remained wide open, without a hint of fear. The pirate laughed maniacally amidst the slashes. "Ah ha ha ha, what a joyous day." Jack still frantically swung his iron hook in resistance, yelling, "I want to open every barrel of wine in the slums and throw a grand feast." The pirate grinned through gritted teeth, looking straight at Vlad. "You'll climb even higher than me, kid," Vlad snarled, unable to bear the dying man's ramblings. "I told you, shut your mouth." An ear-splitting clang echoed as the two weapons collided, Jack still trying to resist to the very end. Vlad gritted his teeth in fury, in stark contrast to one-armed Jack's savage grin. Vlad poured all his strength, preparing to unleash the final killing blow. Vlad's sword severed one-armed Jack's remaining arm with a single clean stroke. Fresh blood splattered across the floor, ending the battle. A pool of blood slowly spread on the cold floor, next to shards and an overturned cup. Vlad's shadow loomed over one-armed Jack's fallen body. Jack fell into Vlad's arms, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and whispered, "Perhaps this is better." In Jack's mind, he would rather be trampled to death by a young wolf like Vlad than be crushed by Jorga's colossal shadow. Vlad remained silent, sweat trickling down his temples, and coldly asked, "Any last words?" Jack's blood-soaked iron hook gently brushed against Vlad's white hair. With a final sneer, one-armed Jack acknowledged, "Kid, you fight well." One-armed Jack, covered in blood, smirked, "Enjoy it while you're here." Vlad, his eyes flashing with a cold glint, silently listened to the defeated man's last words. Swoosh! Vlad decisively pulled his sword from one-armed Jack's chest. Fresh blood sprayed onto the floor, ending everything. Vlad stood firm as a rock, while one-armed Jack staggered, about to collapse. One-armed Jack used his own iron hook to press deep into his wound, ending his own life. Vlad coldly watched him harm himself. You've done enough. One-armed Jack collapsed, muttering about his sinful life, yet one he tried his best to live. He looked up at Vlad, admitting defeat to the bright world he once yearned for. With a blood-soaked grin, one-armed Jack rasped his acknowledgement. You did well. Blood gushed from the wound as he tilted his head back to the sky. With his last breath, he screamed the name that haunted him. Jorge! One-armed Jack's legs lost all strength. He fell backward, his eyes lifeless. Vlad bent down, silently watching his enemy take his last breath. One-armed Jack's body fell freely, blood splattering in the air. Thud! The heavy corpse hit the floor, while Vlad stood there, his cloak billowing in silence. Vlad turned away, his gaze sharp, thinking to himself, revenge is sweet, that is why it must be sought. The tip of his sword dripped blood onto the floor, a testament to a debt just paid. Vlad stood amidst the ruined scene, muttering about the bitter aftertaste that lingered after revenge. He glanced, his icy blue gaze devoid of emotion. Leaving 2 wine glasses on the table, Vlad coldly turned and walked away. Each decisive step echoed, the tip of his sword still dripping fresh blood. His blood-stained hand grabbed a wine glass. He gulped down the wine in one gulp, without savoring it. Clink! He slammed the empty glass onto the table and let out a sigh. One-armed Jack's frantic last words echoed in Vlad's mind. Kid, you'll climb even higher than me. Vlad remained silent. His blue eyes flashed as he recalled his enemy's final moments. He pushed the remaining glass forward, solemnly whispering, This one's for you, boss. His cloak billowing, Vlad decisively departed, settling all scores. He left a coin on the table, telling himself that a knight only takes a deserved reward for his deeds. The coin and the blood-stained glass remained, a testament to a debt fully paid. Vlad stood high above, looking down upon the Laughing Rose Hall, now a graveyard strewn with the corpses of henchmen. Today, this place had become a burial ground. He coldly stepped over an arm, desperately reaching out. Vlad's shadow stretched long across the corpse-strewn floor, a solitary figure. His face was devoid of emotion, his gaze sharp as a blade. The one-armed man was gone, merely a filthy stain swept clean from this world. Cleaning up this trash created only a ripple in Vlad's world, and he continued on his way. A squad of soldiers led by the Yellow Cloak commander approached the building, which was now eerily silent. The commander felt uneasy, wondering what the hell had happened inside this den. From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged, startling the commander into alertness. Vlad appeared, his cloak and sword stained with fresh blood, each step heavy with killing intent. The commander recognized the one who had soloed the entire gang, his voice slightly surprised. Ah, there you are. Vlad's ice-cold gaze swept over the soldiers, devoid of any emotion. Vlad's killing intent radiated like an invisible tsunami, freezing the commander and his entire squad in place. A soldier broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he saw Vlad's appearance. Is that all blood? The entire squad began to murmur, unable to believe that one man could take on over 50 people. He's on a completely different level. The commander's face turned pale, realizing that the person before him was a monster beyond all normal logic. Vlad's shadow enveloped the entire squad, the terrifying pressure weighing down on them, making them afraid to breathe deeply. Vlad glanced at the small fry, his eyes filled with disdain. The commander swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his temples. Treating the soldiers as if they were air, Vlad coldly turned and walked away. The commander was so scared that he staggered back a step as Vlad walked past him. Vlad continued to walk, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. When a familiar voice called his name, he stopped abruptly, his sharp eyes glancing backward. Harvin raised his small axe, shouting from behind the soldiers, Vlad, over here, it's me, Harvin. Vlad recognized Harvin's voice, and his expression shifted slightly. Harvin was being held at spear point by the entire squad, his situation precarious. Vlad's eyes twitched when he heard the familiar voice. He turned back, his cold face showing a hint of surprise. Harvin? The commander, seeing a development, quickly ordered his terrified soldiers. They seemed to know each other. Let him pass. Limping footsteps echoed on the cold ground. Harvin leaned on his staff, struggling to advance towards Vlad through the thick darkness. Vlad silently watched his friend approach, his face still stained with blood. Harvin panted, sweat pouring down, anxiously calling his friend's name. Vlad, covered in the enemy's blood, asked a single, direct question. Are you all right? Seeing Harvin was safe, Vlad gave a faint, rare smile. It really is you. With that, he He let his blood-soaked sword clatter to the ground, his body having reached its limit. Vlad staggered and then collapsed onto Harvin, muttering, "It hurts so much. My whole body is aching all over." Harvin frantically caught his friend, his voice trembling. "Good heavens, Vlad, what happened to you?" Vlad merely gave a weak, faint smile, offering no reply. He embraced Harvin, shedding all his burdens. "It feels like I've finally returned." The next morning, brilliant sunlight shone throughout the city. Vlad, now clean in new clothes, rustled slightly as he moved and muttered, "Still not used to this." He leaned against the balcony, looking down at the closely packed rooftops. "It must be because I'm used to sleeping in the slums." Clink, a servant entered, asking in surprise, "Oh, young master, are you awake already? Why not sleep a little longer?" Vlad turned, asking the servant what he was holding, while feeling the aches throughout his body. "Lying down is even more uncomfortable. My whole body is sore." The servant grinned widely, excitedly showing off the sparkling wash basin. "This is your wash basin, young master." Vlad narrowed his eyes at the servant, his face full of suspicion. "What's gotten into you?" The servant flashed a fake grin, asking back, "What do you mean, young master? I'm always like this." Inside, he was calculating. "Vlad's old subordinates from Schwara are lurking around here too. If I'm not quick, I'll lose my spot. I didn't come here just to be a stable hand for the Vazid family." Vlad saw through his intentions, thinking to himself, "I bet you're thinking that. I can tell just by looking at your face." Vlad patted his shoulder, feigning generosity. "Don't be impatient. Just do your job well, and I'll make sure you're taken care of." But then he coldly added, "And if you don't trust me, then just leave." The servant immediately changed his attitude, frantically waving his hands. "Oh no, of course I trust you, young master." Vlad could only click his tongue, utterly fed up with this cheap flattery. The servant suddenly remembered and quickly reported, "Oh, that's right. Sir Borden said he wants to speak with you as soon as you wake up." Vlad smirked, finding it exactly what he wanted to hear. "Really? That's perfect timing. I also have something I want to discuss with him." On Borden's desk, pastries and snacks were piled high, looking like a tea party. Vlad looked at the scene with a speechless gaze. "If you keep eating like this, you'll have a heart attack sooner or later." Borden, with prominent dark circles under his eyes, wearily replied while stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth, "I'll have a stroke anyway." He pointed to a towering stack of papers. "Just look at these reports. Doing good work is important, but this job is endless." Borden sighed, reporting the situation. "One-armed Jack's faction had deeper roots in the slums than I imagined." He took a sip of tea, his face thoughtful. "It will probably take quite some time to completely eradicate his influence." Borden looked directly at Vlad. "What do you plan to do now?" "I still have mountains of work. But your part is pretty much done." He issued a new order. "You will officially be on standby until Lord Joseph arrives. Could you occasionally lend me a hand?" Vlad stated frankly, "What can I help with? I'm completely clueless when it comes to paperwork." Borden knew that perfectly well. He held up a piece of paper, his gaze meaningful. I know. Vlad held the authorization paper, his eyes sharp. "A license to act on behalf of the captain of the guard?" Borden confirmed with a cunning look, granting full authority. "It gives you the power to arrest. Deal with those thugs however you wish." This plan came from the highest level, Lord Joseph, who wanted to seize this opportunity to eradicate the undesirables and rebuild the entire slum. Borden flattered Vlad. "You are perfect for this, knowing the slum better than anyone." And Vlad coldly admitted, "Indeed." He advised Vlad to rest before starting, even teasing, "Why not go pick up your girlfriend while you're at it?" Vlad immediately shut him down, his face emotionless. "Eve told you, she's just a friend." Borden, munching on a snack, announced, "I've already requested permission for you to visit the monastery, but they said you'd have to wait a few days." Vlad nodded in thanks, secretly thinking Borden was more thoughtful than he'd imagined, with no need for further words. But then, a determined glint flashed in Vlad's eyes. "Oh, one more thing." Vlad got straight to the point. "Sir Borden, Jack One-Arm's cronies are in prison, aren't they?" Borden confirmed casually. "Yes, we've rounded them all up and locked them away." Vlad made an unexpected request. "May I visit them?" Which surprised Borden. "In prison? What do you want to do there?" Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with a deadly light as he declared, "Because there's someone I need to find." The scene shifted to a dark, cold prison, and Vlad's vow echoed, "If he's not there." Inside a cramped cell, Jack's old cronies huddled, looking miserable like a bunch of trash. Vlad's killing intent erupted, engulfing the entire space. "I will turn over every inch of this slum if I have to." Clad in his black cloak, Vlad was guided by a guard. Jack's last men are being held in the innermost section. Vlad silently walked down the prison corridor, his back exuding terrifying pressure. Two prisoners in a cell recognized the familiar figure and whispered to each other in horror. Huh? Is that him? He really looks like him. Vlad stopped before a cell, his icy face illuminated by torchlight, his target clear, Jorge's dagger. The prisoners in the cell began to murmur, unable to believe Vlad was a representative of House Vazid. One man suddenly froze, sweat pouring down as a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. He trembled, realizing Vlad's purpose. Perhaps he's here to avenge the attack on the Laughing Rose Tavern. As Vlad's towering silhouette appeared behind the bars, Vlad said not a word, his blue eyes glowing brightly, radiating chilling, killing intent. All the prisoners trembled violently, their faces pale from the terrifying pressure. They frantically retreated deep into the corner, trying to distance themselves from the grim reaper standing before the cell door. Vlad silently observed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the small fry. Finally, he found his target, a man cowering in a dark corner. Ah, there you are. Vlad spoke with sarcasm, making the top-knot man flinch. I almost didn't see you sitting in the shadows. The top-knot man looked up, his horror unconcealable as he realized he had been caught. Vlad smirked, making a harsh offer. Give me 40 silver, and I'll get you out of here. A flashback appeared, showing the image of the guard Othar. Vlad grinned, giving a confident thumbs up. I even accept credit. The narration revealed Othar's past, a man always discriminated against in the slum because of his skin color. This was the first time in his life someone had extended a hand to help Othar, and that person was the boy who never lost his light, even in the filthiest place. Vlad. The scene shifted to a large, sturdy building, like a monastery, under the morning sun. Inside a kitchen, 3 nuns huddled together, looking out the window. All 3 exclaimed excitedly, "They're here!" Vlad, in his black cloak, walked alone directly to the main gate of the monastery, where guards stood solemnly. Vlad's appearance immediately drew attention. People marveled at his blonde hair and blue eyes, guessing he must be a top-tier newcomer from House Vazid. The gossiping nuns whispered about rumors of a knight arriving, speculating whether this newcomer had been promoted due to his overwhelming power. The Mother Superior herself came out to greet him, leading Vlad between 2 rows of nuns, proving his status was extraordinary. The local bigwigs, including Bordan, also followed, fawning, clearly trying to curry favor with House Vazid. A nun giggled, saying she now understood why the Mother Superior had splurged on so much wine, while Jamina quietly scrubbed dishes in a corner. Clink. Jamina diligently scrubbed each dirty plate, silent amidst the endless task. Bang! The Mother Superior suddenly opened the door, catching 3 nuns gossiping instead of working. The Mother Superior roared, her face wrinkled like a dried jujube. What are you standing around for? Don't you know we have an honored guest today? Scolded harshly by their superior, the 3 nuns could only bow and assent, promising to finish their work immediately. Hurry up! The Mother Superior stomped away. The ceremony is about to begin. As soon as their superior left, the 3 nuns immediately turned to glare, calling Jamina in a resentful tone. Hey, redhead. They blamed everything on Jamina, claiming they were scolded because she was working slowly. Jamina only mumbled a soft sorry through her hood, continuing her work. Finish washing these dishes, a nun ordered. We're going to the ceremony. Don't you dare leave this room until you're done. Left alone in the dim room, Jamina faced a mountain of dishes while the others went to see their idol. In the magnificent cathedral, the Mother Superior stood before the altar, solemnly declaring, Today, I am deeply honored to introduce a very special guest. Vlad stepped forward, his aura radiant. Introduced as an esteemed guest of House Vazid, blessed by Father Andrea himself. The nuns below were once again wide-eyed and open-mouthed, whispering about Father Andreas' blessing and remarking that Vlad's aura truly bore the Vazid mark. Amidst the praises, Vlad maintained an impassive expression, his sharp blue eyes, as if these flattering words were mere whispers in the wind. His gaze swept around, missing no detail, proving he wasn't here to listen to flattery. The infatuated nuns were buzzing, imagining their idol was casting a loving glance. Oh my God, he's looking this way. Vlad scanned the crowd, thinking to himself, I already told them to gather all the nuns, but I still don't see her. The Mother Superior began the prayer, but Vlad paid little attention. Suddenly, he turned around and knelt on one knee. Under the brilliant light of the cathedral, Vlad clasped his hands in prayer, appearing utterly pious. The nuns were once again sent into a frenzy, their hearts fluttering at his action. But immediately after, he sprang to his feet and rushed away like the wind. Vlad suddenly stopped, his eyes gleaming. He smirked meaningfully. Meanwhile, Jemina rushed to the hallway, panting heavily. She sighed in relief, clutching her chest. Thank goodness, the ceremony hasn't ended yet. Jemina secretly peeked through a gap in the crowd, her gaze fixed on Vlad, and he was also looking straight at her, his sharp blue eyes as if he had been waiting. Jemina froze in the aisle, illuminated by the light, with nowhere left to hide. Vlad frowned, his gaze sharp as a razor. He let out a cold snort, then turned his face away, clearly showing his displeasure. The Mother Superior found it strange, and quickly asked anxiously, "Is something wrong?" Without turning back, Vlad uttered a cold remark. "She's nothing but skin and bones. Are you people even feeding her?" The Mother Superior and the nuns behind her flinched, sweat pouring down, stammering, "What do you mean, sir?" Vlad muttered, his hand clenching, clearly seething with rage. "Damn it, I need to teach these people a lesson." Without another word, Vlad strode forward, his overwhelming aura forcing the surrounding nuns to part. The nuns began to whisper, some shocked, others showing disdain upon seeing the benefactor act so strangely. Vlad's face was as cold as ice, his sharp blue eyes devoid of emotion, as he walked straight towards Jemina. Jemina froze, unable to believe her eyes as she recognized the familiar figure. Huh? Is that Vlad? In her mind, the image of the old Vlad resurfaced, completely different from the overwhelming presence before her. She mumbled, trying to deny the unbelievable truth. No way. Vlad stopped and called out curtly, breaking the silence. Hey, he stood towering before Jemina, making her appear small and utterly bewildered. Vlad's gaze swept over her from head to toe, sharp and scrutinizing. Jemina could only hang her head, her emaciated and weary appearance clearly visible. Vlad gritted his teeth, his anger flaring at her condition. What the hell is this? He suddenly knelt on one knee, staring intently at Jemina's tattered clothes. Look at you. You truly look pathetic. The nuns were once again utterly shocked and began to loudly chatter. What's going on? Do they know each other? Vlad asked directly, his voice full of irritation, ignoring his surroundings. Do they not feed you or wash your clothes here? Jemina's eyes widened, completely surprised by his question and actions. Vlad maintained a serious expression, his gaze fixed on her, awaiting an answer. Jemina trembled, seemingly unsure what to say. Instead of answering, her hand slowly rose towards Vlad's hair. She gently placed her hand on his head and stroked it lightly, a gesture completely unexpected by anyone. Vlad growled, grabbing Jemina's hood. Hey, are you listening to me? Answer me. His blue eyes showed no wavering, resolute to the end. Jemina burst into sobs, tears streaming down her face. Vlad clenched his teeth tightly, clearly suppressing his irritation. He stood tall, his overwhelming presence completely dominating the trembling girl before him. Vlad declared decisively, disregarding everything. To hell with these rituals, I'm taking you out of here right now. In the middle of the cathedral, he extended his hand, his voice firm. Let's go home, Jemina. For a girl who had never had a home, the two words go home struck her heart like lightning. Memories flooded back, of slum children, parentless and homeless, huddling by dying embers on a freezing snowy night. She clutched Vlad's sleeve tightly, as if it were her only lifeline. He pulled her into his embrace, his cloak enveloping them both, because, until now, they had been each other's only family. The scene shifted to a moving carriage. Jemina sat hugging her knees, her expression uneasy. She secretly glanced at Vlad, her gaze full of curiosity and shyness. Vlad rested his chin on his hand, noticed her gaze and asked directly, "What's wrong?" He stared at her intently, not understanding what was happening. "What do you mean? Why do you keep peeking at me?" Jemina turned her face away, stammering, unsure how to explain. Well, Vlad's face clearly showed confusion. She hugged the pillow tighter, finally stating the reason. Because you've changed so much. The answer made Vlad freeze, while Jemina still had her face turned away, her ears burning red. He leaned back, letting out a sigh. Why be so shy? It's only been 6 months since we last saw each other. Inside the luxurious carriage, Vlad and Jemina sat facing each other in a stifling silence. Jemina secretly glanced at Vlad, her face flushed and covered in sweat. In her eyes, Vlad now exuded the aura of a true noble, no longer the street urchin he once was. Feeling his gaze, Jemina quickly turned away, clutching her pillow tightly to hide her embarrassment. She continued to bury her face in the pillow, clearly overcome with extreme shyness. Vlad broke the silence, calling out, "Hey." Seeing she didn't react, he gently poked her cheek with a piece of candy. Vlad casually said, "You look so dazed. Eat this to clear your head." Jemina, surprised, asked what it was before putting it in her mouth and chewing, while Vlad explained it was caramel candy given to him by a knight. She immediately grew suspicious. "A knight gave you something so expensive? You didn't steal it, did you?" But Vlad just rested his hands behind his head. replying curtly, "Believe what you want." Jamina fell silent for a moment, lowering her head. Suddenly, she burst into loud sobs, startling Vlad, who had been lounging casually. Vlad visibly panicked. "Good heavens, why are you crying now?" While Gemina cried and complained, "Because you came to pick me up too late." The protagonist was utterly speechless, only able to awkwardly reach out to pat the head of the girl who was crying buckets. Vlad sighed, rested his chin on his hand, and looked out the window, clearly having no idea how to handle this awkward situation. The carriage continued to roll along the peaceful country road, leaving the embarrassment behind. The scene shifts to a town at night, as a narration echoed. "No matter who is born into this world, everyone deserves a star of their own." An old blacksmith sat contemplatively by the blazing forge, as the narration continued. However, launching that star into the night sky is an entirely different matter. The embers in the forge still glowed faintly, flickering with the last sparks of life. The blacksmith stared at the dying embers, muttering to himself meaningfully, "These dying embers are just like me." The blacksmith sat by the forge, muttering about how he was wasting his time uselessly. He stood up, dejectedly deciding to close up shop because even the thugs hadn't bothered to visit lately. Creak. The heavy wooden door creaked open just as the blacksmith was about to close. The old man contemplated, then suddenly wondered, "I wonder how that boy is doing these days." In a flashback, he recalled the young, yet proud, boy Vlad. Feeling both proud and pity for him, the blacksmith sighed, only hoping the boy hadn't frozen to death out there. Thud, a pair of fur-lined boots stepped onto the damp ground, and a voice rang out. "What's this? Closing so early?" The blacksmith was about to dismiss the customer. "That's right, come back another day." But the stranger cut him off. "I'm afraid that won't do. I need this done today." The old man scoffed. "Busy? What could a slum dweller possibly be busy with?" The customer was none other than Vlad, who coldly replied, "I need you to look at this sword. It hasn't been repaired in a long time." Vlad emerged from the shadows, gripping his sword firmly, and with a smirk, said, "The other blacksmiths gave up. You're the only one who can do it." The blacksmith froze, sweat pouring down as he recognized the boy from years ago. Vlad asked directly, "So, you can't do it?" jolting the old man out of his thoughts. He hastily denied it, his voice filled with excitement. "Oh no, of course I'll fix it for you." His attitude, doing a complete 180. The blacksmith eagerly invited Vlad inside. "This way, please, come in and sit." Vlad handed the sword to him, and the old man received it with reverence. The blacksmith caressed the blade, covered in scratches, and exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, look at this. You've used this sword very well." He pointed to a slash mark. "Where did this scratch come from?" Vlad replied with a smirk. "From a goblin extermination expedition last winter." The old man continued to examine it closely, and Vlad rattled off his achievements. The Duel of Honor in Durmar, and then the recent Deathworm hunt. Reflected on the blade was the image of the stunned blacksmith, unable to believe that the boy from years ago had now experienced such grand battles. Monster expeditions, life-or-death duels, and even hunted the remnant of a fallen dragon. The blacksmith looked at Vlad's silhouette, his heart swelling with pride. "I am so proud of this boy. He has lived his life to the fullest, instead of rotting away in the slums like me." He burst into hearty laughter, picked up Vlad's sword and admired it. "It's been so long since I've been this excited." "Wait a moment, I'll fix it for you." Whoosh. The blacksmith fanned the forge, and the flames flared up fiercely, signaling a master craftsman about to display his skill. From the forge that seemed on the verge of dying out, the old man's flame of passion suddenly burned brighter than ever. The light of a true artisan shone once more, as the blacksmith swung his hammer, ready to revive the sword. The scene shifts. Harvin sat by the docks, holding a bottle of wine, questioning Vlad. "You took on One-Armed Jack's debt, and then seized his brothel too?" Vlad smirked confidently, casually replying, "I thought it was a reasonable price." Harvin then asked if Vlad was managing the place, but Vlad waved his hand dismissively. "Me? Not at all. I handed it over to Marcella immediately." Vlad further explained that the inside was currently inaccessible due to cleaning, and Harvin nodded. "Right. That den truly was a bloody battlefield." Harvin got to the main point, asking about Vlad's future plans. "So, what are you planning now? Going back to Sturma?" Vlad replied mysteriously, "I'll be here for a while, currently on standby," making Harvin smile and comment that this change suited him well. Vlad and Harvin sat on the pier. Vlad added casually, "By the way, they asked me to investigate a few things." Vlad revealed the task. They want to know about all of One-Armed Jack's hidden assets. That penny pincher always hid things in the most obscure places. Harvin smirked, raising his bottle of wine. If it's that kind of information, I can help. But Vlad had already guessed his intentions. Harvin smirked, stating his price bluntly. This bottle of whiskey isn't free, you know. And Vlad only responded with a sarcastic question. Vlad changed the subject. By the way, I think Marcella is looking for the other girls, but Harvin wondered if they had all been sold off. Harvin rubbed his chin thoughtfully, muttering, money and girls. I have a feeling these two things are connected. Vlad admitted that finding them was quite difficult, and Harvin confirmed. I've looked around, but I couldn't find any trace of some of them. Harvin revealed a specific name. One of them is named Anna, accompanied by a flashback image of a brown-haired girl being restrained by a large man. Vlad said that several others were also missing, and he found this strange because they couldn't just vanish into thin air. Harvin drank his wine thoughtfully, musing that while one-armed Jack's era had many bizarre incidents, this one was particularly unusual. He promised to help Vlad investigate, but also humbly stated that his gang was past its prime, no longer holding the influence it once did. Suddenly, one of Harvin's subordinates appeared at the top of the stairs, calling out Vlad's name loudly. The subordinate reported with a serious expression. I've scouted around and found a suspicious place. Just as you said. Vlad simply replied concisely, giving orders with the air of a superior. Well done. Lead the way. Vlad turned and walked straight ahead, while Harvin waved goodbye, promising to report if he found anything new. Harvin watched Vlad's retreating back, sighing and muttering that the man hadn't had a moment's rest since his return. The subordinate led Vlad to a gloomy butcher shop, where another butcher stood guard, a knife clutched in his hand. Vlad held out a piece of paper listing the names of missing people. The butcher took the paper, his face creased with annoyance, and asked Vlad what he wanted to know about these people. Vlad casually asked if the butcher had seen them, but the butcher growled. Why come to a meat shop looking for people? We don't sell human flesh here. Vlad narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a razor, and asked sarcastically, Is that so? The butcher lost patience, turned his back, and dismissed them. I don't have time for this. If that's all, then get out. Chop, chop, chop! The butcher began to chop meat furiously, deliberately trying to intimidate Vlad, who stood silently behind him. Vlad remained unfazed, asking an unrelated question. By the way, has this always been a butcher shop? I remember it being something else 6 months ago. Clang! The butcher slammed his knife onto the cutting board, roaring that if there was a problem, Vlad should go tell Black Bear, who had allowed him to do business here. A surge of killing intent manifested, revealing Black Bear's identity, the pig butcher, one of the 5 formidable bosses of the slums. Vlad merely smirked, thinking to himself that this guy was too naive to try and scare him with the name of a minor boss. Slam! The butcher again slammed his knife onto the table, growling a deadly question. By the way, what truly surprises me is, how did you know those were names of people? Vlad's aura erupted, his blue eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, freezing the butcher in shock. Vlad stared directly at the butcher, his gaze icy. Most slum dwellers would go crazy if you showed them a piece of paper. The butcher broke into a cold sweat, realizing his opponent was no ordinary man. Few people here are literate. You must not be from around here, so you wouldn't know, huh? A chilling aura emanated from Vlad, his blue eyes glowing terrifyingly as he growled. I'm not asking about human meat. I'm asking, if you sell people. The butcher shop fell into a deadly silence, the butcher stiffening at Vlad's direct question. Losing patience, the butcher swung his colossal cleaver towards Vlad, deciding to strike first. Swish! The sharp blade grazed right past Vlad's face, but he calmly stared straight at his opponent. Vlad subtly stepped back, his cloak billowing, easily evading the butcher's crude attack. The butcher roared, his face contorted with veins. Who are you people? Where did you come from? Vlad smirked, facing the tensed butcher. I wanted to ask you the same question. Cooperate, and there won't be any bloodshed. Get lost, the butcher growled back, completely unaware of what he was up against. Vlad grinned, looking pleased. Ah, that's better. Now you sound more like a slum dweller. The scene shifted. The butcher was tied up behind his back. Vlad drew his dagger and ordered, Othar, close the door. With the knife in hand, Vlad declared bluntly, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. This shop is closed today. A moment later, Vlad calmly wiped blood from his blade, while Othar muttered, Where did that bastard come from? Vlad and Othar sat in an open-air market. Othar updated him. Lately there have been many more outsiders coming in. One-armed Jack has completely given up on controlling this place. Vlad ate a skewer while listening to Othar recount. He became a different man after what happened that day. Returning to the torture scene, the butcher lay sprawled on the floor, covered in blood, screaming in despair. I'm just an intermediary. If you want to know more, go ask the slave traders. Vlad stood alone, spitting on the ground, thinking about the brutality of the case. Someone dares to openly traffic people in a secluded corner of the slums? I initially only thought I'd expose a few petty thefts. Othar called out to Vlad, who was deep in thought. At least you've confirmed that human trafficking is happening. Your superiors will surely figure out the rest. Suddenly, Ned rushed over, shouting, "Hey, Vlad, I've investigated what you asked. The kids said they saw something." Vlad rewarded Ned with a grilled lamb skewer for a job well done, making the boy beam with joy. Ned began to report to Vlad and Othar. The children saw a brown-haired woman named Anna get into a strange carriage about a month ago. Vlad's face hardened, and he muttered, "I knew it. She must have been sold elsewhere." Chewing noisily, Ned raised a finger, saying there was an extremely strange detail in this case. Ned dropped a bombshell. All the women who got into the carriage were pregnant. Vlad froze, his pupils constricted in shock, asking incredulously, "What? All of them?" Ned confirmed firmly, and a flashback showed a group of heavily pregnant women being herded into a horse-drawn carriage. Vlad pondered the absurdity of the situation, wondering who would buy pregnant women who couldn't perform heavy labor. Othar noticed Vlad's stunned expression and anxiously asked if something was wrong. Vlad lowered his head, his mind sinking into dark thoughts. Anna being pregnant was shocking enough, but now there's someone specializing in trafficking pregnant women? This is a new low of depravity. A horrifying illusion of a skeletal female spirit screaming in agony appeared in Vlad's mind. Disturbing images of the victim's imprisonment and despair flashed through his mind. Vlad's eyes widened, a terrible hypothesis just forming in his mind. Wait, could it be? The mysterious voice in his head resonated powerfully, reminding him, "You must learn to trust your body's warning signs. Bad omens are often true." Vlad gritted his teeth, his face darkening with anger and worry. Damn it. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. He stood up decisively, his gaze sharp. But it's best to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The scene shifted. Vlad was reporting to an officer named Bordon amidst a tea party table laden with pastries. Bordon casually ate a pastry while asking Vlad teasingly, "Don't you ever take a day off?" Vlad reported that he had investigated One-Armed Jack as ordered, and Bordon was quite surprised that he had results so quickly. Bordon looked utterly exhausted, lamenting that he had just finished a mountain of paperwork only for Vlad to bring him more work. Bordon asked if it could be postponed for a few days, but Vlad coldly extinguished his hope. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, sir." The officer continued to grumble, asserting that Vlad's issue wasn't truly that urgent. Vlad laid his cards on the table, his voice full of pressure. "If this matter is beyond your authority, perhaps I should speak directly with the mayor." Bordon finally confessed the real reason. "I simply don't want to waste my precious day off working." He sighed deeply, looked out the window, and lamented that at this rate, he would never get any rest. The Vazid family banner fluttered in the wind, signaling the arrival of an important figure. A cavalry escort accompanied a carriage into the city, and Officer Bordon muttered that this person wasn't supposed to arrive for a few more days. The convoy stopped before a magnificent administrative building, where officials had already lined up, waiting. Joseph Vazid stepped out of the carriage, a noble and powerful aura emanating from his expensive fur-collared cloak. A group of local officials, led by an old man with a goatee, bowed deeply in welcome. "Lord Joseph, what an honor for you to visit." Joseph ignored the greetings, walking straight past the crowd, while Bordon hastily saluted in a military fashion. Bordon flattered that everything was in order, but Vlad's gaze from behind said otherwise. Joseph's sharp eyes glanced over. He was intelligent enough to notice the anomaly. Vlad silently observed, knowing that Officer Bordon's charade was about to be exposed. Joseph saw through it with a single glance. "I see that nothing is in order at all." He gave a concise order, allowing no refusal. "Let's talk inside." As the goatee official invited everyone into the mayor's office, Joseph's bodyguard Zayar stopped them. Zayar declared bluntly that he needed to inspect the room first, leaving the old official stunned. The old man with the goatee feigned offense, questioning if he was hiding anything harmful to Lord Joseph in the office. Zayar replied with a gaze as sharp as a knife, a cold aura emanating. "That is for me to decide." The goatee official broke out in a cold sweat, stammering explanations that there was nothing suspicious, but still invited them in for a perfunctory check. Joseph Vazid stood there with the presence of a boss, Vlad behind him, silently observing the situation. Joseph turned to Vlad, smirking powerfully. "Now then, what do you want to tell me?" Vlad hesitated slightly, but Joseph immediately reassured him. "It's all right. Speak your mind." Vlad got straight to the point, saying he needed official support, but that it would be better to speak directly with the mayor. Joseph chuckled inwardly, satisfied that he had trained a subordinate who thought ahead. He thought to himself that Vlad finally understood that a noble title wasn't an absolute ticket to power everywhere. Zayar, the loyal bodyguard, opened the door and reported, "Lord Joseph, it's safe. Please enter." The group entered the mayor's office, a ridiculously luxurious room. Joseph walked to the window, looking out at the panoramic view of Schwara with a calculating expression. The goatee official hastily flattered, boasting about the office's expansive view, but Joseph paid no mind. Joseph turned back, pointed at the gaudy red mayor's chair, and declared bluntly, "This chair must be replaced. It looks provincial and cheap." The goatee official froze, stammering a question as to why Joseph demanded to replace his chair. His eyes widened, and sweat poured down him like rain, as he realized the deadly implication in Joseph's words. Joseph simply clasped his hands together, a simple gesture, yet the pressure emanating was more potent than 1,000 words. He calmly sat down in the chair, officially seizing power, then ordered Vlad, "Now speak. What do you want?" Vlad stood stunned, while the two old officials, Bordon and the goatee man, had their faces drained of all color. Joseph sat grandly behind the desk, declaring bluntly, "You are speaking with the new mayor of Schwara." Scene change. A pair of boots stepped into a muddy puddle, signaling an investigation in the filthiest place. Vlad grimaced at the disgusting stench of the slums, while Othar led the way from behind. Othar led Vlad through the oldest and filthiest alleys of the slums, where the air reeked of death. Vlad glanced around, sensing the eerie presence enveloping the entire area. From the shadows, countless pairs of eyes from the slum dwellers fixated on the two strangers. The cold, lifeless stares of those accustomed to living with death pierced Vlad. Vlad thought to himself that now he understood why even a tough guy like One-Armed Jack wouldn't even bother coming to this corner. This was precisely the kind of territory where he expected to find the Pig Butcher, a gloomy building with a goat's head hanging above the door. Bang! Bang! Vlad didn't bother with ceremony, punching directly at the sturdy iron door. The dry knocking echoed in the silent space. Othar behind him could only silently observe. Click! A small peephole opened, and a grim-faced man growled, asking, "Who are you?" Vlad replied with a gaze as sharp as a knife. "You must have heard. I've been receiving murderous stares ever since I stepped in here." The guard slammed the peephole shut, a display of intimidation from a tough guy. Vlad smirked, thinking to himself that he shouldn't let him be so blatantly disrespectful, even though such things were commonplace in his previous life. A series of past images flashed through Vlad's mind, reminding him that the honor of many people now rested on his shoulders. He looked up, his gaze holding no trace of hesitation. The clear blue sky began to appear, signaling a change in the atmosphere. Vlad closed his eyes, determined that he couldn't let this matter pass easily. The sky turned into a brilliant sunset, casting a strange light over the dilapidated rooftops. Dust around Vlad's feet began to swirl unusually, and an invisible pressure began to spread. Vlad stood tall in the alley, his domineering aura emanating, making the entire space feel frozen. Creak! The heavy door opened, and a burly butcher appeared, curtly inviting, "Come in." Vlad closed his eyes, taking a breath to compose himself before stepping into the tiger's den. A muscular thug blocked the doorway, challenging Vlad and Othar with a chin gesture. "What are you waiting for? Not coming in?" Othar stood behind Vlad, his face drawn tight at their attitude. The thug sneered, showing impatience. If you're not coming in, then get out of my sight." Vlad coldly issued a warning. "If you close that door right now," Vlad's blue eyes flared, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, "then I won't be responsible for what I do to you." The thug still didn't understand, frowning as he asked, "What?" Vlad declared plainly, "You started it first," then snatched the staff from Othar's bewildered hand. Slam! Vlad thrust the staff forcefully into the ground, dust billowing up, clearly displaying his uncompromising attitude. He declared loudly, raising the banner high, "I am Vlad of Schwara. With these venerable names as my witness, I exercise the authority granted to me." Vlad's blazing blue eyes locked onto the interior, and he growled, "Tell Black Bear to come out and face the legitimate representative of House Vazid." The thug broke out in a cold sweat, having clearly heard rumors of Vlad's reputation. Vlad continued, an image of him standing atop a mountain of corpses appearing like a prophecy. "You must have heard the rumors. You know what happens when I plant this banner into the ground." He concluded with a chilling statement, "You have been warned. This is the last mercy I will grant you." The scene shifted to an old official with a goatee trudging towards the town hall, looking dejected. He turned his head back, his face pale with fear, as if fleeing from something. Standing before the imposing building, he looked small and pathetic, his former power having vanished. From inside his carriage, Joseph Vazid observed coldly, uttering a sarcastic remark. Looking at him, I almost feel sorry. Zyar, the one-eyed guard, replied emotionlessly. He brought it upon himself, merely facing the consequences of his mistakes. With a series of scandals exposed, he will face severe punishment. Joseph agreed, his gaze still fixed outside. I suppose you are right. I just feel a little uneasy about having hastened his punishment a little. Inside the carriage, Joseph Vazid asked about the situation. By the way, what did Black Bear say? Vlad reported bluntly. He offered full cooperation, my lord. Vlad thought to himself. Things went too smoothly. He had anticipated the man would be more stubborn, or perhaps it was because they shared a slum background, making him easier to deal with? Joseph curled his lip in a sneer, dismissing that naive thought. For after all, a gang boss was still a gang boss. He acknowledged that this mission was no simple task for Vlad, but the boy had performed excellently. Joseph told himself his plan was on track. He didn't want Vlad to be just a mere sword-wielding soldier, but a true, well-rounded knight. Joseph looked at Vlad, offering a brief but weighty compliment. I see. Regardless, well done. Clink, a gloved hand tightened its grip on a sword hilt, showing determination. Joseph Vazid stood before his entire force in a magnificent hall, the aura of a leader enveloping them all. He began to enumerate his allies. 5 knights, all top-tier, battle-hardened individuals. Next, a mysterious hooded mage, and 10 administrative personnel to handle paperwork. 30 elite guards, fully equipped and ready for battle. And finally his trump card, an equerry, Vlad himself. Joseph looked down at his entire team, those who had chosen to stake their fates on his gamble. He knew the price to pay. If he became head of the family, all would be honored. If he failed, they would all go to their graves together. Joseph declared loudly that Schwara was their last stronghold, and he would devote all his strength to govern this land justly. He admitted this task would consume all his time, but he would still try to handle other matters. Looking out at the city, Joseph knew his faction was not yet capable of confronting the lurking darkness, but every battle had an element of surprise. He was no longer someone who merely struggled for survival. Now was the time to move forward, for this might be his last chance. Joseph turned back, giving a decisive order. Accordingly, I appoint Sir Gregory to handle this mission. You may freely choose members for your investigation team. Gregory bowed in acceptance, saying in a solemn voice, I thank you, my lord, for entrusting me with this important task. Joseph looked at the knight, calculating inwardly. Gregory always maintained a neutral stance, not involved in the fratricidal struggle within the family. Joseph knew he couldn't secure this man's absolute loyalty, but for the current mission, Gregory was the most suitable candidate. Gregory looked up, beginning to choose. Because this mission requires secrecy and high surveillance capabilities, he glanced towards a young man, declaring his recommendation. I wish to bring Sir Cade along. His tracking skills are unparalleled. Gregory's gaze then rested on Vlad, who was standing still as a statue with a cold, impassive expression. Gregory pointed directly at Vlad, saying in a voice full of trust, And you too, young man, I'm counting on you. Night fell over the city of Moziam, and rain poured down on Baron Utman's mansion. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the gloomy building. Inside, thunder rumbled, echoing as Baron Utman stood silently in the dark bedroom, looking at his son lying on the bed. The Baron's sick son was breathing with difficulty, each weak, wheezing breath audible. The Baron and Baroness stood by the bed, their faces shrouded in shadow and profound anguish. The Baron turned to a mysterious female figure standing by the window, asking in a voice full of doubt, Are you certain that will save him? The woman with pale blue hair, her face hidden in shadow, smiled confidently. Of course, my lord. Baron Utman looked back at his dying son, despair clearly etched on his face. His hand trembled, clenching into a fist, and he finally made up his mind. In that case, proceed. The Baron gritted his teeth, with tears welling in his eyes, and declared resolutely, I will pay any price to keep my son alive. The mysterious woman hovered in the air, a haunting voice echoing, Your suffering will soon end, Baron Utman. Her obscured eyes flashed with a deadly purple light, and dark energy began to leak as she said, There are places in this world that even God cannot see. Whoosh! The mysterious sorceress unleashed her full power, a vortex of dark purple energy swirling around her, signaling the imminent start of an evil ritual. The purple-eyed sorceress smirked amidst swirling dark energy, declaring, That is how beings like us exist. The scene shifts. Gregory's team was making a makeshift camp amidst a torrential downpour. Gregory grumbled about the wretched weather, while Vlad stood silently beside him, merely observing. Both looked towards the city, its distant lights twinkling, as Gregory lamented that life isn't a dream, encountering a storm so close to their destination. The bushy-bearded knight pulled out a flask of liquor. Vlad glanced at it without any reaction. Gregory took a swig, then offered the flask. "Care for a drink?" To ward off the cold. Vlad flatly refused. "I'm going to gather firewood," then turned his back and walked away. Despite Gregory's warning that the branches would be soaked by now, Vlad remained resolute. "It's worth a try anyway." Gregory watched his retreating figure, muttering, "You're just like Sir Zayar. Truly 2 peas in a pod." Vlad sat alone in the dark forest, plunging his sword into the ground amidst the pouring rain. He picked up a soaked branch, water dripping profusely, certain that tonight would be a miserable and cold night. Suddenly, Kate approached with a bundle of dry firewood, explaining that it was hollow and might be useful. Vlad took it in surprise and thanked Cade, but the boy offered, "I'll carry it for you, sir." Vlad was dumbfounded, completely failing to grasp Cade's intention. Cade hesitated, clearing his throat, clearly wanting to have a serious conversation. Vlad simply watched in silence, waiting to see what he intended to say. Cade bowed his head, expressing gratitude for Vlad saving him previously. A flashback showed him severely injured. Vlad merely gave a cool, faint smile, replying nonchalantly, "It was nothing, don't worry about it." Cade confirmed he was much better, confessing that, at the time, the pain was so intense he just wanted to chop off his limb. From a distance, Gregory watched the two of them, nodding with satisfaction. "It seems I've chosen the right person for this job." Gregory took another swig from his flask, muttering that those arrogant knights out there would never stoop to doing such things. Vlad and Cade remained silent, an image of a mustachioed innkeeper appearing in their minds. Gregory concluded, "Good attitude. Keep it up. We're mercenaries now, not knights." All three stood on a hill overlooking Baron Utman's domain. Gregory announced their arrival but stated they had no concrete evidence yet. Gregory warned that although still in the north, this land was beyond the Vazid family's influence, but Lord Joseph had provided all possible support. Vlad and Cade listened silently. Their mission was to investigate the town without revealing their identities. Gregory asked one last time for confirmation. Both affirmed in unison. "Understood, Sir Gregory." Gregory ordered a retreat to rest for tomorrow, as Yosef Vazid's silhouette briefly appeared behind him. All three turned and walked away in the rain. But Vlad paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the hazy town. Vlad recalled the mournful wails he had once heard on a cold winter's day. Standing alone in the rain, Vlad looked down at the town and silently hoped he wouldn't hear that haunting sound again. A veil of mist enveloped the town, beginning a new, mysterious chapter. The next morning, the group rode into town. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Gregory grumbled that the place was like a ghost town. Cade agreed, having a bad feeling as not a soul was in sight. Vlad maintained his stoic expression, suggesting it might just be too early. Suddenly, Cade exclaimed, pointing ahead, "The inn is over there." Gregory sighed in relief upon seeing the inn faintly through the mist. "Good, let's go." The innkeeper with his distinctive mustache looked surprised. "Good heavens, guests at this hour?" Gregory genially explained they were stranded by last night's rain and only wanted 3 bowls of hot soup. The innkeeper hesitated, citing recent frightening events as a reason not to take guests, while a little girl peeked out from behind the counter. Gregory continued to plead with the innkeeper, saying they would only stay a few days due to the weather and needed food, while the innkeeper's daughter curiously peeked. Vlad caught sight of the girl, briefly thinking she resembled a young Gemina, and offered a small smile and a wave. Greeted by the handsome man, the innkeeper's daughter immediately blushed, timidly hiding behind the door. Suddenly, the mysterious voice in Vlad's head echoed, calling his name urgently, startling him. Vlad immediately turned, separated from the group, and moved deeper into the inn. The atmosphere grew tense. He whispered back, "What is it? You don't usually call me so abruptly." The mysterious voice asserted confidently, "I think we've come to the right place." The voice continued, "Here, I'll lend you my world. Look closely at that girl." A blue light flashed from Vlad's eyes. His vision began to change. Through his special sight, he saw a white-robed spirit hovering, rushing straight towards the girl. Immediately, a surge of dark purple evil energy erupted from the cross necklace around the girl's neck. Vlad's eyes widened. He instantly recognized the problem. The girl is cursed. The girl still smiled innocently, but around her neck, a mass of dark energy clung tightly. Memories flooded back. Vlad recalled a harsh truth. Children are always the first prey of those scoundrels. He had witnessed this scene countless times. Adults stripping everything from orphaned children. The children were left behind, left only to starve, freeze to death, or cry themselves to exhaustion searching for the parents who had abandoned them. Witnessing those scenes of hell on earth repeatedly, he had made a promise to himself. The image of a man with a split skull appeared. Vlad had sworn he would never become that kind of scum adult. He had sworn never to stoop to the level of that trash, and to raise his weapon against them. Memories of beaten orphans and a man screaming in agony further solidified his resolve. In a flashback to the past, a young Vlad deeply etched a rule into his heart. To abide by the law is honor, and knights live and die for honor. Returning to the present, Vlad's eyes were sharp, and he declared, "The children in this village need my protection." Vlad advanced alone towards a towering, gloomy stone tower shrouded in mist, determined to fulfill his vow. The mysterious voice confirmed, "Seems like the right place. The energy emanating from the necklace fades here." Vlad replied to the mysterious voice decisively, "Let's go inside." Vlad's footsteps echoed in the church's dark main hall as he ventured deeper into the shadows alone. Standing in the middle of the church, Vlad asked the mysterious voice, "Do you see anything unusual?" The voice replied curtly, "Not really." A sense of unease rising, Vlad muttered, "Me too. Everything looks completely normal, yet something feels off." Suddenly, he realized someone else was here, a robed figure, a priest, entering from the door. Vlad immediately planned, "I can't reveal that. I'm here to investigate. I need to act naturally." He immediately knelt, bowing his head like a devout worshipper in prayer. A priest approached, speaking, "I don't believe we've met before." Vlad glanced up, answering calmly, "I only arrived here yesterday morning." The priest smiled, appearing to understand. "Ah, I see. You must be one of the mercenaries." Vlad bowed respectfully. "Please forgive my intrusion, Father." Just then, his eyes scanned the book in the priest's hand and stopped at a strange symbol, not a typical cross. A cold drop of sweat trickled down. Vlad immediately realized, "Ah, now I know what's wrong with this place." He suddenly understood that ever since he set foot in this town, from the girl at the inn to this priest, he hadn't seen a single normal church symbol. The priest maintained his fake smile, unaware he had been exposed. "Oh, it's quite all right. God's embrace is always open to everyone." The mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's mind. "I don't see anything. At least not yet," signaling a hidden danger. Vlad continued his role as a devout lamb, striking up a conversation with the priest. "I hope I'm not disturbing your prayers, Father." He bowed, showing reverence, and said he would leave immediately after finishing his prayers. The priest feigned hospitality, declaring that this church was a sacred place for all who sought God. In Vlad's mind, everything became crystal clear. The girl's necklace pointed here. There's definitely an anomalous presence in this town. He glanced at the priest's fake smile and firmly asserted, "Even though he's always smiling, he can't be trusted." Outwardly, Vlad expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Father." But inwardly, his vigilance was at its maximum. The priest began to bait him, feigning kindness. "Perhaps I should also pray that the plague raging here doesn't spread to you and your comrades." The two words plague struck like lightning, causing Vlad's blue eyes to narrow in surprise. The priest subtly pushed up his glasses, his smile turning cunning and full of hidden meaning. He concluded with a provocative statement, aimed directly at Vlad's weakness. And of course, for the children. Leaving the church, Vlad immediately sought information from an old farmer, who startled and asked upon hearing the rumor, "A plague? Where did you hear that?" Vlad casually fabricated a story. "From the priest at the church where I just prayed." And the old farmer immediately believed him wholeheartedly. Vlad continued his act as a cautious mercenary. "We have to stay in town for a few days, so I'm a bit worried about this plague rumor." The old farmer waved his hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. "Oh, there's nothing to worry about. It seems to only target children." Vlad immediately retorted, "It only affects children?" While the old farmer confirmed the plague was spreading throughout Baron Utman's domain. The old farmer snorted, believing it to be divine punishment, and that humans could do nothing. Vlad bowed in thanks, but his eyes had grown cold, his warrior's brain beginning to calculate. As he walked, he pieced together the events. Missing women in Schwara, and a plague that only kills children here. I have a feeling they're connected. The image of the girl at the inn, enveloped in dark energy, flashed in his mind, and Vlad asserted, "Whatever is harming the children is clearly not a plague, but I have no proof yet." Vlad considered returning to Schwara to borrow sacred artifacts, but the mysterious voice uttered a sentence that extinguished his hope. "The items you borrow will be useless here." The mysterious voice declared, "If you ask me, this seems like a curse from a very high-level dark sorceress," as the image of a hooded female sorceress floating amidst a stream of purple magic appeared. Vlad immediately questioned, "Then how do you recognize it?" But the mysterious voice curtly replied that it wasn't actually sure. Vlad grew annoyed. His intuition told him something was wrong, yet he had no shred of evidence. Suddenly, a memory flashed as a voice rang out, "We received this at the church. causing Vlad's eyes to widen. In the flashback, Vlad saw a completely hooded figure standing before a group of children in a hazy mist. A little girl happily showed off the item in her hand, explaining that the priest had given one to each child. A close-up of the item in the hooded figure's hand, an inverted cross, a clear sign of heresy. The stranger continued distributing the deadly items to the innocent children. The children waved goodbye as the hooded figure silently walked away, having accomplished their purpose. Vlad smirked, realizing something was fishy here, and confident that if he played his cards right, he would soon have concrete evidence. The mysterious voice warned that the other person was no ordinary small fry, but Vlad brushed it off. It doesn't matter. Vlad sneered, confidently boasting about his past as a thief, especially his pickpocketing skills, leaving the mysterious voice speechless. The scene shifted to a peaceful countryside with a towering windmill. Vlad was hiding behind a tree, his sharp eyes tracking the target from afar. He watched the hooded figure walking, seemingly trying to lure him. Vlad muttered, "I have a feeling they're trying to lure me out of town." The mysterious voice sarcastically remarked, "Excuse me, Mr. Former Pickpocket, I think they know you're tailing them." And Vlad was startled, admitting that was what he had anticipated. From another position, Knight Gregory realized he couldn't approach the target stealthily, so he decided to retreat to report the situation. The hooded figure continued walking through the mist, feigning ignorance, but the mysterious voice immediately warned Vlad, "I don't think they'll let you go that easily. They're coming," as the other person stopped and prepared to act. As soon as he finished speaking, the hooded figure suddenly swung his sword from above, aiming to cleave Vlad in two. With lightning-fast reflexes, Vlad instantly drew his sword to parry the blow, his eyes sharp. Clang! The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. A fiery encounter that marked the beginning of the battle. Vlad froze. The opponent's arm strength was no joke, stronger than he had imagined. The mysterious voice screamed in his head, "Don't just stand there. To your left." Vlad dodged a treacherous curved sword strike, the piercing sound of metal echoing again as he parried. Constantly forced back, Vlad struggled to defend against the enemy's relentless, storm-like attacks. He leaped backward, widening the distance to catch his breath and reassess the situation, his heart pounding. Vlad realized that after just a few exchanges, he could already read his opponent. His gaze sharpened, focusing intently to analyze every opening in the enemy's defense. Vlad affirmed confidently in his mind, "This guy is a knight." Beneath the hood, the knight's eyes gleamed with a cold, experienced gaze. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, channeling power into his arm, preparing for a new assault. The knight remained eerily silent, seemingly assessing Vlad's true strength after their initial exchange. Vlad took a defensive stance, the sword in his hand beginning to gather a faint glow, ready to retaliate. He muttered, acknowledging his opponent's skill. It's unclear if they're a former or active knight. Their true strength is hard to gauge. Vlad's eyes flashed blue, deciding to go all out. If that's the case, there's only one way. The hooded knight still stood motionless like a statue, exuding the aura of a true predator. Suddenly, he darted forward like a phantom, his speed dizzying. The mysterious voice echoed as Vlad's eyes flared. The secret to a finishing blow, and blue sword aura began to gather around his blade. The mysterious voice continued, is to ambush your opponent. Vlad decided to go all in, realizing this was his only chance. The hooded knight swung his sword, a surge of green energy erupting. Vlad showed no fear, his blue sword aura clashing directly with his opponent. Suddenly, another domineering golden aura intervened, a blazing greatsword blocking both of them. Vlad's eyes widened, deeply shocked by the appearance of another aura user. Is that an aura? The mysterious voice frantically screamed in his head. Vlad, stop! But it was too late. Neither Vlad nor the newcomer could retract their moves. The two colossal energy surges collided, creating a terrifying explosion of light. Crash! Vlad was flung back, collapsing to the ground. His sword plunged firmly into the earth to brace himself. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly having taken a significant hit. The newcomer stood tall amidst the dust and smoke, his golden aura still blazing, completely overwhelming. The stranger's silhouette emerged, her golden eyes glowing brightly, muttering, "What a strange place to meet one of them." Vlad was on high alert, his eyes still flashing blue, ready for round two. The stranger's hood fell, revealing the face of a white-haired swordswoman with piercing golden eyes. A blazing golden cross symbol erupted behind her, her identity now clear. She was a crusader. Vlad realized his opponent was formidable, muttering that he needed to clear up the misunderstanding, but then told himself, it might be too late for talking. He took a stance, asserting that speaking with swords would be faster, and it seemed his opponent thought so too. The female crusader said little. her cold gaze speaking volumes. Fight first, talk later. The mysterious voice commanded decisively. Counterattack. Clang! The two swords clashed again. A battle of an entirely different caliber officially beginning. Vlad strained to parry, realizing his opponent's sword was incredibly heavy, a world apart from Pablos, and annoyed that she could activate her aura without warning. The female crusader replied curtly, "It's called a blessing," as her greatsword blazed with brilliant golden light, and a dazzling cross symbol appeared behind her. She didn't need to create her own world, for the word of God was already absolute power. Whoosh! She brought down a holy light sword strike, its terrifying power tearing through the air. Vlad gritted his teeth, parrying the blow, screaming in his head. This game is so unbalanced. Why does simply following God's will grant such overwhelming power? But amidst the pressure, Vlad's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He had realized something. Clang! The two blue and golden energy surges clashed fiercely again, creating an energy explosion. The mysterious voice analyzed that while the blessing was troublesome, this female crusader constantly revealed openings for attacks. The female crusader swung a powerful horizontal sword strike, a wave of golden energy sweeping through Vlad's position. Vlad dodged the attack, his hand tightening on his sword hilt, growling, "This is my chance." He lunged forward, unleashing a lightning-fast counterattack, green sword aura erupting. Eye to eye, one side held resolute blue light, the other, cold golden light. Unwavering, Vlad put all his strength into the thrust, lunging straight forward like an arrow. Vlad's sword tip touched the female crusader's chest plate. He thought he had succeeded. Swish! With just a light deflection of her sword, she completely diverted Vlad's attack. Vlad was stunned, unable to believe his finishing blow was neutralized so easily. The mysterious voice yelled, "Focus! Be careful not to fall." As Vlad stumbled, losing his balance, the female crusader immediately seized the opportunity, spinning with Vlad's momentum, raising her sword hilt high, preparing to strike the back of his neck. Vlad reacted incredibly fast, raising his armored arm to block the fatal attack to his head. Thud! The female crusader slammed her sword hilt hard into Vlad's arm, the tremendous force sending him flying and face-planting into the ground. Vlad let out a pained gasp after the devastating impact. He scrambled to his feet, his entire body aching after taking the full force of the blow. Clang! The crusader woman's chilling blade was pressed against Vlad's temple, his eyes gleaming with extreme vigilance. The crusader woman stood tall in the darkness, her overwhelming presence enveloping Vlad, who lay sprawled on the ground. Vlad was still reeling, trying to process his recent defeat. What the hell just happened? He realized his opponent had used her own armor to deflect his sword strike, an overwhelmingly powerful defensive technique. Vlad thought bitterly to himself. First a blessing, now an armor-based technique. These things shouldn't exist in a battle. He realized he had been tricked. She had deliberately exposed a weakness to lure him into attacking without breaking a sweat. Vlad smiled bitterly, admitting he had completely fallen into the trap like a complete novice. The crusader woman coldly asked him directly, "Who are you?" Vlad raised his hands in surrender, but still held his head high. "I am from Schwara, here to investigate a matter." Hearing the name Schwara, the crusader woman was slightly surprised and paused. The scene shifted to a wooden house, seemingly Vlad's group's hideout. The crusader woman introduced herself. "My name is Justia, sent from the northern archdiocese of San Rosino. It must be God's will that I meet honorable knights from Schwara here." A man with a bushy beard and spiky hair stepped forward, seemingly the leader, agreeing, "I completely agree, Lady Justia." The leader invited Justia to discuss, showing his attitude had completely changed after learning her identity. The group sat down at the table, and Justia began to explain. "I am investigating a series of suspicious events in this area. Initially, I thought it was some kind of plague," she concluded gravely, "but the root of the problem is actually a curse." Justia continued to explain that she had found traces of something very ancient. The leader appeared shocked, his voice faltering. "A curse? But what about the church here? They should have been able to prevent any evil influence," Justia declared bluntly, her eyes sharp and cold. "I believe this very church is the source of the curse." Vlad and Portly Cannon were both stunned. The stout man secretly acknowledged how incredibly sharp she was. The bearded leader's expression darkened, realizing the situation was worse than he thought, as a crusader would never slander the church without solid evidence. The leader clenched his fists, feeling helpless because this was not his territory and the situation was spiraling out of control. Justia remained silent, her eyes betraying no emotion, clearly awaiting a reaction. The bearded leader was confused when Justia suddenly changed the subject. "Please convey my thanks to the newest mayor of Schwara. Justia continued, her tone both praising and sarcastic. He was very brave to try and handle this matter with information we were completely unaware of. The bearded leader immediately understood her intention. Ah, she's telling us not to interfere anymore, perhaps for our own good. He accepted to withdraw. Only the church is capable enough to handle dark magic. We have no reason to get involved in this anymore. Vlad stood silently observing, without saying a word. While the leader and Justia had implicitly reached an agreement, Vlad's face was cold as stone. He immediately understood the situation. The line had been drawn. This was a playground for the strong. The power of the church was something insurmountable. Justia sat there, her overwhelming aura, like a fortress wall. The scene shifted to another building under a gloomy night, covered in fog, signaling an ominous event. Vlad gazed thoughtfully out the window, thinking to himself that he might never find Anna. A little girl with big, round, worried eyes asked Vlad, "Are you leaving, sir?" Vlad confirmed he would leave soon. The girl wondered why he was in such a hurry, and he replied, "Because our work here is done." The girl unexpectedly replied with a philosophical statement, "Nothing truly ends in this world." Vlad turned to look, a little surprised, thinking to himself how sharp this little girl was. The girl asked why Vlad stayed indoors all day. Didn't he have any friends? Then answered herself, "My dad told me not to go outside." Vlad understood the situation, glancing to see the innkeeper staring at him, and admitted that with the strange things happening, that decision was understandable. The little girl tried to persuade Vlad to stay, tempting him by saying the church would soon give out gifts. The innkeeper also interjected, expressing gratitude to the church for organizing a prayer service for the children. Vlad asked when, and the innkeeper replied in a few days. The priest himself would personally gather the children. The girl again pleaded with Vlad to stay until then. Vlad silently drank his water, his mind beginning to calculate. He mentally calculated that Justia's reinforcements would take 4 days to arrive. The timing was too tight. Vlad sighed and agreed to stay a few more days, making the girl visibly overjoyed. The girl excitedly declared she had a gift for him. The girl held out both hands, gleefully showing off a flower ring. Vlad looked at his palm, asking bluntly, "Where are the flowers?" He realized the ring was woven from ivy and suddenly felt a pang of sorrow for the children in this decaying town. The innkeeper interrupted sternly, ordering his daughter Marian upstairs to bed. Marian's face fell, looking disappointed. Before leaving, she secretly looked back and asked, "Will you still be here tomorrow, sir?" And Vlad nodded in confirmation. The girl's face lit up with a wide grin. The girl held up her hand, making Vlad promise, and he complied. The girl happily ran off, her footsteps echoing. Suddenly, the girl stopped abruptly halfway. The cross around her neck began to vibrate violently, and it was an inverted cross. Something's wrong. The girl's body leaned forward unnaturally, like a puppet on strings. Thud! The girl, Marian, fell face first onto the floor, to the innkeeper's horror. Vlad turned around, a suspicious look in his eyes at the unusual turn of events. The innkeeper hastily helped his daughter up, horrified to see her eyes rolled back, her body stiff as if possessed. Vlad couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward. The voice in his head roared, "I'll lend you my world." Seeing the problem doesn't mean solving it, but at least you'll know where it went wrong. Vlad's eyes glowed with blue light, activating a special ability to scan the entire area. A stream of dark purple energy erupted from the girl, making her scream in pain. Vlad, within his own world, confirmed, the curse has been activated. Rapid footsteps echoed from the stairs. Someone was rushing towards them. The entire group of the spiky bearded man burst in, demanding to know what the hell was happening. The innkeeper desperately shook his daughter, but she showed no response. The spiky bearded man turned to the white-haired crusader, stammering, "Lady Justia, what is happening?" Justia's face was stern. She immediately declared, "The girl's breath is leaving her body. This is clearly a life-draining curse." Vlad saw a ghostly white smoke, which was Marian's life force, flying towards the church, and cursed. He wondered how to explain this to those with ordinary eyes. Justia glanced at Vlad and said coldly, "It seems to have sensed my presence." Justia realized she had been too careless, not expecting the curse to sense the faint holy power she had concealed. Justia turned around, her sharp gaze fixed on Vlad and the spiky bearded man. She ordered the bearded man, "If I don't return, explain the situation to the other crusaders when they arrive." The spiky bearded man could only remain silent, sweat pouring down his face at her decision. He couldn't understand why Vlad, the only one who seemed to know what was happening, was just standing still, doing nothing. Vlad's blue eyes glowed brightly. He was calculating something far beyond the comprehension of those around him. A piercing scream tore through the night. Vlad and the spiky bearded man immediately spun towards the town. At the same time, A couple was crying out in despair as their son convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and showed signs of ceasing to breathe. Screams of agony echoed throughout the town, hazy in the rain, signaling the spreading tragedy. Vlad gritted his teeth, anger and determination etched onto his face. He told himself the reason he wanted to escape the slums was not just for survival, nor was it merely a desire for a sword out of a dream to be a knight. If he stood by and watched this nightmare continue now, then his life would be no different from the hell of yesteryear, where innocent children suffered. Vlad resolved, "I must act," and prepared to rush off. Suddenly, the spiky bearded man's firm hand rested on his shoulder, stopping Vlad. The bearded man looked at Vlad, his voice deepening. "I understand how you feel, but listen carefully, young man." A flashback surged. The bearded man had once taught Vlad, a knight's sword must be as heavy as its own sharpness. He asserted that the path of knighthood surely awaited Vlad, so he needed to understand this. The bearded man continued the lesson. Any use of a sword requires a just reason and a great responsibility. Young Vlad retorted, "But if we fail to protect those who need help, what good are reasons and responsibilities?" The bearded man admitted that was the difficult problem they faced, then asked Vlad to repeat after him. Young Vlad looked bewildered, sweat trickling down his temples at the sudden request. The bearded man repeated the oath, the image of founding King Prausen, the legendary swordmaster, appearing majestically with his great sword in hand. Meanwhile, Justia had arrived before the church. A holy bell chimed, releasing a massive, purifying magic circle. A wave of holy purple-white energy swept through the entire area, heading straight for the source of the evil energy. Justia stood in the middle of the sanctuary, her eyes sharp. Even if this church is filled with dark energy, it was still built on God's holy ground. The giant shadow of the spectral entity appeared before her, but Justia declared firmly, "No one is allowed to defy God's will within these walls." A blood-stained, inverted cross symbol appeared, signaling a blasphemous ritual. Justia, the crusader, her eyes sharp, had sensed the thick, evil energy. Inside the sanctuary, dark energy surged, and a figure dressed as a priest stood waiting. The female knight drew her sword, its blade gleaming with holy light, declaring, "I see traces of blasphemy." The priest turned around, his tone eerily calm. "You arrived sooner than I expected." He began to question, his voice full of sarcasm. "But tell me, why did you come alone?" The priest stood before the defiled altar, asserting confidently that prayer alone would not be enough to save everyone here. Justia frowned, repeating his question with deep suspicion. "Everyone here?" She raised her sword high, realizing the room was filled with abnormal energy, yet she couldn't sense anyone else's presence. Suddenly, horrifying illusions of tormented souls, screaming in despair, appeared before her eyes. The female knight was stunned, sweat pouring down her face as she realized the gravity of the situation. Oh, no. The church bells chimed repeatedly, but instead of purifying, they amplified the dark magic. The priest extended his hand, evil purple energy gathered, and he smirked. "Come now." He spread his arms wide, hovering in midair within a vortex of dark energy, and declared, "Shall we begin the ritual?" Thump, thump. The cursed souls began to rise from all over the church. Hungry ghouls with sharp claws were trying to swarm into the sanctuary from outside. Slam. The church's main door slammed shut, trapping the female knight inside. Justia spun around, on high alert as she heard violent pounding on the door from outside. Crash! The thick wooden door began to splinter under the force of ghostly hands. The crusader was stunned, realizing this trap was far grander than she had imagined. Inside the church, plunged into darkness, the souls of victims screamed in panic, desperately searching for their children and loved ones. Justia roared in fury, questioning the priest. "How dare you do this? Do you have no reverence for God?" The priest sneered, casually replying, "God? He certainly frightens many, but I couldn't care less." He slammed the book and his glasses onto the church floor. Dark purple energy erupted around the priest, who laughed maniacally and declared, "Because I will not return to his embrace." The cursed souls shrieked miserably as they were enveloped and controlled by the evil energy. Clang! Without another word, Justia plunged the tip of her greatsword into the stone floor. Assuming a battle-ready stance, she knelt on one knee, gripping her sword hilt tightly, and began to pray, "O supreme being of the heavenly host, San Rosino, right hand of God." Before the screaming souls, she continued her plea. "Forgive my audacity in calling your name. Please come and rescue these poor souls from the clutches of evil." Justia's eyes blazed with brilliant golden light, and she resolved, "Whatever price you demand, I will gladly pay it." Whoosh! A pair of colossal wings of light unfurled behind Justia, and golden holy energy erupted fiercely. The silent night sky was suddenly torn open. Flash! A blinding ray of light flashed from above, signaling a terrifying power about to descend. A colossal pillar of light descended from heaven directly onto the church, its pure radiance overpowering all darkness. Crash! The church's dome shattered under the might of the divine pillar of light. Justia, with her blazing wings, hovered at the heart of the light storm, ready to purge all evil. The cursed souls shrieked in extreme agony as they were incinerated and purified by the holy light. The evil priest shielded his eyes, stunned as he recognized this overwhelming technique. Could this be the grand exorcism? A soul reached out towards Justia, who stood at the center of the light storm like a descending deity. Her greatsword radiated pure light, a radiance visible even without eyes, brilliant even in absolute darkness. The heretical priest sneered, acknowledging Justia's power, but with a mocking tone. To summon light of this magnitude without a ritual. Impressive. Much stronger than I thought. He raised his hand, and a soul vanished into black smoke, demonstrating his absolute control. The priest unleashed a colossal wave of dark energy, declaring that even the brightest torch has its limits. He saw through Justia's weakness, mocking that the price for such flamboyant magic was her very life. He stomped on his magic book, confidently proclaiming that after the blinding light comes an even deeper darkness, and his face was shrouded in shadow, his eyes glowing with malevolence. The entire church was engulfed by the purifying pillar of light, a sight both majestic and destructive. On the floor, the cursed corpses sizzled and burned in the holy light. Their ashes drifted away, leaving the ground spotless, a testament to the absolute power of purification. Amidst the ruins, Justia still stood firm, her great sword radiating brilliant light. Her eyes blazed with golden light, focusing her entire will on the battle. The remaining distorted souls shrieked, still lurking in the dark corners of the church. Justia looked at the lingering evil spirits, enraged by the number of innocent lives this demon had stolen. The heretical priest took slow steps towards Justia, his dark staff dragging on the ground. He advanced before the exhausted Justia, arrogantly declaring, "Now is the time for darkness to reign." Justia gasped for breath. Clearly, the recent area of effect technique had nearly drained her strength. Exhausted, she knelt on one knee, propping herself with her sword as she prayed, while the priest stood over her like a superior being. The priest sneered, deeming her prayers futile, but Justia did not give up. Her eyes once again flared with holy light as she continued her prayer, determined to purge all evil spirits from the sacred hall. Justia poured all her mana, summoning a colossal entity of light, preparing to unleash her ultimate move to sweep away the evil spirits. The heretical priest broke into a cold sweat, his face paling as he confronted the overwhelming holy power. What in the world is that? Despite her exhaustion, Justia tightened her grip on her sword, her eyes burning with resolve. I must stop this man, even if it costs me my life. Crack! A sudden fiery explosion erupted, blasting everything around. Justia's golden eyes gleamed, reflecting the destructive flames rushing towards her. The spiky-bearded leader was stunned by the enemy's sudden attack. Vlad roared wildly, amidst the sea of flames, rushing towards Justia. Get out of the way, now. In the nick of time, Justia was thrown back by the force of the explosion like a tattered doll. Vlad lunged forward, using his entire body to push Justia out of the danger zone. The spiky-bearded leader shouted loudly, signaling Vlad to act immediately. Push! The priest stood amidst the flames, a scornful smirk on his face. Pathetic. He swung his hand, and a colossal pillar of dark purple energy shot straight into the sky, tearing through even the holy light. The two opposing forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire church. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad leaped over the debris, raising his sword and charging directly at the priest. Vlad's face darkened, his voice as cold as ice. You crossed the line when you dared to harm the children. Clang! Vlad's sword clashed fiercely against a wall of dark energy, and he roared in anger. You dog! Both plunged into a battle to the death right in the middle of the fiercely burning sanctuary. Vlad's eyes blazed with blue light, overflowing with killing intent. He had entered slaughter mode. The heretical priest merely smirked, one eye flashing with a ghostly purple gleam, completely disregarding his opponent. In the blazing blue eyes of the mysterious entity, Vlad's reflection appeared, full of determination. The colossal energy entity, Vlad's master, manifested with overwhelming presence right behind him. The evil priest narrowed his eyes, recognizing his opponent. Ah, I recognize you now. The priest smirked as he clashed weapons with Vlad. I didn't expect to find you here. Vlad roared, his killing intent surging. Shut your mouth and die. Two streams of blue and purple energy collided violently, sword energy and dark magic tearing through space. Vlad's fierce battle created an opening. Justia was kneeling, exhausted, while Gregory had just arrived. Gregory rushed to support Justia, and she whispered a warning to him about the danger. Gregory replied resolutely, his gaze unwavering. "Do I have any other choice?" The children are slowly dying. Sweeping his gaze across the lurking monsters, Gregory assessed the chaotic battlefield. Justia gritted her teeth, pointing towards the bell tower emitting evil energy. "We must go to the bell tower. The source of the curse is there." Gregory decided immediately. "Very well. There's no time to regroup. Though risky, we must split up." Gregory glanced at the young Cade, who was drawing his bow, concerned that he couldn't use aura. Gregory's eyes sharpened. He had finalized the battle plan. Gregory declared firmly, aiming directly at the priest in combat. "I'll have to stop that bastard myself." Crash! Gregory stomped his foot down, and the stone floor cracked under his power. Gregory's entire body erupted with a fiery orange aura, ready to charge into battle. He let out an earth-shattering roar, one eye flashing with dazzling light. "I'm coming." Whoosh! Gregory shot forward like a bullet, tearing through the wind straight into the fight. Amidst the battle, Vlad and the evil priest were still fighting to the death, blade against blade in a terrifying high-speed duel. Gregory suddenly intervened, his entire body ablaze with a blazing red aura, blocking the priest's attack to clear a path for Vlad. Vlad was momentarily surprised, but his eyes remained sharp and cold, focused on the next objective. Gregory roared, his killing intent surging, determined to take on this wretched sorcerer by himself. Boom! An earth-shattering energy explosion occurred as Gregory's attack clashed with the priest's magic. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Vlad stood firm, while Gregory was completely overwhelming his opponent. Gregory shouted loudly, ordering the young man, "Hey, kid, there's something suspicious in the bell tower. I don't know what it is, but go destroy it now." Vlad didn't hesitate for a second, immediately replying decisively, "Understood, sir." Whoosh! Vlad dashed away like a ghost, leaving the battlefield for the muscular knight to handle. The priest sneered, his fingers gathering dark magic, intending to block the path. "Where do you think you're going?" Immediately, a swarm of hideous ghoul spirits emerged from the shadows, rushing out to block Vlad's path. Vlad gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath upon seeing the troublesome small fry. Having no other choice, Vlad was forced to charge straight into the swarm of ghoul spirits waiting to tear him apart. He gracefully dodged the sharp claws lunging from all directions. Too many! They're like ants! Vlad realized he was being overwhelmed by their numbers. Swish! Vlad cleanly thrust his sword straight through the skull of a ghoul spirit. Suddenly, a blazing golden arrow tore through the air, embedding itself directly into the forehead of another ghoul, causing it to shriek and dissipate. Vlad paused, his eyes showing surprise at the unexpected assistance. Cade, the young archer, stood defiantly, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling golden aura, and beside him, Portly Cannon was also ready for battle. Cade flared his brilliant golden aura, shouting to Vlad to keep running, telling him to leave these small fry to him. "I'll protect you. Keep going." Vlad glanced back, thanking Cade, then continued to run headlong. Behind him, Cade and Portly Cannon were like two searchlights ready to clear the way. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several blazing golden streaks of light were fired, looking like heat-seeking missiles. Thwack! Thwack! The arrows of light embedded themselves directly into the heads of the ghoul spirits, exploding their skulls in an instant. The entire swarm of ghoul spirits besieging Vlad suddenly dropped like ripe fruit, each one pierced directly through the head. Having just escaped one swarm, Vlad immediately encountered another swarm filling the entire corridor. The voice in his head urged, "Hurry!" Vlad gritted his teeth audibly, sweat pouring down him, clearly having run out of patience with these minions. "Begone, all of you!" Vlad roared, his left eye flaring with a blue aura, preparing to unleash a massacre. Swish! Swish! Vlad spun his sword like a whirlwind, unleashing sweeping arcs of green sword energy, clearing away the ghoul spirits blocking his path. The ghoul spirits vanished en masse, dissipating into fragments before they could even touch him. Having cleared the path, Vlad immediately rushed up the spiral staircase at terrifying speed. His face hardened, his concentration absolute, as he continued to sprint at full speed towards his objective. The mysterious voice echoed, philosophizing that every world is precious, but not every world is strong enough to defend itself. The image of the innocent Marion appeared, a symbol of the innocent lives that needed protection. "You swore to protect others," the voice continued, as an image of Gregory struggling in a death battle against the evil priest appeared. "If you find yourself in the right place, at the right time," an image of Cade drawing his bow, his eyes sparking with fire, ready to loose a fated arrow. "You know what you must do." An image of the crusader Justia, with resolute eyes, Even if an enemy, she has her own ideals. Do not hesitate. The voice concluded with an image of Vlad, his eyes sharp, his resolve unshaken. The images of Gregory, Justia, and Vlad merged with a colossal soul sword, affirming the second rule in his code: to dedicate oneself to protecting the weak. The church ghouls howled and lunged forward, their faces twisted and grotesque, eager to tear their prey apart. Swish! A fiery streak of light slashed horizontally, cleanly slicing through the charging small fry. The dark claws of the priest raked Gregory's hand, but the blazing orange aura blocked it without a single scratch. Gregory narrowed his eyes, his killing intent erupting as his aura grew increasingly powerful. The knight swung his sword, blocking a demon's attack with a harsh clang. Boom! Gregory released a surge of energy, sweeping away the surrounding demons as the ground shook violently. Another demon stealthily approached from behind, but Gregory had long sensed its presence. Wham! Gregory landed a direct punch to the demon's gut, the power from his aura making it explode on the spot. The demon shrieked miserably before its body completely disintegrated. Having dealt with the minions, Gregory turned to look at Cade, who stood panting amidst a golden-lit sanctuary. Cade gasped for breath. His bow-holding hand trembled and bled, clearly having expended all his strength. Gregory smirked. Damn it. I wish I was always welcomed this warmly. A nearby demon's hand turned to dust, a sign that the priest's magic was being suppressed. Looking at the scattered demon corpses, Gregory muttered, I've seen enough disgusting things today. He spun around to face the heretical priest, his eyes blazing. And your repulsive face is among them, you bastard. The priest sat casually on the rubble with a faint smile. Go ahead. Death holds no fear for me. Gregory gritted his teeth, his patience having reached its limit. Gregory's sword glowed brightly, and he growled, Let's see if you can still talk tough once your head is separated from your neck. The priest only responded with a chilling, delighted laugh, completely disregarding his opponent. Fine. Laugh all you want, you dog. Gregory roared, his aura violently erupting as he charged to finish him. Without hesitation, Gregory's aura flared, and he charged with a fiery sword strike. The knight's eyes were sharp. He poured all his strength into the finishing blow. Swish! The heretical priest's head flew through the air. Severed from its neck, it rolled across the stone floor amidst a pool of dark blood. Immediately, the furiously attacking female demons suddenly froze, standing still as statues. Cade exclaimed in surprise, seeing the monsters had stopped moving. Justia explained coldly. To defeat an army, you must target its commander. Gregory sheathed his sword, believing everything was over. He let out a long sigh, muttering, God, what a hellish day. Pulling out a flask of wine, he just wanted a strong gulp to forget his troubles. Suddenly, a horrifying purple aura rose from the headless corpse, stunning Gregory, Justia, and Cade alike. The head lying idly on the ground suddenly opened its mouth in a wide grin, shamelessly asking Gregory for a sip of wine. Gregory spun around, his face pale, seeing the head was still alive and speaking. Cade shrieked in terror, trembling. Sir Gregory! Gregory felt a terrifying pressure from behind. The headless corpse had risen at some point. A ghostly blue flame erupted violently from the severed neck. Justia immediately realized the situation, she warned. A headless knight? The blue flame swirled, forming a blazing eye filled with malevolent energy. The priest had revealed his true form as a Dullahan, standing tall amidst the rubble, his power even more terrifying than before. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vlad was rapidly ascending a spiral staircase, his objective still ahead. Vlad stomped his foot, landing on the tower's peak. Before him was a giant bell, ringing and emitting ghostly purple spirits. There it is, the mysterious voice echoed, explaining, This is an ancient curse, a type of extremely powerful dark magic. Focus all your power to destroy it, with a single blow. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with deadly resolve. Understood. Just as Vlad prepared to strike, another blue magic circle unexpectedly activated right beneath his feet. The panicked voice warned, Careful! Crack! The stone floor beneath Vlad cracked into large pieces. He was stunned as the entire floor collapsed. A trap had been laid. Vlad fell freely amidst the crumbling debris, a hint of tension on his face. Boulders whizzed past him in mid-air. Without a hint of panic, Vlad pushed off a piece of debris, gaining momentum to launch himself back up. He glided past a falling wall fragment, his sharp sword energy slashing into it. The entire stone structure continued to crumble into smaller pieces. Vlad cursed under his breath, gliding through the air with lightning speed. He used the falling rocks as footholds, leaping continuously to climb back up. Thud! A small explosion occurred as he landed on another fragment. The debris continued to fall into the abyss below. Whoosh! Vlad landed on a remaining rock ledge, gasping for breath and wondering, what the hell just happened? His eyes gleamed with vigilance, realizing the enemy was no ordinary foe. Vlad looked up at the ruined tower's peak, shrouded in smoke and dust. The battle was far from over. Amidst the ruins, the Dullahan, with its ghostly blue flame head, looked at Vlad and offered a sarcastic compliment, truly impressive. Vlad was sweating profusely, his sharp gaze never leaving the monster. This one was no small fry. The headless one continued to mock Vlad's landing, while his hand gathered a dark magic orb. Vlad drew his sword, growling. "Stay still, you bastard. I know you're not human." Vlad's eyes flashed with green light as he questioned. "What did you do to the others?" The Dullahan's flaming skull head smirked gruesomely. "Does it matter?" He pointed towards Vlad's fallen comrades, casually stating their lives held no value to him. The Dullahan raised the purple energy orb. "All I want is this." Vlad gritted his teeth and ordered, "Give it here." The monster challenged, "Come and get it, if you can." The orb in his hand erupted with fierce dark energy. Losing patience, Vlad roared, "I said give it here," then charged like an arrow, his green sword aura exploding. Clang! Vlad's sword collided fiercely with the Dullahan's arm. Two streams of power clashed, Vlad's green sword aura directly confronting his opponent's purple dark magic. The Dullahan blocked the attack with ease, warning Vlad not to be too aggressive, as his kindness had its limits. "I don't need your kindness," Vlad roared, pouring all his strength into the slash. "I wasn't talking about you," the Dullahan replied nonchalantly, making Vlad freeze for a moment. Wham! Taking advantage of the opening, the Dullahan delivered a devastating punch to Vlad's side. A crack echoed as the headless one's dark energy-imbued punch hit its mark. Not giving Vlad time to recover, the Dullahan launched a barrage of shadow magic attacks. Vlad was forced onto the defensive, struggling to use both his sword and gauntlet to fend off the frenzied attacks. The Dullahan realized, "Hess getting faster, but merely counterattacking won't be enough." The voice in Vlad's head screamed, "Don't predict its attacks with normal logic. This isn't a human technique." Clang! Vlad braced himself to block an attack, his sword glowing brightly. The headless one taunted nonchalantly, "I'm afraid you're too slow." "Vlad!" the voice echoed as Vlad gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, determined not to lose. Thud! He stomped his foot, regaining a stable stance. Whoosh! Vlad swung his sword, but the Dullahan easily caught the blade with a hand covered in dark energy. The monster showed surprise. "Is this an armor defense technique?" But he's only wearing leather armor. A blue aura erupted from Vlad, blocking the attack. The Dullahan was truly surprised by this reversal. "Do you have the protection of a spirit?" the headless one asked, as Vlad was enveloped by a cerulean aura. Vlad gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sharp, his entire body exuding powerful energy. He leapt high, delivering a devastating overhead slash straight down onto the Dullahan's head. The monster merely smirked contemptuously, raising one hand to block the attack. Whoosh! Vlad's slash was swatted away effortlessly by the Dullahan. Clang! Two streams of power collided violently, Vlad bracing himself to endure. Vlad realized the skill gap. There's no way to win like this. If only I could see deep into my own world, like Sir Rutger. Vlad's eyes flashed with a strange blue light, signaling a change. In his inner world, the voice echoed, stating that Vlad needed something to fill his world, and the only thing he could connect to was the voice's own world. Vlad faced the silhouette of the mysterious entity, a whisper echoing, "Where our horizons meet, I shall become us." The mysterious entity in Vlad's head sealed the deal. "All right." Bzz! Electrical light exploded around Vlad, his eyes flashed with blue light, and he gritted his teeth loudly. The Dullahan was momentarily surprised by this new surge of energy. The voice echoed as lightning enveloped Vlad. "You may use my world." Vlad roared in fury. "Leave the children alone." Whoosh! He shot off like lightning, leaving a blinding white streak and shattered ground in his wake. An electrified slash tore through the Dullahan, right through its chest. Boom! The entire area was engulfed in a terrifying lightning explosion, energy spreading out in destructive arcs. A gigantic pillar of lightning struck directly from the sky, engulfing everything in blinding white light. Vlad's sword still glowed brightly, crackling electrical sparks running along the blade. He stared intently at the Dullahan. The surrounding ground shattered and ruined, but the monster still stood tall, hovering in midair as if completely unharmed. The slash on the Dullahan's chest was just a small scratch, already healing itself with dark magic. Vlad bitterly realized, damn it. The attack was only enough to tickle him. He told himself his own world was still too weak to fully contain the entity's power. Vlad gritted his teeth, knowing he only had enough strength for 2 or 3 more attacks before he was done for. The Dullahan was completely unharmed as if nothing had happened. its wound having vanished entirely. It spoke, its voice full of sarcasm. I went easy on you because we are quite similar, but now it's over. Blaze. Ghostly blue flames erupted, enveloping the knight's armor. Vlad's eyes widened, speechless at the sight. Huh? What the hell is this? The headless knight wielded dark magic, shadowy tendrils extending from his sword, while Vlad took a stance, ready to face him. Vlad dodged a rushing dark energy attack like lightning, the technique grazing the ground and sparking. With a whoosh, the headless knight suddenly closed in, and the mysterious voice in Vlad's head screamed a warning. Be careful. Crash. Vlad raised his sword to block the direct dark attack, and a purple energy explosion engulfed them both. Blown away like a ragdoll by the impact force, Vlad was sent flying straight towards the forest. He crashed face first into the ground, creating a deep crater, with dirt and rocks scattering everywhere. As the dust settled, the headless knight still stood tall, the green flame on his neck burning brightly. He mused. This kid is quite something. To be able to generate an aura to block the attack in that instant. His potential is no joke. Looking at Vlad lying motionless, emitting a faint blue glow, he remarked, and the entity in his eyes is not as simple as I thought. The blue glow on Vlad's body faded, and he lay completely unconscious amidst the rubble. There's no telling how strong this kid will become, the headless knight muttered, taking heavy steps towards Vlad. He raised his armored hand, gathering a sphere of dark energy, deciding to eliminate the potential threat. Then it's best to deal with him from the start. The green flame on the knight's neck swirled into a ghostly face, and it growled, I warned you not to challenge me. Vlad only managed to open his eyes to see the knight's deathly hand descending. Halt. The knight's dark hand was stopped by something right in front of Vlad. The green flame on the knight's neck flickered in astonishment, seeing his attack blocked. Vlad's hand, now glowing brightly and enveloped in crackling white lightning, was gripping the knight's wrist tightly. Vlad stood up, still gripping his opponent's hand, and the headless knight was stunned to hear a strange voice emanating from him. You heard it, didn't you? Vlad's eyes flashed with deadly blue-white light. Lightning surged around him, and he growled, Take your filthy hands off the children. A colossal lightning bolt struck down from the sky, engulfing both Vlad and the headless knight in a sea of destructive light. The headless knight screamed miserably at the epicenter of the lightning explosion. Through Vlad, the mysterious entity monologued, I do not know who I am. All I know is that there is one thing I must do. Vlad's sword glowed brightly in the crackling white lightning, and the mysterious voice continued. Memories have vanished, but the mission is etched deep within the soul. Lightning surged around Vlad as the mysterious entity asserted that this was its sole purpose of existence all along. Vlad, now controlled by the mysterious entity, his eyes flashing, coldly declared, This is an adult matter, so let's resolve it like adults. The headless knight faltered, his armor smoking after the lightning attack. The knight froze, facing Vlad's figure, which was emitting a terrifying pressure. Whoosh! Vlad vanished in a flash of lightning, leaving only a streak of white light on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Vlad was right in front of the knight, with unbelievable speed. The green flame on the knight's neck recoiled. It completely failed to comprehend what was happening. Faster than the eye could follow, Vlad had circled behind the headless knight, completely dominating the situation. The knight staggered, trying to turn, but he was too slow compared to his opponent. Vlad reappeared right in front of him, his glowing eyes staring directly at the ghostly flame with contempt. Without a wasted movement, Vlad's lightning-clad hand seized the knight's flaming head. Slam! Vlad used one hand to forcefully press the headless knight's face into the ground, shattering the earth. Vlad looked down at the defeated foe, his voice full of sarcasm. Is this all you can do? Where are those boasts from earlier? The lightning hand tightened its grip, and the knight trembled and asked in horror, Who are you? Vlad coldly retorted, I have nothing to say to a monster that hunts children's blood. Die. As he finished speaking, a destructive lightning surge was unleashed at close range, blowing everything away. The knight's purple dark energy disintegrated under Vlad's lightning hand. After the destructive blow, the headless knight staggered amidst his own disintegrating dark energy. His ghostly green flame trembled, unable to believe the harsh reality before him. For the first time in his life, the headless knight felt fear, looking at Vlad's lightning-clad figure. Vlad's eyes flashed with blinding white light. Electricity surged violently around him, emitting an absolutely overwhelming aura. The headless knight told himself that this fear was understandable when facing an opponent of such caliber. In his eyes, Vlad appeared as a pure white beast bearing its fangs and claws, ready to tear its prey apart. Vlad descended from above like a lightning bolt, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The headless knight only managed to raise his hand in a futile attempt to block, as Vlad was already right in front of him. He vanished again, The Headless Knight realized in a panic that he had completely lost track of his opponent. Vlad moved like a phantom, constantly attacking from all directions, sending the Headless Knight bouncing back and forth like a ball. The knight frantically darted his eyes around, trying to pinpoint Vlad's location, but it was useless. Where is he? Left? Or right? Suddenly, Vlad appeared right behind him. His voice, cold as ice, rang out. "Didn't you just call me slow?" The Headless Knight let out a piercing scream in utter terror. In despair, he unleashed all his dark energy, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the entire area. Vlad simply extended one hand, and the crackling white lightning easily blocked his opponent's full-power attack. The Headless Knight roared, charging straight into the dust cloud, launching a suicidal attack. But it was futile. His attack shattered upon contact with Vlad's lightning aura. The Headless Knight's green flame flared with rage. "You bastard! How dare you!" he roared, but Vlad merely looked down coldly, his sword already poised in his hand. Psst. Vlad's lightning-clad sword tip pointed directly at the knight's head, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The mysterious entity within Vlad growled, its eyes flashing with lightning. "How dare you mock this kid's precious potential?" The Headless Knight told himself he had escaped the shackles of death, no longer knowing fear, but then he felt something even more terrifying. The Headless Knight panicked intensely as he felt a bone-piercing pain, as if his soul was being torn apart by Vlad's blinding white lightning. Without a word, Vlad charged with terrifying speed, leaving a trail of lightning ripping through the ground. Thud. Vlad didn't bother using his sword, delivering a kick straight to the chest, pinning the Headless Knight firmly to the ground. Paralyzed by lightning, the Headless Knight groaned in pain, unable to believe this disparity in skill. How can this be? Wham! Vlad threw a lightning-shrouded punch straight into the green flame on the knight's neck. The Headless Knight let out a piteous scream as Vlad pinned him to the ground with his sword, lightning pouring out incessantly. Vlad bent down, his eyes cold as ice, commanding decisively, "Give it to me." The sword tip shone brightly, pressed directly against the Headless Knight's chest armor. Without hesitation, Vlad thrust his lightning-shrouded hand into the knight's chest, roaring, "Get it out now." Boom! The knight's chest armor exploded under Vlad's power. Vlad continued delivering a barrage of punches to his opponent's chest, the thick armor beginning to crack and shatter. Crack! Thud! Vlad completely smashed the Headless Knight's front chest armor. Vlad gripped the broken armor edges tightly with both hands, preparing to tear it open. Rip! Vlad used pure strength to tear open the knight's chest, making him scream in pain. Vlad panted, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he had found what he needed. Inside the knight's hollow chest, a purple energy core glowed, surrounded by ancient symbols. Vlad reached out his hand, preparing to seize the dark energy core. The Headless Knight desperately screamed, "No!" But Vlad was already preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Vanish! Vlad unleashed a destructive blow, and the Headless Knight screamed piteously as his dark energy was torn apart. Vlad's hand crushed the purple energy core, and the ancient magic shattered into pieces. The energy core exploded violently, releasing a terrifying surge of power. Vlad stood tall at the epicenter, pure energy swirling around him, his eyes sharp and cold as ice. A wave of energy spread throughout the town, sweeping away all lingering evil energy. The father and mother watched in astonishment as dark energy slowly escaped from their little daughter Marion's mouth. Other children affected by the curse also began to be purified, their souls screaming as they were freed. At the scene, a stream of purifying energy poured out from the Headless Knight's ruined corpse, while Vlad simply watched silently. The mysterious entity within Vlad mused, "I'm sure I once knew, but now I remember nothing." The green flame on the Headless Knight's head flickered slightly, a faint sign of lingering life. The entity coldly looked down at the dying foe, wondering, "How does one kill the likes of you?" It realized it was wrong. They were not the same, and it didn't understand why it had escaped death so many times. "Never mind, it doesn't matter if I don't remember," it concluded. "If I want it, I will achieve it." Vlad raised his sword, and lightning once again gathered, preparing for the most brutal finishing blow. The Headless Knight screamed a desperate cry again as he felt the overwhelming killing intent. The entity declared cold-bloodedly, "If I just tear your body to pieces, then you'll be truly dead." Vlad grabbed the knight's lifeless corpse and dragged it mercilessly across the ground. A heaven-rending slash descended, blinding white lightning devouring everything in its path. The Headless Knight vanished with a final scream as he was completely annihilated by the attack. Vlad's eyes flashed with deadly blue light, and the entity whispered, "Only one more left." An armored spirit with an eerie green flame screamed the name Ramashut in despair. Vlad's eyes, under the entity's control, flashed with lightning as it sensed a new presence. From beneath Vlad's feet, a swirling vortex of dark purple energy suddenly surged, aimed directly at Ramashut's spirit. The dark energy erupted, enveloping the panicking spirit. Ramashut rejoiced, stammering, "Ah, have you come to save me?" But no. Giant shadowy tentacles reached out, not to save but to seize it. The entity within Vlad also froze. What the hell is this? Ramashut also realized it had made a huge mistake, asking in horror, "Lord Ramashut?" Claw-like shadows tightly gripped the green flame spirit. Wham! The merciless attack came crashing down. Crunch, crack, squish, smash. Ramashut's spirit was mercilessly crushed. The entity realized the truth. Whatever that thing is, it is stripping away his immortality. No! Lord Ramashut! A desperate scream rang out as the spirit's energy core was sucked out. Ramashut's skeletal hand tried to reach out hopelessly before being completely swallowed by darkness. Swish. The dark energy vanished, leaving Vlad standing amidst the ruins, the mission accomplished. The entity suddenly paused, a blurry image of a woman named Ramashut appearing in its mind. I don't remember who she is. Only a vague feeling remains. Crack. A crack appeared on Vlad's shoulder, and the entity wondered, who exactly is it? Vlad's entire body began to crack, and the entity muttered to itself, "Oh dear, I must have pushed this kid's body beyond its limits." It smirked to itself, showing satisfaction. But I must admit, he has grown much stronger. To withstand such an attack is no joke. The entity looked down at Vlad's slowly collapsing body and thought, "I'll just have to apologize to him when he wakes up." Vlad's cloak fluttered in the blinding dust of the ruined village. Thud. Drained of power, Vlad's battered body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Dawnlight emerged, shining through the ruins of the horrific battle. Amidst the rubble, Vlad lay slumped on a shattered stone slab. The battle had ended. The scene shifts to Baron Utman's Mausoleum estate, a gloomy and deathly place. Inside, a mysterious teal-haired sorceress sat on a throne, exuding an aura of power. Her purple eyes gleamed as she remarked that the soul she sensed, though radiant, was full of injuries. She smirked, seemingly having grasped something extremely interesting. In her mind, images of Vlad and a giant lightning entity appeared. She mumbled that it must be a form of ancient magic. She smiled smugly as the ancient entities began to awaken, declaring, "My time has come, just as planned." A rift was forming, and her eyes flashed with an eerie light. The era of chaos had begun, and at her feet, an army of grotesque monsters awaited her command. She ordered her knights, "Feel free to tear apart Baron Utman's soldiers. They're all good prey." In a dark room, Baron Utman stood watching his wife and child on their sickbed. He had paid the price. As a result, his only son had been saved from death, but the boy looked vacant, drooling profusely. Baron Utman was horrified to realize that darkness had enveloped his entire Mausoleum territory. Surrounded by dark energy, the sorceress declared bluntly, "Therefore, we shall remain here for a while." A knight in her army began to erupt with eerie purple flames from his helmet. Immediately, an entire giant army of knights simultaneously awakened, purple flames enveloping them all. The army knelt before the sorceress, swearing in unison, "Your every wish is our command." The purple-eyed sorceress smirked, calling out a name in an authoritative tone, "Lord Ramashut." The scene shifts to a peaceful village, where villagers were going about their daily lives as usual. Vlad groggily woke up, his head spinning, and mumbled, "So, I've been unconscious for 3 days?" A strange man stood by the bed, stating bluntly, "You're lucky to be alive. When I found you, you looked utterly mangled." The man continued to recount his efforts, having to drag Vlad's body back here, while Vlad's head was still buzzing. Vlad hastily asked about the knight's condition, but the man said the captain was the most severely injured and advised him to just rest. The man left to check on the others, telling Vlad to call if he needed anything. Vlad could only nod in thanks. Click. The door closed, leaving Vlad alone in the silent room, sunlight streaming in from the window. Vlad sighed in relief, telling himself that at least everyone was still alive, and that was the most important thing. He recalled the scene after the battle, when both Gregory and Cade had fallen, and thought that Justia's shield had held out long enough to protect them. Justia, though exhausted, still pushed herself within her golden aura, truly a real crusader. Vlad had to admit it. Vlad wondered to the mysterious entity, "Hey, how come I can talk to you now without holding a sword?" The mysterious entity explained that both their worlds had touched in that moment, allowing them to share and communicate directly. Now, Vlad could talk to his master right in his head. He immediately tested it. Like this? That's right. Vlad was visibly delighted. "Great. So from now on, I don't have to mumble to myself or worry about anyone watching anymore. Goodbye, Lyman the worshipper. Vlad suddenly fell silent, his blue eyes gleaming with seriousness as he realized something. The strange man told Vlad that even if only the two of them knew the truth, it was Vlad who had saved everyone. Not only the knights, but also the children in the village were safe thanks to him. Vlad placed his hand on his chest, sincerely thanking the person who had saved him for the first time. After a moment of silence, Vlad suddenly realized he had just done something cheesy and blushed deeply, looking utterly awkward. The mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's head, acknowledging his efforts. I know, you did very well too. Praised directly for the first time, Vlad was briefly flustered before giving a rare, awkward smile. After recovering, Vlad sat up in bed, morning sunlight shining throughout the room. A stone-faced crusader guard in full armor raised a hand to block the way. Stop. You are not allowed to go any further. Vlad, in his black cloak, bowed formally and stated, I am from Schwara. Lady Justia knows me. The guard narrowed his eyes suspiciously, clearly not believing him immediately. Vlad looked up, his sharp blue eyes unwavering, exuding an extraordinary presence. Pressured by Vlad's gaze, the guard had no choice but to concede. Wait here. Vlad glanced around, observing the village gradually stabilizing after the disaster. The villagers felt much safer upon seeing the presence of the crusaders, even though they had arrived a bit late. The guard returned and allowed, You may enter. Vlad stepped over the threshold, entering a dark, ruined great hall. His eyes widened, stunned by the sight inside. An entire large hall was being used as a morgue, strewn with bodies covered in white cloths, lying in neat rows. Vlad thought to himself that he hadn't realized it during the battle, but now he truly grasped the scale of this loss. An iron-gloved hand slammed shut a red ledger. Justia, with a stern expression, turned around and asked directly, Vlad, what are you doing here? Vlad bowed in greeting and got straight to the point. Lady Justia, may I examine the bodies? But she replied that Gregory had already identified all the missing women. He asserted firmly, his gaze steadfast. I'm looking for someone else. This is personal. Justia fell silent, her golden eyes piercing Vlad as she considered his request. Justia warned Vlad that the corpses might still carry remnants of a curse, and told him to meet her later for a blessing. In a hall strewn with corpses covered with white shrouds, Vlad began his search under Justia's observation. Vlad's gaze suddenly halted. He had found what he was looking for. A familiar long brown hair emerged from beneath the white shroud. Without hesitation, his hand violently pulled away the covering cloth. Vlad's face darkened, and he let out a mournful sound upon confirming the cruel truth. He had found Anna, muttering that he had truly hoped she wouldn't be here, and memories suddenly flooded back. In the past, Anna, with one eye bruised, still tried to smile, saying it was nothing serious and she was glad nothing was broken. A hand offered an egg, a folk remedy for bruises. Young Vlad, with a slightly grumpy face, told her to keep it and roll it over her eye, saying he was just doing his job. Anna smiled brightly, teasing that she would consider it a bribe. Returning to the cold reality, Anna's corpse lay there, her words from years ago echoing, "I'll definitely need your help again." Vlad turned away, bitterly admitting, "Life can be cruel sometimes, can't it?" He gently wiped away the dirt on her cheek, whispering a wish that in her next life, she would be born into a decent family. Under the dim light of the cathedral, Vlad's lonely silhouette stretched long beside the girl he couldn't protect. He placed her hands neatly on her chest, a belated apology echoing, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you as I should have." On her finger was a small daisy-shaped ring, a simple and silent memento. The scene shifted to the Crusaders' command tent. The atmosphere became solemn. The clinking of a ceramic spoon stirring a teacup broke the silence. Justia sat opposite Vlad, repeating his report with a thoughtful expression. He was sucked into a black hole that suddenly appeared? Vlad confirmed it was true. Justia raised her teacup, her sharp gaze never leaving Vlad, demanding he elaborate. Vlad nonchalantly replied that was all he remembered, excusing himself by saying he was too busy fighting to pay much attention. Justia pondered, listening to Vlad's explanation that he was already exhausted, just fending off his opponent's attacks. The mysterious voice praised Vlad's answer as a perfect evasion, just believable enough to be convincing, while he sipped his tea and secretly thought about the cunning skills he had learned from the Underworld. Justia stated that the scene she reconstructed looked utterly horrifying, showing only traces of desperate resistance against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. But she still hadn't found the most important thing. Vlad feigned a sudden recollection. "Ah, I think he called out someone's name at the end," causing Justia to immediately turn and ask, "What name?" He clutched his head, feigning difficulty. It's too hard to remember. Everything was truly chaotic then. Justia then picked up an apple and a knife, offering him something to eat to see if he could remember, her hands skillfully beginning to peel it. Vlad continued his act, muttering, "What was the name again?" Rama. His eyes darting towards Justia, who was peeling the apple. When Vlad said Ramasu, the knife in Justia's hand paused for a beat. Justia's golden eyes narrowed, and she uttered a name. Ramashut? Vlad snapped his fingers as if he had just remembered. "Oh, that's right. I think that's the name." Justia squeezed the apple in her hand, juice oozing between her gloved fingers, and she said coldly, "I understand. Thank you for your help." Vlad was slightly startled, sensing something amiss in Justia's demeanor. Justia stood up, declaring that San Rosino would not forget his brave actions. She turned and walked away, ordering Vlad to rest, while he could only obediently comply. "Yes, Lady Justia." The mysterious voice sighed in relief because Justia seemed to believe him, but Vlad didn't think so. He sensed something unusual on her face. For a moment, Vlad had seen Justia's true face, a completely different person, with glowing eyes full of murderous intent. The scene shifted to a large, magnificent building under the morning sun. A stream of hot tea was poured into a luxurious ceramic cup, signaling that a new discussion was about to begin. Joseph Vazid spoke first, directly asking a powerful old man, "When did you arrive in Schwara?" The white-haired old man, Ramund, sat opposite him with an overwhelming aura, and was called by name. Ramund feigned politeness. "Long time no see. You should have informed me earlier so I could have hosted you properly." He took a sip of tea. With false humility, "I am but a humble man. How dare I disturb your time?" But then his tone changed. He placed the teacup down with a clink, and the battle of wits began. Ramund's blue eyes glowed brightly, scrutinizingly. "But tell me, where is that boy?" Joseph calmly replied, lying without batting an eye. "He is currently on a mission at Baron Utman's estate. There will be news soon." Ramund narrowed his eyes in suspicion. A mere squire assigned a private mission? The old man revealed he had visited the head of the household before coming here, clearly with another purpose, not merely social courtesy. Joseph immediately realized the problem. This old man came not just to visit a squire, but for the last remaining ducat. Ramund bluntly criticized the squires at Sturma as a soulless, incompetent bunch, unworthy of protecting the Vazid family. He glanced over, asking sarcastically, "Your squire isn't like them, is he?" Zyar, Joseph's bodyguard, spoke up to confirm. "At least he's much better than them, though sometimes a bit unruly." Ramund smirked, seemingly interested. "Oh? What kind of potential must he have to earn such praise from a gruff man like you?" Zyar was startled and broke into a sweat when Ramund brought up his own troublesome, often complaining past. Ramund made his attitude clear. He hoped this boy was the real deal, not some small fry. He warned that if Vlad was also a pampered noble, like that Sovanin fellow, who only cried for his parents whenever trouble arose. Joseph interrupted Ramund's threat with a fatal statement. "My squire has no parents." Joseph secretly gloated, realizing he had grasped the key point to capture Ramund's attention. He grew up as an orphan in the slums, climbing his way up through sheer ability. Joseph's eyes gleamed with calculation. Vlad's lack of family backing was his trump card at this moment. Ramund looked suspicious at Joseph's flattery. This old man was clearly not someone easily manipulated. Joseph laid his cards on the table, proposing that Ramund keep the money in exchange for personally mentoring Vlad, while the old man grumbled that no youngster had caught his eye lately. Ramund gestured for silence, his eyes sharpening, as if Joseph's offer had struck a chord. Ramund's eyes blazed with an overbearing aura. He decided to give the rookie a chance to see if he was the real deal. The scene shifted to a peaceful village, where Vlad's group was preparing to depart after completing their mission, surrounded by villagers bidding them farewell. Justia, the white-haired knightess, placed her hand on her chest and solemnly declared, "San Rosino will never forget your courage." The bushy-bearded leader tried to flatter Justia, asking her to put in a good word with the mayor, as he was known for being difficult. Justia bluntly rebuffed him, declaring she couldn't distort the truth, which left the bushy-bearded man speechless. Suddenly, Justia's sharp gaze darted to one side. She had noticed something. Vlad was quietly rolling up a banner, oblivious to the exchange around him. Justia smirked, her voice full of hidden meaning. "I didn't know Vlad had his own banner." The bushy-bearded leader explained that the Vazid family placed immense expectations on Vlad, a rare talent, and this youngster understood the weight of that banner. Justia's soldiers also had to secretly admit that the battle with the Dullahan was extremely intense, and not every squire had the guts to face it. Justia and the bushy-bearded leader nodded to each other in greeting, preparing to depart, and she didn't forget to bless their journey. Vlad's group and the bushy-bearded leader rode away amidst the villagers' farewells. Vlad turned back, subtly waving goodbye, a rare gesture from the taciturn young man. The villagers, now free from the gloomy mist, happily waved to their heroes. The bushy-bearded leader muttered curses at the bastard who had brought darkness to this place, which had always been bathed in sunlight. Vlad looked at the peaceful scenery, secretly thinking that he was glad Anna was buried in a place like this, instead of in the dark alleys of Schwara. The peaceful village scene appeared, as if wishing Anna's soul to rest in warmth and tranquility. Night fell, and the campfire glowed faintly amidst the desolate mountains. The entire mercenary group was fast asleep, with only the crackling of the campfire remaining in the silent night. Vlad sat in contemplation, confessing to himself, "I have completely failed. If not for the voice from the sword, I would have been wiped out." He recalled the feeling of helplessness when facing the Dullahan, a world-class power that had crushed him, just as he had been unable to save Jorge and Anna. The bushy-bearded leader woke up, saw Vlad's tense expression, and immediately asked, "Why do you look so serious, kid?" Vlad tried to brush it off. "It's nothing, just thinking about a few things." The leader smirked, seeing through the youngster. "A few things? Looks like a ton of things to me." Vlad remained silent for a moment, then finally opened up. "This world has too many extraordinary strong individuals." He looked into the fire, his voice full of doubt. "I'm not sure how to survive among them." The bushy-bearded leader pondered for a moment, then replied, I suppose everyone asks themselves that at some point." He stood up, stepping closer. "That question has no single right answer, but I've come to my own conclusion." Vlad looked up, his eyes full of curiosity. "And what is that?" The leader looked directly at Vlad, his voice firm. "All you need to do is keep the flame burning." He pointed at the fire. "You can't stop the winds that will come and shake you. But as long as the flame inside you lives, it can always flare up again." Vlad looked at the blazing fire, seemingly understanding something. "So, just try to hold on and burn as brightly as possible." He clenched his fist, telling himself, "Hez right. There's no shortcut to close the gap with others overnight." Vlad's eyes became sharp and resolute. "All I can do is keep the flame within me alive. For now, I'll just focus on that." In his mind, Vlad envisioned himself facing a colossal enemy under the moonlight, realizing that, to face the colossal world that is coming, I also need to create a colossal flame. Meanwhile, Harvin was on guard duty when he suddenly noticed a figure and a horse on a distant cliff. He squinted, realizing a mysterious observer was watching them from the shadows. A lone-mounted figure stood on the cliff under the night sky, silently observing. The observer's eyes reflected an entire starry sky, harboring immeasurable power. The scene shifted to a magnificent government building, where important decisions were made. Joseph Vazid sat in his chair, his hands clasped together, uttering a cold compliment. "Well done." He looked at Vlad's group, acknowledging their purpose and diligence in delving into the root of the problem. However, Joseph's voice suddenly hardened, his eyes sharp. "But I cannot overlook the fact that Vazid's swords were drawn in another lord's territory." The shaggy bearded leader immediately stepped forward to take responsibility, ready to accept any punishment. A powerful voice cut him off. The old man Ramond appeared, questioning, "Unbelievable. How could you act so recklessly on another's land?" The old man walked past, his overwhelming presence leaving Vlad speechless, who realized he had caused a political mess. Ramund glared, the old man's gaze sharper than a dagger, an invisible pressure weighing heavily on the entire room. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "Who is this old man? What an overwhelming aura." Joseph Vazid nodded in agreement with Ramund, admitting, "You are absolutely right. This incident has stirred up very sensitive issues at a difficult time." A vision of chaotic war appeared, as Joseph explained. "The empire is weakening, the royal family is losing control, everything we've built is crumbling." Vlad's entire group could only listen in silence, as Joseph listed the territorial wars erupting everywhere. Joseph's eyes darkened as he warned that even the North could not be immune to this chaos. Vlad and the leader could only bow their heads in apology. "We apologize, my lord." Joseph revealed a shocking piece of news. Old enemies have reappeared, and the iron-fisted warlord is closely watching that village, causing the leader to exclaim in surprise. "Really? The iron-fisted warlord?" Joseph concluded, his tone both reproachful and acknowledging. "I know your intentions were good, but you've caused too much commotion." Vlad remained silent, his gaze resolute, accepting the reprimand without a single word of excuse. Ramond uttered a final contemptuous remark. "Humph. You should not have meddled in others' affairs." Old man Ramond began to lecture, criticizing that they should have let the Crusaders handle it according to proper procedure. Vlad whirled around, his blue eyes blazing, and growled. What right do you have to criticize us? You weren't even there. Ramond merely smirked, scoffing that these youngsters nowadays act without ever considering the consequences. Vlad gritted his teeth and retorted with a simple yet forceful reason. Otherwise, the children would be dead. Joseph Vazid gently placed a hand on Zayar's arm, signaling the guard to calm down. The bearded general and Harvin broke out in a cold sweat. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring. Ramon's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a razor. Vlad remained unfazed, repeating decisively. If we hadn't intervened, the children there would all be ghosts by now. Two opposing auras clashed fiercely. Ramond thought to himself, look at this. Where did Joseph find such an audacious boy? The old man smirked, a smile curling his lips, realizing he had underestimated this boy. I thought he was just a puppy, but this boy is a wild beast. Vlad continued his report, asserting that Gregory had done everything he could for the children. His blue eyes flared up again, as Vlad declared their actions deserved praise, not criticism, because they had protected San Logino. Slam! Joseph Vazid slammed his hand on the table, cutting off the argument. Enough. He growled a warning. Do not test my patience further. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had just crossed the line. Zayar, the general, and Harvin all fell silent, not daring to utter a single word in the face of Joseph's anger. Joseph Vazid's face was shrouded in shadow, the suffocating pressure of a ruler emanating from him. The entire group stood rigidly before Joseph, the air heavy as lead, while Ramond stood with his arms crossed, observing from a distance. Finally, Vlad bowed his head. Yes, sir, I apologize. Joseph Vazid glanced, signaling for the lesson to begin. Old man Ramond stood with his arms crossed behind Vlad, silently anticipating what would happen. Joseph maintained a cold, impassive expression, revealing no emotion. Joseph began his lecture, subtly reminding Gregory of the swordsman's code, causing the knight to break into a sweat and stammer out an admission of his carelessness. He declared as he walked, "These issues have become complicated. We must act quickly before Baron Utman files a complaint." Turning his back, Joseph delivered a chilling pronouncement. "You will be punished for insulting Sir Gregory." Vlad's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to believe his ears. Joseph continued his assault. "Even though you haven't been paid yet, you will not receive any benefits guaranteed by the House of Vazid. Cade will also share the same punishment." Gregory, who had just been defended, could only bow his head and obediently comply. "Yes, Sir Joseph." Joseph turned, his sharp gaze fixed directly on his main target, young Vlad. He began to list his favors. "I have fed you, clothed you, treated you too well." An image of Vlad's raw power appeared, his blue eyes blazing with wildness, contrasting with Joseph's sarcastic remark. "Yet you are still so ill-mannered." Back in reality, Vlad's eyes still glowed with a blue light, trying to suppress the anger, threatening to erupt. Joseph expressed deep disappointment that Vlad had dared to speak without permission, making Vlad wonder if he had disgraced him. Joseph clenched his hands behind his back, his inner thoughts denying, no. His thoughts continued unpredictably. He is merely displeased. Joseph's eyes gleamed with determination. A plan already set, he declared bluntly. "I will give you a fitting punishment." Joseph's inner thoughts revealed his true purpose. "To keep him by my side, I must bind him even tighter." Joseph ordered his expulsion. "Do not appear before me until I summon you." Vlad could only accept in silence. Vlad walked silently and alone in the vast corridor, his footsteps echoing in the suffocating silence. His mind was in turmoil, his blue eyes filled with complex emotions as he thought about what had just happened. Old man Ramond recalled the moment Zayar and Joseph Vazid stared at Vlad, muttering, "I never thought I'd see those eyes again." Suddenly, Ramond stood blocking Vlad's path, his tone full of provocation. "It seems you caused your master a lot of trouble when you were young, didn't you?" The old man confirmed with certainty. "That's right. Your name is Vlad." Vlad merely remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed directly on the one who had just blocked his path. Ramond showed amusement at the boy's stubborn attitude, taunting, "Oh, I'm speaking, and you won't even answer me?" He clenched his fist and growled, the pressure intensifying. "It seems you haven't been taught proper etiquette, have you?" Vlad finally spoke, his voice cold. "I have learned enough about etiquette." He recalled that lesson from the warm eyes of a noblewoman, the image of Oksana appearing in his mind. Vlad placed a hand on his chest, admitting frankly, "You are right." He stood up straight, his presence overwhelming, and declared loudly, "I am Vlad." Immediately after, Vlad retorted, his blue eyes blazing, asking back defiantly, "Sir, may I know your esteemed name?" Ramond was slightly surprised by the boy's audacity, his eyes gleaming with interest. Look at this boy, he thought to himself. This attitude is no different from asking an opponent's name before a life-or-death battle. A warlike smile spread across Ramun's lips. The blood in his veins began to boil once more. How long has it been since I felt this way? The old man looked directly at Vlad, his voice deepening. So, you are curious about my name? But then he refused bluntly. Unfortunately, I have no name to give you. Thud! The old man slammed his staff onto the floor, an action full of authority and decisiveness. Vlad's eyes narrowed. The atmosphere between the two powerful individuals officially became taut as a bowstring. Old Ramund raised the banner, his voice full of hidden meaning. Because I am the one who walked the lowest path. He looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp. My mission is not yet complete, understand? Amidst the blazing battlefield, a tale echoed of old knights who could not die until they reclaimed their lost honor. A lone knight walked across the battleground, gathering the scattered fragments of lost honor. The image of a legendary sword shone brightly, a symbol of absolute power. A hooded swordmaster stood tall like a war god, a testament to the pinnacle of the knight's path. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, signaling a power play about to begin. On the strategic map, the old advisor pointed out, Count Gaydar has decided to give us a foothold to advance north. Alicia Heinel and the old advisor stood in the room, and he corrected. More precisely, they have occupied that area, and you assessed that the other faction would have to pass through your territory. Alicia narrowed her eyes, her voice calculating. Do you think they will come to us? The old advisor's face was expressionless as he replied curtly. We need to prepare. Alicia muttered, realizing the situation was more complicated than she thought. I didn't expect them to block the entire central region. It seems the western faction is also making moves. The old advisor proposed a bold move. I will need to write a letter to Count Vazid, forcing them to cooperate with us. Alicia agreed immediately, pointing at the map. You are right. If they pass through Deomar, the next location will be Count Vazid's territory. A smug smile appeared on Alicia's lips as she thought to herself. It seems giving him that handkerchief was the right decision. The old advisor nodded, confirming the rumors that the young man was developing at an incredible speed. The old advisor continued to report that Vlad's faction seemed to have established a connection with San Logino, and Alicia approved of befriending the church. Alicia suddenly burst out laughing when she saw the old advisor puffing out his chest with obvious pride. Oh my! Your shoulders. She covered her mouth, chuckling, her voice full of confidence. So what? I've already invested in that young man anyway. The old advisor returned to seriousness, affirming it was a good move and revealing that the Lord had always been monitoring all of Vlad's movements. Alicia's advisor looked smug, believing that at this rate, their network would become the region's new specialty, surpassing even Deomar Lemon's. Alicia affirmed that this move would help expand their influence. If they could predict the enemy's movements, they could save a considerable amount of military strength. She stood by the window, silently gazing into the distance, exuding the aura of a grand player observing the chessboard. Alicia secretly hoped Vlad's group would pass through safely, while the old advisor stood behind her with a calculating expression. The old advisor muttered that the world was changing too quickly, and this change did not only bring ill omens. He thought about that young man, believing that ever since he left, even the flowers bloomed unusually. A giant white serpent, a sacred beast, appeared amidst the flower garden as an omen for a fated change. Night fell upon a town. Flickering firelight emanated from the only active forge. Inside, Vlad was visibly annoyed, muttering curses about the damn old man and resentful that his pride was too great to talk back. The old blacksmith, who was hammering, heard this and turned to ask with a nonchalant expression. Really? The old man grumbled as he forged, complaining that the new sword had rusted so quickly, then asked Vlad what he had cut this time, receiving a cold reply. A headless fellow, damn annoying. The old blacksmith's face went blank upon hearing this, not understanding a thing, while Vlad was flustered, unsure how to explain the Dullahan. The old man dipped the sword into water and remarked, You're constantly fighting things I've never heard of. Vlad casually replied, Now, that's my profession. The old blacksmith turned his back, uttering a meaningful remark. Don't you think it's time to change your weapon? Vlad was taken aback, looking down at his sword with a puzzled expression. The old blacksmith began to criticize bluntly. This sword is only good for dealing with petty mercenaries. If lucky, it might cut down a monster. Vlad was speechless, stammering, asking what the hell the old man was talking about. The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes, his voice full of experience. The more you use something that doesn't suit you, the old man said, looking at Vlad and the sword, the easier it will break one day. In a flashback, Knight Gregory once came to the old blacksmith and placed an order. Please forge me a sword that can cut down even corpse-eating demons. The old blacksmith fell silent for a moment, his eyes full of contemplation. Recalling the knight's words, the old man asked, "Cut what, you say?" He recounted. "Last winter, a knight asked me to forge such a sword. He knew your name, and even mentioned Vlad of Schwara dealing with a vampire." Vlad suddenly remembered. "Ah, I know who you're talking about. I met him during the goblin sweep." He kept nagging, asking who forged this sword. The old blacksmith nodded. "That's right. Because you didn't know how to control your aura back then, he was curious if there was anything special about this sword." The old man looked straight at Vlad, his voice lowered. "Even then, I still thought you were alive." Vlad was dumbfounded, not understanding the deeper meaning in the old man's words. "Huh? What do you mean?" The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes, a gaze as sharp as a razor. The old man analyzed. "You've survived countless near-death experiences and grew stronger from them. And this sword has endured through all those battles." An image appeared. Vlad, exhausted, kneeling on the battlefield, for if the sword broke, his spirit would shatter with it. The old blacksmith looked at George's reflection on the blade. "I just hope it doesn't hold you back anymore. I'm sure this fellow wouldn't want that either." The old man concluded his advice. "I'm not telling you to throw it away immediately, just think about it." Vlad fell silent, so the old blacksmith asked directly, "Are you still taking orders?" The old man picked up the sword and declared bluntly, "This is my last work. Go find another blacksmith." Vlad froze, stunned by the old blacksmith's sudden declaration. The old man thought to himself, "Even though he's grown this much, he still looks no different from the boy he once was." Vlad bowed his head sadly, while the old blacksmith believed that regretting old things was for children, but for him, it was just a part of life. The old blacksmith held the repaired sword and asked, "By the way, are you planning to take it today? There's no rush." Vlad looked up, his eyes showing determination. "No, it's fine. I might need to use it later." The old man accepted the answer, beginning to sharpen the blade for Vlad. "All right, I'll sharpen it for you." The grating sound of metal echoed as the old blacksmith meticulously sharpened the sword's blade, his gaze intensely focused. Vlad silently observed, his face expressionless, but his blue eyes gleamed with anticipation. He took the gleaming sword, marveling, "Wow, it looks brand new. It's even sharper than when I first got it." Vlad grinned his thanks, promising future favors, which made the old blacksmith grumble. "Just drop by occasionally. Don't exploit this old man." Vlad turned and walked away, promising, "Next time, I'll bring some good meat." The old man muttered, "That damn kid. What good is just meat?" Hearing the grumbling, Vlad turned back with a smirk. All right. I'll bring some good rum to go with it." The old blacksmith nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. I'll be waiting. Be careful on your way." Vlad waved goodbye and disappeared into the alley, leaving the old blacksmith standing at the doorway. The old man watched Vlad's retreating figure fade into the city's night. Once Vlad's shadow was gone, the old blacksmith suddenly coughed. The coughing fit came in rapid succession, forcing the old man to bend over, looking exhausted. He let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "I'll have to close early today. I truly gave it my all." The old man straightened up, his eyes gleaming with pride and satisfaction at his accomplishment. Vlad strode alone down the deserted street, his black cloak billowing with an imposing aura. The blacksmith thought to himself, his eyes full of trust, his steps are full of confidence and certainty. He believed that with such courage, Vlad could easily overcome any perilous place. "Of course. That's how it should be," the old man mumbled, completely confident in the young man's potential. He turned around and slowly walked into his forge. Clack! The heavy wooden door closed, returning silence to the alley. Vlad continued walking into the night, his eyes sharp, ready for whatever lay ahead. Vlad strode through the dark alley, unaware of a mysterious figure observing him from afar. The colossal shadow of a stranger fell, silently trailing Vlad. Vlad continued into the night, while the pursuer maintained a safe distance. The tail continued to follow closely, hidden in the city's dense shadows. Peeking from behind a corner, the pursuer's eyes glowed brightly in the night. The old man Ramon's sharp blue eyes never left his target for a second. Ramond was startled when he realized Vlad had suddenly stopped. The old man smirked with delight. Ho, his senses are quite sharp. Vlad's cloak billowed as he abruptly turned around. Ramond nodded, thinking, "Just as I thought. It's not by chance that he wears the Vazid family's leather armor." Vlad's eyes emitted a cold blue light as he directly questioned, "Why are you following me?" Ramond nonchalantly replied, "What are you talking about? I'm simply walking my own path." Vlad exposed the lie. "I know you've been following me since I left the town hall," which left the old man with an awkward reply. Killing intent emanated from Vlad, his eyes blazing. I have a feeling you've been trying to pick a fight with me since we first met. The old man Ramund showed amusement. That's right. I like your sharpness. Put a little more force into it, but don't let anger control you. Learn to master it. Vlad stood still, his aura overwhelming. Ramund inwardly acknowledged, his potential far exceeds my predictions. The old man suddenly frowned in confusion. Then why would he? Their gazes met. A silent confrontation unfolding in a flash. Ramund finally understood, scolding, "This insolent brat. So you deliberately disobeyed me?" The old man continued to lecture. "You should have curbed those reckless actions from the start. Did I say something wrong back then?" While Vlad listened in silence. Vlad's face was cold as he confronted the old man. "Stop being evasive. If there's something, just say it directly." The old man Ramund smirked, clearly delighted. "It's been a long time since I felt this excited. I like it." Ramund drew his sword, his eyes sharp. "I suppose you prefer swinging a sword to idle chatter." Vlad immediately realized this old man was no small fry, but a veteran knight of the Vazid family, a prominent figure associated with Joseph. Vlad took a stance, declaring bluntly, "Let me be clear, you started this." Vlad's eyes were as sharp as knives, ready for a fight to the death. Ramund was no pushover either, his eyes full of challenge. Without further words, Vlad lunged to attack, but Ramund easily parried the sparking blow. The old man parried while taunting. "All I need to do is break it, right?" Ramund smirked, showing interest. "Oh, so you know a few tricks, do you?" Vlad gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into each sword stroke. Both clashed like two storms, the clang of metal echoing piercingly. Lightning-fast sword strikes were unleashed, sparks flying wildly throughout the alley. Their blades met with a shower of sparks, a pure test of skill and strength. Vlad moved incredibly fast, using the flat of his blade to deflect all of the old man's attacks. Despite being outmatched in experience, Vlad's defense was incredibly solid, revealing no openings. Vlad recognized his opponent's caliber. "It's not luck. He read all my movements after just a few exchanges." In Vlad's mind, the image of a seasoned warrior appeared, one who had endured countless battles to the death. The old man Ramund seemed slightly disappointed, casually asking, "Is that all?" Vlad remained silent, his inner turmoil raging. "Certainly not." Old man Ramund stopped short, his eyes revealing clear astonishment at the sudden change. Vlad growled, green and blue aura erupting around his sword. "This is just the beginning." Ramund narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that in these chaotic times, it was rare for a youngster his age to possess such a powerful aura. The old man's fighting spirit surged, his eyes shining brightly, and an excited smile clearly on his face. "This feeling makes me feel alive." Both charged at each other, Vlad leaping to attack from above, while Ramund held a firm defensive stance. Clang! The two blades clashed, sparking, as the power from their two opposing auras collided fiercely. Vlad and Ramund exchanged blows at blinding speed. Streaks of blue and green sword energy crisscrossed the dark alley. Vlad put all his strength into defense, clutching his sword hilt tightly with both hands to block the old man's heaven-shattering slash. A massive wave of sword energy was unleashed by Vlad, repelling Ramund's attack. Old man Ramund smirked with delight, praising, "Quite strong." Pushed back a few steps, Ramund quickly regained his balance, stomping his foot firmly on the ground. The old man immediately charged forward to counterattack, giving Vlad no time to breathe. Vlad assessed the situation, his eyes flashing with determination. "My skill and experience are not equal to his, but I won't miss this chance." Vlad braced himself, channeling all his strength into the next attack. "At least I can use sheer power to overwhelm him." Vlad's sword, enveloped by a powerful aura, was gradually overpowering Ramund's blade. Both strained with all their might, their blades grinding against each other with a screech in a pure test of strength. Under Vlad's tremendous pressure, Ramund's feet began to slide back on the ground. Ramund remained calm, blocking the attack while speaking. "Impressive, but your difficult days are definitely still ahead." Vlad gritted his teeth, growling in response. "Old man, how much longer can you keep smiling?" Ramund merely closed his eyes slightly, as if he had seen through Vlad's intentions. A clever move, but Ramund, enveloped in an overwhelming blue aura, declared coldly, "You've chosen the wrong opponent." The two aura-enhanced swords roared upon impact, pure power clashing head-on. The old man casually explained while blocking the attack. "Quite useful, isn't it? This is a body enhancement technique." Vlad gritted his teeth loudly, realizing his opponent's power was on a completely different level. Ramund raised his glowing hand, his voice full of challenge. "It's too early to be surprised, kid. With a little creativity, anything is possible." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man used that very bare, aura-clad hand to seize Vlad's blade, leaving him stunned. "Impossible. blocking an enhanced sword with bare hands. Vlad tried to pull his sword free, but it was useless. It was locked firmly in Raman's hand, completely neutralized. While Raman was still complacent, Vlad's hand silently moved towards the dagger tucked at his hip. Without a second's hesitation, Vlad swiftly drew the dagger, his eyes flashing with recklessness. Abandoning his main sword, Vlad charged straight forward, aiming the dagger at Ramun's vital point. The old man smirked with delight, secretly praising the audacious move. Not bad, a true knight would never fight like this. Raman acknowledged this attack could only come from someone with the heart of a wild beast. Reacting in a flash, Raman released the sword and used his glowing hand to block Vlad's dagger. Vlad's eyes widened. His surprise attack had been completely read by his opponent. "You rascal!" Raman roared, delivering an aura-clad punch straight at Vlad's dagger-wielding hand. Boom! A dazzling energy explosion erupted right at the point of impact between the fist and the dagger. The shockwave from the punch carved a destructive furrow in the ground. Its destructive power was terrifying. Vlad was blown backward by the force of the impact, tumbling through the air like a leaf. Crash! He slammed hard onto the ground, the surrounding bricks and stones shattering and scattering. Ramund stood tall and imposing, his hand still glowing, while Vlad's sword lay abandoned nearby. An absolute victory. Raman broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had accidentally gotten serious. Damn it. I got too serious with him. The old man frantically ran back to Vlad, who lay motionless amidst the rubble, calling out loudly, "Hey kid, are you all right?" Seeing no signs of Vlad regaining consciousness, Ramund muttered that he seemed to have lost control of his power. In a flashback, Harvin had advised Ramund that Vlad was a treasure, and asked him not to injure the boy too severely. Ramund stood looking at Vlad sprawled out, scratching his head in frustration, not knowing how to explain it to his young master. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes flared bright blue, recalling Gregory's words of advice. "Your flame must not be extinguished under any circumstances." Vlad gritted his teeth, blue aura erupting around him. This kid clearly hadn't given up yet. Raman's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Amidst the dust and smoke, Vlad strained to stand up, despite having taken a devastating blow. The kid still hadn't given up, his fighting spirit still burning fiercely. Vlad stood firm amidst the rubble, his gaze still fixed on his opponent. He panted heavily, his sharp eyes staring directly at Ramund. "You, cheater," Vlad mumbled before his strength completely gave out. After saying that, Vlad collapsed to the ground once more. Ramund let out a sigh of relief, a faint blue mist rising from his head. The old man admitted that if he had underestimated the kid, he would have been the one lying on the ground. Ramund smirked with delight, acknowledging Vlad's talent. The old man looked at the unconscious Vlad and declared decisively, he passed the test. The morning sun shone upon a magnificent castle. In a luxurious study, Harvin reported to Joseph Vazid that Ramund had arrived in Schwara and seemed very interested in the apprentice Vlad. Joseph Vazid sat in his study, reading the report with a cold expression. Understood. Harvin further reported that a minor skirmish seemed to have occurred, and Joseph curtly replied, "Naturally," Joseph muttered, acknowledging Ramund as a formidable opponent, the knight of the previous family head, someone even he would find difficult to contend with. He found it irritating to think that a veteran like Ramund would turn his back and leave after seeing such incompetent squires. Joseph looked at the cross symbol on the paper, wondering if this was Ramund's way of saving face or merely lamenting his powerlessness. Harvin sighed, believing that times had changed. He explained that Ramund was known as a living witness to the era of chaos, a time when knights and squires were true masters, unlike the small fry of today. Joseph growled, declaring that even if times changed, some core principles must never be allowed to change. He tapped his hand on the table, showing annoyance at having to listen to an old knight's grumbling. Joseph changed the subject, admitting that the squire had certainly left a profound impression. He ordered a finely crafted set of armor from San Logino to be prepared, the very one Ramund had personally received. Harvin remarked that this gift would be a special recognition, and Joseph decided to send it directly to Schwara. Joseph smirked, fortunate that the old traditions of the Vazid family were still maintained. And it all started with that very squire. The scene shifted. Vlad groaned, clutching his head as he woke up after suffering a crushing defeat. Sitting on the bed, he was still dazed, muttering curses at the damned old man who had beaten him to a pulp. Vlad recalled the battle, realizing this was the first time he had seen someone use aura to enhance their body instead of their weapon. He secretly acknowledged that Ramund's skill was indeed on another level. There was a reason an old monster like him could endure for so long. Bang! The room door was mercilessly kicked open, interrupting Vlad's thoughts. Jamina poked her head in, arms full of items. "Oh, you're awake? I thought you were talking in your sleep." Vlad grumbled, telling her she should at least knock, but Gemina nonchalantly replied, "My hands are full. How could I knock?" Vlad, with a sour face, asked Gemina, "Why are you washing my clothes? I can take care of them myself." Gemina grinned, explaining that this was a special inn service for VIP guests on the top floor. Vlad smirked, thinking it was a joke. Then his face paled as he realized, "Wait, I don't have money to pay." Gemina reassured him that he was staying for free, as his mere presence was enough to scare away any small fry from causing trouble. Vlad wondered, and Gemina listed his various patrons, the reputation built by Marcella and the support of the Vazid family's mayor. She also mentioned the title of Esteemed Knight, but Vlad brushed it off, saying he wasn't one yet and she didn't need to go to such trouble. Gemina ignored him, pulling out a luxurious-looking purple handkerchief with a gold trim. She thrust the handkerchief, embroidered with Alicia Heinel's name, in front of him and asked directly, "Aren't you Lady Alicia's knight?" Vlad was speechless, sweat pouring down, awkwardly explaining that there were some matters to resolve. Gemina sneered, secretly thinking that sending her hair along with the sword was truly worthwhile. This guy had certainly made a name for himself now. Vlad looked visibly flustered, stammering that the handkerchief was just away. Bang! A loud noise from outside cut him off, making Vlad jump and spin around. He sat alone in the room, trying to finish his interrupted sentence. "Just to thank me." A narration echoed across the night prairie. By natural law, a worthy entity will always shine. In the dead of night, a black stallion galloped across the prairie, dust billowing behind its hooves. The scenery blurred past as it charged at terrifying speed. A cavalry troop was hot on its heels, galloping through the night. The black stallion, its eyes glowing blue, led a herd of wild horses, trampling the ground. The narration continued, and with that, there are always those who frantically hunt that light. After relinquishing his post, the old man rode off in search of the boy from years past, pursuing the memories of that day. Raman swung a rope, trying to catch the black stallion, but it easily escaped. The narration resounded. But there are always greedy individuals who wish to obstruct the one who shines, as the black stallion galloped. The knight leading the pursuit roared, "What a troublesome horse!" He ordered his entire troop, "Pursue it. Don't let it escape." A blurry image appeared, showing that Vlad, the shining squire of yesteryear, was no longer there. The black stallion, with its brilliantly glowing blue eyes, now had to bear the responsibility alone. From atop the cliff, Rutger coldly observed his army relentlessly hunting the horse. Rutger's eyes flashed in the darkness, filled with determination. Rutger decisively commanded his subordinates, "You must capture it." The scene shifted to a large building, with a few windows still lit in the night. Inside, Ramund, while slicing sausage, spoke in a coaxing tone. "I already said I'm sorry, kid." The old man offered a piece and told Vlad not to frown anymore. Vlad ate in silence, while Ramund rambled on about things money couldn't buy. Ramund began to recount a set of armor he greatly admired, something reserved only for the talented, and he had trembled with excitement upon receiving it. Vlad looked up, his sharp gaze questioning. "You knew that, yet you still caused this mess?" Struck by the truth, Ramund changed the subject, inviting Vlad to go somewhere to prove his worth to the young master again. Vlad showed some interest, secretly thinking about how well Joseph treated this old knight. Ramund leaned forward, proposing an enticing deal. "How about you and I take on a mission together? I guarantee I'll write you an excellent letter of recommendation." Vlad was stunned by the sudden offer. Ramund smirked, smiling meaningfully, and asked an unrelated question. "Hey, do you like horses?" A caravan was trudging steadily across the vast grassland, heading straight for its destination. Inside one of the carriages, Ramund began to speak, recounting rumors of a black stallion hovering around Schwara's city gates, then disappearing like a ghost. The bald driver confirmed, "Ah, I've heard about it. The guards call it the ghost horse." Vlad frowned and asked again, "Ghost horse?" While the driver admitted he had a bad feeling about it, the driver began to speculate. What if this horse is connected to the Headless Horseman, who can summon female spirits? Vlad pondered deeply, admitting that if it truly was the ghost horse, then it couldn't be said to be unrelated. Seeing Ramund still sprawled out leisurely, Vlad questioned, "Can you just lie there like that?" The old man calmly replied, "What else is there to do in a carriage? Just relax. That fellow will find us on his own." Vlad was surprised, his blue eyes flashing with light. "How do you know?" Ramund explained that the horse, though fast, moves with a pattern, leaving Vlad dumbfounded. Vlad continued, realizing that horse always observed from afar whenever a carriage passed by. Ramund smirked. "It knows its purpose well. It's certainly no ordinary horse." Vlad began to analyze the situation, feeling uneasy because if this horse belonged to the Headless Horseman, then the scout team should have sensed the ill omen and called for reinforcements by now. Ramund cut off his thoughts. Why are you overthinking it? The old man casually uttered a blunt remark. When the time comes, you'll know what to do. Now shut your mouth. Ramund continued to act superior, saying he was merely observing the situation while searching. The old man laid his cards on the table, muttering that if that fellow had potential, he'd teach him a few tricks, then suddenly turned to Vlad and asked, "How long have you been using aura?" Vlad calculated mentally. "About 3 months? Or 4? Making Ramund acknowledge that speed was too fast. Ramund commented, "Your aura is very strong despite only using it for a short time." But then, he dropped a devastating bombshell. "Surprisingly, you still haven't found your own color," leaving Vlad frozen, completely bewildered. Ramund explained, "Aura is the manifestation of the subconscious. Not finding your color means you haven't shaped your own world yet." Vlad immediately leaned close to the old man's face, asking one direct question. "How do I find my color?" Vlad's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation, looking like a novice about to be taught a new skill. Ramund asked mockingly, "Didn't anyone teach you anything about aura?" While Vlad admitted he was indeed a complete beginner, having not learned the basics, the old man looked knowing, muttering that the bearded fellow had his own teaching methods, so he wouldn't interfere too much. However, Ramund still suggested, "Try expanding your world a bit more. Don't hold back too much." Vlad was bewildered, not understanding what the old man was talking about. Ramund explained in more detail. "Create a mechanism to draw your inner world out. The knights call it a key," Vlad repeated. "A key?" While the old man retorted, "Do you think knights use aura just to look cool?" Vlad pondered thoughtfully, chin in hand, wondering, "Do they use it differently?" Ramund commanded, "Think carefully. Before summoning aura, did they have any special actions or gestures?" But Vlad only remembered those being life or death situations. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Vlad's mind as he recalled facing a knight channeling aura. He realized, that's right, all of them had a specific stance. A series of images appeared. Pablo, striking his sword against his shield, Gregory stomping the ground, and Rutger flicking his finger against his blade with flair. The last memory was of Godin raising his sword to face level, his blue aura erupting under the moonlight. Vlad's eyes blazed brightly, killing intent radiating as he finally understood the matter. Ramund sneered meaningfully. "It seems you've remembered something. That is the key. The tool to unlock one's imaginary world," Vlad replied instinctively. "I just use it, going with the flow." And Ramund concluded, "That's why you haven't found your color." The old man gazed into the distance, saying that Zayar would teach him eventually, but keeping this in mind wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, Ramund spun around with a wary gaze, as if he had sensed an approaching danger. Before Vlad could understand what was happening, Ramund roared, "Dodge!" then pushed the boy's face down. Whoosh! An arrow as large as a spear pierced the ground right where Vlad had been standing, tearing up a patch of grass. The driver's face turned ashen. He shrieked, "What was that? Something just flew over our heads." The arrow vibrated violently. Ramund calmly remarked, "It seems things won't be easy." The caravan guard leader roared, ordering his entire team, "Ambush! Everyone to battle stations." One of the guards was still bewildered. Ambush? When a horrifying sight unfolded before his eyes. Thud! One of his comrades was struck by another arrow, thrown from his horse. Vlad, on horseback, witnessed another guard fall, shouting in panic, "What? From where?" The leader hastily reported to the merchant lord, his voice trembling, "Sir, over there, on the cliff top." A large cavalry force appeared. The soldier stammered, It's bandits." Ramund cut off the driver's words, giving a concise order. "Too much talk. Just make sure that fellow doesn't escape." Vlad looked towards the army on the cliff, muttering, "Bandits in this territory?" Ramund narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a razor. "Those aren't simple bandits. They're far more troublesome." A barbarian leader, bare-chested and tattooed, raised his curved machete high under the sun. Ramund concluded, as an entire horde of barbarians charged down from the cliff, "They are barbarians." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows darkened the sky, streaking straight towards the caravan. The guards gritted their teeth, raising their wooden shields to block the assault in desperation. The leader screamed until his voice was hoarse amidst the hail of arrows. "Damn it! Hold the line!" The barbarians weren't just a disorganized mob. They were skilled horse archers, firing arrows with extreme precision while riding. They quickly fanned out, executing a classic pincer movement, surrounding the caravan from all directions. Vlad coldly observed, realizing the mercenaries up front were acting as cannon fodder, buying their side a little more time. Vlad wondered why the northern barbarians had ventured all the way here. Ramund shared the same question, admitting it was the first time he had seen such a thing. Ramund clicked his tongue, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. Clearly, he had abandoned any intention of resolving things peacefully. The old man Ramund ordered a soldier to prepare a horse, despite the soldier hesitantly explaining it was just a pack horse. Ramund growled, asserting that having a horse was better than running on foot, and to fight cavalry, one needed a horse. Ramund explained that the barbarians were born on horseback. Both men and women were excellent cavalry. Vlad smirked, confidently adding that apart from a few decent warriors, the rest weren't skilled enough to face a knight alone. Ramund sternly instructed, "Remember this. To defeat the barbarians, you must cripple their mobility." The old man Ramund shouted to get attention, looking as if he were about to lecture Vlad. The barbarian leader stood on a rocky outcrop, shouting down that they didn't intend to kill anyone, as long as they paid the toll. The mercenaries looked bewildered, beginning to whisper about the toll, and a glimmer of hope for their lives. The merchant hastily raised his hands in surrender, shouting that he would pay, no matter the amount. The barbarian leader coldly declared the price. "Everything, except your lives. Leave with nothing but your bare hands." The merchant's face drained of color. His mustache seemed to tremble at the blatant demand. Killing intent emanated from the barbarian leader as he warned, "Anyone who clings to anything will pay the toll to hell." The merchant sweated profusely, bitterly admitting these cheap mercenaries were utterly useless against the barbarian cavalry. He muttered that the best option now was to save his own life. But then he hesitated, wondering if he could trust the words of these savages. Another barbarian cavalryman, his hand gripping the reins tightly, his eyes sharp and cold as if supervising, was ready to slaughter anyone who disobeyed. The barbarian commander with the undercut hairstyle glanced over, his face full of confidence. "All right, let's go," he ordered, spurring his horse and leading the whole group forward. Vlad observed from afar, his face cold as stone as he realized they were moving in to plunder. Ramund showed clear disgust, telling the young man beside him, "You know, I utterly despise them," admitting that despite his efforts, he still couldn't stand these kinds of people. "They're coming. Prepare yourselves," Ramund ordered, as he saw the barbarian cavalry charging, while a mysterious figure remained still on the cliff. Vlad gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes sharp, telling himself, "For a guy who can't ride a horse like you, there's only one chance." The thundering hooves of the barbarians grew louder and more intense. Dust billowed across the plains. The barbarian warhorses suddenly neighed in panic, their eyes wide with terror. Ramund released his killing intent. A gigantic blue spectral image appeared behind him, its glowing eyes dominating the entire battlefield. The barbarian horses completely lost control, rearing wildly and making the cavalrymen scream. "What the hell is this? The horses are terrified." Vlad gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Damn it, this damned aura always gets in my way." Ramund turned to him, shouting loudly at Vlad, "Go!" Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad plunged his sword into the side of the carriage, using it as a fulcrum to launch himself forward. Both Ramund and Vlad simultaneously shot from the carriage like two arrows, flying straight towards the chaotic enemy cavalry. Mid-air, Ramund assessed the situation. Not the anticipated distance. They haven't dismounted yet, but this is our only chance. The undercut leader smirked mockingly upon seeing his opponents. "What are these guys? An old man and a kid? Wipe them out!" the undercut leader roared, and the entire barbarian horde swung their weapons and charged. Ramund, his entire body erupting with a blue aura, his eyes blazing, cursed directly at them. "You damn bastards." Suddenly, a scarred swordsman appeared like a ghost, snapping the neck of a top-knot barbarian with his bare hands. Vlad charged into the enemy horde on horseback, swinging his sword to unleash blue sword energy slashes that swept everything away. Roaring, "Who dares approach here?" The barbarian leader and the undercut leader's eyes were wide with terror, recognizing that deadly energy. "Aura, why is there a knight here?" The undercut leader's face drained of color. He hastily turned his horse and shouted, "Turn back, keep your distance." The scarred swordsman maintained his expressionless face, his sharp eyes observing the battlefield. Vlad leapt from his horse like an arrow, plunging straight down onto the undercut leader, who was looking up in despair. Vlad's blue eyes blazed. He growled with killing intent. "Where do you think you're going, you bastards?" The scarred swordsman's gaze also focused intensely, without the slightest waver. Vlad spun like a whirlwind, his sword tracing deadly arcs, slicing through the surrounding barbarians. A barbarian who was still alive turned his head back, stunned to see his comrades torn apart behind him. Vlad glanced over, his cold gaze locking onto his next targets. From the leader's perspective, Vlad appeared like a deadly phantom on the battlefield, making him tremble. The barbarian leader let out a desperate scream, frantically spurred his horse and fled for his life. Ramund watched Vlad standing amidst the enemy corpses, single-handedly clearing the battlefield. Ramund shouted loudly, ordering Vlad, "Vlad, follow me, this ambush is half-failed." The old man ran and yelled, urging them to reduce the enemy's numbers before they could regroup. Vlad suddenly looked up sharply, warning, "Above!" The barbarian leader desperately spurred his horse, leaping down from the cliff, raising his saber high for a decisive, life-or-death strike. Ramund's and the barbarian leader's eyes met, one side seasoned with experience, the other driven mad by being cornered. Clang! Ramund raised his sword, neatly parrying the leader's overhead strike, sparks flying from the terrifying impact. Ramund looked disdainfully at the barbarian leader, straining himself. The old man clicked his tongue. Good heavens, where did this brat come from? The barbarian leader gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his saber, but Ramund's sword held firm, blocking it without the slightest movement. Suddenly, a scarred swordsman appeared, his hand erupting with a blue aura that enveloped his sword. The barbarian leader froze, immediately recognizing the newcomer's true nature. "So you're a knight." Ramund glanced over, astonished by the unfamiliar swordsman's aura, and admitted that this man was not someone to be trifled with. Ramund roared a command, "Run, Vlad." The old man's voice was strained as he resolved to face both opponents by himself, so Vlad could go protect the civilians, knowing full well the mercenaries would flee at the first opportunity. Vlad was still hesitant, unwilling to leave his master to fight alone. Ramund snapped directly at him, scolding him that without a horse, he would only be a hindrance. "What good are you without a horse? Run immediately." Hearing the command, Vlad gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran headlong towards the caravan. Vlad crossed the hill alone, heading towards the endangered group. As he was running, a horse galloped like a whirlwind from afar, aiming straight for him. The horse drew closer, its speed no less than that of a well-trained warhorse. The remaining barbarians in the distance saw it, and one of them asked his comrades, "Who is that? Is it a warrior from another group returning?" Another squinted, remarking that the sound of hooves didn't resemble an entire army. Dust billowed as the horse charged forward, and they confirmed, "It's just one horse." Vlad heard the familiar neigh, and his eyes lit up with recognition. That neigh is... The barbarian with shaved sides frantically pointed and yelled, "What? It's it. The horse that escaped last time. Why is it returning on its own?" The black stallion, son of the plains, emerged majestically, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as it galloped towards its master. Recognizing the legendary black steed, the barbarian horde roared, ordering their entire force to gather. "Everyone, assemble. It's the son of the plains." The commander roared, his resolve iron hard. "This time, we must capture it." The barbarians simultaneously cast their lassos, determined to capture the warhorse alive. Ropes tightened around the black steed's neck, seemingly a success. But with a single jerk, the black steed snapped the ropes like mere toys, leaving the barbarians bewildered in the dust. The undercut barbarian cursed angrily as he saw his prey escape with such ease. "Damn it. That easy? What are you doing? Chase it quickly." The black steed galloped like the wind, leaving the rabble far behind as they pursued in vain. Vlad landed, his foot stomping forcefully, creating a shockwave. He stood on a high rock outcrop, raising his sword to the sky like a summons. Vlad roared, his right eye glowing with a deadly blue light, signaling his presence. "I am here." The black steed heard the call, and its eyes also flashed with a corresponding blue light. A surge of blue energy erupted from Vlad's position, like a lighthouse guiding the way for his warhorse. The black steed let out a resounding neigh, its entire body exuding a regal aura as it charged straight towards its master. Vlad, his eyes still glowing, prepared for the reunion and the impending slaughter. He dove straight down from the cliff like a hawk, roaring at the barbarian who was fleeing. "Where are you running to?" The barbarian on horseback turned back in panic, facing death charging towards him. Vlad landed lightly, his feet firmly planted on the grass. He glided forward with terrifying speed, his sword ready to cut down everything in his path. Vlad leaped up, and the barbarian's horse stopped abruptly, right at the cliff. Vlad's eyes and the black steed's eyes both flashed with an eerie blue light, a silent connection between warrior and warhorse. Vlad dove down like an arrow, his cloak fluttering, aiming straight for the black steed galloping below. A perfect landing. Vlad gently touched down on the warhorse's back, both merging as one. The undercut barbarian froze stiff, stammering in disbelief. Impossible, the son of the plains, carrying divine blood. Yet, He watched in horror as Vlad rode the black steed away, shouting in despair. To allow an outsider to ride it? Vlad burst into hearty laughter, his eyes flashing with excited light. This feeling. This was it. He raised his hand to the sky, feeling the surging power, the sensation telling him he no longer needed to hold back. Riding the black steed, Vlad raised his head high and roared. That now I can rampage freely. Another barbarian commander shouted orders to his cronies. Deal with him. Don't let a new imperial soldier steal the son of the plains. Vlad and the black steed charged forth like a black whirlwind, tearing up the ground, directly confronting an entire army. Vlad's eyes glowed brightly with a pure blue light, and energy began to gather. The black steed's eyes also flared with a similar light, an absolute resonance of power between master and servant. The barbarians only had time to gape in astonishment as a dazzling light swept past. Whoosh! A blue sword energy slash tore through the air, cleanly slicing through the barbarian cavalry's formation. The survivors froze in shock, blood splattering, not understanding what the hell had just happened. Amidst the chaotic whirlwind, Vlad and his warhorse were the epicenter of destruction, sweeping away everything in their path. The bushy-bearded barbarian leader cursed, his face pale. Damn it, that guy is a knight too. He shouted in panic, giving orders. How many men are gone? Don't confront him directly. Keep your distance and chip away at him. But it was too late. Vlad spurred his horse forward, the sword in his hand fully charged with green and blue energy. The entire barbarian horde turned and fled desperately, but they couldn't escape the black steed's iron hooves. They were caught from behind. The bushy-bearded leader gave a final order in despair. Split into two directions, flank from behind and surround him. The black steed let out a roar, its eyes flashing, releasing a terrifying oppressive aura. The barbarians' horses immediately panicked, their eyes rolling back from extreme fear. The entire barbarian horde screamed in terror, completely losing control of their horses. Huh? What's wrong with this horse? It's scared. It can't turn around. The bushy-bearded leader also froze stiff, not understanding what monstrous force was causing this chaos. His gaze contracted as he realized the source of the engulfing terror. In the middle of the battlefield, Vlad and the black steed appeared like a pair of reapers, facing the scattered rabble in disarray. Vlad declared coldly, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. From now on, you are the prey. Before the tattooed barbarian leader could collect himself, a clean sword slash severed his throat. Meanwhile, Ramund was also fighting one-on-one with another barbarian, weapons clashing and sparks flying. Two knights charged at each other, creating a whirlwind of sword energy and sparks on the dusty battlefield. Ramund spurred his horse, his face grim, clearly gaining the upper hand in the confrontation. But the old man growled, realizing his pack horse had reached its limit. Damn it, this horse can't hold on anymore. It really is just a transport horse. The barbarian leader seized the opportunity, swinging his machete straight at Ramund, and growled, "This is the end." Clang! A deafening clash rang out, and the barbarian's attack was unexpectedly blocked. His horse let out a pathetic neigh, and then collapsed. Both man and horse fell sprawling on the dusty ground in astonishment. The barbarian leader was miserably thrown from his saddle. His horse lay slumped on the ground, foaming at the mouth, completely incapacitated for battle. Ramund curled his lips into a sneer, seemingly delighted. Well, well. He stood upright, his sword still clutched in his hand. Another brat who makes my cold blood boil again. The barbarian leader gritted his teeth, growling. Stubborn bastard. But the fun ends here. Suddenly, a mournful war horn echoed from afar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ramund froze, his sharp eyes immediately recognizing, that sound is the barbarians' war horn. The barbarians were calling for reinforcements, one blowing the war horn while the wild cavalry prepared to charge. Ramund was stunned to see a figure on horseback charging from afar. He muttered the rider's name. Vlad? Vlad rode the black stallion like a whirlwind, the divine steed erupting with blue energy, leaving a trail of light on the ground. The barbarian leader's eyes bulged, utterly shocked by the scene that had just unfolded. He roared in fury. "How dare you!" Ramund hastily shouted, trying to stop him. "Stop, you fool!" The barbarian leader couldn't believe his eyes. How could the son of the plains, the horse that rejected even me, submit to him? Vlad glanced at the leader with cold eyes, ordering, "Dismount immediately." Vlad maintained a calm expression, but wondered how that man. Then he suddenly realized, wait, could that old man have been captured? The barbarian leader pointed towards Vlad, who stood on a distant rocky outcrop. Ramund sprinted towards the battle, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness, he hasn't been caught yet." The leader screamed in a frenzy. "Didn't you hear me tell you to dismount? That's not a horse you can ride." Vlad smirked, retorting defiantly. No way. Who are you to order me around? The barbarian leader let out an earth-shattering roar, his entire body erupting with a blazing red energy. Shut your mouth. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed, as he recognized the abnormal power radiating from his opponent. The leader's entire body was enveloped in a dense, blood-red aura, and he declared, "This is Hex. Some barbarian warriors can imprint their own world with Hex." Vlad narrowed his eyes, assessing his opponent's strength. On par with knights who use aura, the barbarian leader roared, "Your life will be the price for taming the divine steed," while Vlad retorted defiantly, "Come and get it." Without further words, both charged at each other like two bullets, one red, one blue, atop their war horses. The two opposing energies were about to collide, creating a dazzling explosion of light. The hooves of both horses tore up the ground in their death-defying speed race. Clang! Vlad's blue aura-clad sword clashed, sparking, with the leader's blazing red weapon. Both riders held their ground on horseback, a pure test of strength between Hex and aura. The barbarian leader gnashed his teeth, unable to believe Vlad's strength. From afar, old Raymond also gaped in astonishment at this high-level showdown. The leader strained with all his might, the blazing red hex on his arm flaring up even more fiercely. The leader's horse suddenly reared, seemingly preparing for another move. With a burst of speed and a sudden change of direction, the barbarian circled behind Vlad. Vlad realized he had been tricked, cursing, "Damn it, I fell into a trap." The barbarian leader was right behind him, swinging his weapon down for a finishing blow, roaring that Vlad was too late to react. Just then, Vlad's black stallion's eyes flashed with an eerie blue light, and he could only utter a sound of surprise. The divine steed acted on its own, spinning with incredible speed, pulling Vlad out of the strike's trajectory. Thud. The colossal red energy axe slammed down, carving a deep trench exactly where Vlad had just been. Vlad looked back, sighing in relief, then patted the black stallion's neck. "That was close. Thank you. I owe my life to you." Ramund recalled in amazement. He knew this horse had divine lineage, but he never expected it to be this formidable. The old man narrowed his eyes, realizing that rider and warhorse had completely merged, moving as a single entity. Amidst the swirling dust, Vlad and the black stallion stood tall, exuding the aura of a true legend. Amidst the dusty battlefield, Vlad told himself he had already fought to the death against some ridiculously strong opponents. He was confident that if it were just a sword fight, this barbarian would be no match. But the fatal problem here was his pathetic horsemanship skills. Vlad gritted his teeth. Riding without a saddle or reins made his thighs tremble, unable to exert proper force. He knew well that the longer this engagement dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be, but he had no plan to turn the tide. Suddenly, the mysterious voice echoed in his mind, offering advice. "When facing barbarians, remember this. Neutralize their unique mobility." Vlad immediately understood. He spurred his heel into the black stallion's flank. "All right," he smirked provocatively. "So, shall we play a dirty fighting game?" Then galloped his horse. The black stallion shot forward, leaving the barbarian leader behind. The barbarian's second-in-command watched, smugly assuming the two of them had reached their limit. The leader decided he had to finish them off right here, his entire body flaring with blazing red energy. He let out a challenging roar. "Come on." Vlad merely responded with a disdainful "ha," and continued to control the black stallion. Both began to run in terrifying circles, their horses' hooves tearing up the ground, creating a colossal dust storm. The second-in-command squinted, seeing nothing but a blinding curtain of dust. A barbarian soldier cried out in panic, his voice full of disbelief. "He's running away." The barbarian leader watched in silence as Vlad and the horse vanished into the dust screen they themselves had created. He gnashed his teeth, contemptuously. "A bastard who doesn't even know honor. Is that all you've got?" His rage erupted, his bloodshot eyes roaring. "And yet you dare to ride that divine steed?" From afar, Vlad calmly watched the barbarian leader, like a maddened wild beast, charge straight into the dust storm. Vlad smirked, preparing for the next act. He rode his horse, taunting the barbarian leader. "I heard you were born on horseback, right? This time, I'm already knee-deep in the mud." The leader roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Vlad glanced, his blue pupils flashing. "Since I've done this for you, you should at least follow my lead once." With that, he quickly unfastened his cloak. The black cloak billowed in the wind, flying straight towards the leader. The target's vision was completely obscured by the cloak. The barbarian leader grabbed the cloak, roaring, "What trick do you think you're playing, you brat?" Just then, Vlad had calculated his next move. He suddenly launched himself from the saddle, shooting like an arrow towards his opponent. The black steed swept past, leaving Vlad alone in midair, aiming straight for the leader. Vlad seized the barbarian tightly, giving him no time to react. "Let's play in the mud together," Vlad growled, his eyes gleaming with madness. The barbarian leader's eyes widened, screaming in horror. "You're insane!" Vlad used his full weight to pull both of them off their horses, while the black steed conveniently kicked another barbarian soldier away. Both tumbled on the ground in a chaotic mess. Their momentum didn't stop. They plunged together straight down a sheer cliff. Both Vlad and the leader wore a mad grin before crashing violently at the base of the cliff. The barbarians above screamed their leader's name in panic, while old Ramund was stunned by the unbelievable sight. Ramund stood at the edge of the abyss, muttering in astonishment. No matter how tough a knight is, falling like that would surely mean their life. Old Ramund peered down into the chasm, disbelieving his own eyes. He let out a scornful laugh. "Huh. What a devilish brat." Boom! A burst of blue energy erupted from the base of the cliff. At the bottom of the chasm, Vlad was perfectly fine, pinning the barbarian leader to the ground, sword at his throat, his body radiating a green aura. The mysterious voice in his head grumbled, "I hadn't even instructed you, and you've already used it?" The leader gritted his teeth, growling. "I am Age of the Budat tribe." Vlad, his eyes flashing, retorted coldly, "So what?" The scene shifts to a magnificent building, where a discussion is taking place about fostering a squire. Joseph Vazid sat calmly, asking the person opposite him, "Which matter are you referring to?" In a flashback, the Mother Superior, with a scowling face, commanded, "Stop." She blocked Vlad and Jamina's path, yelling, "What is this situation? Taking a nun without permission?" The Mother Superior continued, raising her voice, "Even if you are a Vazid, you cannot be so insolent." Vlad merely smirked and retorted with a concise question, "Even if?" which left the Mother Superior and the nuns behind her speechless. Vlad's blue eyes blazed, and he growled, "It's thanks to that Vazid name that you even have a tomorrow to live." Back in the present, the Mother Superior was still resentful, muttering that even speaking of it felt blasphemous. But that low-born blood had created a brutal and hot-headed Vlad. She concluded to Joseph, "That child will certainly cause great trouble in the future." Joseph Vazid simply listened in silence, showing no emotion on his face. The Mother Superior continued to tattle, "I fear that one day he will tarnish your reputation, Mayor." Joseph Vazid gently closed his eyes, replied, "Is that so?" and began to analyze the situation in his mind. He mused that he had known Vlad caused trouble at the convent a long time ago, but they had ample time and didn't seek him out. Yet now they were bringing it up as an issue and issuing a warning. Joseph realized the crux. At this very moment, when that squire from the slums has received the sponsorship of the venerable Father Andrea and the approval of San Logino, Joseph Vazid's gaze turned sharp as he realized, this matter has a clear intention. He analyzed that the one who could manipulate the Mother Superior could only be a much greater power. In Joseph's mind, the image of a powerful figure within the church appeared, standing amidst a sea of fire and crosses. Bishop Pierre. He envisioned the balance of power in Schwara. On one side, his Vazid bloodline. On the other, the bishop's church. But that balance was tipping in his favor, as the achievements of his subordinate, Vlad, were directly increasing Joseph's own influence. Joseph narrowed his eyes, finally understanding. "Yes, now I comprehend their intentions." He clasped his hands, bowing his head to acknowledge a harsh truth. Their target from the very beginning was me. Joseph calculated that, even if Vlad had indeed caused trouble, the insolence of a mere squire wouldn't be enough for them to stage this political play targeting him. His gaze grew more dangerous. Then there must certainly be another hidden objective. Suddenly a guard entered, interrupting Joseph's thoughts. "Lord Joseph, my apologies for interrupting your meeting." The guard led in a frantic stable hand who reported, "The stable hand we sent with Lord Ramund has returned." Joseph sighed, sensing ill tidings. "I suppose it's not good news, is it?" The stable hand stammered. His voice panicked. "Lord Joseph, the barbarians have appeared." Both Joseph and the Mother Superior were stunned by the shocking news. Joseph immediately asked, "Where?" and received the answer. "The road connecting Schwara and Varna. They are ambushing the people there." Joseph narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "Did you escape by yourself?" The stable hand quickly denied, his face drained of color. "No, sir. The old lord ordered me to return and call for reinforcements. Vlad is holding them off by capturing the barbarian leader alive." He continued to report that the mercenaries had fled at the first opportunity. If not for the old lord and Vlad carrying the team, all would have been lost. Joseph remained silent, his brain rapidly processing the information. In short, The Mother Superior, unable to believe it, asked again, "Do you mean those two are single-handedly protecting all the villagers from a barbarian ambush?" And the stable hand unequivocally confirmed. After hearing the report, Joseph Vazid smirked with a cold, calculating smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Zayar, you will lead our private army. Got, you will be the guide." Zayar obeyed with an impassive face, while the soldier Got was terrified, but still complied obediently. Joseph turned to the Mother Superior, his voice full of sarcasm. "See? Quite commendable, wouldn't you say?" Leaving her stunned, he continued to taunt, saying that even if Vlad was a hot-headed lowlife, protecting God's flock was still a praiseworthy act. The Mother Superior gritted her teeth, reluctantly admitting with a hesitant voice, "Indeed." Joseph muttered about Bishop Pierre, deciding that if a solo confrontation was destined, he would see it through to the end, then asked the Mother Superior to relay a message. He said with a mocking tone, "Tell him I am deeply grateful for his concern for me." The Mother Superior broke out in a cold sweat, sensing the murderous intent behind Joseph's words. Joseph growled, a dark aura enveloping him, "And that I will pay him a visit soon." His eyes flashed with a deadly purple light, as he declared firmly, "I will face you honorably." Meanwhile, on a desolate road, Vlad and the old man Harvin were leading a group of refugees under the setting sun. Vlad looked extremely cool, glancing towards the old man Harvin, who was seated on the wagon. Vlad looked into the distance, noticing the barbarian cavalry gathering in increasing numbers, and said, "I think they're coming in greater numbers." Harvin confirmed, analyzing that if they were ordinary petty bandits, they would have fled the moment their leader was captured. The old man looked at the barbarian leader tied up in the wagon, asserting that this one was definitely a renowned warrior within his tribe. Harvin sighed. The situation was growing more complicated, and at this rate, night would fall before they reached Schwara. The old man grew impatient, wondering why the stable hand sent for reinforcements hadn't returned yet, or if something had happened. Suddenly, Vlad's warhorse neighed, sensing someone approaching. Harvin was startled as well, but then immediately realized, it seems Got has finally arrived. From a distance, clouds of dust and the thunderous sound of hooves signaled the approaching reinforcements. Zayar led the cavalry charge, his face expressionless, as if this were merely a trivial matter, truly an unnecessary worry. The wagon escort guards rejoiced as if they had struck gold, shouting, "It's the Schwara cavalry, we're saved." The tied-up barbarian with the undercut hairstyle gritted his teeth and cursed, bitter that reinforcements had arrived so quickly. He admitted that old man Harvin's assessment of the situation was spot on. Without the wagons as a burden, the outcome would have been entirely different. Harvin sneered, acting superior. "That's what you call the wisdom of old age," then declared it was time for interrogation. The old man's demeanor changed, his eyes sharp as daggers, as he questioned why they had ventured so deep into this territory. The barbarian bowed his head, confessing their sole objective. "We only need the son of the plains." Harvin, still on the wagon, pressed further, asking why they resorted to looting if they only wanted the horse, and the barbarian admitted it was to earn some pocket money. The barbarian bitterly stated that now, the reason for their southward advance had completely vanished. He hadn't expected the legendary warhorse to choose a mere boy from the Empire, and Vlad appeared incredibly cool atop the black steed. Harvin spun around, hearing a sound and realizing someone had arrived, muttering, Harvin taunted Got, asking why he struggled so much with a paltry group of barbarians, causing Got to argue back vehemently. Zayar, with an impassive face, reassured Harvin that he was safe and that he would escort the convoy to Schwara. Harvin pointed towards the barbarians lurking in the distance, asking Zayar what he intended to do about them. Zayar replied curtly that he would persuade them to retreat, then rode alone towards the enemy. Whoosh! A surge of green energy erupted from Zayar. The tied-up barbarian froze, his eyes wide with terror as he felt the horrifying pressure. Zayar channeled his aura, his entire body glowing green, his sword blazing with destructive power, ready to speak like a civilized man. The entire barbarian horde froze, their faces pale, scared out of their wits by this display of absolute power. The captive barbarian immediately realized Zayar's skill level was entirely different. If this man went berserk, the only outcome would be the complete annihilation of their forces. In his illusion, Zayar stood upon a mountain of corpses, exuding an aura of death. He frantically screamed, "Retreat! Everyone, retreat now!" The barbarian cronies were still bewildered, hesitantly asking, "But," the captive barbarian furiously cursed, "You fools, don't you understand what's happening? Shut up and get out of here." The barbarian cavalry began to murmur amongst themselves. Abandoning their young master would mean facing the tribal chief's wrath. But this was Schwara's home turf, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. One of them analyzed. Just the old man and that kid were troublesome enough. And now another formidable knight has appeared. Another decided. Another time then. They won't harm the young master, as they don't want to provoke a war with us either. Finally, the whole group agreed. All right, let's follow the young master's orders. The tied-up young master watched his subordinates, silently vowing, "Please, survive at all costs. We must meet again." Harvin turned to taunt Zyar. "Quite the civilized way to handle things, wouldn't you say?" Zyar replied with an impassive face. "The outcome was clean, wasn't it?" The wagon escort soldiers cheered joyfully when they saw the barbarians turn and flee. The entire convoy surrounded a blonde knight, cheering their thanks. "Thank you, Sir Knight. Thank you for protecting us." Vlad's black warhorse snorted, showing its displeasure at the noisy crowd. The crowd was still cheering and celebrating, completely oblivious to the horse's attitude. Suddenly, the warhorse reared up, its front legs raised aggressively, startling even Vlad. The crowd panicked. How dangerous! That horse is truly fierce. Realizing it was a wild horse, they quickly backed away. Vlad embraced the horse's neck, gently reassuring it. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Calm down, calm down." Zyar rode closer, asking, "What's wrong with this horse?" Vlad replied, "Oh, this one?" Vlad gave a smug smile. "It's the one I encountered when I dealt with the deathworm last time. I don't know why it sought me out on its own." Zyar looked at the warhorse, confirming. "Oh, is that the wild horse you mentioned back then?" Vlad puffed out his chest, showing off his large, one-of-a-kind warhorse, then changed the subject to putting a saddle on it. Zyar merely let out a knowing scoff. Zyar rode alongside him, lightly teasing. "Looks like you're finally worth your salt." Both advanced towards a sturdy fortress under the starry night. Arriving before the city gate, Vlad stopped. Zyar, who had already gone ahead a bit, turned back and asked, "What are you doing? Not coming in?" Vlad's horse suddenly acted up, standing stubbornly still, which confused him. Why is it going crazy now? Zyar silently observed, his face expressionless, but he had already figured out the problem in his mind. Zyar explained, "That's right. It already looked uncomfortable when those merchants got close earlier." The guard delivered a fatal blow with his words directly to Vlad's face. "The rider is hated by the horse, and the horse hates humans." The black warhorse snorted, seemingly in agreement. Zyar rubbed his temple, completely helpless. "I don't even know where to begin fixing you." Vlad patted the horse while nonchalantly replying, "Truly a match made in heaven." As night fell, Vlad sat alone by the campfire, his warhorse lying right beside him, both gazing towards the city ablaze with lights. The next morning, at a shop in the city, an old man with white hair and a long goatee was contentedly sipping a drink. Vlad's face was scowling, and he let out a long sigh. "That stubborn horse." The old man asked directly, "Did it work?" Vlad, holding a bag of items, replied concisely, "A little." Vlad thought to himself, "It seems the barbarian's words weren't just empty boasts. This horse really likes the color red." A flashback appeared, showing the bound barbarian explaining, "Wild horses move towards climbing roses, because the icy plains offer them nothing." Vlad held the blazing red bouquet of roses, realizing this was merely a survival signal, but it wasn't enough. The old man with the goatee smirked, stating confidently, "It has a peculiar preference, so it should be easy to deal with." Vlad pondered deeply, muttering that perhaps he needed as much red as possible. The old man nodded in agreement. "Certainly, and the bigger, the better." Vlad also concurred that bigger is always better than smaller. Vlad came up with an even bolder idea, and it would be game over if it could also move, which stunned the old man. Suddenly, a fiery red head of hair flashed past. Both looked up and saw Gemina carrying a stack of items. The old man then showed a look of understanding. Gemina, with a slightly scowling face, was remarked to be more than enough to be called a rose. The old man wondered if it was all right since they didn't seem close, but Vlad scoffed. "We've been fighting since we were kids." He continued with a smug expression. "Close or not, we couldn't care less." Gemina, as if telepathically sensing him, turned away with a surging killing intent, growling in her mind, "Get lost." As Vlad tentatively approached, Gemina glared daggers at him before he could even open his mouth. She snapped, "I'm working, don't loiter around here." But Vlad remained thick-skinned. "Just 1 minute, hear me out first." Gemina ignored him. "Please go talk to Lady Alicia." "Because I'm busy." Vlad continued to plead, while veins began to pop on Gemina's forehead. She exploded, yelling directly at him. "I told you I'm busy. Can't you see I'm working?" Gemina's rage was abruptly halted by a giant bouquet of roses appearing right in front of her. She froze, while Vlad nonchalantly ordered, "Take these and give me a hand." Jamina was still annoyed, snapping back. "I told you to ask Lady Alicia for help, didn't I?" Vlad's eyes turned icy, and he replied with a single word, blunt and decisive, "No." Vlad deployed his charm, smiling as he said this was something only Lady Jamina could do. Jamina was speechless, her face flushing red from being hit where it hurt. She stammered, asking what exactly he wanted to ask for, her hands still clutching the bouquet. The scene shifted to another area, inside a sturdy fortress with a robust city gate. Joseph Vazid and his guard Zayar strode powerfully through a dark dungeon corridor. Both stopped before a cell, inside which a heavily muscled prisoner was chained. Joseph coldly introduced himself. "I am the mayor of Schwara, Joseph Vazid." The prisoner looked up, his gaze sharp, stating his name. "Age of the Budat tribe. Do you have something to ask me?" Age smirked, taunting. "The great mayor of the city deigns to visit in person? What a great honor." Joseph paid no mind to the sarcasm, his eyes sharp as knives, declaring bluntly that he hoped this trip wouldn't be in vain. Age secretly assessed him, having met too many empty barrels making loud noises, trying to appear dignified or cold. But the prisoner had to admit, Joseph's aura was genuine, not that of a small fry. Joseph got straight to the point, questioning Aga about taming wild horses, a taboo for his tribe. Joseph narrowed his eyes, saying he found this matter quite interesting. An image of wild horses galloping across the plains appeared, symbolizing the freedom that the Budat tribe revered. Age remained silent, not uttering a single word in response to Joseph's question. Joseph pressed on. "What is the true reason you broke the taboo, risking your lives to come here, even crossing the Iron Duke's territory?" Hearing this, Age erupted, a blazing red aura enveloping him as he roared. "What have you done to make the dragon go berserk?" Joseph Vazid was stunned, his eyes wide, unable to believe his ears. The dragon that was always quiet is now going berserk? A terrifying image appeared, showing a colossal dark dragon roaring in a frenzy. Age roared, questioning Joseph Vazid. "What have you done with the dragon shard?" Leaving the nobleman stunned. Joseph recalled the dragon shard, the proof of the covenant he had safely delivered to the Iron Duke, and wondered if it was connected to the dragon's wrath. From behind the bars, Age stated his terms. "Bring me the blonde kid who defeated me," prompting Joseph to ask why. Age explained that the only one who could catch up to the dragon fastest was the son of the plains, Vlad's black steed. The barbarian asserted that the horse chose Vlad over him for a reason, and Joseph coldly replied, "I will consider it." Age urged in a low voice, his eyes filled with urgency. "You must hurry, you know it yourself." An image of the burning remnant of a fallen dragon appeared, and Age revealed that it had inherited the bloodline of the most perfect dragon. He continued to explain that it had lived without knowing it was a dragon until now, but had sensed a change. Joseph Vazid froze upon hearing the warning. When those things realize they are dragons, things won't just end in our region. Joseph pressed closer, his gaze piercing, repeating the fatal question. "What have you done with the dragon shard?" Age merely bared his teeth in a sneer, his eyes flashing with a golden light. The blizzard raged fiercely around Vostopol, the capital of the Baranov domain, a majestic fortress amidst the icy mountains. The banner bearing the symbol of the Baranov house's iron fist flapped fiercely in the blizzard. A towering figure clad in a fur cloak stood amidst the snow, gazing towards the grand structure, his aura dominating the entire space. Iron Duke Timur Varanov, an old man with white hair, red eyes, and many scars, sensed an ill omen. "The fallen dragon is weeping." An old advisor rushed over frantically, his voice trembling as he called out, "Your Grace!" The advisor, his face pale, pointed and cried out, "The dragon shard!" The Iron Duke closed his eyes, his face filled with worry and weariness, as if confronting an unavoidable fate. Standing between two rows of gleaming armored knights, the old Duke asked in a deep voice, "Has it begun again?" Timur Varanov spun around, roaring in anger. "What in the world are those mages doing?" And the old advisor hastily reported that the situation this time was far from ordinary. The Iron Duke immediately ordered a knight, summon a priest to write prayers, indicating that the situation was beyond normal control. The Iron Duke roared, asking where the Holy Knight Order was, and ordered the soldiers to lead the way as soon as Grandmaster Gunther arrived. The old Duke strode quickly through the dark corridor, his overwhelming presence making the space feel dense. Thud! The old Duke stopped before a colossal stone gate, preparing to confront what lay within. The old Iron Duke squinted, muttering that this energy was definitely different from before. His gloved hand slowly rested on the cold iron door, preparing to reveal a terrifying secret. The heavy door opened, revealing a pitch-black cellar, where a tightly chained chest was emitting an unusual aura. The Iron Duke stared intently at what lay before him, his gaze as sharp as a razor. Two chests containing dragon shards were resonating with each other, trembling violently as if wanting to break free from their chains. Scene change. Marcella hesitantly called out Vlad's name, a hint of confusion on her face. A group of villagers with joyful expressions arrived, carrying various gifts, food, and drinks to thank their benefactor. Marcella skillfully interjected, announcing that Sir Vlad was currently busy with matters outside. The crowd's disappointment was evident. They deeply regretted not having arrived sooner to meet their hero. Marcella thought to herself. She almost slipped up and called him by his bare name, truly getting carried away by the atmosphere. But then she realized this was a golden opportunity. The rumor of Vlad saving the merchant caravan was spreading like wildfire. Marcella smiled calculatingly, deciding to seize this opportunity to elevate Vlad's status to a new level. The villagers nodded in approval, asserting that a talent like Vlad would surely achieve great things in the future. Marcella politely suggested that everyone write down their names for her to relay their messages, while Jamina watched everything from a distance. Jamina held a stack of white fabric, her eyes holding a complex expression as she looked at the bustling scene before her. She thought to herself that this was clearly good news for him, but for some reason, Jamina felt Vlad's back growing more distant, as if he was stepping into a world she couldn't reach. Marcella called Jamina's name, who was absent-mindedly lost in her own thoughts. Startled, Jamina quickly replied when she saw Marcella standing at the doorway. Marcella gestured for Jamina to follow with a smile full of hidden meaning, as if something was about to happen. Led into another room, Jamina was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She was deeply shocked when she heard the order, "You will be the one to receive the guests visiting Vlad." Marcella confirmed that from now on, all communication with Vlad must go through Jamina, but she immediately refused, as the guests were all important figures. Jamina self-consciously thought Marcella would do better, fearing she would cause trouble for Vlad with any unnecessary mistakes. Marcella listened in silence, her sharp gaze fixed on Jamina's lack of confidence. "If we're talking about qualifications," Marcella spoke up, "who else here is more qualified than you to receive Vlad's guests?" Jamina froze as Marcella asserted firmly, "Without you, there would be no Vlad today," Marcella concluded, demanding that Jamina have more confidence in herself. Still worried, Jamina muttered that she would definitely make mistakes and didn't know much about these matters. Marcella chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "What's wrong with a few mistakes? Just let Vlad clean up the mess himself." Marcella brought up the matter of the horse again, emphasizing that Vlad still needed Jamina, and no one else. Grabbing Jamina's hand firmly, Marcella declared she would take her to her room immediately. "Men have their battlefields," Marcella said with a cunning expression. "And women also have their own battlefields." Jamina froze when she heard Marcella's comparison. "Just as Jorge placed a knife in Vlad's hand, I will also place a weapon in your hand." Marcella led Jamina away, both exuding a completely new aura. Scene change. A letter with a powerful seal lay on the table, and a deep voice resonated. "Expansion requires stability." In a luxurious meeting room, Iron Duke Timur Varanov asserted that a certain count would not be able to advance north immediately, as the remnants of Ravnoma were still wreaking havoc in the west. Old Man Ramond continued to analyze the tense political situation. "That's not all. There's also the Dwarf Liberation Front lurking behind them." Zayar stood like a statue behind them, while the young lord and Ramond agreed on their assessment. "Before advancing north, the enemy will clear their rear first." Ramond looked worried, and the young lord immediately asked, "What troubles you, sir?" The old man revealed why he had placed his bet on a Vazid squire. It was all for the last ducat he had left. The young lord silently listened to Ramon's brutally honest assessment. Ramon declared bluntly, "The Western Knight Order has already surpassed the northern factions." The young lord's eyes gleamed, and he muttered, "Just as I thought." Ramond admitted he had been too complacent, but witnessing the Western Knights struggling from the bottom made him realize his mission was far from over. He reminisced about the past. Back then, the North was a tougher and more honorable land than anywhere else, with cavalry charges galloping across the white snow. It was an endless battlefield against barbarians and monsters, exemplified by a giant orc roaring into battle. Ramond recounted. The Northerners rose up against discrimination colder than the snow wind itself, with the proud images of old lords appearing. He compared, "But what about now? The North is stable but has lost its edge, while the pioneering spirit of the West grows stronger by the day." Ramond warned the young lord not to take Baron Heinel's offer lightly and to be prepared. The young lord clasped his hands, completely agreeing with all the analyses, including the fact that the North was now vastly different from the previous generation. He looked out the window and threw out a loaded question. Yet, the The north still produces tough fruits, doesn't it? Ramund and the young lord looked at each other, both thinking of the same person. The old man smirked meaningfully, confirming, "Of course." The scene shifted. A lone figure led the black warhorse forward, signaling a new era about to rise. Vlad, the owner of that figure, frowned in confusion. What the hell is this? What met his eyes was an army of guards as numerous as ants, arrayed at the city gate, clearly waiting for someone. The mysterious voice explained, "The people came to watch because there's entertainment, and it's certainly entertaining." Looking back at what Vlad did, a series of Vlad's feats were listed, from blindfolding it, using brute force, luring it with food, to humbling himself and begging the warhorse. Vlad mumbled in acknowledgement, but still found it strange that such a large crowd had gathered just to watch a farce. Suddenly, a loud call rang out, making both Vlad and the black horse startle and turn around. Gemina appeared in a splendid red dress, accompanied by a little girl holding flowers, and chided, "How long were you planning to make me wait?" Vlad froze, not understanding why she was dressed like that, while the voice in his head praised it as truly a woman's battle attire. Gemina gripped her skirt tightly, ready for her performance. Her fiery red earrings gleamed, signaling that the show was about to begin. Vlad paused for a second, seemingly understanding her intention. Gemina decisively pulled down her veil, revealing her beautiful face and determined eyes. The crowd of men immediately burst into applause, finally understanding why she had to hide her beauty so carefully. The black horse suddenly became aggressive, making Vlad struggle to hold its reins tightly. Gemina admitted the warhorse looked much more terrifying in person, compounded by the pressure from the crowd's gaze. She clutched the bouquet of roses tightly, telling herself that if she faltered because of this petty fear, then she wouldn't be worthy to stand beside Vlad. Then she boldly called the horse, "Good boy, come here." Clip-clop. The black horse's hooves began to move towards her. The crowd above couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that even possible?" Vlad led the horse, now as docile as a puppy, straight through the city gate amidst everyone's cheers. Vlad glanced at the warhorse rubbing its head against him. Speechless, he thought to himself, "Damn, it really does have its own taste." The two faced each other, the horse standing between them. The taming by honey trap was a complete success. The black horse squinted at Gemina, while she was also sweating profusely but maintained a resolute expression. Gemina's lace-gloved hand trembled, but she was still determined to carry out the plan. The untamed warhorse immediately turned into a puppy, nuzzling its head into Gemina's hand amidst a romantic scene full of flowers and leaves. The crowd of townspeople outside the city gate roared Gemina's name, completely captivated by the performance. A young man in the crowd shouted loudly, hailing Gemina as the Crimson Lady and the Rose of Schwara. Vlad glanced at Gemina hugging the horse, his face twisted, but he still called Old Man Harvin to continue the plan. Harvin and young Ned also blended into the crowd, cheering enthusiastically for Lady Gemina. The orphan girls threw rose petals into the air, their mouths wide in grins as they chanted the title, Rose of Schwara. The entire street erupted in cheers and a shower of rose petals, welcoming the beauty and the warhorse. Vlad wondered when Gemina had prepared these rose petals with these street children. Marcella, standing on the bridge, smiled and ordered everyone, "Look closely. This sight cannot be bought, even with 1,000,000 gold." Her eyes sharpened, speaking of how this was the first time the people of the slums had received such attention. The orphan children, cheered for the first time, joyfully waved their hands amidst the shower of rose petals. Marcella affirmed, "At least for today, the entire city of Schwara is watching these children." Under the sunlight and petals, Vlad and Gemina led the warhorse into the city, a magnificent and calculated spectacle. The scene shifted. Snow winds howled on a desolate mountain, where Rutger and the cat-eared girl Dorothea stood silently. At their feet, a monstrous hand with sharp claws lay sprawled on the blood-stained snow. Rutger maintained a cold expression, while Dorothea glanced at him with a somewhat wary look. The scene expanded to a horrifying battlefield, littered with the corpses of gray-skinned monsters. Dorothea couldn't hide her astonishment. Wiped out in an instant. And there were so many of them. Amidst the blizzard, Rutger confirmed coldly. "Indeed," he continued, his voice devoid of emotion, saying that the monsters had been wiped out in an instant, so fast they didn't even realize they were dead. Dorothea, her face tense, agreed. Joseph's report is correct. He must have realized it. An ancient legend resurfaced. The most perfect entity was slain by the swordmaster, its blood staining the world as it fell. Rutger explained that from that, the remnants of a fallen dragon had taken root. These flawed forms each had a defect. Some lost their wings, some their scales, some were blind, all having forgotten their origins. Rutger and Dorothea walked through the pile of corpses. He calmly stated that for some reason, A few special individuals had realized they carried dragon blood. The sound of his armored boots crunched on the snow stained with black blood. He stopped, looking down at the illusion of a gigantic white serpent spirit, remarking that an individual possessing the most perfect legs had appeared. The scene shifted to a flashback. Under the cold moonlight, an army landed on the beach, and the narration echoed. Life is an endless series of choices. A lone knight, hand resting on his sword hilt, faced the entire army, knowing there were times he had to bear the burden alone. And in that decisive moment, the image of the red-haired commander and the wretched dwarf refugees reflected on his sharp blade. The white-haired knight, Jorge, stood alone facing the red-haired commander and his troops, ready to reveal his true nature. The red-haired commander, Siegmund, growled, questioning, "Are you defying orders?" Another voice rang out from behind, calling Jorge's name with authority. Jorge and Siegmund glared at each other, sparks flying, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Jorge flatly declared, "You are not my master, Siegmund." Siegmund held out a scroll of orders, reading aloud. "Wipe out the remnants of the Dwarf Liberation Front. Leave no one alive. This bears the seal of my uncle, Count Gaidar." Jorge retorted with a growl, his eyes sharp as razors. "If you have eyes, see for yourself." He pointed towards the huddled, frightened dwarves, including women and children. "They are merely refugees." Siegmund, his face grim, growled, "Such doubt is disloyal. Are you betraying your oath under the Gaidar banner?" Jorge snapped his head up, his presence overwhelming. "I am human. I cannot obey that damned order." Jorge bowed his head, his voice deepening, having decided his path. "I understand." Siegmund turned his back to the soldiers, his voice full of challenge. "What about you all? Do you still intend to follow this Jorge?" Jorge's soldiers, each with a pale face, sweating profusely, dared not utter a single word. Jorge looked at his subordinates, his gaze tinged with sadness but also full of understanding. The entire squad of soldiers bowed in unison. "Forgive us, Jorge. Even if the order is immoral, as knights, we cannot defy our lord." The soldiers turned and left, abandoning Jorge alone in the cold, snowy night. The gazes of the three leaders met, Siegmund's contemptuous, Godin's silent, and Jorge's resolute. Godin, the white-haired swordsman with a fatal scar, calmly said to Jorge, "It's all right, Jorge." Godin merely smirked, a smile of one accustomed to life and death and difficult choices. Jorge looked at the last remaining comrade, decisively ordering, "Go. To a world where you can shine even brighter." The scene shifted. An old white-haired man with one eye obscured by a black tattoo stood by a window, observing the city under the moonlight. The old man, Ramund, presided over a tense meeting, declaring, "In the north, we must keep an eye on the Knights of the Iron Duke and the Vazid house. Intelligence reports that the Utman house is also making strange moves." A subordinate presented a list of knights from the two most powerful houses, the Varanov house of the Iron Duke and the Vazid house. Ramund reviewed the list, remarking, "The Vazid house shows no changes compared to reports from a few years ago." A brown-haired advisor offered a seemingly hasty conclusion. "It appears they have failed in their generational transition. Aside from the eldest son, Rutger, there are no notable names among the new knights." Ramund's eyes flashed with a cold blue light, his authoritative voice rising, "Do not jump to conclusions." The advisors flinched, their faces paling before Ramund's imposing presence. Ramund stared at the paper, his voice full of hidden meaning. "The weight of the Vazid name cannot be gauged from a single report. Just as I was once the hidden blade of the Gaidar house, Vazid surely has a hidden blade of its own." The advisors broke into a cold sweat, muttering apologies after being thoroughly reprimanded by Ramund. The brown-haired advisor suddenly remembered something, speaking up. Come to think of it, there's an unusual trend in the Vazid house." He seemed hesitant, thinking it was a trivial matter, but Ramund ordered, "It's all right, speak." Ramund rested his chin on his hand, listening, his sharp eyes revealing no emotion. The advisor reported, "I heard there's a young lad rising among the Vazid squires." Raymond asked for the name, and the answer Vlad from Schwara made the old man's eyes flash with surprise. The advisor continued with a smug look. "That boy first appeared in a duel of honor, and it seems he manifested his aura on the spot." This news caused a stir in the meeting room. Another man burst out laughing. "A squire using aura? There's a limit to tall tales." The others joined in the mockery, suggesting the Vazid house was past its prime and had to spread baseless rumors to save face, while Ramund remained silently contemplative. Ramund muttered the name Vlad. In the old man's mind, this name was certainly in his memory. A flashback suddenly surged. The image of a blonde-haired boy named Vlad from Schwara, screaming in a fit of rage. Ramund clenched his fist. the memory of that stubborn boy still vivid. The old man tried to dismiss the thought, telling himself, "No way, it couldn't be him." Ramond leaned back in his chair, trying to reassure himself that it was merely a coincidence of name and appearance. But then, his eyes gleamed with calculation. But the flashback reappeared. The young Vlad knelt, bruised all over, yet his eyes still blazed with a potential that made Ramund want to recruit him immediately. Ramund pondered, wondering if that boy was still alive. The scene shifted. The present-day Vlad slumped onto the dining table, groaning. "I'm surely going to die." A voice rang out, scolding him directly. "Stop whining and finish your meal." Vlad retorted. "Whining about what?" A series of hellish training scenes appeared. Sword fighting in the morning, aura training in the afternoon, sparring again in the evening. An exhausted Vlad concluded, "At this rate, I really will die." The mysterious voice taunted Vlad, telling him he should be grateful for his master's teachings. But Vlad snapped back. "I know, that's why I'm gritting my teeth and working hard." While exhausted, Got, a soldier, cheerfully appeared with a large backpack on his back, waving to his boss. Vlad buried his face on the table, wondering about the luggage, and Got nonchalantly replied, "Sir Joseph told me to stay here from now on." Vlad lifted his head, his eyes tired but full of doubt, asking why it was so sudden. Got grinned, explaining that a fancy stable had been built in the backyard, and naturally, where there are horses, there must be someone to care for them. Vlad cast a scrutinizing glance, asking directly, "Do you think you can handle it?" Got confidently thumped his chest. "Have a little faith. I'm the Vazid family's stable master." Vlad merely uttered a speechless remark. "Good luck," leaving Got bewildered, not understanding what kind of monster he was about to face. Vlad dismissed him, being too out of breath to talk, but Got stopped him, announcing there was still important business. "Sir Joseph summoned you," Got said, and Vlad's blue eyes immediately flashed with vigilance. Vlad sat up straight, asking the purpose, and Got smirked, acting as if he knew it all along. "What else could it be? Clearly, he summoned you to lift your probation," Got stated confidently, which made Vlad waver slightly. The scene shifted to a magnificent administrative building under the morning sun. Vlad, now dressed neatly, scowled, cursing himself. "Got, I was truly an idiot to believe that swindler." In the room, Joseph Vazid sat comfortably behind a desk. Zaire stood like a stone statue beside him, along with several other officials, all staring intently at Vlad. Vlad stood in the middle of the room, his hands cuffed behind his back, immediately realizing, "This atmosphere isn't for my pardon." Joseph began the interrogation, his voice cold as ice. "That day, in a village within Utman territory, you disobeyed my orders and saved those children." Joseph looked directly into Vlad's eyes, emphasizing each word. "Is that correct?" Vlad did not flinch, confirming face to face, "Yes, sir." Joseph clasped his hands, his sharp gaze piercing Vlad, asking a critical question. "If a similar situation occurs again, what will you do? Will you ignore my orders once more?" The question hung in the air, cornering Vlad. Joseph Vazid's eyes were sharp as knives, awaiting an answer from his insubordinate subordinate. Facing the critical question, Vlad's blue eyes flashed with determination, and he began to answer. A memory suddenly flashed. An image of young Vlad kneeling before Joseph Vazid, having sworn to dedicate his belief, not blind loyalty. Vlad clenched his fist, his resolve evident in his hand. He lifted his head high, his voice without hesitation. "Therefore I cannot lie." "Yes, sir." Joseph Vazid remained silent for a moment, then unexpectedly replied calmly. "Indeed." Joseph looked directly at Vlad, his gaze no longer scrutinizing but instead showing recognition. "I chose you precisely because of this aspect of yours." He stood up, leaned his hands on the table, and began to lecture. "Honor is the light that illuminates others, but conscience is the light that illuminates oneself." Joseph began to walk towards Vlad, continuing his lecture. He continued, his voice full of philosophy. "It is also the guiding compass when one has lost their way." Joseph looked at Vlad, his eyes sharp. "Now you have found your own path." He snatched away the red cloth, revealing something beneath. A gleaming suit of armor appeared, and Joseph said, "I hope this armor will be useful in protecting your conscience." Vlad was completely stunned, not expecting the interrogation to end with a gift. Joseph explained that this was armor sent by San Logino, an excellent item with many techniques integrated within it. Vlad instinctively reached out to touch his old armor, thinking it would be sad to take it off. Joseph Vazid seemed to read his thoughts, saying, "Because the path must be etched into every one of its scars." He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. "However, within this armor, the path you have found is already inscribed. Seeing Vlad bewildered, Joseph gestured, "Come closer and read." Vlad approached, his eyes focused on the new armor, trying to find the secret Joseph had just mentioned. Vlad touched the new armor, on which was inscribed, "Vlad, Protector of Children," a title for a knight protecting the innocent breath of children. Joseph Vazid quietly observed, his gaze full of profound meaning. The old, seasoned knights standing behind also silently witnessed, acknowledging the rookie's achievement. Joseph smiled and said, "Yes, this is the path you will walk from now on." Vlad's reflection on the gleaming armor was like a prophecy. The scene shifted to a northern mountainous region, shrouded in a blinding snowstorm. A man with an imposing aura, wearing a fur-collared cloak, stood tall amidst the snow, with an army and a banner behind him. He was Volkov Baranov, the Iron Duke's heir, who coldly announced, "They have arrived." Volkov looked into the distance, where a flickering flame was approaching in the night. A cavalry unit was galloping desperately, fleeing headlong from something terrifying. Their footprints were quickly obliterated by the thick snow. Boom! A massive snow explosion occurred right behind the cavalry. A gigantic white dragon-like monster emerged from beneath the snow, its blue eyes glowing fiercely with killing intent. The cavalry screamed in panic. "Damn it, it's about to catch us," a knight shouted loudly, spurring his horse to run for his life. Just a little further, the monster let out an earth-shattering roar, opening its maw full of sharp fangs as it charged. Volkov stood high above, coldly drawing his curved sword, and a dark purple aura immediately erupted around the weapon. His eyes flashed with a deadly red light, concentrating all his power into a single strike. He swung his sword, unleashing a massive purple energy blast towards the mountain, shouting, "Cleave!" Volkov delivered a sky-cleaving slash, his curved sword roaring with dark purple energy. The white dragon recognized the danger, as the purple energy surged straight towards it. A stream of deep purple sword energy descended, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Volkov smirked, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. It hit. The white dragon monster's eyes widened, unable to believe it was threatened by a long-range attack. But the white dragon dodged with incredible speed, narrowly avoiding the destructive sword energy. Volkov was stunned, not expecting his prey to be so fast. "It dodged my strike from this distance? I heard it was fast, but I didn't expect it to be this agile." He recognized the monster's identity. The fastest dragon species, the Lindworm. Volkov's cavalry received the order, roared, and simultaneously spurred their horses forward. "Charge! Don't let it get away." The cavalry spread out, forming a tight encirclement around the white dragon, shouting, "Surround it! Block its escape!" The Lindworm dragon showed no signs of fear, calmly observing the encirclement. It opened its mouth, and a blue energy orb began to gather. The monster's throat swelled, and a blinding blue light signaled a destructive attack was about to be unleashed. A cavalryman shouted, "It's its breath! Scatter!" Meanwhile, Volkov growled, not allowing the prey a chance. "Do you think it'll leave you alone?" Volkov shot forward, unleashing another deep purple slash, as fast as lightning. The Lindworm dragon was still gathering energy, preparing to blow everything away. Suddenly, Volkov's purple sword energy struck the monster before it could unleash its attack. The white dragon was sent flying, tumbling through the air due to the immense force of the slash. It let out an enraged roar, its eyes still filled with shock. Volkov Baranov growled, his eyes blazing with deep purple energy, determined not to let his prey escape. The white Lindworm dragon fled headlong, leaving Volkov standing on a distant rock outcrop, observing. The cavalry urgently shouted, "It's escaping! Pursue it quickly!" The monster unleashed terrifying speed, creating an explosion of air that sent the small fry soldiers flying. It turned into a streak of white light and shot away, leaving the entire army in its dust. The cavalry watched helplessly, bitterly admitting, "It's impossible, we can't catch it." The Lindworm glided away like a snowstorm, officially shaking off its pursuers. Standing alone on the snowy cliff, Volkov could only watch his escaped prey. He gritted his teeth and cursed, extremely frustrated at letting such a formidable prize slip away. Scene change. A luxurious office with a neatly arranged desk and books. Joseph Vazid was leisurely enjoying tea, praising his mother's taste as truly supreme, the tea incomparably delicious. Suddenly, Rutger Vazid appeared with sharp, cold eyes, looking directly at his brother. Joseph directly asked the purpose of his visit, but Rutger sarcastically retorted, "Do brothers need a reason?" Joseph clearly showed annoyance at Rutger's provocative attitude. Rutger merely smirked, telling his older brother not to glare at him like that. Joseph put down his teacup, deciding to get straight to the point. He said with a serious expression, "It seems what that barbarian said is true." Rutger looked surprised, asking again, "You mean?" Joseph simply replied, "Yes. while the image of a colossal dark dragon, its eyes glowing fiercely, appeared menacingly. Joseph Vazid, with a stone-cold expression, confirmed a shocking piece of news. The dragon is descending upon the world. He began to analyze. If the West has the deathworm, while the image of the colossal monster emerging from the ground appeared, then the North has the lindworm, he continued, as the image of a muscular white dragon appeared amidst a snowstorm. Joseph stated firmly, "It is the coldest and fastest dragon." Rutger wondered, "It shouldn't be its migration season yet." But Joseph dismissed it, stating that it doesn't always follow the rules. Joseph assessed that the situation had changed, because the previous appearance of the deathworm was also very unusual. Joseph's eyes sharpened, and he revealed, "The lindworm has tasted the blood of the grey orcs. We must take it down before it becomes even more rampant." Rutger directly asked which direction it was coming from, but Joseph admitted they couldn't find its tracks because its speed was too terrifying. Rutger's face hardened, growling, "Even so, we cannot sit idly by in this situation." Joseph agreed, and revealed that Rutger had been assigned the task of conquering the lindworm, then asked in return, "How can I help you?" Joseph sat with his legs crossed, adopting a superior air, and made a request. "I need a designated night squad, along with a thorough reconnaissance." Rutger acknowledged that it was a reasonable request, and began to ask, "How many knights do you need?" Joseph stated curtly with one word, raising one finger, "One." Rutger was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "One? Don't you need the most tenacious swords to face a dragon?" Joseph explained nonchalantly, "The lindworm is different from the deathworm. One capable swordsman is enough to get the job done." He narrowed his eyes, adding a crucial condition. "Of course, that's if the sword can reach it." Rutger, somewhat convinced, asked, "So, who do you want me to appoint?" Joseph smirked meaningfully, preparing to utter the fated name. "That person will be..." Clank, clank. Footsteps echoed outside the door, and a voice called in, "Sir Joseph, I have arrived as per your summons." Joseph turned to Rutger and asked with a nonchalant expression, "Did you call him?" The door swung open, and Vlad slowly entered in his cold iron armor, while Joseph nonchalantly apologized for summoning such a formidable individual without permission. Joseph smirked, greeting with a meaningful remark, "Long time no see." And then the formidable title was revealed, introducing Vlad as the greatest dragon herder of the North. Scene changed to a quiet room, with only a lamp and a tea set. In the quiet space, Vlad meticulously cleaned his sword, while Jamina sat on the bed, sewing. Vlad pondered, muttering that this task would take over a month. Gemina encouraged him while working. "Being busy is good. You've been doing great lately, Vlad." She smiled gently. Yet her smile held a hidden sadness. Gemina suddenly spoke. "Her ladyship would surely want to see you now," referring to her deceased mother. Vlad paused, asking why she suddenly brought that up, and Jamina simply replied that it just crossed her mind. Vlad gazed into the distance, his voice dropping. "It's been over 10 years, hasn't it?" Jamina looked up, and Vlad delivered a crushing blow. "I don't remember my mother, but I remember yours." Memories flooded back. Gemina's mother, her back covered in blood, still held little Vlad tightly amidst the rubble, and he bitterly admitted that she hadn't abandoned her child, unlike his own mother. Both fell silent, and the air in the room grew heavy. Jamina softly confessed, "Actually, I don't really remember my mother anymore either." The space once again fell into silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. Gemina cut the thread. Her work was complete. The finished piece was revealed. The third emblem, San Logino, a gleaming golden cross. Jamina held up a banner she had just finished, asking worriedly, "It's not too flashy, is it? The Countess's craftsmanship is so exquisite." Vlad glanced at it with an expressionless face, uttering a curt reply. It's not flashy at all." Changing the subject, Jamina asked about the upcoming mission. "So, that dragon is very dangerous, isn't it?" And Vlad confirmed firmly, "Indeed. They are living disasters," Jamina calculated, her voice full of worry. "If it takes over a month, will you be leaving in winter?" Vlad calmly cleaned his sword, his eyes sharp and cold. "Autumn passes quickly." Gemina nervously crumpled a piece of cloth in her hand, hesitating. "Aye." She decisively held out the cloth towards Vlad, who was sitting. "Then take this." Vlad looked up, his eyes full of questions. "Huh? What is it?" Gemina stammered, her tone both embarrassed and slightly annoyed. "Don't you recognize it?" "It's a handkerchief." Vlad silently stared at the handkerchief, his expression unreadable. He smirked, his voice teasing. "So, you've been thinking about this all along?" Caught off guard, Gemina's face flushed crimson, and she swung her arm, landing a mighty punch directly on Vlad's face. What are you talking about? I just felt sorry for you always carrying that silk handkerchief and never daring to use it, she yelled, revealing her fangs. This is pure cotton. You can use it anywhere. Having said that, Gemina turned and fled frantically from the room, not forgetting to call out, "Anyway, have a safe journey." Vlad sat alone, rubbing the cheek that had just been punched, holding the handkerchief in his other hand, and muttering with a slight smile, "Ha, what a tomboy." He brought the handkerchief closer to his face, his gaze softening considerably. Vlad smiled, his eyes reflecting warmth. "You made it for me to use." But upon closer inspection, he froze, discovering Jamina's name and a small rose embroidered on the handkerchief. "Why did you embroider your name on it?" The scene shifted to a majestic mountainous region, covered in white snow, as a cavalry troop began their arduous journey northward. Vlad muttered to himself with a disgruntled expression, "I'm sure I only asked for one person. But he gave me 3 lives, you know?" Joseph Vazid rode beside him, smirking meaningfully. What could that possibly mean? Vlad began to speculate wildly. He must be showing respect to his older brother. No, I know this guy too well. He definitely has a problem with me. He continued to analyze as they both rode side by side, because if that weren't the case, he wouldn't have left me with this cursed combo, would he? Ahead, the 2 new burdens, an old knight and the barbarian chieftain, were already glaring daggers at each other. Joseph secretly assessed. A barbarian warrior and an old knight of Bayezid. If utilized well, they would certainly be a great help. But the problem is, these 2 are not the type to get along. Joseph turned, bluntly assigning the task. From now on, you manage those 2. Vlad was utterly shocked. What? I don't have the authority to do that. Vlad tried to refuse. Even setting aside the barbarian, how can I order around the knight of the former chieftain? Joseph replied curtly. He seems to respect you. Joseph concluded with an empty encouragement. Do your best. Vlad clutched his head, speechless. I'm already having a headache. What the hell is do your best supposed to mean? Vlad helplessly rode ahead, dwarfed between the 2 imposing figures of the 2 disgruntled old men. The barbarian chieftain provoked first. Looks like you managed to crawl out of prison without dying, huh? The old knight retorted gruffly. Old man, it seems you're surprisingly resilient too. Just being near you, I can already smell the stench of mud. The 2 old men continued their verbal sparring, one demanding weapons, the other declaring he was strong enough barehanded, while Vlad ahead could only silently endure. Vlad sighed deeply, his face utterly dejected as the 2 old men continued to boast. Ha! I just want to go home. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him, making Vlad freeze. Vlad spun around, his blue eyes gleaming with vigilance, which also caught Joseph's attention. Vlad's face turned cold and sharp, and he stated firmly, "The smell of blood." The feline beastkin woman showed surprise, while Joseph asked directly, "Are you a wolf? To sense a smell even in a snowfield like this?" Vlad didn't bother to reply, his gaze intensely focused, sweeping forward like a predator. Joseph observed Vlad's demeanor, without a hint of doubt, and ordered decisively, "Go ahead and lead the way." Vlad led the troop, decisively advancing across the pristine white snow. Joseph Vazid smirked, commenting coldly, "Quite a spectacle of mischief, indeed." Before them lay a battlefield strewn with corpses, blood staining the snow red, a complete massacre. Joseph turned to ask the barbarian chieftain, "Are these your tribesmen?" But the chieftain shook his head, replying that it was a familiar neighboring tribe. The barbarian chieftain continued, his expression hardening. The fact that this tribe had moved so far south meant his own tribe had also relocated. The old knight Ramund narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. How strange. He pointed out the fatal wounds on the bodies, stating firmly, "These are sword marks." Ramund asserted that this was not the work of the northerners, and Joseph agreed, believing they had no reason for such an extreme massacre. An image of 2 blood-stained swords plunged into a blazing battlefield appeared, recalling an era when the people of the north had long ceased their blood feuds. Somewhere, Volkov Baranov, with his glowing red eyes, sensed something and growled, "It seems an uninvited guest has arrived." Vlad's contingent continued their journey through the increasingly dense snowstorm. Joseph pointed forward, informing Vlad that they had reached the northernmost point of the Bayezid territory. A colossal fortress stood majestically amidst the white snow. Vernhem Fortress. Vlad stopped short, his blue eyes gleaming with sharpness. He had detected something unusual. 2 flags? Vlad wondered, causing Joseph to turn in surprise. What? Atop the fortress, 2 flags fluttered in the snowy wind, one blue, one red. The red flag bore the emblem of a majestic black dragon, a completely unfamiliar symbol. Joseph gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Why are they here? The old knight Ramund wondered whose flag it was, and Joseph replied coldly, "That is the flag of the central faction." Vlad corrected Joseph with sharp eyes, questioning the use of center instead of central faction. The old knight Ramund confirmed firmly, "Indeed, the center." Ramund explained that it was the symbol of the Dragonslayer Knight Order, a force directly under Duke Dragonblood. Meanwhile, inside Vernum Fortress, a squad of soldiers was entering the courtyard to report. An adjutant informed Rutger that the Dragonslayer Knight Order from the center had arrived 2 days prior. Rutger gritted his teeth, resentful that they had caught wind of it so quickly, coming here under the pretext of conquering the Lindworm. Rutger called his adjutant's name. Rutger's face darkened. He began to issue orders. The adjutant nervously awaited orders from his superior. The adjutant immediately bowed in compliance. "I will carry it out immediately." Returning to Vlad's group, all three stood gazing towards the tumultuous fortress. Vlad, clearly clueless about politics, turned and directly asked what the hell the Dragonslayer Knight Order was. Ramund explained concisely. "As the name suggests, it's a knight order established to slay dragons." The old knight further revealed that they were the real deal, protected by the Emperor himself, and led by a prominent noble from the center, Duke Dragonblood. To put it bluntly, according to imperial law, anything involving dragons grants them full authority to act, without needing to consult anyone. Vlad could only utter a sound of admiration, while Ramund nodded, acknowledging the overwhelming power of this knight order. Suddenly, Vlad's gaze sharpened. He had discovered something. He stared at the fortress wall and remarked, "It looks like there was a massive fire recently." Ramund explained that this entire fortress was a lighthouse, also known as the Lighthouse of Bayezid, leaving Vlad bewildered and confused. Ramund recounted the fortress's history. This place was once a colossal wall against barbarians and monsters, burned down, then reclaimed and rebuilt by the Bayezid family. The old knight continued his analysis. And because they dared to plant their flag in a place that is the pride of the Bayezid family without permission, an image of Rutger erupting in a fiery aura showed just how enraged he was. Creak! The grand hall's massive doors slowly opened, and blinding light streamed in. A powerful figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, his shadow stretching long across the floor. Rutger lifted his head, his eyes sharp and cold. "They've finally arrived." "We've been waiting," Rutger said, facing the newcomer who stood on the stairs, behind whom a line of white-cloaked knights stood solemnly. The stranger, a blond man in gleaming armor, introduced himself haughtily. "I am Mircea, Grand Master of the Dragonslayer Knight Order." Rutger sneered, thinking to himself, "A big shot has arrived without my knowledge." He was Rutger Bayezid, acting captain of Vernhem Fortress, and he was not pleased. Mircea's and Rutger's gazes met, one icy blue, the other fiery red. The atmosphere was taut with tension. From afar, Vlad observed this entire gunpowder-laden greeting. Mircea suddenly paused, as if sensing an unusual gaze. Vlad's eyes glowed with blue light. He was using all his senses to scan the opponent. Vlad flinched, muttering, "What is this? Why is this feeling exactly like when I faced the Deathworm, coming from that man?" Mircea stood there, his entire body enveloped in a surging blue aura, exerting pressure no different from a boss-level monster. Vlad's eyes narrowed, analyzing every detail of that terrifying power. He swallowed hard, clearly shocked by the caliber of the Dragonslayer Knight Order's commander. Rutger cut straight to the chase, his voice full of challenge. "Those barbarian corpses ambushed out there, are they the work of your Dragonslayer Knight Order?" Mircea calmly admitted, declaring the action necessary, and that the Dragonslayer Knight Order had centuries of experience handling such matters. He sneered, revealing that the Lindworm was the fastest remnant of the fallen dragons, and since it couldn't be caught, bait had to be used. Rutger's face darkened, immediately realizing that the barbarian corpses were the bait. He growled, cursing directly at the knights. "You imperial bastards!" Rutger's adjutant went berserk, his veins bulging, shouting that tearing them to shreds wouldn't be enough. Just then, the old, silver-haired Ramund rushed forward, blocking the adjutant's arm. With one hand, Ramund easily clamped down on the wrist of the enraged adjutant. With a single move, Ramund slammed the burly adjutant to the ground, pinning him down, preventing any movement. The adjutant struggled in vain, shouting, "Let go, old man." Ramund leaned down, his eyes glowing with killing intent, his voice as cold as ice. "If you utter another word, I will wring your neck." The adjutant fell silent, sweat pouring down him as he felt the deadly killing intent. Ramund stood up and delivered a philosophy charged with tension. "Your anger is justified, but it only holds value when you are strong enough." Still holding the adjutant down, Ramund continued to instruct, "Calm down. Acting recklessly will only lead to a dog's death." From a distance, Mirshe sneered mockingly. It seems the Vazid heir is raising an undisciplined dog. Mircea glanced at the cat-eared girl Dorothea, adding, and a cat as well. The Dragonslayer Knight Order standing behind him couldn't help but laugh, clearly despising Rutger's faction. Rutger silently endured the humiliation, then coldly retorted, even so, they are still standing in their rightful place, aren't they? Rutger took a step forward, his aura completely unshaken. He raised his head, directly facing the entire Knight Order, and asked pointedly, then, shouldn't you also find your rightful place, Grandmaster Mircea? The Dragonslayer Knight Order, clad in white armor, lined up neatly, exuding intense killing intent. Rutger's eyes flared with a blazing orange flame, signaling an impending bloodbath. Boom! Rutger unleashed his power, transforming the entire hall into a raging sea of fire, exerting terrifying oppressive pressure. The Dragonslayer Knight Order began to tremble, their momentum completely crushed before Rutger's power. Rutger leisurely advanced, and the elite soldiers automatically parted to either side like mere straw. Alone and unchallenged, he walked straight towards Grandmaster Mircea, who stood on the platform. Thud! Rutger's heel stopped right in front of Mircea, a provocation that couldn't be clearer. The two formidable figures faced each other. The air grew thick. Mircea sneered with a mocking smile while Rutger was cold as ice. Rutger growled directly. Who allowed you to raise your banner here? Mircea replied nonchalantly, his voice full of condescension. I demanded it. No one moved, so my soldiers took it upon themselves. The blond man continued to provoke, his eyes full of superiority. Then who allowed you to step up here? Mircea feigned surprise, his blue eyes glinted. Oh, you must be quite bothered by that, aren't you? He began to threaten with the law. According to imperial law, we, the Dragonslayer Knight Order, have the right to use all facilities and personnel within imperial territory, Mircea said as he stepped closer. Clank! Mircea also took a step, closing in on Rutger, and the atmosphere was as taut as a bowstring. Rutger simply sneered and replied concisely, indeed. He coldly admitted, you have the right to do so. Only if, Rutger looked up, his eyes sharp as daggers amidst the sea of fire. You have the permission of this place's master. Mircea's expression changed, and he asked again with disbelief, are you saying you won't cooperate? Rutger coldly retorted, no. I will cooperate. He stood opposite Mircea, his aura no less imposing. Only, Rutger raised a finger, setting a condition. If you follow the proper procedure. Mircea was momentarily stunned, not expecting to be retorted against like that. Swish. The central faction's banner was torn from its pole by an invisible force. The tattered banner fell onto the cold, snowy ground before Mircea's glaring eyes. The white-cloaked knights immediately drew their swords and roared. How dare you touch the central faction's banner? Rutger's adjutant clicked his tongue in disdain. Teesk, this is a problem for those central lackeys. Rutger's soldiers immediately took their stance, ready for an all-out battle, without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, the old man Ramond appeared, his blue eyes glinting with authority. No one moves. The old man stood between the two factions, his overwhelming aura dominating the entire battlefield. The master of this place has not yet given permission. Rutger looked directly into Mircea's face, his voice full of challenge. Grandmaster Mircea, he commanded, not negotiated. Request my permission to hang your banner. Rutger continued to assert his dominance. Request cooperation to capture the dragon within Vazid territory. He sneered, his eyes sharp as blades. First, let us start over from there. Mircea gritted his teeth, his eyes sparking with fury. You will regret this. Rutger turned away, retorted sharply. I'm not sure if you central nobles have ever known what regret is. Rutger sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. But life is a series of regrets, no matter what path you choose. A blonde-haired lord sat in a warm room, chuckling. If that's the case, then let's see it through to the end. A hooded informant was reporting through a magic orb. Vlad, 17 years old. He continued. He comes from the Schwara slums of Vazid district. The blonde-haired lord repeated thoughtfully. Schwara. The Schwara slums, he thought to himself. The blonde hair and blue eyes. The heartbeat I sensed then was certainly not wrong. But this kid's background is too troublesome. The informant confirmed. That's right. He was born in a place too distant and too lowly. The lord tapped his hand on the map, doubtfully. They say a good seed can bloom anywhere, but can he truly take root in a place like this? He made a decision. This alone isn't enough to be certain. I want to know more about this. The informant presented a difficult problem. We can monitor the boy's external activities, but cannot find any trace of him within Schwara. He sweated, his voice faltering. Regarding that, All our eyes and ears in Schwara have been silenced. A figure stood on a rooftop looking down at the city. It was the new mayor, who had completely taken control of this place. The Lord took a sip of wine. The new mayor hasn't been in office for long, has he? The informant replied, "That's right. But it seems he has quickly asserted his power by using the recent disappearances as a pretext." The Lord's blue eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Swords and power are alike. A splendid sword appeared as proof. They must be sturdy, sharp, and agile. He thought of Joseph Vazid, a man who could not wield a sword, yet understood the true nature of power better than anyone. The images of the two Vazid brothers appeared. Both Rutger and Joseph exuded the aura of the strong. The wine shimmered in his hand. Both are capable, but there's only one spot at the peak, isn't there? The war map was stained with blood, showing how heated the situation in the north had become. The blonde lord sipped his wine, his eyes sharp. "I have more than enough power to turn this game around." The northern banner fluttered, and a voice affirmed, "Our era has no secret tactics either." Old Ramund growled, asserting that taking down a monster attacking the village was merely an unintended event, not some grand plan. In the strategic meeting room of the Northern Lords, presided over by Volkov Baranov, someone spoke, comparing their methods to the Dragonslayer Knight Order, using barbarians as bait. Volkov coldly concluded that since they couldn't catch up to the Lindworm, the only option remained to set a trap for it. The Beastkin Dorothea warned that if they couldn't capture the dragon, the central faction would have an excuse to permanently station forces here. Volkov nodded in agreement, knowing the insidious plot well. If they missed this opportunity, the central faction would use the dragon as an excuse to permanently embed their fingers in the north. Volkov questioned the time needed to set the trap, and the stubble-bearded knight reported that they would need the cooperation of the Portley family, as there were no livestock breeding grounds nearby. Volkov crossed his arms, showing impatience upon hearing that it would take at least half a month. A long-haired knight proposed a reckless plan. "How about we capture barbarians as bait now? We could even seize the prisoners the Dragonslayer Knight Order has already captured." Old Ramon glared, yelling directly at the two greenhorns. Insane suggestion. The scene shifted to the barbarian leader Age being held captive, and Old Ramund warned, "The central faction has captured people from Age's tribe. Do you wish to provoke someone who is trying to suppress their rage?" Ramund emphasized the neighborly relationship between the Northerners and the barbarians. "If we turn barbarians into bait, what do you think will happen to the fragile peace that has lasted until now?" The two knights who had just proposed the plan turned pale upon hearing the consequences. The North would be engulfed in flames just for trying to capture a dragon. The two subordinates hastily bowed their heads in apology for their shallow thinking, while old Ramund could only shake his head in exasperation. Volkov concluded, affirming that old Ramund's words were entirely accurate, and that no matter which side they chose, the price to pay would not be cheap. Volkov's eyes flashed with suspicion. He realized something was amiss. Perhaps even this situation was a predetermined outcome. The powerful figure of Bishop Pierre appeared before a magnificent cathedral, for the central faction was the one who benefited most from the self-destruction of the North. Volkov mused, beginning to consider Vlad's horse. "I hear Vlad's horse is very fast." Old Ramund dismissed it immediately, warning, "Don't even dream of riding that horse. The entire land of Schwara knows it's a monster that obeys no one." Volkov frowned and asked about the beast's difficulty, and old Ramund concluded, "Much worse than you imagine." Volkov looked at the battle map, bitterly admitting that the plan to borrow the horse to hunt the Lindworm was gone. He acknowledged that the Dragonslayers were indeed capable, but their despicable working methods annoyed him greatly. Volkov gritted his teeth, resentful of being led by the nose by the central faction. "Damn it! How can I find the Lindworm's location now?" Just as they were at an impasse, a frantic guard ran into the meeting room. The guard, out of breath, called out loudly, "Sir." Volkov coldly asked, "What is it?" The guard reported that someone was demanding the fortress gates be opened, making Volkov irritably wonder, "Who is it this time?" The guard tremblingly announced, "It's the Iron Gauntlet." Volkov immediately realized this was a big deal. The banner, bearing the Iron Gauntlet symbol, fluttered in the snowy sky. The Baranov family's Knight Order, under Volkov's command, had officially arrived. The snow wind howled across a desolate, cold land. A hand covered in blood and mud lay motionless on the white snow. The pure white Lindworm stood towering over a pile of goblin corpses, proving its boss-level clearing ability. The beast's blood-stained face showed it had just enjoyed a lavish feast. From the shadows, Vlad's black warhorse emerged, its entire body exuding a ghostly killing intent, fresh blood still dripping from its mouth. A giant, blazing red eye, carrying the soul of a fallen dragon, opened in space. The remnant of the deathworm let out an earth-shattering roar, and dark power surged forth. At a snow-covered fortress, the expeditionary party was gathering their horses, the atmosphere tense before the critical moment. Vlad shook his head, trying to calm himself after witnessing the warhorse's insane power. This area is fine now. Dorothea suddenly pressed a stone carved with a red mark against his face, snapping, "This is a frost-resistant seal. Show me your face." Vlad pushed her hand away, asking, "Why only me? Others only have it carved on their armor." Dorothea replied simply, "Because you'll be riding the longest." The nearby soldiers began to whisper, one sneering, "Of course, he's the greatest dragon herder of Bayezid after all. He can ride as much as he wants, just like when he dealt with the deathworm." Without further ado, Dorothea swung her hand, directly applying the seal to Vlad's forehead. A glowing red magical symbol lit up on Vlad's forehead, its power beginning to activate. The symbol faded, leaving a red streak on his skin, but Vlad seemed unfazed. Dorothea instructed, "This seal isn't invincible, so be sure to dodge its breath attack." Vlad simply replied, "Understood." Vlad gave her a sharp look. "Carve one onto my horse too," then warned, "Be careful not to let it bite." Dorothea bared her teeth in a confident, sarcastic smile. "Horses aren't like dogs, are they? What would it bite?" Vlad merely smirked, recalling the black warhorse biting Gott's hand when he tried to saddle it. "It bites." Ramund, the white-haired advisor, approached and asked, "Is everything ready?" Vlad replied concisely, "Yes, sir." The old advisor narrowed his eyes, delivering important news. "The scout team has returned. They say the prey has taken the bait set by the Dragon Slayer Knight Order." Vlad cast a distant gaze, pondering the current tangled situation. Ramund continued his analysis. "Since Age witnessed everything, he will testify that this was not caused by the Northerners. But tensions with the barbarian tribes will persist. Now, all we can do is try our best." The old man looked directly into Vlad's eyes. "Do you understand the mission?" Vlad replied without hesitation. "What's so difficult? Just herd the Lindworm to the designated location." On the city walls, two other commanders were discussing the overall plan. Indeed, when he herds that monster towards the eastern canyon, Sir Rutger will emerge from his hiding place, and Sir Volkov's spears will also fly in simultaneously. Ramund pressed, "Good. Any questions?" When Vlad replied, "None," the old man growled, "Ask something. You understand you are the core of this mission, don't you?" The advisor concluded with a cryptic warning, "Remember well, this is no ordinary dragon hunt." Vlad only responded with a sharp gaze. "What do you mean?" Advisor Ramund, his face stern, delivered a weighty statement. "The future of the North depends on this conquest." Vlad stood there, his aura soaring, understanding that the game had begun. The covert war between the North and the Central faction has officially commenced. The old man analyzed the two pillar forces of the North, the Baranov house in the northeast and the Vazid house in the northwest. Ramund emphasized that this game involved formidable players, and the next generation of these two houses has personally joined the Lindworm hunt. Furthermore, another force was also involved, not to mention the heir of Duke Dragonblood from the central region. The image of the Grandmaster of the Dragonslayer Knight Order appeared, radiating overwhelming power. The three most prominent figures of the young generation were named Joseph Vazid, Volkov Baranov, and Mircea Dragulia. The gathering of these three was no laughing matter. Ramund outlined a catastrophic scenario. If the Dragonslayer Knight Order snatches the kill and slays the monster, the central faction will have an excuse to intervene in the north. Ramund's blue eyes blazed as he issued a stern command. "It must be ensured that the Lindworm is brought down by a northern blade." Vlad nodded decisively, his gaze sharp. "Yes, sir." He understood that this was the only way to save Aga's tribe, who were being held captive by those scoundrels. The scene shifted. Rutger and his subordinates were ready on horseback, preparing to depart. Ramund and Vlad exchanged a final glance, a nod conveying 1,000 words. This gamble had to be won. Rutger and his adjutant exchanged glances upon receiving the signal. It has appeared. Rutger, in full armor, strode with imposing presence, asking the vanguard, "Vanguard, are you ready?" His cavalry responded in unison with great spirit. "Yes, Sir Rutger." The entire army was ready on horseback. Rutger gave his final command, his voice icy. "Everyone, regroup at the canyon." Rutger's adjutant clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. The heavy iron gate was raised, and Rutger's cavalry majestically rode out of the fortress. Rutger cast a final glance back at the fortress before spurring his horse into the white expanse of snow. Vlad, alone on his black warhorse, galloped out of the city gate, beginning his decoy mission. Along the way, the adjutant turned to Rutger, expressing doubt. "Sir Rutger, can that squire really accomplish anything? He looks so green." Rutger smirked, confidently assuring Volkov, "Don't worry, Sir Volkov, that was the best choice I could make." Rutger added, "He may look green, but he's the one who dragged the deathworm out of the ground, startling the adjutant." A flashback showed Vlad, alone with his sword, confronting the colossal deathworm directly, and at that time, he hadn't even bothered to ride a horse. Upon hearing this, Volkov was silenced, his eyes reddening with astonishment. "What a..." Rutger concluded. "That boy Vlad is an anomaly. Everything about him defies normal rules." Volkov mused to himself, acknowledging that age didn't tell the whole story, but experience and skill were the true measures. He had once thought Rutger was the only noteworthy talent of the Vazid house in this generation. But now, another figure, Vlad, rode alone and gallantly into the white snow. Rutger's cavalry galloped through the snowy mountains. He pointed forward. "Based on information from the prisoners and its direction of movement, the monster is definitely ahead." An officer reported. "The lindworm is now rampaging wildly, abandoning its territory to head south." The officer continued his analysis. "It's as if it has a clear objective, causing Rutger's adjutant to frown." The adjutant wondered, "Are you saying a dragon remnant now possesses intelligence?" The officer explained, "Normally, it only has animal instincts, but the mages say there's a possibility it might recognize itself as a dragon." Rutger mused, recalling, "The deathworm previously targeted pilgrims. Could it truly have recognized something?" Suddenly, an officer spotted colossal footprints imprinted on the snow. He reported joyfully, "It seems we've found the right place." The officer pointed to the distinct footprints on the white snow. "Last night's snowfall was truly a blessing. Only the monster's tracks remain." He commanded, "The footprints are fresh, not old at all. Silently follow it." Rutger's entire cavalry unit advanced into a narrow canyon, following the monster's tracks. Under the twilight, the army continued their pursuit, delving deeper into the beast's territory. Amidst the snowy mountains, Vlad turned to look at the crowd behind him, a premonition telling him something was amiss. "This is truly strange." Vlad analyzed the situation, realizing a deadly contradiction. They said it went south, but the tracks are heading north into the forest. Vlad's blue eyes flashed, the sixth sense of a top-tier warrior screaming a warning. He gritted his teeth, realizing a fatal mistake. Damn it! From atop the cliff, the colossal lindworm materialized, looming like a mountain of flesh, gazing down at its prey below, and Vlad bitterly admitted, "It's a trap." The monster's gaze and Vlad's met for an instant, and he roared a warning. "Disperse." The lindworm plunged down with terrifying speed, swinging its claws to tear apart several insignificant soldiers who couldn't react in time. Vlad used all his might to leap backward, narrowly dodging the lightning-fast pounce. He slid across the snow, still reeling from the monster's destructive speed. The lindworm stood towering amidst the battlefield, its eyes revealing that it was no mindless beast. Just then, Rutger's army arrived, and his adjutant officer yelled, "Damn it, everyone, light your torches." A soldier tore off the talisman affixed to the specially crafted torch, preparing to activate it. The torch flared with a blazing magical circle, ready for the night battle. Rutger, without a moment's hesitation, led the cavalry charge. Roaring, "Charge! Surround it! Distract its attention." Rutger's cavalry immediately fanned out, galloping into a fiery circle to encircle the lindworm. The monster stood still amidst the encirclement, showing no signs of wavering before the human tactics. It bared its fangs, its cold eyes sweeping across the charging cavalry. The lindworm's blue eyes suddenly glowed, energy beginning to gather, signaling an impending area of effect skill. It opened its maw, and a colossal blue energy orb formed, ready to obliterate everything. The adjutant officer shrieked in panic. "Breath attack! Everyone scatter quickly!" Whoosh! A swirling torrent of blue energy erupted from the lindworm's mouth, ready to unleash destruction. The energy orb compressed into a destructive breath attack, hurtling straight towards the cavalry. The icy breath swept across the battlefield. Rutger's cavalry tried to flee on horseback, but it was too late. A knight couldn't dodge in time. Caught by the breath attack, his face contorted in horror. Crack! Both the unfortunate knight and his horse were instantly frozen solid into a statue. Two other knights rushed forward, swinging their swords at the ice block, trying to save their comrade in vain. The two knights roared, putting all their strength into a powerful slash at the ice block. Clang! The ice block shattered into countless pieces, but it had no effect other than turning their comrade into fragments. The lindworm glanced at the humans with contempt, completely unharmed. The adjutant officer's face paled, and he yelled in despair, "We're just tickling it. Rutger roared, ordering his entire army. Dodge quickly! The monster charged with terrifying speed, swinging its razor-sharp claws down at the insignificant soldiers. Another knight broke out in a cold sweat, only realizing death was upon him. Slash! Blood splattered as the lindworm's claws tore apart a knight. Rutger gritted his teeth, watching his subordinates being slaughtered. His sword plunged into the snow like a tombstone. Damn it! Rutger's eyes flared with a ghostly blue energy as he decided he could no longer stand by and watch. Rutger swung his hand, and a blazing fireball formed, ready to retaliate against the monster. The lindworm recognized the new threat. It turned its head, growling towards Rutger. Rutger, alone on his horse, faced the colossal monster, the flame in his hand illuminating a vast expanse of the night sky. His eyes blazing with killing intent. Rutger shouted, "I'll go first. Maintain distance and follow." Unable to watch any longer, Rutger gripped his blazing sword and, alone on his horse, charged straight towards the monster. The colossal lindworm was no pushover either. It roared once, then stomped the ground, charging in retaliation. Seeing their leader charge, Rutger's knights also spurred their horses, following closely in the blizzard. From above, the cavalry with their blazing torches looked like a swarm of ants trying to confront a colossal beast. The lindworm approached the lowly soldiers, its pale blue eyes showing utter disdain for these insignificant creatures. Whoosh! The monster's long tail swept horizontally, flinging both rider and horse into the air. Rutger gritted his teeth, swinging his fiery sword to slash directly at the roaring lindworm. The monster narrowly dodged the attack, a stream of blue energy shooting from its horn. As Rutger swept past, the lindworm turned back to rampage through the knights behind him, giving them no second to breathe. The monster opened its maw, and a vortex of icy energy began to gather, preparing for a wide-area sweep attack. Rutger's adjutant broke out in a cold sweat, yelling in despair, "Scatter!" Instead of spitting directly, the lindworm unleashed its icy breath onto the ground, creating a deadly field of ice spikes that stunned a knight. Breath attack on the ground? Amidst the chaos, Vlad rode his black warhorse forward, both enveloped in blue spiritual energy, leaping over the spike field with feather-light grace. The black steed glided like a phantom across the battlefield, leaving behind the monster's icy remnants. Vlad gritted his teeth, his blue eyes blazing with killing intent. Damn it! Rutger's adjutant realized the attack's target in horror. "It's aiming for the horses?" he shrieked, his voice filled with panic. "The plan has failed. Everyone dismount quickly." Hearing the command, the knights immediately leaped from their horses, landing on the cold snow, preparing for ground combat. Rutger stood firm, his sword flaring with a desperate flame, and he shouted, "At least we must sever one of its legs." The lindworm emerged from the swirling white snow, towering as it faced the knights who had now lost their speed advantage. Rutger broke into a sweat, deciding to take a desperate gamble, even though he wasn't sure he could pull it off. Boom! He unleashed a blazing sword energy attack towards the monster. The lindworm easily blocked the attack. Rutger's power was utterly ineffective. Suddenly, fresh blood splattered, freezing Rutger and his adjutant in place. A blood-stained hand rose, its owner having inflicted the wound upon himself. Vlad roared provocatively, extending his bleeding hand as bait. "Here's the blood you want." The lindworm paused, looking up at the figures of Vlad and the black stallion standing on a high cliff. The monster's blue eyes focused entirely on the newcomer. Drops of Vlad's blood fell from his clenched hand. The blood drop fell onto the snow, reflecting the image of a dark dragon within, revealing the true nature of Vlad's power. Immediately, the lindworm let out a furious roar, its eyes turning a blazing red, filled with murderous intent. Vlad smirked, realizing his baiting tactic was more effective than expected. "Well, it seems I overdid it a bit." The monster went berserk, ignoring everything else, and shot straight towards Vlad like an arrow. Crash! It slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of ice and snow. But Vlad and his warhorse had already glided away, easily dodging the attack and leading the monster in pursuit. Rutger roared, "Vlad!" swinging his flaming sword towards him in a moment of misunderstanding. Clang! Vlad effortlessly parried Rutger's full-force attack, the difference in their skill levels clearly evident. Rutger immediately understood the plan, shouting his command, "Go!" Vlad replied decisively, "Understood, sir," then dashed off, becoming the perfect bait. Seizing the golden opportunity, Rutger gathered all his strength, swinging his flaming sword to attack the exposed flank of the lindworm. Vlad's and the warhorse's eyes simultaneously glowed with blue light, ready for the big game. "Let's go, Noir!" Vlad roared, as he and the black stallion shot forth like a phantom, leaving behind the explosion of ice and snow created by the monster. The scene of the Death Canyon appeared, where the trap had already been set. From atop the cliff, A scout knight stood guard, observing the battlefield shrouded in white snow. A dazzling fire signal flared in the night, indicating the prey was entering the designated area. Volkov Baranov received the report from the scout. "They're coming." He coldly asked back, "How much longer?" Through the binoculars, the soldier clearly saw the target rushing towards them, reporting, "Because they're right there, about 5 more minutes." The target's speed was unbelievably fast. The soldier hastily corrected the number with hesitation. 4 minutes? No, 3 minutes. Volkov Baranov's eyes widened in horror as the soldier screamed in an incredulous voice. 1 minute. Vlad and the Black Stallion were already right in front of them, their speed tearing through space as the soldier cried out, "They're right here." "What the hell?" Volkov Baranov roared, unable to believe this insane speed, and urgently commanded, "Fire the signal arrow." Whoosh! A signal arrow shot straight into the sky, tearing through the night, sending the final signal. Vlad recognized the signal, urging his horse to go even faster. The signal. "We're almost at the canyon." Another knight was already in position, muttering expectantly. Inside there, Lord Rutger's domain will be unleashed. Suddenly, a searing pain assaulted Vlad's mind, making him dizzy. Vlad gritted his teeth, enduring as his body was enveloped by chaotic lightning currents, and the mysterious voice cried out in alarm, "Vlad, what's happening?" The Black Stallion also neighed in pain, likewise affected by an unseen force. The furiously pursuing Lindworm suddenly halted, its eyes glowing with an eerie, blazing red light. Vlad clutched his chest, feeling as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. Suddenly, icy chains emerged from nowhere, binding Vlad and his horse tightly, as a long-haired phantom appeared from the shadows, whispering, "Bound?" Vlad broke into a sweat, his blue eyes blazing with fury as he realized he was bound. Bound? Who did this? From a distance, Rutger's henchmen were watching, their fortress dimly visible in the blizzard. An illusion of Rutger, the leader with glowing eyes, appeared in Vlad's mind, exuding an absolute dominating aura. Immediately, an even more formidable image intruded. A platinum-haired man with cold blue eyes, his presence utterly overwhelming. Vlad ground his teeth, cursing under his breath at the bastard who had blocked his path. Rutger's adjutant stood on the cliff, annoyed that the prey had suddenly stopped. "What the hell? Why did you stop?" From his perspective, both Vlad and the Lindworm stood motionless in the snow, like two shooting targets. Vlad and the monster both growled, struggling to break free from the invisible force gripping them tightly. The Lindworm's claws scraped the ground helplessly, unable to move. The monster let out a furious roar, enraged at being turned into a stationary target. The adjutant saw the monster showing signs of retreating, and yelled a command to the soldiers. "Damn it, it's falling back. Charge." A white-haired commander drew his sword, his eyes sharp as blades, ready to lead the charge. The commander shouted, leading the cavalry charge down from the hill. "Knights, charge. Surround it tightly. Drive it into the canyon." Rutger's entire force launched a simultaneous assault, their morale soaring, determined not to give the prey any opening to escape. A hail of arrows rained down on Vlad and the Lindworm, both now stationary targets enduring the onslaught. The Lindworm was hit by arrows but remained unharmed. It turned its head, its blazing red eyes glaring at the insignificant knights. The adjutant saw the situation was dire, and hastily cried out for help. Lord Volkov Baranov appeared, coldly declaring, "Leave it to me," then unleashed an earth-shattering dark purple aura. The massive purple energy blast struck the Lindworm's head directly, a devastating attack. The shockwave from Volkov's attack spread everywhere, tearing up a vast area of snow. Volkov's attack created a massive purple energy explosion, tearing up the ground. Rutger's adjutant and the soldiers gaped in astonishment, shouting hopefully, "Did it hit?" The screen of snow smoke slowly dissipated in an eerie silence, and then the Lindworm's blazing red eyes appeared. It was completely unharmed after that boss-level attack. The monster roared, a sky-shattering cry, gathering a massive blue energy sphere in its mouth, preparing to retaliate. The white-haired commander realized this was a terrible situation, hastily yelling, "Disperse!" The Lindworm spat out a torrent of ultimate energy breath, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The blue light engulfed the insignificant knights desperately trying to flee for their lives. The monster cast a glance, surveying its destructive achievement. The white-haired commander was one of the few skilled enough to ride his horse and evade the attack's range. Meanwhile, Vlad was still gritting his teeth in endurance, a voice echoing in his head. "Vlad, snap out of it," the white-haired commander muttered as he rode. "If you can't choose the best option, then you must choose the second best." He thought of the dignity of a retired knight, his gaze fixed on Vlad as if a decision had been made. The old man began to channel his aura, blue energy gathering in his hands, and scoffed to himself. Old age truly makes the cold wind seep into one's bones. Volkov maintained a stoic expression, while Rutger's adjutant's face was ashen, sweat pouring off him like rain. Rutger's remaining knights were pale with fear, frozen in place by the monster's terrifying power. The white-haired commander believed this was an opportunity to shoulder responsibility for the future, preparing to act himself. Vlad remained motionless amidst the snowstorm, the voice in his head continuously screaming his name to rouse him. He felt the biting cold binding his legs like an icy web, unable to move. But Vlad's eyes flashed with determination. He had crawled out of the darkest mire, and this slight obstacle could not stop him. Vlad bitterly realized he was stuck fast in the soft snow, unable to break free. The mysterious voice continuously screamed in his head, urging Vlad to regain his senses. Suddenly, a blue light flashed within his inner world. An unusually warm energy enveloped Vlad's hand, astonishing him. The voice spoke again, urging Vlad to focus as a massive blue aura erupted behind him. The voice explained, "This is the old knight's domain. What he built his entire life has now reached your perception." Vlad's eyes gleamed with a deadly light, the voice commanding, "Now, break the shackles." He gripped the sword hilt tightly, blue energy beginning to gather around his hand. Vlad tensed, channeling all his strength into the sword, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. His eyes blazed, his entire body radiating a mixed green and blue aura. He roared a sky-shattering, earth-splitting cry, swinging his sword upwards, a massive, brilliant sword energy/sword upwards, tearing through the surrounding space. Crack! The magical ice binding him shattered into pieces. Vlad's eyes shone with resolve. He had broken free from the control. The space shattered, revealing an illusion of Mirsha Dragulia with a small cut on her cheek, blood seeping out. The platinum-blonde man smirked, admitting, "Not bad at all." Vlad was completely free, standing proudly on his black stallion, his aura soaring to the heavens. He immediately rode his horse to the slumped white-haired commander, calling out anxiously. "Old man." The old knight, exhausted but still composed, looked up at him. He gestured to Vlad, his voice calm. "Keep going." Vlad, with a stoic face, declared that he had done his part. "Now it's your turn." His eyes flashed with blue light, his aura erupting fiercely. The lindworm was no pushover. It roared back with a destructive energy breath. The entire battlefield was engulfed in deadly blue light as the energy torrent swept through everything. Vlad gritted his teeth, tensing his body against the terrifying pressure. He shouted, "Let's go, Noir!" urging his black stallion to charge straight into the eye of the storm. The white-haired commander watched, a faint smile playing on his lips. He muttered contentedly, "That cunning brat." The lindworm continued to roar, its breath attack showing no signs of weakening. From afar, Rutger stood watching, helplessly observing the battle. He bitterly realized the predicament. Even with his cold-resistant seals, his soldiers couldn't move, and if he were to unleash his domain, everyone would be annihilated. Rutger gritted his teeth and cursed, unable to accept defeat over a single misstep. Amidst the energy storm, Vlad and his black stallion charged forward like an arrow, the sword in his hand glowing brightly with a green aura. Vlad's eyes gleamed with resolve. He had closed in on his target. Riding his warhorse, Vlad poured all his strength into the sword. He roared, swinging his sword with everything he had. "Unleash all your power." A red streak splattered as Vlad's blade struck the colossal monster. The energy from the impact erupted, creating a dazzling sphere of light. Vlad braced himself, holding his sword steady, admitting this challenge was too difficult. The colossal monster stood rigid with a wound on its back, the mysterious voice confirming, "It still works. You've pierced its scales." Vlad and the black horse glided like a phantom, the glowing sword slicing along the monster's body. The mysterious voice roared in his head, "Don't stop, keep going." The black horse transformed into a surge of dark energy, swirling and pressing Vlad's blade hard against the monster's scales. Both charged into each other in an explosion of energy, the monster roaring as the blade tore into it. Vlad screamed, pouring all his strength to push the blade even deeper. The monster let out a furious roar, the pain making it even more ferocious. Vlad tensed, green energy from the sword erupting violently. Black blood gushed from the deep wound on the monster's shoulder. Vlad smirked, realizing the attack was effective, and he could finish it off. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong as the sword began to crack. Vlad gasped in horror, looking down at the crumbling sword in his hand, his voice trembling. "My sword?" The monster's black blood splattered across the white snow. The monster turned, its glowing red eyes rolling wildly with rage. It lashed its tail powerfully, flinging both Vlad and the black horse away. Vlad was sent flying, astonished that his sword had been blocked so easily. The monster let out a satisfied roar, turning to prepare its finishing blow. Vlad and the black horse slid across the snow, trying to regain their balance before the charging monster. The mysterious voice echoed, full of disappointment. "Why did you hesitate? You must not stop your sword." But then continued. But the monster raised its claws, a destructive attack descending straight down. Vlad, now dismounted, stared helplessly as the colossal claws were about to crush him. Suddenly, a brilliant purple energy stream tore through space, hurtling straight towards the monster. Boom! The attack exploded right in front of the white monster, creating a violent shockwave. From a distance, Rutger roared, his eyes blazing. "I'll cover you." Rutger's sword aura swept across the battlefield, forcing the monster to retreat. The lindworm took the hit, staggering from the immense destructive power. It let out a roar, then turned and fled, a bright star flashing on a distant mountaintop. The monster glided across the snow, its bloodshot red eyes still looking back warily. One of Rutger's soldiers realized the monster's intention. "The lindworm is returning to the plains." Rutger turned and shouted, ordering Vlad, "Get on your horse, Vlad. Only you can catch it." Vlad paused on horseback, letting out a cough, appearing exhausted. The mysterious voice echoed, explaining that those who have reached their limit cannot stop, and this sword cannot accompany him further. Vlad's reflection shimmered on the cracking blade. He realized that if he wanted to continue, he had to accept sacrifice. Vlad gritted his teeth, cursing bitterly yet with fierce determination. He shouted, calling the black horse's name. "Let's go, Noir!" The sword in his hand flared with brilliant green and blue aura. The lindworm was still running headlong, creating snowstorms with every step. It shot away like a white arrow, determined to escape the pursuit. Vlad and his black horse, now a mass of pure dark energy, had caught up to the monster. The monster turned its head, jaw agape in astonishment to see its pursuer right beside it. Vlad raised his glowing sword high, channeling all his remaining strength into the final attack. He swung a perfect sword strike, aiming directly at the colossal monster's head. The lindworm let out a furious roar, blood and spittle flying everywhere. Vlad poured all his aura into the slash, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Clang! The blue and green sword strike fiercely collided with the monster's diamond-hard scales. Vlad screamed in horror as he sensed something ominous. "Stop!" Crack! The sword couldn't withstand the pressure, beginning to shatter against the monster's body as he roared. "I said stop!" The treasured sword shattered into pieces, the blue and green energy dissipating into the air. Weaponless, Vlad cursed furiously. "Damn it!" While the monster still stood firm, the monster's scales were only slightly cracked. Vlad's full-power attack had failed. Giving no time to breathe, the lindworm swung its razor-sharp claws in a counterattack. Vlad and his black horse narrowly dodged the attack, snow dust flying everywhere. The colossal monster continued its headlong flight, disappearing into the white expanse of snow. Whoosh! A stream of purple energy tore through space, hurtling straight towards the monster. The target locked, the energy stream slammed into the lindworm's flank. Thwack! The colossal energy spear pinned the monster to the ground, making it roar in pain. From afar, a bleeding hand hung limp, a voice echoing, "That was my last spear." Rutger, though exhausted, looked towards Vlad with trusting eyes. "I'm counting on you, Vlad of Schwara." With cover, Vlad and his black horse didn't miss the chance, charging forward like a black arrow. Both man and horse exploded with speed, rushing straight towards the pinned monster. Vlad's eyes turned sharp. He poured all his will into the final strike, the finishing blow. In a flash, the image of young Vlad from years past reappeared, holding his first sword, affirming once more, "This truly is the finishing blow." Even with only the hilt of his weapon remaining, Vlad poured all his will into it, preparing for his final, all-out strike. He plunged the sword hilt into the snow, summoning a storm of azure energy from the ground. His eyes crackled with electricity. Vlad's entire body erupted in an aura of lightning, his power pushed to its absolute limit. The lindworm was no pushover. It responded with an earth-shattering roar. Vlad and his black steed charged like an arrow, transforming the broken sword hilt into a blade of light. He silently thanked his mysterious mentor for helping him reach this point. As green and blue energies intertwined, the distance closed in an instant. An earth-shattering battle was about to unfold. The monster opened its maw, gathering a destructive energy sphere, preparing to fire a finishing beam. Vlad gritted his teeth, his face hardened, determined not to retreat before the deadly attack. In the lindworm's fiery red pupils, the reflection of Vlad and his gigantic energy blade was clearly visible. Whoosh! The energy breath shot straight at Vlad, a sweeping attack from the monster. Vlad braced himself against the terrifying pressure, his face contorted from pushing his strength to the limit. Boom! The two energy currents collided, creating a blinding explosion of light that tore through space itself. The force of the explosion flung both Vlad and his black steed away, proving the attack's power was not to be underestimated. Rutger and his subordinates watched with bated breath, their faces taut with tension. In that moment, fragmented memories flashed through Vlad's mind as the sword was about to vanish. He bid farewell to his companion as it disintegrated into shimmering dust. The sword that was once the night sky, a guiding star, finally had a name: the Dragon Shepherd's Sword. The battle ended. The colossal corpse of the Lindworm lay slumped on the snow, bound tightly by Rutger's knights. Vlad, exhausted, sat heavily on the ground. Rutger approached, praising him, then asked about the mysterious old man, wondering why he still hadn't revealed his true name to Vlad. Vlad replied to Rutger, confirming that his mysterious mentor had not yet completed his task and thus could not reveal himself. Rutger plopped down on the snow beside him, uttering a meaningful remark. "Well, it seems he'll tell you sooner or later." Rutger's gaze swept to the shattered sword hilt in Vlad's hand. He muttered, "It's broken." Vlad silently gazed at the remnants of the sword, solemnly acknowledging that it had given its all. Both sat in silence amidst the white snowfield, recognizing the weapon's sacrifice. Rutger showed generosity, confidently promising, "I don't know if this will comfort you, but it'll take care of your next sword." Vlad gazed thoughtfully at his reflection on the broken blade, wondering, "Will I ever find another sword like this?" Rutger explained that sharp or sturdy swords are plentiful, but a sword that can contain the entire world of a strong individual is a rare commodity. He asserted firmly that such a special sword would be difficult for even an emperor to find. Rutger patted his shoulder in comfort. "Don't be too sad. Just because you can't hold it in your hand doesn't mean you've abandoned it." He continued to explain that sword would forever remain with Vlad through what it left behind. Rutger smirked, declaring that Vlad could be proud of it, because in this generation, in Vazid, only he and Vlad had achieved it. A surge of power erupted in Vlad's mind. The image of the defeated monster appeared, proving his new title, Dragon Slayer, Vlad of Schwara. The scene shifted to a magnificent, grand building under the morning sun. A hand delivered Joseph Vazid a letter sealed with red wax, informing him that Baron Hainal had personally sent it. Inside the mansion, Joseph read the letter while asking Zayar about the situation in the west, and the guard reported that the Gaidar army remained inactive. Joseph pondered deeply, seemingly calculating some political move. He turned to Zayar and asked, "When will Vlad return?" Receiving the answer that the last they heard, he was embarking on a conquest. Joseph calculated mentally, muttering, "At least another month." Zayar asked if Vlad was needed for something. Joseph confirmed, saying that the timing would be slightly off. Joseph Vazid asked Zayar if the expeditionary force would return to Sturma after their task was done, and the guard confirmed that possibility. Hearing this, Joseph smirked with calculation, declaring, "Then I will have to go to Sturma." Zayar bowed, accepting the order, and replied concisely, "I will prepare immediately." The loyal guard quickly turned and left, leaving Joseph alone with his plans. Standing by the window, Joseph muttered about Gaidar's movements, noting that while not overt, it was a move with a clear purpose. He scoffed, considering this unexpected event the key to solving the problem that had been bothering him. In a flashback moment, Grandmaster Mircea knelt before Lady Alicia Hainal, a past mistake now becoming the ultimate move. The scene shifted to a majestic fortress in the north, shrouded in a blinding snowstorm. Inside the Great Hall, Iron Duke Timur Varanov sat on his throne, his greatsword plunged straight into the ground, exuding terrifying pressure. He looked at Volkov Baranov and the advisor who were reporting and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Well done." Volkov reported that the Vazid family's assistance was extremely effective, helping them seize the Sword of the North and giving the Dragon Slayer Knight Order no pretext to intervene. The Iron Duke growled, asking about the whereabouts of the one he called that bastard. Volkov replied that Mircea had led the Dragon Slayer Knight Order to retreat, but the Vazid Knights were still closely monitoring the situation. Timur Varanov pondered, believing that with the White Dragon dead and the Dragon Slayer Knight Order gone, there would be no reason for these things to go wild again. The gazes of the three powerful men turned towards two colossal chests, securely chained. A voice explained that this was only temporary, because soon another dragon would realize its potential, and storing the two fragments in the same place would soon cause problems. The Iron Duke decided that they must separate these two formidable items. He mused, "However, to whom shall we entrust this immense responsibility?" The entire Great Hall fell silent. The three most powerful men of the North stood before the two sealed chests, contemplating a decision that could change the entire situation. The Iron Duke's eyes blazed with determination, ready to shoulder the heavy task of a Covenant guardian. Old Man Rumund glared fiercely, growling, "You scoundrel." Vlad looked down at the old man tied tightly in the carriage, asking nonchalantly, "Are you transporting corpses or something?" Vlad lamented about the long road and cold wind, while Old Man Ramund merely spat in disdain. Old Man Ramund snapped, feigning toughness. "Are northern men afraid of the east wind?" Vlad immediately called him out. "Didn't you yourself say that when you're old, the cold wind seeps into your joints?" Old Man Ramund was rendered speechless, only able to mutter, "You brat," always remembering trivial things. From a distance, Volkov and Mircea were talking, while Old Man Ramund in the carriage still grumbled, "Let me go. Tied up like this. My blood can't circulate." Volkov looked at Mircea, confirming, "It seems the preparations are almost complete. Do you not intend to come to Sturma with us?" Volkov smiled meaningfully, invitingly. "As you are a distinguished guest from afar, I believe my father would be very pleased." Mircea smirked, subtly refusing with an overbearing air. "It sounds like a rare opportunity, but I'm not sure I could stay still without getting overly excited." Volkov was silent for a moment, then replied concisely, "If that is truly what you desire, I will not stop you." Volkov added, showing regret, "However, it would be a bit awkward for you to leave empty-handed after coming all this way." Volkov made a generous offer. "At the very least, would you like the tale of the Lindworm?" Mircea sneered, gently refusing. "Your kind thought is enough for me." Volkov also smiled back, feigning understanding. "That's right. You're about to embark on a long journey. I should reduce any unnecessary baggage." Volkov asserted his authority. "The barbarians you captured, we will handle them properly. Just leave the matters of the north to us, and travel safely." Mircea nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. So, before I leave, may I offer my greetings to the new dragon slayer?" Volkov was silent, his gaze sharp, then reluctantly agreed. "If it's just for a moment, I will allow it." Mircea said nothing more, and began to walk forward. Volkov stood behind Mircea, issuing a final, tense warning. "But if you pull another trick, I will not forgive you." Mircea cast a probing glance. "You intend to?" While Volkov growled in his mind, "Do you think I don't know for sure?" Amidst the snow, Vlad and the Black Stallion appeared, blue aura erupting like a descended deity. Volkov froze, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly, not understanding what the hell was happening. Volkov's reflection appeared on the sword blade, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment and caution. In his mind, the image of Grandmaster Mircea leading the Dragon Slayer Knight Order appeared, majestic and full of killing intent. Mircea smirked, letting out a low chuckle, one side of her face shrouded in eerie shadow. "Remember this well." Volkov's face was cold as ice, turning his back to Mircea, who stood behind him, bluntly warning her, "There will be no second warning." Mircea sneered with a superior air, "I will be careful in my conduct." With that said, Mircea turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Volkov seething with rage behind her. He thought to himself, perhaps he had been too hasty, but this was a rare opportunity to witness the other's world firsthand. But he quickly dismissed it. No need to worry too much about it. Vlad stood on the city wall, looking down at Mircea's approaching figure, while the Grandmaster thought to herself, "Because I have confirmed the most important thing." The luggage had been neatly packed. Vlad muttered that neither he nor the old man carried anything. Vlad squinted at the approaching figure, offering a brief remark. "You're quite something." Mircea calmly approached, the distance between the two wielders of terrifying power gradually narrowing. The Grandmaster smirked, recalling the recent display of power. "Quite memorable, indeed," Vlad retorted curtly, without turning around. "It probably would have been better without the presence of a certain scoundrel." Mircea faced Vlad, her tone superior. "I am pleased to meet you, but it seems you do not share that sentiment." Blue aura began to ripple around Vlad. He coldly retorted, "There's no reason to be pleased at all, but there are plenty of reasons to be annoyed." Two waves of killing intent clashed, Mircea taunted. "How sad. It seems my intentions weren't conveyed properly." But Vlad cut her off bluntly. "Shut your mouth and leave if you have nothing to say." Mircea saw through Vlad, muttering, "Sharp, but calmer now. This kid is growing up incredibly fast." The Grandmaster smirked, lecturing, "You should hold your head high wherever you go, because you are the kind of person born to do so." A gigantic dragon's eye appeared behind Vlad, exuding terrifying pressure. Mircea set a condition. "All right, answer a few questions, then I'll leave." His gaze was fixed on Vlad's glowing blue eyes. He asked directly, probing his deepest thoughts. "Does your heart pound every time you see a dragon?" Vlad was speechless, Sweat began to pour out. Images of the golden dragon and the pure white Lindworm flashed through his mind like a nightmare. Mirshe continued to press him, mentioning the Lindworm's blue blood. Seeing it, don't you feel thirsty? Vlad froze, struck painfully at his core. Mirshe leaned close to his ear, her voice a deadly whisper. Him asking, do you want to drink that dragon's blood? Night fell upon the capital city of Sturma, belonging to the Bayezid family. In an inn room, Vlad sat alone on the bed, his mind in turmoil. His eyes glowed again, recalling the tense confrontation with the Grandmaster. Mirshia's question about drinking dragon blood kept repeating in his head. Vlad gritted his teeth, telling himself, what nonsense is this? But he couldn't deny the truth. His heart truly had pounded harder when facing it. He ran his hands through his hair, growling in his thoughts. What the hell are you, after all? How do you know things that even I don't know? Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock echoed. Vlad snapped, yelling outside. Don't bother me, get lost. The door barely opened when Rutger poked his head in to tease. My, so cold? We've slain dragons together twice, after all. Vlad flinched, quickly stood at attention, and stammered, Lord Rutger, my apologies. He scratched his head awkwardly, looking quite flustered. It's just that the soldiers kept asking about the recent battle, so. Rutger smirked, feigning understanding. Oh, I see. I was worried you had some grievance with me. Without waiting for an invitation, Rutger, carrying a long box, casually stepped into the room. May I come in? He scanned the shabby room, his tone both curious and slightly sarcastic. So this is where the squires live? It's my first time stepping foot in here. Vlad frowned, his azure eyes filled with suspicion, wondering how this man had managed to find him here. Thud. Rutger slammed the box onto the table, stating firmly, the sword I promised you. Inside the box was a gleaming longsword, clearly high quality at first glance, meticulously crafted down to every detail. Rutger began his sales pitch. A custom-made piece from the Vazid family's top blacksmith, renowned throughout the empire. You'll have no complaints using this. Vlad's eyes lit up at the sight of the quality item, but he still hesitated. I think it's a bit too valuable. Rutger brushed it aside. Not at all. For a dragon slayer, this sword is nothing. This is a deserved reward you must accept. Vlad's reflection shimmered on the sharp blade as Rutger continued, implying he wanted to give something even better but feared attracting political attention. Rutger looked directly into Vlad's eyes, asserting he had no ulterior motives, and subtly reminded him of Vlad's relationship with Joseph, making Vlad obediently accept the sword. After receiving the sword, Vlad reported the situation. Joseph was here. Did you meet him? Rutger nonchalantly replied that he only exchanged brief greetings, seeing that Joseph seemed busy. Rutger smiled meaningfully. Of course, thanks to someone. Sometimes, looking at the two of you, I can't even tell who is serving whom anymore. Vlad was completely bewildered, not understanding what Rutger was mocking. Huh? Seeing Vlad's innocent expression, Rutger asked. What, you haven't heard anything yet? While Vlad still muttered in confusion, Rutger curled his lip, dropping a bombshell. All knights of the Vazid house have received a summoning order. The scene shifted to a colossal fortress, blanketed in snow, where two cloaked figures stood on the ramparts, signaling a major event was about to unfold. Antalas, the tough old veteran of the Knight Order, patted Count Vazid's shoulder. I intend to conclude my pilgrimage here. Count Vazid narrowed his eyes, exuding the aura of a leader. So you have decided. The two senior figures stood on the fortress wall, Antalas admitting, it was the choice I desired, but these past few years have truly been arduous. Count Vazid's gaze was piercing, understanding everything. Antalas smiled contentedly, nodding firmly. So the ducat will finally be bestowed. Count Vazid worried. The burden on that child's shoulders will surely be heavy, but Antalas replied succinctly. That is precisely why I entrusted it to that lad. The old man solemnly declared, completing his lifelong mission. As a knight, and as a retainer of the Vazid house. Count Vazid took a decisive step, showing his respect. Count Vazid bowed his head, his voice filled with gravity. I am forever grateful for your long dedication to Vazid. Antalas returned the courtesy. I also apologize for making you endure this old man's temperament. Count Vazid asked one last question. Will you return home now? Antalas confirmed, his gaze distant. Yes, I should return. My garden will surely feel unfamiliar. The two powerful figures walked away, Count Vazid affirming his faith in the traditions Antalas had preserved. Antalas laughed heartily, feeling as if he had received an excellent retirement gift, which thrilled him. A symbolic moment. The sword rested on a knight's shoulder, a blinding light signaling a new honor being born. 3 days later, the scene shifted to a magnificent castle, where a significant event was about to take place. Antalas, cloaked, strode alone through the vast grand hall, each step echoing with authority. 2 fully armored guards stood motionless as stone statues, weapons at the ready. The old Knight Order commander advanced directly towards the line of guards, his presence completely unyielding. Antalas calmly walked past, his figure small yet powerful amidst the colossal architecture, signaling an important audience. Zyar was astonished by Vlad's new appearance, muttering, wondering if Lady Oksana had used some magic. He acknowledged this transformation was incredible, turning Vlad into a completely different person. Vlad looked a bit awkward, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this new attire. Zyar leaned close, asking directly, "Nervous?" While Vlad only admitted he was a bit flustered because everything was so sudden, Zyar smirked, patted Vlad's shoulder, and said he would make allowances even if Vlad was a little nervous. "Because today," Zyar said, "this door opens only for you." Zyar took a deep breath, preparing for a grand announcement. The guard shouted at the top of his lungs, announcing Vlad's presence. "Vlad, Squire of House Vazid," Zyar demanded solemnly. "By order of the Count, please grant him entry." The colossal, magnificent doors stood majestically before them, exuding a majestic light. An authoritative voice echoed from within, "Enter." The doors slowly opened, a blinding light flooding the corridor. Vlad squinted at the stream of light, thinking to himself, "So this is." Inside was the Knight's Grand Hall, a magnificent and overwhelming place with long rows of knights sitting motionless as stone statues. Vlad began to take his first steps into the sanctuary of warriors. He looked up, feeling the pressure from the gazes fixed upon him. From above, Joseph Vazid silently observed Vlad and Zyar entering. Joseph monologued internally, admitting that he himself, a man unable to wield a sword, dared not even stand before that door. He had thought it was a lifelong, insurmountable boundary. But now, he had pushed his sole sword, Vlad himself, into it. Zyar stepped back, making way for the protagonist, his voice decisive and commanding. "Advance." Vlad's blue eyes shone with determination, ready to face his greatest challenge yet. From above, Joseph Vazid wore a satisfied smile. "Congratulations." Vlad took a deep breath, his presence towering, preparing to step into the sacred ground. He muttered to himself, addressing his weapon, "Oh, my sword." The path to glory was paved with blood. The boy had gradually escaped the mire to pursue his dream. Vlad strode down the red carpet, between 2 rows of perfectly still knights, heading straight for the shining star at the end of the path. Finally, he arrived, decisively kneeling on one knee in absolute solemnity. Vlad looked up at Antalas, the commander of the Knight Order, the most powerful man in this room. Antalas spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Squire of House Vazid, Vlad. Well done for reaching this point." The commander handed Vlad a parchment scroll. "Hold the immutable code of the swordmaster in your left hand." Antalas stood tall, commanding, "And engrave this upon your heart." Antalas' blade rested on Vlad's shoulder as he read the first tenet. A knight must always nurture potential. Images of Godin and Gregory flashed back, former foes who nonetheless upheld a knight's duty, protecting the boy's potential. Antalas continued with the second tenet. A knight must always listen to their conscience. Vlad bowed his head in understanding, the chilling blade on his shoulder, a testament to his oath. Images of Colin and Justia, knights who had burned their lives brightly, appeared as a reminder. When action is required, never hesitate. The sole standard for deciding all matters is a warrior's conscience. Antalas placed the sword on Vlad's other shoulder, announcing the final tenet. A knight must always pursue the path of honor. To attain honor, one must always hold their head high, without shame, fighting only for a just cause. Antalas commanded loudly, "Vlad of Schwara, swear an oath before my sword and the swordmaster's code." Reflecting on the past, the boy always saw the potential in the unadorned sword, and Gemina was there to witness it. Even living in the dark mire, confronting one-armed Jack, he never faltered. From Jorge's perspective, the boy had always protected what needed protecting, without needing orders from anyone. Godin, the knight who once witnessed the smile of the rose, would be a testament to Vlad's conscience. The boy had always looked up at the stars, reaching out to grasp them, protecting a code whose name he didn't even know with everything he had. The unadorned sword, the humble weapon that had fought alongside him all this time, would also be a witness to this journey. Vlad snapped his head up, his blue eyes flashing, his resolute voice echoing through the great hall. "I swear." He solemnly placed his hand over his heart, vowing, "I will use all my strength to protect the swordmaster's code." Antalas, as Master Bayezid, Peter Bayezid, spoke in an authoritative voice, preparing to issue a decree. He declared, "From a kneeling stable hand, you shall now rise as a proper knight." Vlad decisively rose, officially shedding his stable hand status, ready for an entirely new standing. Antelas began to enumerate his achievements. Knight of Lady Alicia, the one who protected the children blessed by San Logino, and the Dragon Slayer, named by the very blue blood of a lindworm, and the blades of the knights in the Great Hall began to be raised. Swish! The entire knight order unanimously raised their swords, acknowledging the name, Vlad of Schwara. Vlad smirked, a confident and powerful smile gracing his lips as he was acknowledged by all the strongest. The boy of no origin had today forged his own standing, witnessed by all the knight factions. The path of a knight officially began. Vlad walked alone through the empty Great Hall, heading forward. Joseph Vazid smirked smugly, believing that the seeds he had sown would be witnessed by all the stars. In his inner space, the mysterious voice echoed, acknowledging Vlad's achievement. "Well done, Sir Vlad." The scene shifted to a magnificent fortress under a blazing red sky. "Guide our territory, Trinova." Beneath the Black Eagle banner, a powerful voice declared it was time to act, but warned to still beware of those wretched dwarves behind them. A hand crushed 2 walnuts. This individual decided to proceed cautiously, in the style of those other damned nobles. That individual was Sigmund Gaidar, the tyrant of the West, sitting on his throne and eyeing the fact that Alicia Heinel was still without a spouse. An elderly robed advisor confirmed the information, sarcastically remarking that a solitary woman could hardly contend with this harsh world. Sigmund smirked cunningly, ordering his trusted subordinate, "Godwin, this time I need you to show a little initiative." Godwin, a white-haired swordsman of imposing presence, bowed his head, receiving orders from the Count. Sigmund ordered Godwin to accompany his damned son to Diomar to find a plausible pretext. Godwin muttered, realizing this mission was not about war or violence, but about creating a legitimate justification. Sigmund looked at his loyal subordinate, affirming his belief that he would not disappoint him, as always. Godwin stood tall, his aura flaring, declaring loudly, "I will do my utmost." The scene shifted to a luxurious office, bathed in sunlight. Count Vazid, Joseph's father, sat calmly, announcing, "As you wished, the boy's standing has been decided." Joseph Vazid stood before his father, bowing his head in thanks for having arranged everything. Count Vazid suddenly announced startling news. A conference gathering all northern lords is imminent. The Grand Council. With a sharp gaze, Count Vazid confirmed decisively, "Indeed." Joseph broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the Grand Council, which had been silent for over 10 years, was suddenly being convened. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering why everything was being kept secret and rushed. What on earth for? Count Vazid calmly declared his move. "At that conference, I intend to install Alicia Heinel as the Lord of Diomar." Joseph Vazid froze, this move clearly outside his calculations. The Count, opening the wine bottle, explained, "For too long, the Heinel family has benefited excessively from the border region between the south and the center." He poured wine into a glass, stating firmly, "But now, they will have to decide." Amidst the cold, snowy landscape, the stakes were laid out. To become the gateway to the south, or to become a land forsaken by the center. Joseph took a sip of wine, hearing the stern warning. If they delay their choice, they will become prey for the western eagles. Joseph's reflection shimmered in the wineglass as Count Vazid concluded. The era of peace has ended. Now is the time to choose a side for survival. A difficult choice for Diomar, which has always remained neutral. Joseph narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. Will she choose the north? Count Vazid smirked, showing understanding. He looked directly at his son, acknowledging his efforts. "I know you worked very hard to create that option." Joseph was stunned by the unexpected praise from his powerful father. The Count set down his wineglass, making a firm promise. "I will support you with everything I have." His gaze sharpened, full of authority. "At least for Diomar." Joseph looked up, receiving the ultimate affirmation from his father. "You are Bayezid." After the conversation, Joseph turned and walked away, his silhouette stretching long in the luxurious room. Count Vazid stood watching his son's shadow disappear behind the window. He muttered to himself as Joseph walked on the stone path. "Because you were not born with sharp fangs, you had to resist in your own way." The Count's eyes gleamed with an indescribable worry, a deep concern. He clenched his fist, determination clear on his face. Heinal is not the only one at a crossroads. The longer I delay my choice, the more Bayezid will bleed. With a resolute gaze, Count Vazid made his decision. I must end it in my generation. A bloody vision appeared of the curse of fratricide, showing 2 figures clashing in a death match. The scene shifted to a fiery sunset over distant mountain ranges. On the city wall, Antalas stood beside Vlad and said, "This is a sight I wanted to show you at least once," the old man explained with a distant look. At these hours, the city walls are always stained a deeper red than ever before. The Bayezid family banner fluttered as Antalas declared, "The walls of Sturma were built with the blood of enemies and the blood of the Bayezid house itself." Vlad listened in silence, as Antalas placed a hand on his shoulder, asserting, "To protect something, you need the blood of others, and those called knights have sworn to willingly shed their own blood when the time comes." Antalas looked directly at Vlad, his voice hardening. "One day, when the moment arrives, you too will have to gladly shed blood." Vlad merely smirked, his gaze unwavering, replying curtly, "Yes, sir." Antalas unexpectedly spoke. "It's Lamund," Vlad asked, bewildered. "What?" The old man crossed his arms, commanding decisively, "From now on, call me Sir Lamund." Lamund held out his hand. "Here, take this." Vlad wondered, "What is it?" "The price for your armor that I blew up," Lamund said, revealing a coin in his gloved palm. Vlad took the old coin, speechless. "Just a rusty coin?" He muttered that his armor was top-notch. Lamund stated firmly, "That is more than enough. In time, you will understand the value of that coin." The two walked along the city wall. Lamund asked, "I heard you accepted a mission right after being knighted?" Vlad confirmed. "That's right, I depart tomorrow morning." Lamund smiled meaningfully. "Once these troubled times are settled, pay a visit to my manor." Vlad replied with a confident smile, not backing down. "Certainly. I will come there to claim the rest of my missing reward." Lamund extended his hand, signaling farewell and welcome. "I will always welcome you." "Sir Vlad," Lamund said, as the two stood facing each other, their shadows stretching long in the sunset. A formal acknowledgement between two warriors. Vlad froze, his face clearly showing confusion at the commander's words. "What?" Lamund chuckled, extending his hand as a meaningful farewell. "It was quite enjoyable, wasn't it?" Under the brilliant sunset, two warriors, one old and one young, stood on the city wall, a moment of recognition and respect. Vlad subtly smirked, a confident and challenging smile appearing. He replied with respect, yet without yielding. "Yes, Sir Lamund." With a handshake sealing the deal, Vlad thanked the elder for his valuable teachings. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion, a voice echoing impatiently. "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Alicia Heinel slumped onto her desk, looking drained of energy, lamenting that a month had passed with no news whatsoever. Her old advisor urged, "Let us wait patiently a little longer." He continued his lecture about always preparing for the worst-case scenario, to face everything with humility. Alicia mumbled the two words, "worst case," her mind beginning to conjure dark scenarios. She voiced her fear. "If it comes to the worst, must I really heed Count Gaidar's words and marry his eldest son?" She sat up straight, asking her old advisor dejectedly, "What do you think? Or should I just get married and be done with it?" The old advisor broke into a sweat, hastily retracting his words. "I spoke out of turn." Alicia clenched her hands, still shuddering at the thought of the condescending marriage proposal, like a mere announcement, utterly devoid of respect. She asserted that the letter contained only sweet words, but no promises for the family's future, only his greed. The shadows of powerful figures like the iron-fisted warlord loomed over her. Alicia bitterly concluded, "All around are just a bunch of damned thieves." The old advisor tried to reassure her. "Don't worry too much. As long as we have time, we will have the chance to rise on our own." Alicia agreed wearily, her hands clasped. "Yes, we must try to do everything we can," but she still couldn't help but feel annoyed, resting her chin in her hand, thinking, "But why is the Vazid house still silent? Is lending a single attendant really that difficult?" Alicia's old advisor analyzed the situation, affirming that the opponent had surely calculated everything, as everyone knew Diomar's geographical advantage. His gaze turned sharp and cold, clearly showing concern about some unpredictable variable. He paced back and forth in the room, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring, while Alicia remained silent at the table. A soldier rushed in frantically, his face drained of color. "Countess, the Gaidar family's forces have already arrived in our territory." Alicia froze, unable to believe they acted so quickly. "They've already arrived?" The old advisor immediately devised a stalling plan. "I will postpone the audience until tomorrow. We must try to buy time at all costs." Alicia could only remain silent. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her temple as the pressure weighed heavily upon her. The old advisor's face was stern. He bowed his head and advised, "Please, remain steadfast." The banner bearing the black eagle emblem of the Gaidar family flew proudly, signaling that a fierce predator had entered the fray. Istvan Gaidar, the family's heir, sat atop his horse, sneering contemptuously at the land before him, a stagnant pond of a town. The white-haired advisor walking beside him calmly remarked, Diomar has always been this way. He continued to analyze. A fiefdom, reliant on agriculture rather than trade or industry, prioritizing diplomacy over war. Istvan bared his teeth in a smile, clearly showing his disgust. Frankly, it's boring. The advisor reminded him, at least you should offer a greeting. But Istvan merely repeated it indifferently, showing no interest. Istvan growled, his arrogant attitude evident. That's too troublesome. And I hate doing things I don't want to. The white-haired advisor maintained his impassive expression, instructing, you must fulfill the duty your bloodline has ordained. Istvan glanced disdainfully, muttering about his father's simple philosophy of life. Why does father make everything so complicated? Just take what you want, and it's done. Two opposing ideologies were evident, the belligerent Istvan and the calm advisor, symbolizing two different approaches. On one side were the Western cavalry living by plunder, on the other, the Northern infantry living by protection, two completely opposing forces. The white-haired advisor analyzed the move, believing his master was extremely cautious in his first step out of the Western territory. Istvan Gaidar clicked his tongue, reluctantly accepting the mission, understanding that if his father had to send this old advisor along, it was no laughing matter. The advisor enticed him with information about a beautiful woman, and immediately, the belligerent young master Istvan spun around 180 degrees, his eyes shining brightly. Reflected in the mirror was Alicia Heinal, rumored to be so exquisitely beautiful that no other lady dared to stand beside her in comparison. Istvan smirked with a predatory grin, clearly having found a new target. Is that so? The Gaidar cavalry advanced straight ahead. The young master Istvan declared that he finally had the motivation to act. The scene shifted to the empire's splendid capital, Brigantes, a majestic and magnificent city. The banner bearing the majestic golden dragon emblem flew, a symbol of the most powerful Dragulia family. Mircea Dragulia, the heir of Duke Dragonblood, entered the magnificent Grand Hall, announcing his return. On the throne, Duke Dragonblood Sarnur Dragulia sat majestically, a supreme power awaiting a report. Sarnur's aged yet powerful face appeared. He gave a concise order with just one word. Report. Mircea bowed his head in apology, reporting that the Northern Night Order had been quicker, conquering the White Dragon. Sarnur showed clear contempt, calling the Northerners a bunch of low-class individuals who didn't know their place. However, Mircea stated that the trip was not in vain, because they had met a remarkably noteworthy boy in the north. Sarnur's eyes gleamed with interest. He called the boy a young dragon, yet to open its eyes, a terrifying seed of power. Mircea smiled, inquiring if his father had ever been to the north, a question full of hidden meaning. Sarnur replied vaguely, saying that he had sown his seeds across the entire continent throughout his life, not just in the north. He philosophized that each seed was an infinite possibility, a task worth betting one's entire life on. Sarnur directly asked his son two critical questions. Did your heart stir when you saw that child? And what was its color? Mircea confirmed that it did. Mircea confirmed to his father. Blonde hair and blue eyes, just like us. That is the color passed down from the Dragulia family. The old man Sarnur Dragulia muttered in agreement. Indeed. Sarnur continued, saying that since the dragon fragments showed no reaction, that boy truly had not yet opened his eyes. Just as Mircea said, the scene shifted to a large window overlooking the sunset sky, signaling a change in the narrative. Sarnur placed his hand on the armrest of his chair, philosophizing that sowing seeds was always arduous, and waiting was the most painful part. The old man smirked, saying that humanity endlessly continued that very act. Sitting on the throne with glowing eyes, Sarnur declared powerfully, I have done the same. Sarnur's eyes gleamed with extreme interest. He wanted to meet that child just once. The scene shifted, Istvan Gaidar's eyes shining brightly, exclaiming that the rumors were not wrong. She was indeed a beauty. Alicia Heinal sat on a throne, her cold gaze looking down, exuding the aura of one who stood above 10,000 others. Istvan Gaidar bowed formally, introducing himself. It is a pleasure to meet you, lady. I am Istvan of the Gaidar family. Alicia Heinal replied indifferently. Welcome, Istvan of Gaidar. Alicia's advisor was seething with rage, muttering about the arrogant attitude of those Westerners, daring to address the lady directly when she already held the title of countess. Istvan and his advisor stood before the throne, facing Alicia and her old advisor. Istvan smirked with utter self-satisfaction, not bothering to pay attention to the other party's attitude. Alicia went straight to the point, saying that Istvan had traveled a long distance and should have given prior notice. while the arrogant young man merely grunted in acknowledgement. Istvan maintained his confident expression, preparing to reply. Alicia continued to question, her tone icy. Shouldn't there have been prior arrangements regarding this marriage proposal? The Gaidar family's attitude is rather disappointing. Istvan thought to himself, showing amusement. Look at her. I thought she was a gentle lady, but her tongue is as sharp as ice. Gaidar's advisor began to preach, quoting his lord, to say that all relationships were precious. He subtly mocked Alicia, sarcastically implying that Istvan's father personally sending his son was already a sufficient show of respect, and there was no need to fuss over minor details. Alicia's advisor gritted his teeth, telling himself to endure, certain that their condescending attitude was meant to create some kind of pretext. Istvan bowed insincerely, apologizing for skipping the procedures and formalities. But immediately after, he boasted loudly, declaring that his status as the Gaidar heir was sufficient to supersede all those worthless procedures. Alicia's gaze turned icy, remaining silent in the face of her opponent's arrogant display. Istvan sneered, telling Alicia not to get agitated, and haughtily stating that they had come to deliver good news. Alicia tried to maintain the upper hand, gesturing for them to rest first and talk later. Istvan flatly refused, demanding a private conversation with Alicia immediately, instead of resting, which stunned her. Alicia thought to herself, normally one would greet the parents first, but the current situation was clearly not right. Her hands clenched her dress, telling herself that patience had its limits, and enduring someone who had crossed that line was merely demeaning herself. Alicia's face was as cold as ice. She growled as her anger reached its peak. "How dare you?" Istvan smirked, thinking triumphantly to himself. Too easy. His advisor also showed a smug expression, believing that with Alicia's reaction, they had enough pretext to act. Suddenly, a voice from outside echoed into the great hall. "The Bayezid Night Order has arrived." Alicia looked up, her eyes shifting from anger to extreme astonishment. Istvan, his advisor, and Alicia's old advisor all spun around in surprise. The old man shouted, "Tell them to come in." The great hall's massive doors began to creak open. The doors swung wide, revealing a contingent of fully armored knights in a dazzling beam of light, signaling a new power had entered the fray. Amidst the dazzling light, Zayar led the Bayezid Night Order in, their imposing presence overwhelming the entire hall. Zayar placed a hand on his chest, speaking solemnly. "It has been a long time, Lord Baron Heinal." The entire Bayezid Night Order bowed in unison, shouting their greetings to the head of Diamar. Alicia Heinal smirked, her sharp eyes radiating power. "Welcome, Knights of Bayezid." Vlad coldly walked past the dumbfounded Istvan Gaidar, uttering a concise remark. "Apologies for my tardiness." Vlad's iron-gloved hand slowly rose, preparing for an oath. Vlad placed a hand on his chest, his gaze fixed on Alicia. "Lady Alicia, I have come to answer your call." Alicia smiled with satisfaction, silently affirming, "Yes, only you have the right to call me lady." A flashback showed young Vlad kneeling, a noble hand presenting him with an exquisitely embroidered handkerchief. Returning to reality, Vlad declared bluntly, "I have come to pay the worthy price for the handkerchief you bestowed upon me." Istvan Gaidar looked bewildered, not understanding anything. "Handkerchief?" Vlad's blue eyes flashed with a deadly light, and he continued speaking of the price to be paid. Vlad declared boldly, "To pay the price, I shall place my name alongside the honor of a knight vouched for by the House of Bayezid." Vlad turned his back, completely ignoring Istvan and his advisor, leaving the two men stunned behind him. Count Vazid appeared in his mind, monologuing about one who had struggled, crawling through the mud to rise. The powerful Count continued, "And finally, my shadow has touched you." Vlad's eyes blazed, while Count Vazid's voice echoed, calling him, "Oh, Knight of Blue Moonlight." Count Vazid's shadow enveloped Vlad, declaring, "I, who finally gained the right to stand before you." The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion bathed in sunlight, signaling a new chapter was about to begin. At the Gaidar mansion, the white-haired advisor admitted, "We thought everything would go smoothly." But the House of Bayezid played an unexpected gambit. Istvan Gaidar rested his chin on his hand, his expression thoughtful upon hearing the unfamiliar name. "Vlad of Schwara, huh?" He recalled the moment he faced Vlad, bitterly realizing, "I thought I had faced him, but I hadn't." Istvan gritted his teeth upon learning the truth, that Vlad's gaze hadn't even bothered to look at him, but had pierced straight through, aimed at Godwin standing behind. Istvan let out an unpleasant laugh, feeling deeply humiliated. This is the first time I've been scorned like this." Istvan turned to ask Godwin, his voice full of sarcasm. "You know him? That guy is quite arrogant." Godwin, with a distant look in his eyes, acknowledged a past connection. "Just a brief encounter." I never thought I'd meet him again under these circumstances. Godwin's flashback began. He recalled that day and affirmed, I didn't let him live out of mere pity. In the past, a young Vlad was exhausted but his eyes still blazed, his potential exuding an allure that made others gamble on him, even knowing it could come back to bite them in the future. Returning to the present, Godwin smiled faintly with pride. To think that the one I once received reports about is him, it almost makes me proud. Istvan lost patience, pressing, What do we do now? Father said, We must create a legitimate pretext. Godwin, after a moment of silence, replied with confidence, There is a way. Godwin recalled his ironclad philosophy. The victor takes all. That is the rule everywhere. The scene shifted. A voice echoed in Alicia's mansion. Lord Joseph said he would prove the solidity of the alliance between the two houses. Zayar, the Vazid envoy, stood before Alicia and two escorting knights, declaring, Since I, Lord Zayar, have personally arrived, all other evidence becomes meaningless. Zayar placed a carefully sealed letter on the table. He also sent a letter. Alicia opened the letter, reading its contents, while Zayar explained. He said that although Lord Vlad certainly possesses Lady Alicia's handkerchief, it would be very difficult to refuse the Gaidar house's marriage proposal. Alicia looked up, her sharp eyes gleaming with understanding, realizing this profound political maneuver. So, there's even this method, one of Zayar's escorting knights added, affirming his master's intentions. Lord Joseph is doing his utmost for Diamar. This is certainly a viable option. Alicia laid her cards on the table, revealing that she also shared blood with Lady Oksana through her maternal grandmother. Alicia's old advisor flinched, not expecting this gambit. Zayar confirmed that it was precisely because of this blood connection that the House of Vazid would lend its sword, meaning to offer protection. Alicia analyzed the play. If only Lady Oksana accepts me as her goddaughter, the Gaidar house's marriage proposal will become worthless. Nevertheless, Alicia still appeared worried, not wanting to place too heavy a burden on the Countess. Zayar conveyed sweet words, assuring that Lady Oksana would always welcome Alicia at any time. The old advisor muttered, seeing through the chess game. This was both goodwill and a perfect excuse for the Vazid family to interfere in the Heinel family's internal affairs in the future. Just as he thought, the Vazid family was not simply kind, it was all part of their calculations. The old advisor admitted the situation had reached a dead end, with no other options, and began to suspect someone had meticulously planned every single move. The old advisor shivered as he realized the mastermind behind it all. Joseph Vazid, a truly terrifying man. On the political chessboard, the white knight piece had been moved, ready for a decisive play. Joseph Vazid was the one controlling the game, turning Diamar into a battlefield where Vlad and Istvan Gaidar were forced to confront each other. Returning to reality, Alicia cautiously asked if she had to make a decision immediately. Zayar reassured her, showing understanding that this matter was also a burden for Alicia. Alicia bowed her head in thanks, her expression now more resolute. The old advisor cursed silently to himself. Both the Gaidar family using marriage as an excuse, and the Vazid family using protection as bait, were a bunch of cunning old foxes. He looked at Alicia, his heart filled with worry. Could there be anyone the young lady could truly trust? Alicia suddenly looked up, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her gaze turned towards Vlad, who had been silent until now. Sir Vlad, long time no see. Alicia Heinel spoke, asking Vlad about his new work, wondering if it was too much for him. Vlad did not hesitate, affirming that he would devote his full strength to Lady Alicia, for it was both an order and his own will. The old advisor stood behind Alicia, his face thoughtful as he pondered the tense political chess game. Vlad's sharp gaze was direct, exuding absolute loyalty. The old advisor stroked his beard, thinking to himself, if anyone among the scheming old foxes could be trusted. Then he suddenly realized, no, there is one person. In his mind, the image of Vlad kneeling appeared, the only young man who supported Alicia unconditionally, without any ulterior motives. Alicia bowed her head, sincerely thanking Vlad for his loyalty. She smiled meaningfully, asking Vlad to show her the memento handkerchief, teasing that it probably needed mending by now. Vlad nodded in agreement, beginning to rummage inside his chest armor. Alicia watched with amusement, thinking to herself that this young man must have kept it very carefully, surely very proud of it. Vlad pulled out a brocade pouch and a carefully wrapped item, extending them forward. Alicia's eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on the item Vlad had just presented. Surprisingly, it was a pristine white handkerchief embroidered with Jamina's name and a red rose. Vlad realized he had pulled out the wrong item, his face paling, stammering, "Ah, not this one." He frantically tried to hide the handkerchief, but it was too late. Vlad only saw a blur, and the handkerchief had vanished from his hand. Alicia had snatched it with incredible speed, leaving even the old advisor stunned. Vlad froze, only one thought in his head. I couldn't see her hand, and the mysterious voice had to admit the same. Alicia held the item, her face shrouded in shadow, her voice ice cold. This is not the handkerchief I gave you. Vlad tried to cover up, nonchalantly explaining. It's nothing big, just a gift from my friend, and I'm using it. Alicia narrowed her eyes, her voice noticeably colder upon hearing the name Gemina, and confirming it was a girl, while Vlad innocently admitted they were childhood friends. Killing intent erupted. Alicia smiled eerily, her hand tightening around the handkerchief as a blue aura flared intensely. Vlad, still unaware he was in grave danger, continued to boast proudly. It's high-quality cotton, very convenient to use. The old advisor and Zyar were sweating profusely, screaming in silent agony. This madman, please shut up. Finally, Vlad's brain finished processing, and he looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Before Vlad's eyes was a horrifying sight. Alicia laughed like a demon, while the old advisor and Zyar's faces were drained of color. Vlad muttered self-reproach, realizing he had ruined everything again, and this time it was a massive screw-up. Zyar exploded, grabbing Vlad by the collar, growling, I hate idiots. Green killing intent flared from Zyar, his eyes glowing as he declared, and you are the biggest idiot I have ever seen. Zyar dragged Vlad roughly, roaring, ruining Lord Joseph's meticulously prepared plan with just a handkerchief? Your stupidity has reached the level of genius. Completely overwhelmed, Vlad could only shrink back, mumbling apologies. I'm sorry. I didn't know things would turn out this way. Zyar gritted his teeth, raising his armored fist, but then stopped short right in front of Vlad. He let out a heavy sigh, trying to suppress his anger, telling himself that this young man was almost 18, already a knight, and should be treated like an adult. Zyar turned his back, waving his hand as a signal. You may leave now. Vlad froze, completely bewildered as to why he was being dismissed. Zyar glanced over his shoulder, his voice filled with a hostile tone. What are you still standing there for? Get out. Or do you want to get beaten like before? Vlad smirked strangely, nonchalantly replying, Honestly, I think getting punched might even be better. Zyar clenched his fist, killing intent flaring up again. Stop talking nonsense and get out of my sight, because today I don't think I can control my strength. Threatened by Zyar, Vlad ran away frantically, his face drained of color. Zyar could only clutch his head in helplessness, at a loss for words with this stubborn young man. Arg, I really don't know what to do with him anymore. Having just escaped disaster, Vlad opened the door and stepped into another room, unaware of what awaited him. His blue eyes shone with surprise at the scene inside. Inside, a group of seasoned knights sat confidently, their eyes fixed on him. Vlad frowned, clearly annoyed. What are you all looking at me for? The knights burst out laughing, beginning to tease. It's the aura of a hero. We heard you even managed to embrace 2 girls at once? Another joined in, his voice full of admiration. I deeply respect you. That's a dazzling ability. Not bothering to play along with the joke, Vlad coldly uttered a sentence. I want to be alone. Thinking that was cool, the whole group only got more boisterous. Oh, come on. We'll make space for you then. Our rookie truly is one of a kind. Utterly helpless, Vlad could only quietly slip away. All right, I'm off. Even after he had turned his back, the knights still didn't let up. We should warn the Heinel maids to be careful. This made Vlad fume. He walked, muttering curses in his head. Damn it. Why is everything so tangled? Striding down the empty corridor, he thought to himself about his first mission as a knight, which he had only wanted to do well. He brushed aside the knights' teasing words, realizing they were merely jesting. Vlad realized their attitude wasn't contempt, but recognition. The knights who once followed Rutger now considered him a true comrade. He knew this feeling well, as something similar had happened before. Memories flooded back of a group of thugs in an alley, and he realized that whether they were high-ranking knights or petty ruffians, human nature was the same everywhere. Vlad sighed, accepting reality. Well, what's done is done. It'll just keep going. Vlad looked out the window, muttering that he had nowhere else to go. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he'd done this. Perhaps he should go pray a little. In another room, Alicia Heinel was fuming, thinking that the more she thought about the matter, the more foolish it seemed. She grumbled. Even if he lacks common sense, how could he keep a handkerchief given to him by another woman? Alicia's advisor spoke up, remarking that at least Vlad kept it very clean. Alicia dismissed it as common sense, but the old advisor retorted that it was not, especially for a boy his age. Alicia frowned, her sharp eyes directly asking, Why? The old advisor explained that amidst life-or-death missions, facing giant monsters, and still preserving the handkerchief, it proved he cherished it greatly. He concluded it was a mistake, stemming from naivety, or in other words, it showed Vlad's pure nature. The old advisor emphasized, at least, unlike others, he wields his sword for Lord Baron without any ulterior motives, doesn't he? Hearing this, Alicia had to silently concede. Suddenly, the old advisor seemed to realize something. He pointed out the window, telling Alicia to look. Under an ancient tree, Vlad was kneeling, his sword plunged into the ground, and the old advisor affirmed, "In every small action like that, lies the reason why the House of Vazid cherishes this boy." Alicia looked on, thinking to herself that, whether in the past or present, Vlad had not changed at all. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. A muscular man with brown hair was approaching Vlad from behind, making Alicia exclaim, "Who is that fellow?" The old advisor also broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling. He frantically shouted for someone outside, demanding that Zayar be informed immediately. The brown-haired warrior smirked provocatively, striding towards Vlad, signaling an urgent situation. The tail of the white serpent gently swayed within the inner space, radiant with golden light. The giant serpent gently rubbed its head against Vlad, who sat lost in thought within an illusory forest. Vlad admitted he wasn't sure if his memories would return, a faint streak of light flashing across his eyes. He speculated that some connection seemed to exist between himself and spirits, especially after encountering the black stallion Noir. Suddenly, the serpent warned that someone was approaching, and Vlad instantly grew wary, his gaze sharp as he saw the silhouette of a stranger in the distance. The muscular brown-haired warrior appeared, surprised to find a grave in this secluded place. He sneered, surmising, "This must be the grave of someone you know, buried here, right?" The warrior strode directly towards Vlad, without the slightest hesitation. Vlad turned, his hand resting lightly on his sword hilt, and coldly declared, "This is a place one can only enter with the master's permission." The warrior arrogantly asked why Vlad could enter, but he couldn't, receiving the curt reply, "Because I was granted permission." The brown-haired man scoffed, looking pleased. "Finally, you're willing to look at me," he growled, sounding annoyed at being ignored. "I thought I was invisible since you only had eyes for Godwin." Vlad remained silent, his blue eyes glowing in the darkness as he assessed the situation. In the silent space, the warrior declared, "Godwin told me to relay a message to you." The message was delivered, a veiled threat. If you give up Lady Alicia Heinel's handkerchief, he will consider it payment for the second piece of jerky. An illusion appeared, showing the invisible pressure the Gaidar faction was placing on Vlad. Returning to reality, Vlad asked directly, "What do you mean by that?" The warrior shrugged, appearing nonchalant. "Honestly, I don't care about your relationship." He extended his hand, blazing red, killing intent flaring, and commanded, "Give it to me." Vlad retorted with an icy challenge. "Come and get it." The brown-haired warrior froze, his eyes clearly showing surprise at Vlad's response. Vlad growled, his blue eyes blazing with defiance. "If you're capable enough." The warrior sneered, revealing the philosophy of the Western fiefs. "We don't hide our desires, for this is a world of the greedy." Vlad countered, his northern demeanor unwavering. "But the North does not retreat, for this is a world where you must protect what is yours." The warrior sighed theatrically. "Ha, just as my boss said, you wouldn't listen. Then there's no other way," he roared, and both charged at each other, swords poised to clash. Clang! Vlad easily parried his opponent's strike, his expression unchanged. The warrior leaped back to gain momentum, swung his massive greatsword, and boasted loudly, "I have no intention of returning empty-handed." Blazing red killing intent erupted from him, and he snarled, "Rookie, from the north. I demand a duel for Lady Alicia's handkerchief." Vlad's blue eyes flashed, cold and calculating. Vlad casually crossed his arms, a stance both defensive and utterly dismissive. He uttered a brief command to his opponent. "Say it again." The warrior froze, bewildered, and asked, "What?" A white dragon spirit appeared behind Vlad as he glared at his opponent. "I am a knight of the Vazid family, and of Lady Alicia. If you wish to challenge me, speak my name properly. You Western fief's ruffian." Vlad concluded disdainfully, his aura completely overwhelming. The scene shifted to a mansion at night, a voice echoing, listing achievements. Wiped out an organization in the city. Duke Dragonblood sat in his room, reading a report about Vlad. Repelled the Dark Sorcerer's minions, lured the Deathworm, and single-handedly defeated the Lindworm. He appeared skeptical, believing the Vazid family had been too hasty and exaggerated this achievement excessively. A manufactured talent, perhaps? The Duke muttered. Admitting that whether or not he was boosted by fame, Vlad himself was genuine. Duke Dragonblood narrowed his purple eyes, assessing Vlad's potential. He thought, that boy's swordsmanship is merely a flickering spark. It's far from enough to become a dragon slayer knight in just 1 year. But he also had to admit that his self-awakened aura was genuine, not something that could be taught. He clicked his tongue, seemingly regretful. Unfortunate. I should have used every means to bring him back. The Duke sat deep in thought alone in his luxurious, calculating room. He turned as Istvan Gaidar returned, asking directly, "You're back. It seems you couldn't get the handkerchief." Istvan, the red-brown-haired warrior, his face sullen, confirmed that the mission had failed. He growled, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly. "Indeed. As you said, he's a stubborn one who won't listen to anyone." The Duke said, "I thought you would snatch it immediately." Istvan replied, "I intended to, but I was interrupted." He recounted, "I don't know how they caught wind of it, but the old knight of the Heinel family and the one-eyed elder of the Vazid family charged out." Istvan reported, "Anyway, I've already challenged him to a solo duel." The Duke asked curtly, "When?" Istvan replied, "In 2 days." They demanded a priest to oversee the match. The Duke gave a faint smile, looking pleased. "That's even better. With a priest as a witness, they can't deny anything. It brings both honor and profit. I'll take it all." Istvan bared his teeth in a grin, his red eyes glowing with bloodlust. He gnashed his teeth, growling, and his damned face, contorted in fear, will be an added bonus. In another magnificent corridor, Zayar and the Heinel family's advisor were walking together. The advisor worriedly asked, "Is there a chance of winning?" Zayar replied bluntly, "It won't be easy." Zayar explained, an image of Istvan appearing with overwhelming dominance. Istvan is the eldest son of the conqueror of the West, of the Gaidar family. He is genuine. Trained thoroughly from a young age, Zayar continued. Previously, Lord Lamund also highly praised the skill of the Western Knights. Frankly speaking, Vlad's chances of winning are currently very low. The advisor looked even more distressed. "Thank you for being honest, but if things continue like this, Lady Alicia's handkerchief will." Zayar patted the old advisor's shoulder and casually said, "What's there to worry about? That kid was just a rookie, yet he dared to fight to the death against regular knights." The one-eyed guard continued, and Zayar recalled Joseph Vazid, granting him full authority to act, firmly asserting, "Lord Joseph would never throw us into battle without a plan." The Hainal advisor was still skeptical. "So, do you have any clever strategy?" Zayar's eyes gleamed with calculation. "The duel is just part of the process." The old advisor sighed in relief and said gratefully, "Oh, I didn't expect you to have prepared so thoroughly. Just say what you need, and we will provide our full support." Zayar immediately seized the opportunity. "By the way, I have a request." The one-eyed guard proposed, "We would like to suggest a duel location for Lady Alicia." Istvan Gaidar, stone-faced, called his subordinate's name, Godwin. Istvan sat cross-legged on a chair in the middle of the empty plot, condescendingly remarking, "These small fry are making such a fuss. Why not just duel in the hall and get it over with?" Godwin, the white-haired swordsman, explained, "This is a special request from Baron Hainal." Godwin continued, "While all the Gaidar knights looked out at the prepared arena, she said she wants her deceased parents beneath the earth to be able to witness the match." Istvan smirked, a sarcastic tone in his voice. "Really? That's not a bad excuse." He glanced down at his feet, noticing something unusual. A perfectly clean, empty plot of land. Not even a pebble. Truly chilling. Istvan asked Godwin, "Did it rain this morning?" But the answer he received was, "No, sir." He then muttered, "No rain. Yet the grass is soaked?" Godwin tried to reassure him. "It's just a match in the unfamiliar north. This slight disadvantage must be endured." Godwin looked towards the city, an air of superiority about him. Arranging the battlefield to gain an advantage is just a basic tactic for a commander. Zayar observed from afar, sensing the vigilance of the Western Knights. Both Istvan and Godwin realized something was amiss, and their faces hardened. Zayar smirked mockingly. The trap had been set, and the prey had stepped in. Zayar instructed Vlad, "The Gaidar's aura is very fierce. We'll block it for a moment. Take this chance to regulate your breathing." Vlad bowed his head, taking a deep breath to focus his mind before the big battle. Zayar looked at Vlad, acknowledging, "You've endured very well in front of your sworn enemy all this time." Zayar continued to motivate him, and Vlad began channeling his energy, a powerful blue aura erupting around him. Vlad's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, and he growled decisively, "I am ready." Zayar smirked with satisfaction, replying curtly, "Good, you're making me proud." Zaire gave his final order as they both advanced. Teach these usurpers what a righteous sword truly is. At the spectator stands, Alicia Heinal and her old advisor announced the rules. This match allows the use of aura. Alicia clarified the rules, stating that outsiders could intervene if there was danger, while Vlad and Istvan already stood facing each other in the arena. Vlad coldly agreed, while Istvan smirked and nodded, showing complete superiority. A priest acting as referee raised his hand to the sky and loudly declared, "The gods are watching us under today's sun." The referee swung his arm decisively, shouting loudly, "Let the match begin." Immediately, Istvan Gaidar erupted with killing intent, a blazing red aura enveloping him and his greatsword, his eyes glowing with belligerence. Istvan sneered, taunting Vlad. "Do you still keep that handkerchief carefully?" Vlad, unfazed, asked an unrelated question in return. "What will you bet?" leaving Istvan dumbfounded. Vlad clarified, his voice full of challenge. "I'm asking, if I win, what will you give me?" Istvan was still processing, and Vlad suggested directly with an icy expression, "Or will I have to take your sword?" Infuriated, Istvan Gaidar gnashed his teeth and roared, "You bastard!" Vlad continued to press him, his eyes sharp as knives. "I heard the nature of you Westerners is to plunder from others. Isn't that right? And you're proud of that?" Memories of the scum from the past flooded back. Vlad growled, his killing intent radiating, chilling to the bone. "Where I come from, plundering is a part of life. And being plundered means death." Vlad finished speaking, clearly distinguishing. "You, a plunderer out of greed, and I, a plunderer for survival." He stood upright, sword in hand. His icy gaze pierced him as he asked, "I wonder, who is the more greedy one?" Istvan Gaidar frowned, showing disdain. "What kind of strange stance is that?" Vlad smirked mockingly, full of confidence. "I hope you'll like it." Whoosh! Vlad's cloak billowed, and a blue aura began to erupt. From within the blue light, countless armored knight figures, swords in hand, simultaneously appeared behind Vlad. Istvan Gaidar froze, his pupils constricting in shock at this display of power. The phantom army stood perfectly still, with an overwhelming presence, as if declaring, "We prepared this specifically for you." Even Godwin, standing afar, broke into a sweat, realizing this was the Vazid house's greatsword knight formation, and understanding that the other side had anticipated the match. Vlad provoked, his voice challenging, "Come on, show me what you've got." Vlad's blue eyes flashed with a deadly light, and he growled, "Let me see how skilled the Gaidar heir truly is." Enraged, Istvan Gaidar roared, his eyes blazing red, and swung his massive greatsword high. Crash! A devastating downward slash tore through the ground, but Vlad had vanished instantly. Vlad glided as lightly as wind, easily dodging his opponent's full-power attack. Istvan Gaidar snorted, then lightning-fast used his gauntlet to block Vlad's counterattack sword strike. Clang! Vlad put all his strength into pressing his sword firmly against Istvan's greatsword, sparks flying from the point of impact. Not bothering to use his sword, Vlad used his bare hand, enveloped in aura, to strike directly at the flat of Istvan's blade to deflect the blow. Crack! The impact was so strong that Istvan Gaidar's iron gauntlet was dented, and he showed clear astonishment. Istvan furiously swung his sword, but Vlad moved too elusively, dodging every sword strike by a hair's breadth. Two streams of blue and red aura clashed fiercely, and sword energy raged, tearing through the entire combat area. Zaire crossed his arms, nodding with satisfaction. "Good, he's doing very well. Keep it up." Godwin narrowed his eyes, analyzing. He evades heavy-hitting attacks and deflects long-range thrusts. He's overly prepared. Godwin glanced down at the slippery grass field, realizing it was perfect terrain for a speed-based fighting style, but a death trap for swordsmanship requiring stable footing. Zaire and Godwin shared the same thought, secretly admiring the one who had arranged such an intricate arena. Istvan Gaidar swung his greatsword, tearing up the ground, but Vlad glided past like a gust of wind, neatly dodging. Vlad maintained a cold, impassive expression, while Istvan Gaidar gnashed his teeth, clearly frustrated. Istvan Gaidar roared in anger. "You damn sewer rat!" He swung his sword in an extremely wide arc. Vlad's eyes flashed sharply. He stomped his foot on the wet grass, using the slipperiness to change direction. Vlad lightly parried his opponent's sword strike, sparks flying as the two weapons clashed. Clang! Vlad confronted him directly, stopping Istvan Gaidar's greatsword with unbelievable force. Istvan Gaidar was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. "What the hell? I heard he's only been wielding a sword for a year? A mere rookie? How did he block my sword?" Istvan Gaidar wondered as Vlad glided across the grass, completely dominating the situation. Istvan Gaidar growled, swinging his sword in a full 360-degree circle, aiming to sweep away everything around him. But Vlad was even faster, ducking low and slipping through just beneath the deadly sword strike by a hair's breadth. Losing all patience, Istvan Gaidar roared, his eyes blazing as he poured all his strength into an overhead strike. Boom! A destructive blow plunged straight into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Looking down from above, Istvan Gaidar's slash had carved a deep trench, while Vlad stood at a safe distance, completely unharmed. Istvan Gaidar panted, his neck veins bulging as he yelled, "Fight properly! How long do you plan to keep running?" Vlad smirked, sweat trickling down his temples, but his eyes remained full of challenge. Who knows? Istvan Gaidar realized he had been tricked. This cursed arena was draining his stamina, and if it dragged on, he would hand victory to his opponent. Istvan Gaidar gnashed his teeth, utterly enraged at being toyed with by an unknown knight. He began to trash talk, sneering that Vlad was a low-class individual who crawled up from the bottom of society, and his fighting style was just as dirty. Istvan continued to boast, claiming that with Vlad's disheveled appearance now, even his own mother would turn away in shame. Vlad remained silent, his face cold and unmoving. Then he exhaled, a smirk playing on his lips. "You don't stand a chance," Vlad retorted sharply, saying that if Istvan knew even a little about life in the dark alleys, he wouldn't utter such naive words. Stunned by the cold truth, Istvan was speechless while Vlad continued to provoke. How disappointing. I thought nobles would have more sophisticated insults. As soon as he finished speaking, Vlad shot forward like a phantom, moving at an unbelievable speed. He closed in and explained that such cheap insults in the dark alleys were merely considered greetings. Vlad concluded with a venomous taunt, saying that Istvan's father would surely be ecstatic to see his son bleeding against a newly knighted orphan. Vlad's blade was already at Istvan's throat, blood beginning to trickle, demonstrating absolute dominance. Istvan clenched his teeth, letting out an angry growl. "You!" Losing all reason, he roared a curse, his bloodshot eyes flaring with furious rage. A blazing orange-red aura erupted from Istvan, his power violently bursting forth. The surrounding ground cracked under the immense pressure, proving he was now serious. At the epicenter of the energy burst, Istvan stood towering like a monster, his presence entirely transformed. His eyes now glowed like embers, filled with murderous intent. Facing that monster, Vlad calmly raised his sword, his expression still cold and defiant. His entire body ablaze with aura, Istvan growled, warning Vlad to abandon any thought of a peaceful death. Godwin crossed his arms, his face cold as he declared chillingly, "But everything ends here." Zayar also nodded, acknowledging the Gaidar heir's power, muttering that the real challenge would begin now. Meanwhile, Vlad kept a cool head, calculating that stalling and dodging could lead to a draw, as his opponent's greatsword use was very taxing. He recalled Lord Joseph's words, that it was fine to lose, no matter what. But then, images of the Vazid knights and Master Zayar, those who had believed in him, flashed through his mind, and Lady Alicia, who had staked her honor on this very match. Vlad closed his eyes, admitting that no one believed a slum kid like him stood a chance of winning. The image of his small figure standing before the colossal Istvan, son of a prestigious, well-educated family, appeared in stark contrast. Clutching his sword hilt, Vlad told himself that even losing had its benefits, but he was utterly fed up with running away. He decided to abandon all retreat options, no dodging, no fleeing, and no next time. At the very least, he would not be a coward in front of the knight who had destroyed his home in the past. Vlad's eyes blazed with a deadly blue light, murderous intent surging as he recalled his old grudge. His pupils constricted, reflecting his opponent's image as a terrifying surge of power began to erupt. Vlad's entire body exploded in a pillar of blue and green aura. He growled, "Look closely. This is the standing I had to fight tooth and nail for." He roared, ready to show Istvan the fruits of his relentless, toiling days. Istvan said little, swinging his blazing greatsword to tear up the ground, for the true terror of greatsword mastery lay not in flashy strikes. He attacked ferociously, for its terrifying aspect was its endless, continuous combos. A horizontal slash descended from above, but Vlad was there, ready to meet the challenge. Two streams of blue and orange aura clashed fiercely. Vlad used speed and technique to directly confront Istvan's overwhelming power. Istvan poured all his might, roared, and raised his blazing greatsword high for a final, finishing blow. A blazing collision. Istvan's fiery greatsword clashed directly with Vlad's emerald sword aura, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. The immense pressure forced Vlad to brace himself, his feet sinking deep into the ground to withstand his opponent's overwhelming power. Istvan roared furiously, putting all his strength into the strike, determined to crush Vlad. Die, you low-life bastard. Pushed back, Vlad gritted his teeth, enduring the blow as the green aura around him flared to defend. The ground beneath his feet shattered. The collision created a large gap between the two. Vlad stood firm on one side, Istvan on the other, still radiating intense killing intent. Vlad glared at his opponent, secretly admitting that this man was no ordinary foe. Hes truly strong. It's the first time I've faced such a brutal and heavy-hitting sword style. Seeing Istvan standing amidst the scorched earth, Vlad assessed the fight. Within the range of a greatsword, my chances of winning are almost zero. He smirked, making a bold decision. Then, instead of retreating, Vlad channeled power into his legs, charging forward like an arrow, determined to break the unfavorable situation. Istvan roared, swinging his sword in a horizontal sweep, a blazing red energy stream seemingly capable of cleaving everything in two. But Vlad was one step ahead. He slid across the ground, gracefully evading the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with determination. His sole objective now was advance. He continued to charge forward, ignoring the scattered debris and rocks from Istvan's frantic attacks. Vlad's face showed tension, but no hesitation. He growled, pushing himself further forward. Crossing the line between life and death, Vlad successfully closed the distance, entering the blind spot of the colossal greatsword. Slash! A streak of blood spurted as Vlad's blade grazed Istvan's cheek. A successful probing strike. Vlad maintained his stone-cold expression, his blue eyes intensely focused, ready for the finishing blow. He charged straight into the enemy's embrace, where Istvan's power was completely nullified. Clang! Two streams of sword aura, blue and red, collided, sparking fiercely at extremely close range. Vlad used technique and speed to lock down Istvan's attacks, transforming the long-range battle into a life-or-death skill duel. Istvan roared as he was pushed back, his blazing greatsword momentarily halted. Vlad gritted his teeth, his icy blue eyes gleaming with resolve. You won't escape. The tide of battle had completely turned. Istvan snarled bitterly, unable to believe he was cornered by an unknown foe. You arrogant bastard. He furiously poured his strength, swinging his greatsword to strike the ground forcefully, creating a blazing red energy explosion. Vlad calmly dodged the attack, his green sword aura colliding, sparking fiercely with Istvan's greatsword. Vlad braced himself against the immense pressure from his opponent, sweat beginning to bead on his brow. Istvan's greatsword, like a small sun, exploded with power right before Vlad. Their gazes met, one side frantic, the other chillingly sharp. Vlad spun around, using his shoulder armor to deflect Istvan's colossal blade. The blazing red blade slid across the armor, creating a long trail of sparks, but Vlad had successfully nullified the attack. Istvan was stunned, completely bewildered by what had just happened, seeing Vlad use a strange technique to parry the blow. He realized with horror, armor technique? How does he know the Holy Knight Order's unique ability? Vlad felt the weight of the attack, admitting to himself, it's truly heavy, I can't deflect it completely. Istvan roared in a frenzy, swinging his armored fist. What kind of trick is this? Vlad roared back, his eyes filled with disdain. You think that's enough? Giving his opponent no time to recover, Vlad charged forward, his sword, wreathed in green aura, raised high, ready to finish him. Pierce! Vlad's sword pierced through Istvan's shoulder armor to his astonishment. Istvan gritted his teeth audibly, feeling the bone-deep pain from the recent sword thrust. He let out a pathetic scream, the pain and humiliation distorting his face. With blood splattered on his face, Vlad smirked savagely, his victor's gaze sealing his opponent's fate. Vlad let out a roar, channeling all his strength into the sword, which was now bursting with green aura. Istvan gritted his teeth audibly, trying to brace himself against the terrifying pressure weighing down on his weapon. Two streams of aura, blue and red, clashed fiercely in a winner-take-all struggle. Boom! An earth-shattering energy explosion swept across the arena, sending dust flying everywhere. From the stands, Alicia Heinel and her old advisor were struck dumb by the sight. Alicia turned away, seemingly unable to believe her eyes at the power that had just been unleashed. She was completely shocked, unable to utter a word. Within his inner world, Vlad asked himself amidst the hazy mist, will I be vindicated? He stared at the sword, radiating dazzling light, his face filled with torment. Vlad's blue eyes blazed. He questioned a hazy figure. So then, I can receive a fitting reward, can't I? Godin, with his cold purple eyes, silently listened to Vlad's questioning. Vlad roared, demanding a definitive answer. Answer me. Godin finally spoke, his voice calm yet firm. Yes. Hearing the answer, Vlad's gaze sharpened, filled with resolve. "Finally, my sword has reached you," Vlad said, the image of his sword blazing under the moonlight. He asked Godin, his voice full of hidden meaning, "Do you remember what you told me that day?" Memories flooded back. Godin recalled what he had told young Vlad. A knight only receives a fitting reward. Godin admitted, "My name is not Stongar, nor am I 42 years old. Since you received an unfair reward, I will return these things to you." In the inner world, Godin grabbed Vlad by the hair, his voice firm. "However, I will take this with me." Godin's shadow enveloped Vlad, declaring it a fitting reward and the right of the victor. Back in the arena, a voice rang out, confirming the presence of Godwin of Gaidar, as Vlad prepared to make his demand. Vlad stood over the defeated opponent, declaring loudly, "I demand Istvan's sword." Godwin, the enemy commander, froze at Vlad's audacity. In the stands, Alicia Heinal and her old advisor were also speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Zayar and his accompanying knights also gaped in astonishment, but a glint of amusement shone in Zayar's eyes. Istvan, the defeated one, gnashed his teeth on the ground, his face darkened with humiliation and resentment. Ignoring everything, Vlad, his face full of injuries but with an overwhelming aura, reaffirmed, "It is a fitting reward and the right of the victor." The scene shifted to a magnificent, snow-covered estate, the headquarters of the Vazid family. A subordinate presented an urgent letter. "My Lord Joseph. Urgent news from Diomar." Joseph Vazid read the letter, secretly thinking that this task might be too much for Vlad, even though he had prepared everything to the best of his ability. He was hoping to avoid the worst outcome when the contents of the letter stunned him. Joseph froze, muttering, "This outcome, I did not expect." He turned to Bordon and asked, "Is Istvan of Gaidar an easy opponent?" The subordinate immediately denied it. Bordon reported that Istvan was a monster, the most promising new knight, and was expected to become the strongest in the West. Joseph nodded, admitting, "Indeed. My plan was built on that premise." He thought to himself that choosing the heir of Count Gaidar as Vlad's debut opponent was a move that couldn't be more perfect. Joseph's plan was clear. Losing to a strong opponent wouldn't be a disgrace, but merely holding his own would elevate Vlad's reputation. Furthermore, if Vlad lost and forfeited the handkerchief, Alicia would have no other choice but to ally with the Vazid family. Joseph Vazid smirked, muttering, "You truly never change, do you?" He turned to call Bordon, asking about the task he had assigned. Bordon puffed out his chest and reported loudly, "My Lord Joseph, I have prepared everything perfectly, without a single flaw." Joseph coldly ordered, "Discard it all." Bordon froze, sweat beginning to pour, and stammered in reply, "What did you say?" Joseph turned his back and walked away, declaring that he had to redraw the plan from scratch, leaving Bordon gaping in astonishment. Bordon hastily explained that they had spent 10 days and nights preparing, but Joseph interrupted, "The situation has changed." Looking out at the falling snow, Joseph thought to himself, "I prepared for the worst-case scenario, but not for the best-case one. I don't know whether to laugh or cry." In a luxurious hall, the Gaidar knights wore fierce expressions, filled with murderous intent. Facing them, the Vazid knights also smirked defiantly. Godwin, the Gaidar commander, spoke first, stating that the procedure for reclaiming the sword had no issues. He continued, his tone sarcastic, "But isn't doing that a bit excessive?" Zayar, the Vazid representative, retorted curtly, "That is our own business to resolve." Godwin still tried to act superior, claiming that seizing a sword in a mere sparring match clearly crossed the line. Zayar looked directly into Godwin's face and growled, "This was no mere sparring match. From the start, it was you who overstepped without considering the consequences." Godwin was speechless, could only silently watch as Zayar asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want from us?" Zayar erupted with a green aura, his eyes sharp. "You are not in a position to ask me that." An image flashed in Godwin's mind. The moment Vlad seized the sword, and Zayar continued, "You know it well. The reason he took the sword." Godwin was stunned, his purple eyes narrowed as he realized something, while the illusion of Vlad's blue eyes still lingered. The commander lowered his head, bitterly admitting defeat. Then the negotiation ends. Zayar coldly ordered Godwin, "If you understand, then leave." Godwin placed his hands on the table, bowing his head in acceptance of defeat. Godwin's eyes flashed, and he looked up, issuing a warning. "Ultimately, we will meet again." Zayar sneered, his green aura flaring. "Then arrange a fine day, and I will personally come to greet you." The two commanders glared at each other intensely. Zayar suggested, "Convey my farewells to him for me," and Godwin reluctantly agreed. With that said, Godwin turned his back and walked away, his cloak billowing, full of resentment. The Gaidar commander left the meeting room, leaving Zyar alone with the victory in the Battle of Wits. Zyar watched Godwin's retreating back, thinking to himself, "That rookie." Zyar realized Godwin had seen the scene where Vlad was protected by some terrifying force. He's involved with a terrifying bastard. At another magnificent estate, a conversation about the match's outcome was taking place. Alicia's old advisor confirmed, "That's right. Since the young lady used her knight to defeat the Gaidar family's marriage proposal, we no longer need to accept Lord Joseph's offer." Alicia Heinel took a sip of tea, sighing in relief that a concern had been removed, even though this might displease the Vazid family. She curiously asked the old advisor, "A knight like Sir Vlad is not ordinary, is he?" The old advisor replied firmly, "Certainly not." Alicia continued to ask about Vlad's potential, and the old advisor pondered deeply before making a bold prediction. The old advisor presented a vision, an image of Vlad appearing amidst the northern snow mountains. If he continues to grow like this, he possesses enough qualities to represent the entire North in the next generation. Alicia Heinal was astonished by such a high evaluation, but the old advisor affirmed that it was still a very cautious prediction. Alicia pondered the old advisor's remark that Vlad's potential was not ordinary. She set down her teacup, muttering that carrying the entire family's burden alone was not easy, and trouble could strike at any moment. Alicia rested her chin in thought, deciding it was better to have an unknown but formidable knight by her side than to be targeted by other nobles for her inheritance. The old advisor was startled, stammering, "Lady Alicia, are you planning to?" Alicia coldly replied, stating that this was a lucrative deal for the entire family, no different from a blood alliance, which further confused the old advisor due to the knight's rank. Alicia concluded, "Didn't you say he had the qualities to represent the entire North? We must seize him immediately before someone else snatches him away." The old advisor wiped his sweat, admitting with a trembling voice, "It's true that marrying him is better than some strange fellow. But," Alicia smirked with a calculating smile, "this move had already been predetermined." The old advisor looked out the window, adding, "And what he has accomplished is truly remarkable." In the courtyard, Vlad stood alone beneath an ancient tree, a bottle of wine in his hand. He began pouring the golden liquid onto the ground as an offering ritual. From the ground, a colossal white python emerged, opening its mouth to let out a powerful hiss. Vlad calmly explained, "It seems to really like this. Offering whiskey was the right solution, as it suits an earth spirit." The giant spirit serpent showed its satisfaction, its blue eyes gleaming with friendliness. It slowly coiled around Vlad, establishing a perfect protective circle. The python raised its head high, let out a roar, and released a surge of pure energy. Vlad was enveloped in a blue aura, and his presence became stronger and more profound. Vlad smirked confidently, feeling the new power. That expensive bottle was worth every penny. The white serpent's blessing is like gaining an extra life. Vlad gently reached out to stroke the spirit serpent's head. A connection had just been forged. He thanked the ancient entity that had just bestowed upon him an incredible buff. Returning to the mansion, the magnificent sight of the Heinel family estate appeared. Alicia sat opposite Vlad, asking, "Is something wrong? Are you injured anywhere?" Alicia narrowed her eyes, probing. "Yesterday, it looked like you were pouring wine on the hilltop, didn't it?" Vlad smirked as he replied to Alicia, confidently declaring that each of his victories was a greeting, and it seemed the former masters of this place were also approving of him. Alicia Heinel smiled meaningfully, fully grasping the situation. She turned to Zyar, asking him to deliver a letter to Lady Oksana and to convey that she had felt the warmth of kinship after a long time. Alicia then handed another carefully sealed letter to Zyar, saying, "And this one is for Lord Joseph." With the old advisor standing behind her, Alicia affirmed that after experiencing challenges from the Central faction and the Western faction, she now knew clearly where her family should stand. Zyar bowed decisively, accepting the order and promising to deliver the letters without any hindrance. Alicia turned back to face Vlad, acknowledging his actions and asserting that the previous family heads would surely be pleased with a knight who had stepped forward to protect her honor. She pushed an exquisitely carved wooden box towards Vlad, signaling the main reward. As soon as the box was opened, a brilliant, dazzling golden light immediately emanated. Inside was a brightly glowing amber gemstone, which Alicia declared a family heirloom that her ancestors had permitted her to bestow upon Vlad. Vlad's eyes narrowed slightly. A familiar memory of this stone suddenly flashed in his mind. The image of a beautiful elf queen with golden hair appeared, cradling that very stone in her hands, which was called the elf's camber stone. Alicia explained about the elf tribe, another race living in the eastern outskirts of the empire. A scene from the past showed that the first patriarch of the Heinel family once had a good relationship with the elf tribe. She held the gemstone in her hand, revealing it was an amber stone formed from the resin of a rare tree species, a gift from that ancient connection. A portrait appeared, showing Alicia's father once embedding this amber stone into the hilt of his sword. Alicia smiled, thinking that this stone would perfectly suit Vlad's sword. Vlad was a bit flustered, stammering that for such a valuable item, he would have to pay a commensurate price. He tried to refuse, arguing that it was a family heirloom from the first patriarch, so how could he dare to accept it? Alicia smiled confidently, concluding with a firm statement. You are more qualified than anyone else to receive it. Alicia looked straight at Vlad, concluding, Sir Vlad, you have protected the Heinal family twice already. Even Zayar broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the lady's boldness, while Vlad calmly said, I think Sir Zayar is also stunned. Vlad's eyes flashed. He recalled his promise to his sword. Please, if you can, bring it here. A flashback of the core pact appeared. All right, I will help you, and you help me. I will restore your memories, and you will give me the sword. Vlad told himself that it was thanks to that promise that he had come this far, and now he had to retrieve the memories for that entity. Vlad gently pushed the amber stone back into Alicia's hand, indicating his refusal of the overly generous gift. He bowed solemnly. A knight only accepts a deserving reward. Thank you, Lady Alicia. Alicia merely smiled confidently, while the old advisor standing behind her turned pale with worry. Zayar was still in shock, muttering to himself, would he dare to accept it? Vlad turned away, secretly communicating with the mysterious entity, suggesting that this stone might be a clue to recovering its memories. The mysterious entity commanded decisively, all right, look at the amber stone through my world. Vlad focused, and the amber stone in his palm began to emit a brilliant golden light. The light erupted, and energy surged within the stone. An illusion appeared before Vlad's eyes. A colossal ancient tree, radiating golden light on a windy hill. Meanwhile, Gregory sneered at the knights. That kid has ambitions too. Pablo and Colin chimed in, teasing, he just became a knight not long ago, and he's already aiming for a noble title? Tell us about it. Gregory laughed loudly, patting his comrade's shoulder. Exactly. As men, we must aim for the peak. I saw his potential from the very beginning. Vlad, behind them, had a stone-cold expression, speechless at their conjectures. That's not it. Gregory continued to analyze while riding his horse. On paper, it's true they're using you, but they've given you a family heirloom of the Heinal house. The knights cheered excitedly about the potential for glory, while Vlad's face was contorted, helplessly muttering to himself, oh my god, I told you it wasn't like that. Vlad turned to Zayar, his face serious. Please say something. You saw everything with me. Zayar's face was impassive as he decided, I cannot decide this matter. For now, I will write a separate report for Lord Joseph. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, accepting helplessly. Yes, I understand. A knight in the retinue suddenly realized, are we there already? The entire cavalry halted before a giant fortress lit up in the night. Someone said, we were so busy teasing the youngest that we've already arrived at Schwara. Gregory still hadn't let Vlad off the hook, continuing to tease. What a shame. We can't camp outside tonight and enter the city tomorrow, can we? Provoked to his limit, Vlad growled as he spurred his horse. Let's go, Noir, then shot forward, leaving his gleefully laughing comrades behind. The Vazid knights, led by Vlad, advanced directly to the bridge leading to the main city gate, their banner fluttering. Zayar called Vlad back. Vlad, you try this time. Vlad pointed at himself in bewilderment, unable to believe it. Me? Zayar confirmed firmly. That's right. You should also experience opening a closed gate with just a single sentence. Vlad hesitated, sweat pouring down his face, secretly thinking about his past life of hiding. Can I really do it? The knights behind him seized the opportunity to tease again. If you can't, then camp outside. This made Vlad grit his teeth in determination. I will definitely open this gate. Alone on his horse, Vlad approached the city gate, where a guard stood blocking the way, vigilant. The guard shouted loudly from atop the city wall. Halt! Who goes there? Vlad raised his head high, his blue eyes flashing, and declared sonorously, while gripping his sword hilt. I am Vlad, a knight of Vazid. I return after completing my mission. On the city wall, a guard muttered Vlad's name, suddenly remembering he was the one who had beheaded the lindworm. Realizing the genuine article was below, the guards frantically shouted, Hurry, open the city gate. The colossal city gate slowly rose with a heavy creaking sound. Vlad looked up at the opening gate, sweat still on his cheek, unable to believe it. It actually opened? Zayar looked at Vlad, affirming firmly. Of course, the one-eyed guard explained. Knighthood is a qualification, an honor, a title that only those who have proven their existence can possess, Zyar declared. Now, you have the full qualification to open any city gate in Vazid's lands, leaving Vlad stunned. Vlad rode through the city gate. 2 rows of guards bowed deeply, shouting in unison. Our apologies, sir. Welcome back, Sir Vlad. Zyar smiled, ordering his subordinates. Hold your heads high and advance with confidence. Vlad rode his black stallion, proudly entering the city, officially taking his first steps on the path of a knight. The scene shifted to a gloomy fortress under the night sky. This was Trinova, Gaidar County. In the Great Hall, the tyrant of the West, Sigmund Gaidar, growled at his son, Istvan. And you still call yourself a knight? Sigmund roared, his blazing red killing intent erupting. You should have offered your head instead. Istvan Gaidar's face was drained of all color. He bowed his head, mumbling apologies to his father. Sigmund gnashed his teeth, his eyes spitting fire as he stared at his son's broken sword. He roared, cursing Istvan's pathetic appearance. I thought we were finally stable, but you ruined everything. Sigmund was furious because his son wasn't defeated by a seasoned veteran, but by a greenhorn rookie who had just received his title. He roared, grabbing Istvan by the collar. Do you think you only lost a sword? Sigmund pointed directly at Istvan's face, asserting that he had just handed over all their influence in Diomar to the Vazid family. Turning to Godwin, Sigmund questioned what the commander had been doing while his son was humiliated like a dog. Godwin, the white-haired commander, bowed his head in admission. I am deeply ashamed. Sigmund's anger still hadn't subsided. He shouted, asking what had happened. Didn't you say that was someone you knew? Godwin, with sharp eyes, explained. To be precise, it is someone the Count is also involved with. He revealed a shocking truth. He is the one that the renegade knight Jorge raised. Sigmund froze, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists upon hearing the name Jorge. Crash! Sigmund smashed the stone table, his fury erupting violently. He gnashed his teeth, roaring, That damned dog haunts me to the very end. Godwin calmly reported, admitting that Istvan was talented, supported by formidable knights, and even had the home field advantage. Godwin continued, emphasizing another unexpected factor. Zyar, an individual skilled enough to directly confront his killing intent. Sigmund let out a heavy sigh, muttering curses about the cunning northern lords, believing that Zyar was the trump card the Vazid family had kept hidden. Sigmund turned to Godwin, his eyes sharp as blades. Godwin, do you still remember the teachings of our ancestors, those who pioneered this western land? Godwin replied without hesitation, his voice firm. Of course, the Gaidar family's philosophy was reenacted through a bloody scene. Do everything to fill your belly, then use your remaining 2 hands to seize what others possess. Only then can one survive in this harsh western land. Sitting beneath the Black Eagle banner, Sigmund declared that his entire life had been lived by that law of the jungle. Destruction, devastation, and plunder. His eyes blazed, affirming his family's truth. The Gaidar family are pioneers. We can plunder, but we will absolutely never lose anything of our own. Sigmund gave the order, and his loyal subordinates bowed in unison. The eagle's eyes shall now turn north. He growled his final command, crushing his anger in his palm. At all costs, retrieve my son's sword. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, enveloped in the pristine white snow of the north. A hand placed a stack of gold coins on the table and announced, Congratulations, this is your first month's salary. Vlad stared at the coins, his voice full of doubt. 4 gold pieces? Bourdon, a stout officer with a curled mustache, narrowed his eyes slyly. Bourdon asked Vlad if he was disappointed by the meager salary, and Vlad frankly admitted he thought knights should earn more. Bourdon scoffed, calling Vlad a rookie and saying he now understood why Zyar kept him by his side. Vlad looked up and asked directly, not understanding the old officer's meaning. So what? Bourdon crossed his arms, adopting a lecturing tone. Knights do not grow rich from their salary. Knights must uphold honor, bear their duties, and accept responsibilities commensurate with them. Vlad, silently, still unable to comprehend old officer Bourdon's logic of honor, wondered what it had to do with money. Bourdon brought his fingertips together, making the classic gesture that it all came down to one word: money. The fat old man explained his twisted reasoning. All of that is money. A full cat doesn't catch mice. If you want both money and honor, you have to earn achievements. Bourdon concluded that the price of honor would be paid at the end of the year as a special salary, and since Vlad worked so hard this year, he should just wait for a hefty payout. Vlad further asked about the price of duty and responsibility, making Bourdon sneer and sarcastically remark that someone who just brought back the Heinal family's entire treasure shouldn't ask such a question. The old officer smirked, instigating, I heard you just got a new title after that Dragon Slayer feat, didn't you? Bordon solemnly announced. The one who tucked 2 handkerchiefs into the chest of the debauchee of the north, Vlad of Schwara, making Vlad's face pale with embarrassment. Bordon patted Vlad's shoulder intimately, advising him not to forget him when he became a noble, while Vlad was speechless. Good heavens, that's not the truth. The scene shifts. A powerful voice echoed in the luxurious living room, declaring that since Vlad was now a knight, he had to bear commensurate responsibilities. Joseph Vazid, holding a teacup, his gaze cold, formally ordered, "I will assign you a patrol area." Vlad frowned and asked again with surprise, unable to believe he had to manage an entire district by himself. Joseph reassured him that soldiers would be provided, but Vlad alone would be solely responsible, and he could only accept. Joseph took a sip of tea, his eyes narrowed meaningfully. As for the area, it's obviously the back alleys, isn't it? Vlad smirked confidently, replying without hesitation. All right, that place is basically my hometown. Joseph announced that Vlad would be short-staffed because Gregory and the others were all busy. Joseph set down his teacup, laying out a condition. I will provide salaries for a maximum of 4 people. Joseph looked directly at Vlad, giving him a difficult task. Go recruit your subordinates yourself. Joseph's gaze sharpened, and he emphasized that this was an entirely different game compared to when Vlad was a mercenary captain. Vlad looked out the snowy window, pondering Joseph's words. A knight is a leader, and one who can become a representative anywhere. Vlad turned back, his voice hesitant, but his eyes full of inquiry. The only useful people I know are the gangs in the alleys. Will they cause trouble for you, Lord Joseph? Joseph Vazid smiled meaningfully, concluding, Well said, but no need to worry. I'm not giving you this position through the empty reputation of the Vazid family. Vlad scratched his head, realizing he had overthought it. Joseph continued his high-level lecture. Managing people is much harder than killing them. Since it's your first time, I will personally recommend an employee for you. Vlad bowed his head in thanks, then was ordered to leave and bid farewell formally. Vlad walked away, leaving Joseph alone in the spacious study, continuing his calculations. Zayar, the one-eyed bodyguard, entered and asked directly, Lord Joseph, do you intend to put those people with Vlad? Joseph smirked sinisterly, affirming his move. This is a test that can only be carried out because it's Vlad. He clasped his hands together, his gaze sharp and cold. This time, too, I'll have to bet on his unpredictability. At a snow-covered inn, Vlad began his recruitment efforts. Got, Vlad's former soldier, asked again, bewildered. Boss, are you sure? No, that's not it. Immediately after, Got wailed dramatically, clutching his chest with both hands. Sir Vlad, I swear my loyalty. Vlad, with a scowl, grumbled about the noise. Stop this ridiculous act, old man, still the same as before. Got sniffled, telling himself that the decision not to flee from the mercenary troop back then was truly wise, and now it had paid off. Vlad rested his chin on his hand, listening to Got recount all sorts of past hardships, from cleaning horse manure and being kicked by horses to encountering all sorts of trouble while following his boss. Got, with teary eyes, his face beaming. After countless trials, I've finally become a stable master. It was truly a great decision to stick with the boss. Vlad poured cold water on him, shattering the soldier's illusion. What are you talking about? Stable master what? You're just an employee. Got froze, speechless at the harsh truth. Got quickly regained his composure, patting Vlad's shoulder intimately. Who knows? The boss also started as a mercenary. Vlad smirked, secretly thinking that although this guy was talkative and cowardly, he was very reliable at work, so he should keep him around. The brown-haired woman behind the bar spoke up, suggesting to Vlad, take him along too. The tavern owner pointed towards a burly man standing guard, him too, and confirmed it was Othar. She boasted that Othar was just a scrawny guy, but after being fed well, his muscles immediately bulked up, and it would be a waste for him not to be in a peaceful tavern. Vlad nodded firmly, affirming that he completely trusted Othar because the man was both loyal and familiar with the slum alleys. The owner feigned concern, asking if it would be all right because wherever there was alcohol, there was fighting. She burst out laughing confidently, smirking, and asking a challenging question. Who would dare? She looked directly at Vlad, teasingly. You still haven't realized your standing, have you? Making Vlad dumbfounded. The owner explained that Rose's Smile Tavern was the safest place in these alleys, and customers could just come in and drink in peace. She smiled meaningfully, asking Vlad if he knew why. The answer was too obvious, because this is where Sir Vlad resides. The tavern owner sealed the deal frankly. Feel free to bring anyone you want to work here. We get protection, and you get a base. Vlad smiled contentedly, acknowledging that this was an extremely good deal. The owner emphasized the matter of fair give and take, But Vlad denied it. No, that's not it. Looking at his reflection in the beer mug, Vlad mumbled that the feeling of being able to protect someone without having to draw his sword was truly wonderful. The tavern owner listened in silence. Her gaze changed slightly. Vlad crossed his arms, his face content. That's what I like most after becoming a knight. The tavern owner offered a faint smile. Seemingly having understood the true nature of this young knight, she nodded. Finally, you've realized a little about your standing. Vlad rested his chin on his hand and thought. His gaze sharpened as he thought about the last missing position in his team. The scene shifted to a vibrant sunset harbor. Vlad had set his sights on a target. Of course, it can only be him. A brown-haired man was guzzling fine wine, his face beaming with praise, disparaging the cheap wine of some boss, Captain Q, as not being on the same level. A dark-skinned subordinate was teasing boss Harvin about his poisonous liquor, the only thing that killed soldiers from drunkenness, not from battle. In the office, Harvin poured wine while reminiscing, saying it felt like only yesterday he was giving Vlad and Jamina food and shelter. He teased Vlad, saying people warned against taking in black-furred animals, but perhaps blonde hair didn't count, making Vlad simply ignore him. Switching to a serious tone, Harvin took a sip of wine and directly asked Vlad what business brought him here, as it certainly wasn't to sit idly by. Vlad got straight to the point, asking if Harvin still studied nautical techniques and constellations. Harvin gave a faint smile and casually replied, "Long abandoned." Then he scoffed at himself. Who would hire a cripple as a navigator? Vlad frowned, recalling Harvin's old promise about his dream of sailing out to sea and escaping this wretched place. Harvin retorted with a bitter philosophy that dreaming doesn't guarantee success, nor does trying guarantee achievement. People must know their place. He concluded that for a street urchin, his current state was more than enough, leaving Vlad utterly speechless. Vlad's eyes sharpened, his voice deepening with a challenge. "Do you truly think so?" Harvin lowered his head in silence, immersed in his own resignation. Vlad began his lesson. "Harvin, do you know?" An image of a bird trapped in a cage appeared, and Vlad explained that a bird confined for too long would forget how to fly. Harvin snapped his head up, stunned by Vlad's dagger-like words. Vlad stood up, his aura dominating the entire room, declaring that he now understood the problem. Snap. The surrounding space transformed into a verdant inner world. Vlad having already drawn his sword, his blue eyes blazed, radiating an undeniable surge of power. Vlad growled, saying that this damned place and those bastards had eroded Harvin's dream. The sword in his hand erupted with dazzling blue light, accumulating an astonishing amount of power. Whoosh! A blade of energy tore through the air right before Harvin, leaving him frozen in place, only able to stammer Vlad's name. Vlad unleashed a full-power sword swing, as verdant energy exploded from the blade. The scene shifted to a peaceful harbor, where subordinates were carrying goods. Boom! A terrifying explosion from Vlad's slash struck directly at their stronghold. The small fry were blown away, screaming in terror and scrambling to flee in disarray. Amidst the smoke and dust, a group of thugs stared in shock at the ruined building, realizing it was Captain Hoover's lair. A goatee-bearded leader pushed the crowd aside, shouting, "Get out of the way! Stop dawdling!" The goatee-bearded leader gritted his teeth, his face pale with anger and fear. The gang's entire stronghold was now nothing but a pile of rubble. The leader hastily ordered a subordinate, "Report to the boss immediately. Call all our brothers here." In the shadows, Captain Hoover growled, "I thought that stingy bastard's death would bring peace. Who are these bastards?" Back at the scene, Harvin collapsed onto the ground, staring in horror at Vlad, standing tall amidst the ruins. Harvin stammered, his voice trembling as he asked, "Hey, you. What the hell are you?" Vlad turned his back, his voice as cold as ice. "These damned dogs." In the verdant inner world, Vlad continued his speech. "Have gnawed away at your dream." Vlad's blue eyes blazed, as he spoke of the absurd walls that separated Harvin from his dream river. Harvin was speechless, as Vlad pointed directly at what had imprisoned him for so long, the very thing that made him forget all his capabilities. Vlad lunged forward, his sword once again gathering energy. Vlad growled, declaring loudly, "If you can't do it, I will clear it for you." A flashback appeared, showing a young Harvin using his only blanket to cover little Vlad and Jamina in the cold snow, for he had done the same for me. The memory continued, with the three of them standing in the dark slum, and it was Harvin who saved Vlad from being swallowed by its darkness. Recalling the past, Harvin led little Vlad and Jamina through the ruins. He was the one who taught Vlad what a goal was. Back in reality, Vlad poured all his strength into his sword, as a destructive blue energy burst forth. Crash! An entire section of the harbor exploded. wood and stone flying everywhere from a single strike. Captain Hoover's cronies loitering nearby were thrown back by the shockwave, each of them looking dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. The goatee-bearded leader's face went utterly bloodless, his eyes wide with terror as he realized what he had just provoked. Vlad's silhouette emerged from the smoke and dust, his blue eyes blazing like death itself, overwhelming all the small fry. In the inner world, Vlad turned back to Harvin. "Look, Harvin," he pointed forward, asserting firmly. "Your dream still flows." Harvin was stunned, sweat pouring down his face, as he heard the awakening words from the boy he once knew. Before his eyes, the river shimmered with the golden light of sunset, beautiful and full of promise. Harvin knelt on the imaginary harbor dock, completely overwhelmed by the scene Vlad had just painted for him. The old man looked up, a look of contentment clearly on his face. "Finally, I see it." Night fell upon the snow-covered city, and everything had been smoothly resolved. The former gang subordinate, now following Vlad, muttered, "Being a knight is great. You smash someone's stronghold and still get a gift." Vlad held up a bottle of purple poison, his face expressionless. "A gift? This is Captain Q. He gave it to me to drink and die." The new subordinate mused, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "It feels strange to leave," he continued. "Even though my old boss brewed terrible liquor, he still took in someone like me." Vlad reassured him. "Don't worry. Lord Joseph won't touch your captain, because he knows how to distinguish between beneficial pests and harmful pests." The subordinate nodded in agreement. Yes, after all, 3/10 of this slum's economy relies on the captain's smuggling ring. He offered a sharp observation. "This mayor is truly different. I think your assignment to manage this slum is also a test." Vlad realized. Indeed, the mayor hadn't given detailed orders. The new subordinate sneered, teasing his boss. "That's a redundant question. You already know the answer, don't you?" Vlad hadn't quite grasped the situation yet, his face showing bewilderment. "Really?" the henchman prompted. "Today, you made Captain Hoover surrender without shedding a single drop of blood." He smirked, his eyes sharp. "Now is the time for you to show the other bosses the new order of these dark alleys." Vlad stood on the rooftop, the aura of a dominator beginning to erupt from him. In another alley, a stable hand was biting his nails, pacing back and forth anxiously. He muttered to himself in the quiet night. Why isn't he back yet? Suddenly, the stable hand spotted the figures of Vlad and the new subordinate approaching. Overjoyed, he rushed forward. "Boss! Where have you been all day? I've been waiting for you forever." Vlad maintained his cold expression. "What's all this commotion about?" The stable hand quickly reported. "Sir, someone is looking for you." Vlad replied nonchalantly, not caring in the least. "Oh, is that all?" he ordered decisively. "Take them to Jamina. She'll handle it." The stable hand broke into a sweat, his voice hesitant. "I think, boss, you'll have to meet this guest yourself." The scene shifted to the stable, where the warhorse Noir was snorting, baring its gleaming white, eerie teeth. An unfamiliar man in a fur cloak stood there, marveling. It's as excellent as ever." Vlad walked in, snapping at the stable hand. "Hey, who allowed you to bring strangers into the backyard? What if Noir bites them?" Vlad stopped short, his blue eyes lighting up as he recognized the uninvited guest. He squinted, calling the stranger's name. "Aga?" Vlad approached, getting straight to the point with a wary attitude. "What are you doing here?" Ag smirked, nonchalantly playing his trump card, a letter of introduction from the mayor. Meanwhile, Joseph Vazid sat by the fireplace, wondering if that wild horse would bow down to Vlad. He confidently asserted that Vlad wouldn't need to force him. Simply showing Age his predicament would be enough. And of course, his offer contained the highest possible sincerity. Zaire asked about the next move, and Joseph Vazid revealed his grand plan. He declared that, having secured the slums through Vlad, it was now time to deal with the threat on the northern border. Joseph Vazid aimed to use Age, an influential figure within the Budat tribe, to control all the barbarians. He coldly stated that it had been too long since other families dared to challenge the Vazid's authority, and now was the time to respond with action. Once the worries behind them were cleared, the Vazid family could confront any enemy without hesitation. Zaire expressed doubt, not believing a mere newly appointed knight could bear the heavy responsibility of restoring the North's prestige. Joseph Vazid merely smirked, affirming that his capability was more than enough. He recalled the scene of Vlad riding the warhorse, worshipped by the barbarians, single-handedly hunting the northern dragon to save his very own enemy. Joseph Vazid concluded, if it's Vlad, then no. He clasped his hands, his eyes full of calculation. Only Vlad can break this cycle of hatred. Elsewhere, Jamina was holding a stack of fabric, muttering that the goal was still distant. She felt the road ahead was still very long. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed right behind her. Vlad poked his head out the door, calling, "Jamina?" causing her to turn and ask what was wrong. Jamina was silent for a moment, her eyes staring intently at Vlad. She looked bewilderedly over Vlad's shoulder into the empty room and asked, "Is there no one in there?" Vlad was startled, almost dropping the stack of fabric as Jamina questioned, "What's wrong with you?" Jamina grabbed the doorknob, her eyes full of suspicion. "Why did I hear you talking when there's no one here?" She squinted, pressing directly. "Wait, are you still talking to that ghost?" Vlad broke into a cold sweat, vehemently denying. "No." Gemina didn't believe him, asserting firmly, "Not a ghost, but it certainly sounded like you were talking to someone." Vlad ordered decisively, still clutching the pile of things. "You. Move rooms." Jamina sat on the bed, thinking to herself about Vlad's true self that others couldn't see, while he pointed her to the end of the hallway. Vlad continued, his voice brooking no argument. "After that, I'll take the room right next to yours." He turned his back, his eyes becoming profound, realizing that he was no longer someone who could hide. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with determination. He knew he couldn't hide forever. Vlad looked at Jamina, inwardly admitting that she was someone willing to become his accomplice. Jamina looked straight into Vlad's eyes. She knew she was always a part of his worries, whether he was a scoundrel or a flashy knight. Vlad instructed, "Remember to go to church." He stood watching in silence, while Jamina began to pack her belongings. Vlad called out as she was carrying her belongings. "Jamina." Vlad unexpectedly offered, "Is there anything you want? I'll buy you something." Jamina turned back, her gaze scrutinizing. "Anything I want?" She puffed out her cheeks, seemingly contemplating something. Jamina smiled meaningfully, replying coolly, "Take care of yourself, you fool." She called back as she walked away, "Go buy your own equipment and such," leaving Vlad standing alone at the door. Vlad smirked confidently, casually saying, "Just say anything." A brown-haired subordinate poked his head out from behind the door, calling out loudly, "Boss." The subordinate reported succinctly, "Everything is ready." Vlad glanced, confirming, "Really?" Vlad strode forward with his subordinate, decisively stating, "Then let's go." The scene shifts to a casino, where a skilled hand placed the ball onto the roulette wheel. The hand flicked lightly, and the ball began to roll along the wooden groove, signaling a new round of betting. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, a clattering sound echoing as the ball danced between the numbers. The gamblers shouted in desperation, betting on their luck. "Odd, come on, middle row." Amidst the noisy crowd, Vlad, clad in a black cloak, stood observing, thinking to himself that this was the perfect place to train his eyesight and reflexes. Vlad's eyes flashed with green light as he realized, "That's right. I can utilize my body enhancement technique this way." Focusing energy into his eyes, Vlad felt time slow down, and the movement of the ball on the spinning wheel became crystal clear. Suddenly, Vlad frowned, as he noticed the ball's trajectory suddenly change illogically. "Huh? The ball just..." The goatee-wearing casino owner smirked mockingly, clearly the one behind the cheating. Vlad gave a faint smile, having seen through the trick. "Oh, look at that. It seems there's some kind of device." "Well, it's only natural for a gambling den to cheat." The casino owner looked bewildered, not understanding why his prey had such a strange reaction. Vlad's eyes glowed with deadly blue light, and his aura began to erupt. The casino owner immediately turned pale, sweat pouring down him as he felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Vlad. Vlad stood up, his entire body exuding killing intent, thinking to himself, "Excellent. I needed an excuse to make a big move." Just then, a man in a purple suit approached, politely asking, "Sir Vlad, are you having a pleasant time?" The man in the purple suit feigned politeness, saying he would have escorted Vlad if he had been informed beforehand. Vlad smirked, asking sarcastically, "Sounds like I need permission to be here, doesn't it?" Making the man in the purple suit offer a forced laugh. The man in the purple suit invited Vlad upstairs, informing him that his boss was waiting. Vlad retorted disdainfully, "Waiting? So I have to drag myself upstairs while he sits comfortably, twiddling his thumbs?" Vlad called out coldly, "Hey." Vlad's aura erupted, his blue eyes glowing with deadly light, and he growled, "Do you still think him some street thug?" The man in the purple suit immediately broke out in a cold sweat, paralyzed by the terrifying pressure. A goatee-wearing thug stepped out, intending to intimidate. "Hey, even if you're a knight, if you cause any more trouble." Wham! Vlad delivered a lightning-fast elbow strike to the thug's face. The goatee-wearing thug collapsed on the spot, spitting blood, not even realizing what had just happened. Vlad smirked mockingly, asking defiantly, Causing trouble, you say? Suddenly, a group of barbarian warriors carrying weapons entered, boldly declaring that the knight was on official duty. The barbarian leader looked at his comrades, asking directly, "Can we kill them all?" Then answered himself, "Looks like we can." The man in the purple suit trembled, stammering, "Barbarians? How did a barbarian get into Schwara?" Vlad plopped down onto a chair, ordering bluntly, "Tell your boss to come down here. This casino is shutting down right now." The man in the purple suit cried out in panic, "What? Why?" Suddenly, Vlad's gaze was as sharp as a knife, his voice icy cold. "I won't say it a second time." Without further ado, Vlad drew his sword, killing intent enveloping him. "Bring out all the ledgers." The scene shifts to a large building, seemingly the headquarters of some faction. A knight with a bushy beard and spiky hair enthusiastically greeted Vlad, praising his feat of clearing out 2 gangs in the alley. Vlad politely bowed to Gregory. Gregory offered a gigantic cured ham leg, saying it was a genuine product of the Cannon family, and that Portly had supposedly given Vlad one. Vlad confirmed he had enjoyed this dish with Joseph, and liked it very much, to which Gregory chuckled delightedly. Who could possibly dislike this? Vlad took the leg, his face expressionless, and asked directly, "But why are you giving it to me?" Gregory chuckled, admitting immediately, "Well, is my bribe too obvious?" The bushy-bearded knight got straight to the point, explaining that this matter concerned Vlad's territory and he couldn't openly get involved. Vlad smirked confidently, signaling for the other party to speak plainly, without beating around the bush. Gregory began to reveal the target. "It's Black Bear, the livestock business boss in the back alley." The knight narrowed his eyes meaningfully, mentioning the kidnapping a few days prior and proposing, "So, do you want to help me clean him up?" Vlad paused for a second, finally understanding what Gregory meant by personal matter. In Vlad's mind, the pieces clicked into place. He wanted to restore order to the slums, while Gregory wanted to expand the Portly family's business territory. The image of Black Bear appeared, a burly butcher with fiery purple eyes and a blood-soaked cleaver, exuding intense killing intent. Vlad got straight to the point. "So, is the plan a warning or subjugation?" Gregory growled, his eyes sharp and cold. "A warning is too lenient for his kind." The image of Anna's corpse flashed through Vlad's mind, and he replied coldly, "Excellent. I was planning to deal with him anyway." Gregory sealed the deal, saying he would reorganize his forces and could act within the next 2 to 3 days. The knight clapped Vlad on the shoulder in a friendly manner, promising to provide support whenever needed. Vlad unexpectedly spoke up. "Then, could I have a bottle of whiskey?" He smirked, his hand still holding the ham leg. "I have to return the bribe, don't I?" Night fell upon the city of Schwara, signaling that a bloody purge was about to begin. Vlad arrived at a familiar blacksmith shop, but found the door tightly shut. He wondered, Closed? Is the old man taking the day off? He knocked a few times, then called inside. Old master, are you in there?" Receiving no reply, Vlad frowned in suspicion, then pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the forge was dark and cold, with no sign of life. Vlad fell silent, his intuition telling him that something ominous had just occurred. He carefully stepped deeper into the shop, the silence within, eerily chilling. Vlad continued into the back area of the forge, the old man's living quarters. He stopped before a room door, his sharp gaze sweeping through the darkness. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed. He had sensed that something was amiss. Peering through the gap in the door, Vlad saw a figure lying motionless on the bed. He stepped inside, his voice subdued. "I've brought the fine wine and meat, as promised." Standing by the bed, Vlad looked at the old blacksmith who had passed away and sighed. "It seems I've arrived too late." Vlad silently pulled a wooden chair to sit beside the deceased's bed. He sat there, head bowed in silence, a rare moment devoid of killing intent. Vlad looked up at the old man's silver hair, a man who had been one of the few he respected. A sad but respectful smile briefly appeared on Vlad's lips. He began to tell stories as if the old man could still hear him. "This time, I traveled to the far north, where a majestic snow-capped mountain range unfolded before me. Before a snow mountain so high it seemed to touch the sky, lay endless white snowfields." Vlad gripped his sword hilt, recalling a life-or-death battle. "There, I fought a snow-white dragon," Vlad continued, implying that the sword, which the old man had forged, was what had protected him to the very end. He smiled sadly, admitting there was too much he wanted to say, but in the end, just one sentence was enough. Vlad gently placed the sword on the blacksmith's chest, a solemn gesture. With his bright blue eyes, Vlad bowed his head and whispered thanks for saving his life. Memories returned, the story beginning with the dream and passionate fire of a great old blacksmith. The simple, unadorned sword was completed in the hands of a young Vlad, his eyes full of confidence. That weapon was like a bright star, an aspiration reaching straight for the sky. Now, that star had returned to the embrace of its creator. In the past, the old blacksmith handed the sword to Vlad, both master and apprentice exuding a radiance brighter than anyone else. Time passed, and Vlad, along with Harvin and Gemina, stood before a grave in the cemetery next to the monastery. Gemina couldn't hold back her emotions, turning away to wipe her tears, while Harvin and Vlad stood silently. Harvin exclaimed, surprised that Vlad had gone all out, using his entire first salary to buy such an expensive grave. Vlad coldly replied that at least he wanted the old man to escape the dark alleys in his final moments. On the tombstone, only the words, "the best blacksmith of Schwara," were carved. Vlad bitterly realized that the one who forged the dragon-slaying divine sword remained nameless. He revealed that he had asked everywhere, but no one knew the old man's true name. Vlad wondered philosophically, does a name truly matter? Light illuminated him as Vlad firmly asserted that it was enough for him alone to remember the old man. The group left the cemetery, Gemina still sniffling, leaving the past behind. Vlad turned back, his gaze sharp, signaling a new, turbulent chapter was about to begin. Gemina noticed a group of people in the dark alley staring at them. Vlad coldly asked, "Who?" It was a group of slum children, their faces gaunt, their eyes lifeless. Vlad remarked that there were more and more such children lately. They just stood there, staring at him, and he challenged them, "If you want to beg, come closer." Ned approached, asking Vlad directly, "Don't you realize why they're doing that?" Ned gave a faint smile, recalling a bitter past. "It seems you've forgotten everything. Back then, our eyes were exactly the same." The dark-skinned young man looked up at the sky and uttered a harsh reality. "This winter is colder than last year's." Vlad paused, a memory suddenly flashing in his mind. The children huddled in the frost, and Ned affirmed a cruel truth. Many of them would freeze to death. Vlad's gaze sharpened as he mused. Just one blanket would be enough for them to hold on, right? Ned quickly stopped him, reminding him of his tight finances. "Wait a moment. Your salary this month is only 1 gold coin." Vlad waved his hand, threw the gold coin to Ned, and ordered, "Consider this month gone. This is enough to buy blankets for them and their friends. Tell them to pray for the old blacksmith once, and that'll be enough." Ned held the gold coin, smiling in admiration, thinking this was an incredibly good deal. Gemina didn't stand idly by. She declared she would go talk to the madam to arrange a full meal for the children, because only with full stomachs could they resist the cold. Vlad smirked. He knew he had to change this rotten world, little by little. The group left the cemetery. The nameless sword had been buried with the blacksmith, but his legacy was now shining in the dark alley. The slum children, now with warm blankets and bread, smiled brightly. That was the new legacy of the nameless blacksmith. The scene abruptly shifted to a ruined district, the air thick with the stench of blood. A heavy iron boot crushed a puddle of blood on the ground, signaling a purge was about to begin. Vlad, clad in his blue fur-collared cloak, led a new elite force comprised entirely of formidable figures, striding onto the battlefield. Vlad stood in the middle of the rotten alley, sighing as he remarked that this place was even worse than rumored. Truly a hotbed of disease waiting to erupt. Gregory, the bearded knight, growled that initially they only intended to quell the unrest lightly, but now stronger measures must be used. Vlad coldly cut him off, telling Gregory not to trouble himself with overthinking. Vlad's eyes sharpened. He asserted that Blackbeard himself would create the perfect excuse to be wiped out. Gregory froze, finally understanding. "So, from the very beginning, you had." Vlad smirked arrogantly, declaring that for the scum in these alleys, there would never be any mercy. Gregory burst into delighted laughter, acknowledging that this straightforward, no-nonsense approach was truly his style. Vlad's army, fully armed, arrayed itself before a formidable fortress, the stronghold of Blackbeard's gang. Vlad turned to Gregory, coldly stating, "I'm starting now," and the knight simply nodded in agreement. Vlad took a deep breath, channeling all his inner strength to prepare for a grand entrance. He roared resoundingly, "I am Vlad of Schwara. I have come to apprehend Blackbeard, who has disturbed the city's order." A scroll was held high, listing Blackbeard's numerous crimes: murder, fraud, human trafficking, and even deceiving the mayor. Vlad shouted, demanding that Blackbeard come out immediately to face fair judgment. The only response to the summons was a deadly silence from within the fortress. Vlad's face remained impassive as he uttered a concise statement. "Then it's war." Gregory confirmed, "Just as you predicted." Gazing at the silent door, Vlad clarified, "Blackbeard has given us our pretext." The door remained tightly shut, clearly indicating that the boss was preparing for a fight to the death, fully armed. Inside, through a small iron window, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. A group of armed henchmen had taken their positions, knowing well that capture meant certain death. Vlad, with an icy expression, called out the names of his two warriors. Age, Otar, Vlad declared concisely. We will lead the charge, heading the trio of assassins ready to sweep through. The barbarian Age asked about the plan. It seemed he was ready to begin after reviewing the indictment. Vlad merely looked back in silence, a terrifying quiet that signaled the upcoming battle would be anything but simple. Vlad revealed Blackbeard's heinous crime. They sold a pregnant woman and her unborn child as ingredients for dark magic, which enraged Age. Vlad's eyes flashed with icy blue light, a stark contrast to Age's blazing red, fiery gaze. Without another word, Age erupted with power, charging into the guards like a red storm, tearing everything apart. He struck left and right. The guards only managed a desperate scream before being obliterated. Age's scimitar glowed with a deadly red light, leaving the guards stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Age turned to face the small fry, his killing intent overwhelming, declaring that merely killing them was not enough for their crimes. The henchman, startled, recognized his identity, stammering, "A barbarian? How is a barbarian here in Schwara?" Age corrected them in a guttural voice, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "Not a barbarian, but of the Budat tribe," he roared, then shot into the air, preparing for a devastating blow. The lackeys screamed desperately as they tried to resist. "Stop him!" Age's tattooed arm flared with crimson energy as he swung his scimitar, preparing for the slaughter. He spun, creating a whirlwind of slashes, clearing everything within the reach of his blade. Swish! The blazing red blade swept through, and the heads of two guards were severed in an instant. Amidst a sea of blood, Age flashed a savage grin, thoroughly enjoying the massacre. The surviving soldiers trembled, cursing him as a damned monster, attempting to form a spear wall. But it was useless against a true beast. While Age was rampaging, Otar also refused to stand idle, grabbing his twin axes and joining the fray. The patrolman flew straight into the enemy formation like a deity, disregarding the terrified lackeys. Thud! Otar landed, his twin axes cleaving down, splitting an unfortunate foe in half on the spot. Without a moment's pause, Otar continued to spin, swinging his axes to dispatch a few more lives. Age was no less impressive. A clean slash sent an enemy's head flying into the air. In the blink of an eye, the floor was covered in corpses. Age and Otar stood tall amidst the battlefield. Age smirked, admitting, "Not bad," while Otar simply nodded silently, acknowledging his opponent's skill. A minor commander desperately yelled, urging the remaining lackeys. "There are only two of them, mob them." Immediately, a dazzling azure aura erupted, stopping everyone in their tracks. The commander's sword halted in midair, blocked by an invisible wall of energy. The entire gang of thugs was repelled by a massive wave of Vlad's energy, unable to advance another step. They all froze, their faces pale as they realized what they had just encountered. Vlad's sword glowed brightly, radiating an absolutely overwhelming aura. Vlad declared coldly, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. "From now on, I will cut down anyone who remains standing." Dozens of thugs stood before Vlad like lambs awaiting slaughter. Vlad concentrated his entire aura, his voice thundering through the room. Kneel. Crash. Under terrifying pressure, all the lackeys simultaneously knelt to the ground, not a single one daring to raise their head. Vlad turned to Gregory, giving a concise order. "Leave this place for the soldiers to clean up. We're going upstairs." With that, Vlad calmly walked away, leaving behind a group of enemies who had completely lost their will to fight. Click. Vlad's hand pushed open the heavy door, entering the final stronghold. Vlad led the way, his dominant aura filling the corridor, followed by Gregory and Aga. His blue eyes blazed, sweeping across the dark room. Inside, the boss Blackbeard was kneeling before a bald priest dressed in white. The priest placed his hand on Blackbeard's head, muttering a condescending welcome to Vlad. Vlad narrowed his eyes, coldly asking him directly, "Who are you?" The priest sneered, introducing himself as being from the church on the bishop's orders. Vlad growled, declaring he was here on the mayor's orders to deal with the criminal Blackbeard. But the priest replied nonchalantly. The priest declared there were no criminals here anymore, because Blackbeard's sins had been forgiven by God. He arrogantly held out a parchment scroll, what was called the Divine Indulgence. A corrupt sermon began. God is everywhere. However, his light does not shine equally upon everyone. A metaphorical image appeared. The light was only for the wealthy and powerful, while the common folk at the bottom of society remained submerged in darkness. The priest continued to preach, claiming this was the true face of God and the church that the poor still saw. Vlad questioned directly. An indulgence? So this man is now innocent? The priest smirked, firmly confirming that this was issued by the bishop himself. Gregory was deeply shocked to hear Bishop Pierre's name, unable to believe a high-ranking figure would protect a petty slum boss. Vlad remained silent, his gaze as cold as ice, staring at the ridiculous piece of paper. He wondered if a cheap piece of paper could dry the tears of countless women who had died unjustly in this hypocritical church. Vlad's eye glowed blue. He repeated the enemy's words sarcastically. Now I am innocent. Blackbeard swaggered, growling. Once God forgives, everything's fine, isn't it? Vlad smirked, unable to believe his ears. Forgiveness? The bald priest confirmed with a smug look, while Blackbeard sneered. Indeed, sins can be washed away with a devout heart. Blackbeard grinned sinisterly, drooling. See, he said it? You came here for nothing, kid. Killing intent erupted in Vlad's eyes. He growled each word. How could you do this? Vlad's memories flashed back to women being sold off, screaming in despair behind bars. The image of hands trying to reach out from the shadow of death haunted his mind. The women and children you pushed to their deaths. Blackbeard still laughed savagely, without a hint of remorse. And you can still laugh? Vlad turned his back, his figure shrouded in shadow, concluding with a firm statement. This is wrong. He turned to question the priest directly. Father, can anyone truly be forgiven just by having a sincere heart? The bald priest scoffed contemptuously, preaching his false doctrine. Of course, as long as you receive forgiveness from God and the church, all your sins will be cleansed. Vlad bowed his head, his face hidden in shadow, his voice as cold as ice. I understand. He turned to Gregory, his gaze sharp. Sir Gregory, do you remember what you told me in the misty village? A blue aura erupted around Vlad as he placed his hand on his sword hilt. If no one takes the necessary position, and if no one takes responsibility, then one must do it oneself. Gregory was stunned, realizing Vlad was about to do something earth-shattering. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with a deadly light. Because that is. Gregory cried out in panic, trying to stop him. Wait. Vla. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad swung his sword, a blue light tearing through the air in a destructive strike. The swordmaster's law. Blackbeard's head flew from his neck, falling to the floor to utter astonishment. Vlad's blue eyes were cold as ice, without a trace of remorse. Gregory froze, cold sweat pouring down him as he witnessed the scene before him. Age and Otar froze, unable to believe Vlad's decisive action. The enemy's blood splattered on his face, but Vlad merely looked down silently, his blue eyes glowing brightly with killing intent. Swish! A streak of fresh blood splattered across the wooden floor, marking the end of a life. Blackbeard's headless corpse collapsed at the feet of the bald priest, who was still clutching his Bible tightly. Dark blood splattered onto the priest, making him jump, his face completely drained of color. The bald priest shrieked in panic. What is this? Vlad's sword dripped blood onto the floor, cold and deadly. Vlad stood there, an overwhelming blue aura radiating from him. His voice rang out. I am a sinner. He raised his blood-soaked sword, his cold face reflected on the steel blade. So grant me the chance to be absolved. At the Vazid manor, news of the execution was quickly reported. Joseph Vazid clasped his hands together, his voice low. He truly killed someone with an indulgence, didn't he? Gregory bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. I apologize. I should have stopped him. I didn't expect him to have an indulgence. Joseph interrupted sharply. Not had, but was granted. The officers behind Gregory were all stunned. Joseph smirked, a smile full of hidden meaning and danger appearing on his face. He is disrespecting the Vazid family. Joseph's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He ordered, Where is Vlad? The yellow-cloaked commander quickly reported. He is waiting in my office. I thought it best not to let anyone see him. Joseph Vazid analyzed the situation. His deliberate granting of the indulgence surely meant the bishop had targeted Vlad from the start. Joseph nodded decisively, signaling Zayar that this was the only way, which surprised the bodyguard as well. Zayar placed a hand on Gregory's shoulder, his gaze sharp. Understood. Gregory stammered in panic, intending to take the blame. Sir Zayar, let me. Zayar cut him off, his voice chillingly cold. It is my fault for not teaching him properly. I will take responsibility. Gregory froze, watching his commander walk away, unable to believe it. The knight tormented himself internally. It was all his fault, for being too hasty in seeking profit for his family. Joseph wrote out an order, speaking with a chilling tone. Sir Gregory, as you are directly involved in this matter, you too must bear responsibility. Gregory bowed his head, accepting his fate, and Joseph smirked, praising his timely understanding. Joseph handed Gregory a wax-sealed letter, Go to Varna immediately and deliver this to the designated person, as soon as possible. Gregory gazed blankly at the letter, wondering what caliber of person it was for. The knight's eyes gleamed with determination, and he roared, "Understood. I shall ride without rest." Joseph turned to the other officers, beginning to issue commands. Bordon, summon a mage. I need to contact Father and San Logino. Maxim, Cade, cancel all missions, select elite soldiers, and await orders. Bordon, Cade, and the other officers responded in unison, their spirits burning fiercely. Joseph gripped the armrest tightly, his tension and resolve clearly visible. Standing by the window, Joseph muttered that he knew this day would come, but he hadn't expected Bishop Pierre to openly challenge them, using Vlad as bait to declare war. He stated firmly, "Then, I must respond as a righteous Bayezid." Joseph smirked, a dangerous smile appearing. "This works out well. The time has come for there to be only one." He looked out at the city, his ambition burning, a city completely belonging to Bayezid, unbound by anything. In a dark cathedral, the bald priest knelt prostrate, his voice trembling as he reported to Bishop Pierre. He decapitated that man without hesitation. "Your Grace." Bishop Pierre closed his ledger and remarked, "Hez, more hot-headed than rumored, isn't he? I heard his guarantor is Father Andrea, correct?" The bald priest still dared not raise his head, confirming the information was accurate. Bishop Pierre closed his Bible, muttering sinisterly. It seems provoking him was the right move. At this rate, we can sweep them all away in one go. The bishop sneered at Joseph Vazid, who dared challenge him merely for his noble blood, and that hypocritical priest as well. He continued to disdain Vlad, an unknown knight from the lower classes, who only had those two as support. Bishop Pierre's eyes gleamed with a wicked green light. He told himself it was time to intervene, for his will was about to become the Pope's will. Displaying his full authority, the bishop declared the Pope's will was God's will, then ordered, "Send someone to the mayor." He commanded his subordinate, "Tell him I will have the foolish knight who ignored my pardon brought here." Bishop Pierre added a remark that sent shivers down the bald priest's spine. "Also, prepare them as well." The bishop smirked, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Isn't this what we've been longing for since being assigned to Schwara?" He thought about Vlad's past, that boy struck by black lightning, believing that, no matter how talented, one couldn't become a knight in just 1 year. He was certain a deep darkness lurked within Vlad, and once the truth was revealed, those who vouched for that rookie would not escape punishment either. Bishop Pierre cackled sinisterly. Night fell upon a deserted street, and snow began to fall lightly. The rhythmic thud of footsteps echoed as a fully armed army advanced. A crusader commander, wearing gleaming armor and donning a white cloak, led the army into the square with an overwhelming presence. The commander raised his iron-gauntleted hand, signaling the entire squad to halt. All the soldiers instantly stopped, shields and spears aligned, forming a silent, steel wall. The commander declared loudly, his voice echoing across the square, "Hear ye! We are here by order of his grace, the bishop." The crusader commander roared, accusing Knight Vlad of blasphemy for daring to ignore the bishop's orders. Standing before the building, the commander threatened that if the doors weren't opened immediately, everyone inside would also be deemed heretics. Click. The door opened, and Vlad stepped out with an annoyed expression. "What's all this racket so early in the morning?" The commander flinched, immediately took a defensive stance, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly, and growled, asking who had just appeared. Another bald knight stepped out, identifying himself as Maxim, Lord Joseph's knight, declaring they were investigating the Smile of Rose by the mayor's order. The crusader commander frowned, considering this an overreach of authority, and that the people inside were suspected of blasphemy. Zyar, Joseph's one-eyed bodyguard, spoke up mockingly, questioning the absurd logic of condemning others merely for being in the same place as Vlad. The commander haughtily retorted that judgment belonged to the church, and warned about the boundaries of power between nobility and the clergy. Zyar smirked and coldly replied, "We are not the ones who have crossed the line." Right behind Zyar, an elite Bayezid army quickly formed ranks, shields and spears at the ready, their aura no less imposing. The two armies stood silently facing each other, one side the church's crusaders, the other the mayor's soldiers, tension thick in the air. Maxim declared loudly that they would invoke judicial authority and blockade this place. Anyone wishing to enter would require the mayor's permit. The crusader commander gritted his teeth, uttering a threat. "You will regret this. How can a mere knight bear the authority of the church?" Maxim sneered and replied defiantly, "Just try me. I'm already deeply in debt, with no other choice." Maxim's flashback showed a dark monster and the scattered corpses of two comrades. He was determined to repay this debt of gratitude with his very life. The scene shifted to a sturdy fortress, where the Vazid family's power was clearly displayed. In a dark room, Zyar spoke with the tone of a seasoned veteran. "Didn't I tell you to always prepare for the next move?" Zyar continued to lecture Vlad, who sat slumped in the shadows, that Lord Joseph ultimately had to clean up his mess. Vlad bowed his head, his voice filled with regret, only able to utter one word: "I'm sorry." Zyar looked at Vlad, thinking to himself that this kid was smart, but his narrow perspective made him easily fall into such a simple trap. Vlad muttered in the darkness, realizing the problem wasn't a narrow perspective, but something else entirely from the start. Zyar analyzed that this kid only knew how to blindly follow orders, with zero political acumen, understanding nothing of the complex relationship between nobility and the church. Zyar gritted his teeth, admitting that Bishop Pierre was indeed an old fox who had chosen the right target to strike. Zyar informed Vlad, who was sitting behind bars, "Lord Joseph is buying you time, but at best, it'll only be for a week. Prepare yourself to testify at the church." Vlad could only bow his head in obedience, while Zyar looked at him with the gaze of a veteran. Zyar turned and walked away, uttering a seemingly concerned remark: "It's cold. You'll have someone bring in thick blankets." The one-eyed bodyguard strode out of the prison area, leaving Vlad alone. Zyar's voice echoed in Vlad's mind, comforting him not to blame himself too much, for he had done what he had to do. Vlad looked up, his gaze resolute, telling himself he had done nothing wrong, but if things turned out this way, the fault was still his. A flashback surged, showing Zyar teaching Vlad about the difference between the underworld and the world of knights, emphasizing that he must understand this clearly. In the past, Zyar had placed a hand on Vlad's shoulder and said something profound. "A knight's sword is heavy precisely because it is sharp." Back in reality, Vlad sat in his cell under the dim light, finally understanding the weight of those words. The scene shifted to a grand cathedral, where heavy snow was falling, blanketing everything in white. Bishop Pierre, in his crimson vestments, stood by the window, looking out at the snowy weather. The old man smirked, muttering, "So this is why they tried to hold out for a week?" Pierre turned his back to the window, which reflected the image of a crowd gathering outside. Outside, the common folk roared in anger, claiming this trial was utterly wrong, and that a butcher who trafficked pregnant women deserved to die. A furious woman shouted, questioning why the church treated a hero like a criminal, while granting absolution to a murderer. The crowd unanimously raised their fists, chanting slogans: "Don't insult our knight. Sir Vlad is the pride of Schwara." Before the church, the northern people clearly showed their defiance, declaring they did not recognize the bishop from the clergy, and demanded someone of northern blood to replace him. Bishop Pierre openly showed contempt, directly calling the people of the north nothing more than barbarians. The smug old man believed these cheap public opinion tricks were insignificant, and they would tuck their tails between their legs when facing the true power of the church. With a sinister smile, he declared that this trial would be where the Pope's absolute will was demonstrated. The church's grand trial hall appeared, magnificent and splendid yet chilling, ready for a grand spectacle. Vlad, our protagonist, stood alone in the center of the grand hall, back perfectly straight, his aura unwavering. In the observation seats, Joseph Vazid clasped his hands, his face pensive, clearly calculating every move. A cleric shouted loudly as the doors opened, demanding everyone stand to welcome the bishop. Joseph Vazid glanced over, and the atmosphere in the courtroom became as tense as a drawn bowstring. Joseph's eyes flashed with a glint of caution, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. And then, the main event arrived. Bishop Pierre entered, followed by a squad of inquisitors in red-hooded robes, radiating intense killing intent. The entire hall was deeply shocked, murmuring that this was an army only used for witch hunts, that they were overdoing it, and that this was clearly a show of intimidation. Joseph Vazid gritted his teeth, realizing this was a trap set from the beginning. Truly underhanded, this old man had prepared everything. Vlad was escorted to the center, his hands shackled in wooden stocks, but his face remained impassive, surrounded by inquisitors clutching magic orbs. A cleric solemnly requested Vlad place his hand on the Holy Scripture and swear to speak the truth before God. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad placed his hand on the book and firmly declared, "I will only speak the truth." The moment Vlad's hand touched it, the Holy Scripture erupted in a brilliant golden light. A colossal magic circle appeared beneath Vlad's feet, enveloping him in a barrier of light. Ancient runes floated everywhere, forming a vortex of energy around Vlad and the Inquisitors. The Inquisitors simultaneously raised their energy orbs, activating the full power of the magic circle. Vlad was engulfed in a sea of light, his hand shackles glowing in kind, looking more like a soul-binding ritual than a trial. The Vazid officers watched wide-eyed at the soul-binding magic being unleashed. Bishop Pierre announced the rules of the game. The oath has been etched. Now if you lie, the orb will extinguish. The bishop's eyes flashed with a sharp, calculating gaze. From above, Joseph Vazid observed the situation, his face darkening. Joseph gritted his teeth, knowing he had to consider the worst-case scenario for Vlad. Bishop Pierre adopted a condescending tone, mocking Vlad's northern bloodline. Just look closely. See how helpless he is before the name of God. He declared the trial of Knight Vlad of House Bayezid to begin, his presence utterly overwhelming. The first question was posed, directly targeting the accusation. Knight Vlad murdered a man named Blackbeard, who had received a pardon. Is this true? Vlad's face remained unchanged, and he answered curtly, true. The orb in an inquisitor's hand flared brightly, confirming Vlad's words as truth. Immediately, Bishop Pierre revealed his hand. The truth. So he himself has admitted to defying the word of God. Vlad froze, quickly retorting, what are you saying? I have not defied the word of God. The bishop completely ignored him, his eyes icy as he commanded. Next question. Vlad stood isolated within the magic circle, the shackles on his hands feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Joseph clenched his fist, realizing the dirty trick. Truly despicable. He intends to frame the boy with ridiculous leading questions. With a surge of dark killing intent, Pierre unleashed a fatal question. Does Knight Vlad believe that every time he kills he makes a choice that is just and righteous? Even as a cold drop of sweat trickled down his temple, Vlad steadfastly replied, yes. An inquisitor raised the orb, but this time it didn't glow brightly. Instead, it turned a gloomy purple. Bishop Pierre smirked, uttering a single, powerful word, a lie. Joseph was stunned, knowing Vlad had completely fallen into the trap. The boy is caught. No one can always make the right choice. Joseph Vazid gritted his teeth, realizing the bishop was playing word games, inserting a vague standard into the question to force Vlad to lie. Vlad cried out in protest, that's not a lie, but Bishop Pierre completely ignored him, coldly declaring, next question. The old fox revealed a new card, recalling the incident a year ago in the Schwara slums, where rumors spoke of a boy struck by black lightning. The bishop pointed directly at Vlad. Are you that boy? And Vlad was forced to admit, yes. Pierre smirked mockingly, uttering a chilling statement. Then you carry an ill omen within you. Vlad was speechless, his eyes blazing with fury at the brazen accusation. The bishop continued to press him, dark tendrils seemingly closing in on Vlad. Next question. He delivered the fatal blow. After being struck by lightning, did you begin to hear revelatory voices from an unknown entity? The crowd in the church began to stir, unable to believe their ears. Has an ill omen truly infiltrated Sir Vlad? Everyone was in extreme dismay, realizing that if what the bishop said was true, then all of Vlad's achievements were problematic. Zayar sat in the stands, his heart burning with anxiety. The situation is not good at all. He admitted that Vlad's growth indeed surpassed the ordinary, but that couldn't be proof of consorting with evil spirits. Zayar recalled the many times he had witnessed Vlad's power, his gaze firm. I have seen it many times with my own eyes. In Zayar's recollection, Vlad's sword emitted an unparalleled brilliant aura, a pure and powerful light. Bishop Pierre lost his patience, growling his command. Answer me. Why are you silent as a clam? Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, his mind working at full capacity. What should I do? He realized he had been cornered. Say yes, and ill become a worshipper of evil spirits. Say no, and ill commit the sin of lying. Either answer leads to ruin. Just then, the mysterious voice echoed in Vlad's mind, giving clear instructions. Say yes. Right now, lying is even more dangerous. The voice continued to outline an escape route. Just claim that after being struck by lightning, your mind was a bit unsettled. If you say no, that will be a lie, and you will lose any chance to defend yourself. The mysterious entity reassured Vlad, revealing its trump card. At worst, we'll have to reveal my identity. Don't worry. There's still a way for that not to happen. Vlad broke into a sweat, still weighing his options in his mind. You want me to? Bishop Pierre impatiently roared. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you answering? The mysterious entity concluded in Vlad's mind. Trust me. Vlad bowed his head, preparing to speak as planned. If you are asking if I hear voices, then. Suddenly, a powerful voice from the doorway shouted loudly. Stop! Both the crowd and the old bishop whipped their heads around, their faces bewildered. Reinforcements had arrived. Father Andrea, the boy Jean, and Zayar marched in grandly, bluntly declaring, this trial is unfair. Vlad was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Father Andrea? Bishop Pierre raged, slamming the table and shouting, this is not a place just anyone can enter. By what right do you dare to judge the fairness of this trial? Father Andrea retorted sharply, with no less imposing presence. I am the one who vouched for Sir Vlad's name. The old man continued to assert his position. Vlad of Schwara. I am the one who picked his name, which was rolling in the mud, and placed it before God. Any doubts about him should have come through me first. The old bishop was silenced, his face darkened, but he still had to concede. Humph. I permit you to enter. Father Andrea nodded and began to walk with great dignity. All three entered the great hall amidst the silence of everyone. Vlad watched his former mentor approach with a complex gaze. Father Andrea gently placed his hand on Vlad's shackled hands. He looked directly into Vlad's eyes, his voice full of trust. You've been through a lot. Leave it to me. Father Andrea turned to face the old bishop, his gaze sharp. Bishop Pierre, please ask your question once more, he declared loudly, silencing all murmurs. From now on, I will answer on behalf of Sir Vlad. Bishop Pierre narrowed his eyes and began to review the old records with a sarcastic tone. Knight Vlad has been confirmed as the street urchin boy struck by black lightning in the past. Father Andrea directly asked Vlad a loaded question. After being struck by that lightning bolt, did you begin to hear voices or revelations from an unknown entity? Vlad merely listened in silence, fully trusting his mentor. Father Andrea confidently answered for him. Of course he did. He declared before the entire Great Hall that all of Vlad's future actions would be accompanied by that voice. The surrounding officials and nobles began to grow uneasy, not understanding what this charade was about. Bishop Pierre sneered, convinced he had found a weakness. That means defiling entities have entered that voice. Father Andrea looked up to the heavens and sharply turned the tables. That voice must originate from God, the one above us all. Must it not? Bishop Pierre was speechless, his face darkened, having been countered so swiftly. Father Andrea began to recount Vlad's achievements, stating that he had used dazzling light to cleave through the darkness. He continued to praise. He protected pilgrims from the remnant of a fallen dragon and shielded children from the breath of evil entities. Father Andrea concluded by reminding them that many knights, including himself, were ready to vouch for Vlad. The crowd began to murmur. The tide had turned as they realized Vlad's patron was none other than the venerable Father Andrea. Bishop Pierre tried to salvage the situation, mocking Vlad's origins, but Father Andrea immediately cut him off. The great King Prausen also came from a fallen noble family. What do you think of someone who has endured countless hardships from the bottom of society? The image of founding King Prausen, the only swordmaster in history, appeared with great majesty. Father Andrea solemnly declared, God's blessings are not bestowed upon birth status, but upon the path they choose to walk. Cornered, Bishop Pierre fell silent, his face grim, then moved on to the next question. The old bishop changed the subject, accusing Vlad of countless crimes in the slums, but Father Andrea calmly replied, those were merely emergency relief efforts. Bishop Pierre became enraged, shouting loudly, how can crimes become emergency relief efforts? Father Andrea narrowed his eyes, his voice full of challenge. Your Grace, Bishop, have you ever truly seen the reality of the slums? He explained the harsh reality of that place. Theft, robbery, and sometimes murder. It is a place where people have no choice but to embrace tragedy to survive. That is the daily life of all those in the slums. Father Andrea continued to taunt, saying that if the parish had extended a helping hand, those wretched people would not have fallen, making the old bishop grind his teeth in anger. The old bishop began to play his hand, shouting that Vlad's rate of growth was absurd. A mere brat who hadn't wielded a sword for long awakened an aura, faced knights, and even slew dragons? Father Andrea recalled that fateful night, when a lowly mercenary like Vlad tore through the night with a pure white light, a true miracle. Father Andrea looked directly at the old bishop, declaring, I am not the only one who witnessed Sir Vlad's brilliant world. The old bishop sneered, challenging, Are there any witnesses here? Otherwise it's just empty words. Immediately Mayor Joseph Vazid stood up, holding a stack of parchment scrolls, and solemnly declared, I shall present the evidence. Joseph asserted that these were testimonies written by honorable knights themselves, leaving the old bishop stunned. A series of influential figures were named, Duncan of House Hainal, Holy Knight Justia, and even the heir of the Northern Baranov family, Volkov Baranov. Joseph growled, his face filled with killing intent, asserting that all these prominent figures had witnessed Vlad's achievements. Bishop Pierre was bitter, grinding his teeth as every accusation he had fabricated, from faith to origin, was shattered. He muttered, realizing the perfect net he had cast was torn apart, and now only one last card remained. Out of options, the old bishop decided to go all in, ordering, Bring in the Holy Seal. A squad of holy knights of the papacy in gleaming armor began to enter the courtroom. They carried a colossal chest adorned with golden cross symbols, looking extremely solemn and majestic. The noble crowd murmured and whispered, not understanding what the holy knights were personally bringing to this trial. The chest was placed before everyone, and Bishop Pierre declared, "I, the judge of this trial, still have one final question," he roared, no longer bothering with questions, but intending to use direct action to extinguish all doubts about Vlad. Crash! The chest's lid flew open, revealing a solid gold cross-shaped object, radiating a divine aura. Father Andrea's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he recognized what was inside. This is... Father Andrea was deeply shocked, shouting the name of the artifact that had just appeared. Saint Morello's mirror. Bishop Pierre confirmed with a triumphant expression, declaring it a holy relic of the papacy that could reveal all truths about anyone who gazed into it. The cunning old man smirked, his eyes flashing with malice, and declared, "Now, let the exorcism ritual begin." Father Andrea protested loudly, arguing that it was an absurd farce, as Vlad's innocence had already been proven through his answers. The sly bishop retorted that his duty was to extinguish even the slightest doubt. Mayor Joseph Vazid gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting that the old man was too eloquent. Joseph realized that if this exorcism proceeded, regardless of the outcome, Vlad would be permanently branded with disgrace. He understood that the trial's purpose had changed. The truth no longer mattered. Only the intention to intimidate all who had stood up to defend Vlad remained. Bishop Pierre, exuding an overwhelming aura, revealed his true colors. From the very beginning, this trial was merely a pretext to control the North. He ordered the hooded, red-robed inquisitors. "Inquisitors, prepare for the prayer." Father Andrea still tried to object, arguing that they still had the crystal orb to verify the truth, and could not use a holy relic so arbitrarily. Bishop Pierre roared, drowning him out. "Silence. Do you truly take the discovery of a demon's existence so lightly?" The old man continued to press, declaring that if Vlad's soul was truly pure, he merely needed to stand before the holy relic. Father Andrea fell silent, realizing the situation was locked down. If Vlad refused, it would be tantamount to admitting he harbored evil. He turned to Vlad, his voice filled with helplessness. I can no longer stop this for you." But then Father Andrea smiled resolutely. "However, do not worry. My faith is unwavering, for I have always observed your truthfulness." Vlad remained silent, sweat trickling down his temples, his eyes holding an unspoken complexity. Bishop Pierre urged from above, "What are you hesitating for? Knight Vlad, quickly stand before the holy relic." Without a word, Vlad stepped forward, standing in the center of the brightly glowing magic circle beneath his feet. Vlad reassured himself. "It's fine." But his blue eyes flashed, and an unspoken, but hinted at an enormous variable about to unfold. Within his inner world, the mysterious voice echoed, reassuring Vlad. "Go forth with confidence, just as you have always stepped towards the light." Vlad accepted the advice decisively. "Okay." He lifted his foot, preparing to step into an entirely new realm. The moment his foot touched down, the ground beneath him rippled like water, and energy began to stir. A colossal vortex of energy erupted, engulfing Vlad, his inner world undergoing a violent transformation. Vlad snapped his head up, his blue eyes revealing extreme astonishment at the sudden change. A colossal knightly figure, clad in armor and a white cloak, with thunder and lightning swirling around him, appeared with an overwhelming presence. Both stood facing each other in a chaotic space, one the apprentice, the other the master now revealed. The mysterious knight, the true form of the voice, spoke. "Finally, I understand the emotions that flowed from the old blacksmith's eyes." Vlad's eyes flashed, as he tried to process the information he had just received. The knight gave a faint smile, his voice full of understanding. "He must have hoped his ugly sword wouldn't drag you down." Vlad listened. The knight continued. "I've told you everything I could. I would have liked to see you mature a bit more, but..." The knight turned his back, declaring, "To avoid being reflected by that mirror, I must dive into a deeper world." Vlad froze, completely bewildered by what was happening. "What are you saying?" The knight explained the new level of power. "A knight's world is as deep and vast as the ocean. What you've opened so far is merely dipping your toes in." Vlad cried out, admitting his current inadequacy. "I'm still not skilled enough to reach that deep world." The knight smiled confidently, like a master looking at his disciple. "One day, you will get there." The knight vanished, leaving Vlad alone amidst the energy vortex with a final message. "Now is the time for you to forge a world entirely your own." Vlad gritted his teeth, realizing the difficulty of this challenge. It will take a very long time, Perhaps I won't even achieve it in my lifetime. The mysterious knight smiled one last time, his face gradually dissolving into shadow. Amidst the vast universe, his voice echoed, I believe in you. See you again in a deeper world. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with iron resolve. Vlad reached out towards the last starlight of his master, a silent farewell. He closed his eyes, engraving the final lesson into his mind. Returning to reality, Vlad found himself standing before a colossal cruciform mirror, with swirling blue energy. Bishop Pierre shrieked, losing all composure. What are you doing? Knight Vlad, open your eyes and look into the mirror now. Vlad, his face impassive, replied curtly. Understood. He slowly opened his eyes, his azure pupils glowing brightly. Vlad silently promised himself, I will definitely meet you again. At that very moment, the holy relic mirror erupted in dazzling light. Vlad stood tall, directly facing the surging holy energy. Bishop Pierre froze, unable to believe his eyes as pure white light enveloped Vlad. Joseph, Vazid, Father Andrea, and all the nobles gaped in astonishment. Father Andrea was stunned, too shocked to utter a word. Someone in the crowd shrieked in terror. Look, it's white light. St. Morello's mirror is radiating the light of dawn. The mirror erupted with a torrent of pure white energy. A noble light that only those utterly without shame could possess. Outside, a colossal vortex of energy formed above the church's bell tower. A townsfolk looked up at the sky, his voice trembling. Huh? Over there. The entire crowd of townsfolk turned their gaze towards the church, where a pillar of holy light was stirring the very heavens. Holy light spread throughout the city's bustling market, bringing all activity to a halt. The entire port district was also bathed in the white glow, all the citizens looking up in astonishment. Amidst the crowd, Marcella was sweating profusely while Jamina's jaw dropped, unable to believe what was happening. A colossal vortex of energy formed in the sky, directly above the church, heralding an earth-shattering event. Inside, Bishop Pierre was stunned, speechless, muttering, My lord. As he witnessed Vlad enveloped in a pure aura, Vlad lowered his head, gritting his teeth and wondering, I haven't done anything wrong. Why won't you just leave me alone? Tears of resentment streamed down. He screamed in his mind. Why are you trying to take everything from me? He suddenly looked up, shouting loudly, releasing all his pent-up emotions. It says, I did nothing wrong. Boom! An explosion of holy energy erupted from Vlad, shaking the entire grand hall. Blinding white light engulfed everything, leaving only Vlad's back standing firm at the eye of the storm, facing the shadowy inquisitors. A voice echoed from the light, declaring bluntly, The boy did nothing wrong. Bishop Pierre's jaw dropped. Reflections of Father Andrea and Joseph Vazid appeared in the light, both too shocked to speak. The voice continued to affirm, while Vlad knelt, exhausted but vindicated. He merely survived, and did what he had to do. The final witness proving his innocence was the remnant of the voice that had always been by the boy's side. The church bells rang out with sharp, resounding peals, like a declaration to the entire city. Outside, the crowd of citizens was completely overwhelmed, many beginning to clasp their hands in prayer before the divine phenomenon. Crack! Bishop Pierre's reflection cracked open on the surface of the holy mirror. Shatter! The mirror shattered into 100 pieces to the astonishment of the old bishop and the bald priest standing beside him. The old bishop muttered, unable to believe the harsh truth. How ridiculous that a holy relic would shatter just by reflecting the soul of a mere knight. A monk reported on the energy explosion, suggesting there was an entity powerful enough to affect the real world. Bishop Pierre was sweating profusely, his mind struggling to process. The light was too pure to be called evil, yet too overwhelming to be called a blessing. The old man decided to report this incident to the church, believing his superiors would be interested in a deity of this caliber. He clenched his fist bitterly, still not giving up on the idea of bringing Vlad to justice once more. Another monk rushed in frantically, interrupting the bishop's thoughts. Your Grace, San Lagino has sent a notice. The messenger monk, pale as a ghost, read the indictment aloud. Bishop Pierre of Schwara, immediately explain your relationship with Black Bear and the Dark Sorcerer. The bishop's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the latter part of the summons. Failure to comply will result in Bishop Pierre being investigated. The old man was seething with rage, roaring in fury. You northern bastards, how dare you do this to a member of the church? But then he realized this game was not simple. Behind them was an entire alliance of northern families backing them. No longer able to boast, the bishop's face turned cold as ice, ordering his subordinates, summon a sorcerer here. Plan B was activated. The old man's face filled with murderous intent, deciding to immediately send a message to Duke Dragonblood. Scene change, elsewhere, News arrived that San Logino had just sent a summons to Bishop Pierre. Mayor Joseph Vazid stood by the window, a sneer playing on his lips, commenting on the swift actions of the northern faction and the church's oppression. He gave a faint smile, asserting that the central authorities' discrimination spared no one, and now it was time to pay the price. Joseph crossed his arms, confidently declaring that a new order of power was about to be established. An illustration showed that an alliance between the northern lords and San Logino had been formed, ready to challenge the old powers. Joseph turned to ask Borden about the condition of the priest they had just hosted. Borden reported that the priest was stable but needed a few days of rest after enduring the snowstorm to get here. Joseph ordered that he be treated with special care, even suggesting sending him to Varna for winter rest to recuperate. In his thoughts, Joseph admitted to using Vlad as a pretext, but the boy's very existence had become a strategic card to pressure Bishop Pierre. In the dark room, Joseph Vazid made a firm decision. In times like these, we must have him in our hands. A voice sounded from outside the door. Joseph coldly permitted. "Lord Joseph, I have arrived. Come in." Vlad entered the room, approaching Joseph, who stood waiting by the window. Vlad stood at attention. Behind him were two seasoned guards, Zayar and Harvan, all three facing the mayor. Joseph looked at Vlad with a scrutinizing gaze, his voice full of hidden meaning. "What am I to do with you?" Vlad bowed his head, his eyes showing remorse, muttering his apology. "I apologize." Joseph began his lecture, saying that he preferred meticulous plans, but Vlad was the opposite, an unpredictable variable from start to finish. He continued to warn, his voice sharp and cold. "Now the church will be watching you, because you've obstructed them." Vlad could only sweat profusely, bowing his head in apology once more. "I apologize." Joseph put forth a hypothesis. As the priest said, "Perhaps there is God's blessing within you." Vlad was about to deny it, but Joseph waved it off. "Most likely not, but even if it isn't, it doesn't matter." Joseph's eyes flashed with a domineering glint. He declared with certainty, "Because I will make it true." Vlad looked up sharply, his blue eyes wide, completely bewildered by what was happening. Joseph turned away, pointing to a bulging pouch on the table. "Take that." It was a huge pouch of reward money. Joseph declared it a special salary, a reward for Vlad's achievements. Vlad suddenly recalled Harvan's words about the price of honor being paid at the end of the year under the name special salary. Vlad stammered upon hearing the amount, his voice incredulous. "Over 300? He was still dazed, wondering, why so much? Joseph explained clearly. Now that Vlad was a knight, he had the full right to receive compensation for all his past accomplishments. Vlad looked up, a radiant and sincere smile clearly visible. He stammered in extreme joy. "Thank you, sir." Joseph Vazid stared at Vlad, his voice chilling. "As a knight, you must hold a position of responsibility, understand?" Joseph turned his back, declaring the charges. "Knight Vlad has disregarded the divine grace. Bishop Pierre has clearly stated that this was your error." Joseph's eyes sharpened, and he continued his judgment. "Therefore I will hold you accountable for it." Joseph delivered a crushing final statement, freezing the atmosphere, and expel Knight Vlad from Schwara. Vlad froze, sweat beading on his brow, his blue eyes wide in disbelief, only able to utter one word. "What?" Joseph's sharp, cold eyes did not waver. The decision had been made, and could not be changed. Vlad was still processing, sweat trickling down his temples, trying to digest the recent shock. Behind him, Zayar and Borden, Joseph's two trusted retainers, stood still as statues, proving this order was absolute. Vlad was still dazed, questions echoing in his mind. What in the world is he talking about? Expulsion? Joseph explained his move. There is no other choice, if even a minor mistake remains. A vision appeared. Bishop Pierre and his red-robed cronies stood amidst a sea of fire, ready to tear apart anyone who defied them. Joseph concluded cruelly, but realistically, reckless generosity is poison. Decisive action is necessary right now. Joseph gave his final order, allowing no resistance. Leave Schwara within 1 week. The scene shifts to the past, in a shabby tavern. Bure and a crony were idly chatting. "If only I had 100 gold, I'd quit this profession. Buy land and farm." The other mercenaries were also buzzing with discussion. Another one objected. "Farming is deadly boring. Trading is better. Get a nice house first, then we'll see." Bure sneered, mocking his friend. "You think trading is easy money? That's the fastest way to go bankrupt." The crony still dreamed. "But it's definitely better than being a mercenary. Don't you think?" Bure turned to a boy, diligently cleaning the floor. "What about you? If you had 100 gold, what would you do?" The white-haired boy looked up, his blue eyes showing fatigue, and replied curtly. "Who would give it?" Bure smirked at the boy's insolent attitude, while the white-haired boy, who was young Vlad, pondered and replied, "If it were 100 gold, first I'd have to pay off my debts." Bure sneered, teasing young Vlad. "Whoa, 100 gold in debt? Such a bleak future, little brother? Already involved in gambling at such a young age?" Young Vlad's face was expressionless. He replied curtly, "Not gambling debt. There are just a few things I need to return." The mercenaries all leaned in curiously. "Huh? Return what?" The scene shifts to the present. Adult Vlad sat before piles of gold, his eyes sharp and cold. "It's time to pay my debts." Marcella crossed her arms, refusing Vlad's money. "I already told you I don't need lodging fees." Vlad persistently placed the money on the counter, explaining, "Taking care of freeloaders is expensive, isn't it? You must have poured all your capital into turning this place into an inn." Vlad grinned, continuing to persuade. "Just consider it capital to upgrade the quality of service." He winked, acting like a shrewd investor. "Consider this an investment. Just return the profits to me later." Marcella sighed, rubbing her neck, finally giving in. "Then I'll have to work harder. I can't let my investor lose money." Vlad teased. "I was just going to hand everything over to Jamina and go on vacation. But I can't stand by and watch the Roses Smile Inn go bankrupt." Marcella glared at him, her voice slightly reproachful. "If you're so worried, you should be more careful. You just returned safely, and now you're about to leave again." They looked at each other. Vlad stated firmly, "This time, I will also have a smooth journey." Marcella simply replied, "Yes. Just do your best, as you always do." Vlad bowed his head, his voice sincere. "Thank you, Marcella." Marcella was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. "Huh? Thank you for what?" Memories flashed. An image of a younger Marcella appeared. Another memory. A towering Jorge stood next to a tiny, scrawny Vlad. Vlad explained the reason, the boy's voice echoing, for bringing color back. Adult Vlad smiled, completing the thought in his mind. "To my gray life. Thank you for everything." Water in a wooden bucket shimmered brightly. A boy dressed as an acolyte struggled to carry a heavy bucket of water down a long corridor. A sinewy hand grabbed the bucket handle, stopping the tottering acolyte. "You'll spill it all like this." The boy looked up sharply, his eyes wide as he recognized the newcomer. "Ah? Sir Vlad." Vlad took the bucket for him, striding down the corridor while the boy trotted behind, asking about the priest's condition. "He'll probably have to stay in bed for a while longer." The acolyte sighed, lamenting that the frail old priest couldn't withstand the cold weather, yet he had to accompany the bishop immediately upon arrival. Vlad glanced at the boy, asking directly, "Do you need any help?" The boy shook his head, saying that Lord Joseph had taken care of everything, making Vlad merely mumble in agreement. Suddenly, the acolyte turned curiously and asked, "Is it true?" The boy's eyes shone brightly, full of admiration. "I heard that you received God's blessing." Vlad forced a wry smile, clearly awkward. The more rumors spread, the more distorted they become. "It's not what you think." The boy tilted his head, his expression rather disbelieving. "Really?" The boy continued to prattle on that the priest was very happy Vlad had become an official knight, which made Vlad ask in surprise. "Of course, and he even received God's blessing," the boy asserted, despite Vlad's helpless correction that it wasn't true. The boy grinned, asking permission to go boast to his friends that he once prayed with Sir Vlad. Vlad could only offer a wry smile and agree, secretly thinking such a trivial thing was worth boasting about. Upon arrival, Vlad handed the bucket back to the boy, who hastily thanked him for carrying it. The acolyte bid farewell and carried the bucket inside. Vlad merely gave a slight wave. Vlad turned and walked away alone, secretly regretting not being able to greet the bedridden priest. Suddenly, his footsteps halted in the middle of the corridor. Vlad's blue eyes narrowed. His warrior senses had just picked up a strange signal. In the vast and silent corridor, Vlad stood still, his entire body taut like a bowstring, ready for whatever was to come. In the dim inner space, Vlad stood alone, realizing no voice answered him anymore. He mused, having long grown accustomed to this feeling of solitude. Vlad decided it was time to grow accustomed to this silence. He strode decisively down the corridor of light, leaving the past behind. The scene shifted to a tavern, where two men sat drowning their sorrows. Olsen Cannon let out a long sigh, lamenting that every collaboration they had ended in disciplinary action. Vlad merely sipped his beer in silence, concurring with his comrade's complaint. Olsen asked when Vlad would depart, and he replied concisely, 5 more days, perhaps sooner if the business is concluded. Olsen admitted the results weren't ideal, but still thanked Vlad because, thanks to him, all plans had been completed. The burly man affirmed. The Black Bears organization has been wiped out, and the Cannon family is guaranteed entry into the Schwara market. Vlad smirked. At least there was a worthwhile outcome. Olsen looked directly at Vlad, seriously stating that he owed him a great favor, and that his family wished to sponsor him indefinitely. Vlad teased. Sounds like I'll get free sausages for life, huh? Olsen played along. Absolutely. Provided until you tire of it. Olsen suddenly fell silent, then hesitantly said that he wasn't used to speaking such sentimental words. A flashback flickered to Vlad acting with extreme decisiveness, and Olsen commented, "That day, your actions were more knightly than any knights." Vlad replied indifferently that he didn't even remember when that was. Olsen reminisced about the Golden Age, when knights only followed the swordmaster's code, disregarding politics or personal gain. The burly man bowed his head, bitterly admitting, "We have reached an era where true knights are too rare." I felt ashamed of myself. Olsen looked up, his eyes filled with respect and sincerity. He concluded with a firm statement, "And I am also very proud of you." While Vlad merely listened in silence, Olsen Cannon raised his mug, advising Vlad, "Be careful on your journey." Vlad merely gave a slight smirk, his demeanor as cool as ever. Clink! The two wooden mugs clinked together, ending their conversation. The scene shifted to a bustling harbor, where large ships were moored under a radiant sunset. Harvin, accompanying Vlad, grinned widely. "Ha, coming here is still the best. It's been ages since I've seen proper ships." He pointed to a massive warship. "Look, a Nile-class ship. The captain must be furious because the river is frozen." Vlad uttered coldly. "Too expensive." Harvin looked bewildered. The two walked up the stairs, and Vlad suddenly asked, "Harvin, do you still want to sail? Still want to travel far from Schwara?" Harvin replied firmly, "Of course." Then looked at Vlad, puzzled. "Why are you acting so strange today?" Vlad merely smirked mysteriously, ignoring Harvin's curiosity about suddenly wanting to look at ships. They stopped before a smaller merchant ship, and Vlad announced, "This one is 200 gold, cheaper than the others." Vlad explained that this ship was most favored by merchants, then finished with a stark declaration, "So I bought it." Harvin froze, sweat pouring down, stammering incoherently, "Huh?" Vlad looked directly at the old man, his gaze steadfast. "To the one who once had to kneel so that Gemina and I could survive, I have decided to repay this debt at any cost." The ship glided across the endless sea in the sunset. Vlad thought to himself, "On that distant ocean, you will no longer need to limp." Back in reality, Vlad held out the ship's deed. "Sign your name on it." Harvin tremblingly looked at the leather-bound book with the ship's image, still unable to believe what was happening. Vlad affirmed once more as they stood on the dock, "Now, it's yours." Harvin was too moved to speak, only managing to utter with difficulty, this." The old man turned away, still unable to find words to express his overwhelming feelings. Vlad silently watched Harvin. No further words needed. The old man tremblingly placed his hand on the ship's deed, officially accepting the enormous gift. Vlad grinned widely, his voice full of excitement. "Congratulations." Harvin burst into tears. Now he was Captain Harvin. As time passed, Vlad began to settle his remaining debts of gratitude. He visited the grave and said his final goodbyes to the old blacksmith, whom he would not see again for a very long time. He also sent his thanks to Maxim for protecting Rose, and to Bordun for reading the orders in his stead. He spent time having a simple drink with Gregory and Cade, the ones who had protected the children. Thus, Vlad one by one repaid each debt, crossing off each name in his mind. Time flew as he dedicated himself to the debts of gratitude he had once not dared to face. Back in the present, at an inn at night, Vlad announced, "I have already spoken with Sir Gregory." He instructed Othar and Harvin by the fireplace. "When the river thaws, collect meat from the Cannon family in Sturma. Though it's not sailing far, this will be a good first voyage." Othar asked in surprise if Vlad had found customers for Harvin yet, and Vlad replied nonchalantly, "I need to prepare first." Vlad placed a hand on Othar's shoulder, asking for a favor. "Othar, please help Harvin with his business. Having you by his side will be of great help." And the guard simply nodded in agreement. Othar asked, "Are you leaving tomorrow morning? Have you said goodbye to the mayor yet?" Vlad explained the political maneuver. "He keeps his public and private affairs separate. I cannot meet him while he is pressuring the bishop. The church could use that as an excuse to cause trouble." Othar sighed in exasperation, muttering, a damned excuse," then asked again, "So, have you met everyone you needed to meet?" Vlad merely smirked mysteriously. "Well," he looked out into the darkness, his voice deepened. "There's still one person." In another room, Jamina was huddled on the bed, burying her face in her pillow in solitude. Gemina was huddled in the dark room when Vlad knocked on the door, his voice gentle. "Gemina, could you open the door?" She remained completely silent, not bothering to reply. Standing in the hallway, Vlad began to lose patience. "How long do you plan to barricade yourself in there?" "I have something to say." "Open the door." He narrowed his eyes, his voice hardening, delivering an ultimatum. "If you don't open it, it'll break in. Understood?" Inside, Gemina flinched when she heard Vlad ask directly. "You heard Harvin's story, didn't you? About what happened at Captain Hoover's hideout." Vlad pressed against the door, stating firmly, "You know I mean what I say. Step away from the door. I'm counting to 3. He began counting 1, 2 while Gemina frantically rushed to open the door. Just as Vlad was about to call out the third count, the door swung open. Gemina stood blocking the doorway, arms crossed, her face cold and impassive as she stared directly at Vlad. She snapped, dismissing him. "What do you want to say?" "Say it quickly, then get out of my sight." Vlad simply looked down silently, his gaze full of unspoken meaning. Gemina also lowered her face, the tension between them stretched taut. Vlad looked up, his voice nonchalant yet full of pressure. "I had intended to wait patiently for you, but now I'm the one who's out of time. Understand?" Gemina looked bewildered, sweat trickling down her cheeks, not understanding what was happening. "What?" Without a word of explanation, Vlad acted immediately, hoisting Gemina onto his shoulder like a sack. Gemina shrieked in alarm at the sudden assault. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Let me go." Vlad held her tight, stating curtly like a command, "We're going together." He carried her off imperiously, despite Gemina struggling fiercely. Night had fallen across the town's streets. Gemina was still screaming in helplessness, as Vlad escorted her away. "Let me go," Vlad grumbled while carrying Gemina on his shoulder. "Holed up in your room all week, forcing me to drag you out like this," while she kept yelling, asking where they were going. With a cold gaze, Vlad tossed out a terse announcement. "I'm leaving tomorrow." Gemina froze, leaning close to him and growling. "That's precisely why you should stay away from trouble." Vlad continued walking through the night, his voice deepening. "Before, I ran away. But now, I'm being driven out." Gemina hugged him tightly, calling him a fool, while Vlad smirked. "At least I'm being driven out, not killed." Vlad suddenly realized it was past curfew, announcing nonchalantly, "It's later than I thought. Time for a little run." Gemina hadn't even grasped what was happening, her face bewildered as she asked again, "What?" Without warning, Vlad stomped his foot and burst into a sprint like a phantom, gliding swiftly through the streets. Gemina's face turned pale, screaming in the wind. "You crazy bastard!" Her scream echoed as Vlad became a blur, darting through the dark alleys. After the shock of the speed, Gemina found herself standing in the middle of a luxurious tailor shop, her eyes wide with astonishment. A magnificent evening gown was displayed on a mannequin, radiating a dazzling, enchanting glow. Gemina stood stunned amidst the opulent garments, letting out an overwhelmed, "Wow." A tailor with a curled mustache joyfully greeted them. "Oh my, Sir Vlad," while Vlad asked directly, "Sorry I'm late. Is my order ready?" The tailor confidently replied, "Of course. I was planning to bring it to you tomorrow since I didn't see you today." Vlad turned to Gemina, who was still standing bewildered, and ordered, "Try it on." Gemina flinched, pointing at herself with an incredulous expression. "Me?" Outside, snow began to fall, blanketing the town submerged in night. Vlad walked on the snow-covered path, each footprint clearly imprinted. He recalled, thinking to himself, "When you wore the dress I gave you back then, you looked very fitting." Gemina, in her brand-new dress and shoes, took hesitant steps on the snow-laden path. She looked up at Vlad's back as he walked ahead, not understanding why he was silent. Vlad turned back with a sly smile, his blue eyes gleaming. "Why so flustered?" In her completely new attire, Gemina replied awkwardly, "What the hell are you talking about?" Vlad remarked that the dress fit perfectly, then added a teasing jab. "You probably won't grow any taller anyway." Gemina glared daggers, muttering, "Do you have a death wish?" Vlad stated bluntly, "From now on, stop borrowing clothes from the madam. Wear your own." Gemina suddenly became serious, listing off items from necklaces, earrings, shoes, to even a fan, then asked directly, "How much do you think all of this cost?" She snapped, saying that the shoes alone cost over 5 gold, more expensive than a sword, asking if he was joking. Vlad ignored her, continued walking, and said, "It would be even better if I had time to do your hair, but I've been too busy lately." Gemina retorted coldly, her breath misting in the cold air. "That's because you were kicked out like an idiot." After a while, she couldn't hide her worry. "So when will you be back this time?" Vlad replied curtly, "Who knows? They didn't say anything, so I don't either." Gemina clutched the fan tightly in her hand, her voice trembling. "You're not never coming back, are you?" Vlad turned to tease. "What? Planning to follow me if I don't return?" Gemina startled, quickly waving her hand. "Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I abandon the Rose's Smile Tavern?" Vlad smirked, dropping a bombshell. "By the way, the madam said she's thinking of letting you manage the inn." Gemina froze, her eyes wide with astonishment, stammering. "Me?" Vlad walked on, explaining why he would return. "I have to come back before it goes bankrupt." "Do you know how much money I invested?" Gemina was speechless. He affirmed confidently with a self-assured smile, "I will definitely return to recoup my investment." Then he looked at her, his voice softening. "Take good care of our home." Gemina was stunned, her cheeks flushing as she tried to process his words. "Our home?" Vlad stopped, offering the white handkerchief she had made for him. "Here, take this." Vlad smirked, letting out a cryptic remark. "I didn't know before, but it seems nobles often do this." Gemina asked back, bewildered, still not understanding what he was up to. "Do what?" Suddenly, Vlad, in his knight's armor, knelt on one knee, on the cold snow. He looked up, calling her name formally. "Lady Gemina." Vlad's blue eyes shone brightly, and he earnestly requested, "Please, would you bestow upon me your handkerchief?" Gemina froze, her face flushed red, clutching the handkerchief tightly, completely unsure how to react. The narration explained, there are two ways for a knight to receive a lady's handkerchief: by the tip of his sword, or directly by hand. In the silent square, a knight had knelt before his lady. The handkerchief was passed from her hand to his, a solemn and ancient ritual. Perhaps the young lady was still naive, but the knight, through this act, had voluntarily taken on a great responsibility. It was a vow to protect her with his very life. Under the dim light, Vlad knelt before Gemina, an unspoken promise established. Afterward, Vlad, alone on his horse, departed from the snow-covered town. His black warhorse strode with steady steps on the silent road. His retreating figure faded into the distance, leaving solitary footprints in the snow. Inside a warm room, the lights were still on, but the person was gone. Vlad rode his black steed, advancing gallantly, his banner fluttering in the snowy wind. Suddenly, a grumbling voice echoed from ahead. "Heavens, what's all this noise at dawn?" Othar was shivering from the cold, muttering curses. "I haven't even left yet, and I'm already freezing to death." Vlad looked at the patrol guard, asking bluntly, "Huh? Why are you here?" Othar replied that he was the knight's attendant. Othar exhaled a cold breath, declaring flatly, "Forget it. I've invested too much in you to waste it now." Vlad retorted to the patrol guard, "Considering the swindlers out there, you're no saint yourself to talk about others." Othar smirked confidently. "You might be street smart, but I know this world better." The guard continued to prod. "I heard you even bought a boat for your friend. Planning to take care of me like that too later?" Vlad merely chuckled mysteriously. "Let's see how things go first, then I'll consider it." Othar changed the subject, getting straight to the point. "So, where are we going?" And Vlad replied curtly, "East." The patrol guard was dumbfounded by Vlad's terse and overly vague answer. Vlad's blue eyes gleamed with determination, showing he wasn't joking. His sword reflected the light, a reliable weapon for the journey ahead. In a dreamlike landscape with a radiant golden great tree, Vlad affirmed, "There is something I must find there." Othar sighed in acceptance. "All right. That's better than wandering aimlessly." Vlad glanced back, his breath turning into mist in the cold morning air. Aboard his black steed, Vlad, alone on his horse, departed from the town, the towering castle looming in the distance. Vlad smiled faintly, his gaze directed forward like a farewell. "Take care." Turning his back decisively, Vlad spurred his horse into the night, without a hint of hesitation. Both advanced to the gates of Schwara. Vlad ordered curtly, "Let's go." The figures of two knights galloped out of the city walls, plunging into the snow-covered wilderness. From the city gates, their figures grew smaller, leaving only two solitary trails of footprints on the white snow. From atop the city walls, Mayor Joseph Vazid silently watched the retreating figures of the two who had just left. Zaire approached to stand beside his master, both looking into the distance. The bodyguard remarked, "The air is truly cold." Mayor Joseph Vazid murmured that his heart felt even colder than the weather. He corrected himself bitterly. Not just cold, but a sharp ache. The mayor observed that Vlad didn't even bother to look back once, proving he had a clear objective in mind. Joseph whispered to Zaire that from now on, things would become much busier. He declared they needed greater power, enough to never lose what belonged to them again. Zaire bowed his head, firmly asserting he would follow his master. But the bodyguard still wondered, believing Vlad was already an unpredictable individual. and letting him go like that was too risky. Zaire suggested they should have given Vlad a specific mission or destination to better control him. Joseph replied that he couldn't rob a man, who had only known to obey orders his entire life, of the precious experience of acting on his own thoughts for the first time. The mayor told his bodyguard that this was also a historic moment for themselves. Joseph mused about the image of a knight setting out with only his own honor, a tradition lost since their ancestors' generation, now revived. The image of a banner-bearing knight, nurtured by Schwara and tempered by the house of Vazid, galloping through the white snow. The scene shifted to the imperial capital Brigantes, a colossal and somber city. A proud banner bearing the golden dragon symbol hung in a grand hall. In the great hall, a powerful old man sat on the throne, asking the kneeling platinum-haired knight about Pierre's proposal. The platinum-haired knight, Mircea Dragulia, affirmed that this was a perfect plan, offering both legitimacy and practical benefits. The old man on the throne, Duke Sarner Dragulia, agreed that the old bishop had come up with a rather clever idea. The duke's blue eyes flashed, decisively accepting Pierre's proposal. Sarnor Dragulia ordered Mircea and his knight army, "Plant my banner in the north." At the northern edge of the imperial central region, the village of Dobrikiti was enveloped in the quiet night. Slam! A nobleman's fist slammed down on the table in a fit of rage. Again? Baron Dalmatia of Dobrikiti roared, crushing his cup in his hand. "Tell me that it's happened again?" Two lowly guards stood before the enraged baron, being questioned. "What the hell is going on? Every time we sow seeds, someone comes and tears up the entire field." The younger guard, sweating profusely, stammered his report. "Even though we guarded all night, by morning," the baron roared, cutting him off. "Don't make excuses." The two guards could only bow their heads in submission, muttering, "We apologize." The baron rubbed his temples, his frustration evident. Nothing useful here at all." He muttered about his wretched domain, with its barren land and harsh climate, relying solely on a few barley fields. He continued to lament that if they couldn't sow, everyone would starve, but the domain's military strength was too thin. Thwack! The baron hurled the metal cup directly at the old guard's head, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes bulged wildly as he shrieked madly. "If we lack soldiers, chain up the commoners in the domain and force them to work. Everyone's about to starve. Who cares about them?" He pointed, giving orders, firmly asserting that this was caused by the monsters in the forest, and demanded all soldiers be gathered to protect the fields. The two guards, one clutching his bleeding head, obediently complied. "Yes, my lord." The guards quietly retreated, leaving the baron alone with his headache. The baron wondered in despair. "Perhaps I should hire mercenaries?" His gaze turned sharp and calculating. He looked out the window, muttering about the damned forest that kept him from eating and sleeping peacefully. Under the moonlight, the forest appeared eerie, and at its edge, two figures stood beside a black stallion. Beside the campfire, provisions like pepper, salt, and dried meat were neatly laid out. The boy Ned handed Vlad a wooden tag, explaining, "This is a pilgrimage certificate. Father Andrea wrote it for me." Ned held the pilgrimage tag, nodding in approval, praising Vlad for not forgetting to bring rare and expensive items. But then Ned snapped, scolding Vlad for not even thinking of bringing a single flint stone, while Vlad struggled with a seemingly useless fire-starting bow. Vlad retorted stubbornly, saying at least his gear would last a week, unlike Ned's pathetic flint stone. Ned was furious. Holding up two shattered pieces of flint, he yelled, "I did bring some, but you broke it, see?" Vlad nonchalantly declared, "It was defective." Ned, boiling with rage, cursed back, accusing Vlad of intentional sabotage. Vlad ignored him, ordering Ned to rub quickly if he didn't want to freeze to death in the forest. After a moment of helplessness, Vlad cursed, deciding to give up on this crude fire-starting method. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He swiftly drew his sword, the gem on its hilt glowing, making Ned jump in surprise. Vlad stood up, his presence overwhelming. Ned's face turned pale with fear, stammering a plea to continue rubbing. His eyes gleamed with a cold blue light, as Vlad suddenly called out into the void. "Hey, you people over there." He stared into the forest's darkness, casually asking to borrow a flint stone. The black stallion suddenly appeared beside Ned, leaving the boy bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A whoa echoed from deep within the forest. A group of figures slowly emerged from behind the trees, led by a pot-bellied man. He sneered. "Your ears seem sharp." Ned's face paled, realizing this was a bandit hideout. The bandit leader stepped forward with a confident demeanor, sarcastically saying, "If you've already spotted us, you should run immediately. Why try to act tough?" The leader's gaze swept over them, full of disdain. Vlad maintained his cold expression, without a hint of wavering, while Ned behind him had begun to tremble. The leader stroked his beard, grinning lecherously. "With such a pretty face, we could sell you anywhere and still get a good price." The bandit gleefully asked Vlad what family he belonged to, so they could demand a good ransom. Vlad paid him no mind, asking an unrelated question in return. "Do you have flint?" Leaving the bandit leader dumbfounded. With glowing blue eyes full of superiority, Vlad repeated his request, ordering them to check if they had any. The bandit leader was enraged, growling. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Vlad glanced, his gaze sharp as a razor, completely disregarding their threats. His eyes settled on the leader's necklace, a gruesome string of human fingers. Vlad uttered coldly, his hand already on his sword hilt. "Never mind. Why bother searching?" His eyes flared with a green light, killing intent began to spread, and he told himself it was time to be decisive. The leader and his cronies began to feel that something was wrong, an invisible pressure stiffening them. Vlad unleashed his full aura, declaring he would reclaim his initial iron resolve, and commanded, "Hand over everything you have." The entire bandit gang's faces drained of color, sweat pouring down them like rain before Vlad's overwhelming presence. He ended his prelude with a final declaration, his sword glowing brightly in his hand. "Along with your lives, which are worth less than beasts." The image of Vlad's exploding power, reflected in the bandit's fear-constricted pupils, a desperate scream echoed throughout the silent night forest, signaling the end of the purge. The next morning, at a nearby guard post, a guard sighed. "Damn it. This forest is unusually gloomy today." The two guards looked into the dense forest. One nervously said that he had a feeling something was about to leap out. The other dismissed it, telling him not to joke around, as there had been too many ghostly rumors lately. Suddenly, both jumped in alarm upon hearing strange sounds emanating from the forest. They immediately took a defensive stance, pointing their spears forward, ready to fight. A lone knight on a black stallion slowly emerged from the mist, making the two guards cry out in panic. "Who goes there?" The black steed bared its gleaming white teeth, exuding a killing intent no different from a monster. The two guards turned pale, their voices trembling as they cried out, "A monster?" From the shadows, Vlad reined in his agitated warhorse, his eyes flashing with a deadly blue glow. "Calm down, don't bite them." As the knight's figure drew closer, the two guards realized it was just a horse, and quickly lowered their spears as ordered. Vlad, atop his black steed, coldly declared, "I have captured the bandits causing trouble in this area." The two guards were stunned, asking for confirmation. "Bandits? Do you mean the ruthless criminals who recently massacred the villagers?" A procession of barefoot prisoners, covered in blood, dragged their heavy steps behind Vlad's horse. The shaggy-bearded leader, his face bruised and battered, was tightly bound and dragged along like an animal. Not only were there living prisoners, but another man also led a group of bound bandits, each forced to carry the severed head of a comrade. Witnessing the horrifying sight, the two guards could only gape and let out a piercing scream. Vlad raised his sword bearing an emblem, his gaze sharp. "I wish to see the Lord. I am Vlad, a knight of House Bayezid." Vlad was led to a large mansion, the residence of the local lord. Baron Dobrachidi, a short, stout man, grinned widely as he greeted them. "Oh, I didn't expect a knight who has proven his strength to visit Dobrachidi." Vlad merely gave a slight, indifferent bow in return. "Thank you for your hospitality." The Baron eagerly invited him in, appearing extremely excited that Vlad had cleared out the pests that had troubled him for so long. Vlad sat at the table opposite the Baron, his demeanor calm yet imposing, while his attendant stood behind him. The Baron rubbed his hands together, smiling as he asked, "So you've captured 9 bandits, correct?" Vlad casually corrected him. 15, if you count the heads they're carrying. A few managed to escape." The Baron burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. "Excellent. I will certainly reward you handsomely." As he gestured for a servant to pour wine, the Baron probed, "I see. A knight carrying his own banner. It seems you wish to prove yourself, don't you?" Vlad coldly confirmed. "That is correct." The Baron raised his glass, flattering Vlad as a true knight pursuing honor, clearly intending to ask for a favor. Vlad smirked inwardly, well aware that the old Baron only wanted to exploit him for free, and decided to collect the reward and leave early to focus on finding traces of the voice. The old Baron began to complain about strange occurrences in his domain, seeds mysteriously disappearing as soon as they were sown. He frowned, stating that even with guards posted all night, nothing was seen, so it definitely wasn't caused by ordinary animals or monsters. Hearing the Baron hint at rumors from the elders about a spirit in the forest, Vlad paid a little attention. The scene shifted to a gloomy, foggy forest, looking extremely ominous. A little girl was happily picking wild berries in the forest, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The girl puffed out her cheeks, tasting a berry, looking utterly delighted and enjoying herself. Thinking of her mother, the girl diligently continued to pick juicy berries into her woven basket. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, startling the girl, who lifted her head from the bush. The girl looked around blankly, not understanding what was happening in the silent forest. From the darkness, a colossal monster with glowing golden eyes slowly emerged, looming like a mountain. The girl was utterly terrified, tears welling in her eyes, her entire body trembling before the deadly presence. The monster's dull golden eyes stared intently at its tiny prey, devoid of any emotion. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, and birds scattered in a panic. At the scene, only the overturned woven basket and scattered wild berries remained on the ground, next to a strange hole. Returning to Vlad's group, the attendant with the undercut hair showed clear displeasure. This feeling isn't good at all. He looked at the dilapidated village around them and grumbled that this place was clearly dirt poor, with no money to pay a handsome reward as the Baron had boasted. Facing Vlad, the attendant firmly asserted that the old Baron was the type to make empty promises, and when it came time to pay, he would surely make all sorts of excuses. The attendant with the triangular haircut grumbled that they should have taken an advance payment, but Vlad coldly stated, "That's your job." Vlad smirked, beginning to tell a story about an incompetent knight under Sir Joseph, a short, stout old man named Vordon. The attendant guessed blankly. The sweet knight? Vlad bluntly revealed the old man's true nickname was Vordon the Swindler, making the attendant jump. Vlad explained that Sir Joseph valued old Vordon precisely for his deceptive talent, because everyone has their own unique value. Vlad pointed directly at the attendant, assigning him the task of demanding the reward and all future advance payments. With a meaningful smile, Vlad encouraged him. "Go and let that Baron taste your northern cunning tongue." The attendant with the triangular haircut froze for a moment, his brain beginning to process the information. And then, a thoroughly cunning smile appeared. The attendant understood, ready to play the swindler. As night fell, the group advanced into a desolate field at the foot of the mountain, and the atmosphere began to grow grim. Vlad listened in silence, his eyes gleaming with a sharp coldness when someone mentioned the strange legends of Dobrachiti Forest. The entire team, including Vlad, the attendant in the white cloak, and the common soldiers, were led to the forest edge where the child went missing near a hole. Vlad cursed inwardly, thinking the leading soldier was too talkative, violating the basic rule of ambush, silence. While the soldier was still lamenting the unfortunate good girl, Vlad's eyes suddenly flashed, detecting something unusual. The old soldier, his face full of sorrow, was recounting the child's mother, and was about to ask for a favor when, thump, a hand clamped tightly over the soldier's mouth, cutting off every word he was about to utter. Vlad, stone-faced, signaled the soldier to silence himself immediately. The old soldier's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him like rain, completely bewildered by what was happening. Vlad's blue eyes glowed with killing intent, making the old soldier stiffen with fear, wondering why he had such a terrifying expression. The entire group stood perfectly still at the forest edge, Vlad and the attendant in the white cloak leading the way, ready to face whatever lurked in the shadows. Vlad's blue eyes flashed with deadly vigilance. He had discovered something. Without a word of explanation, Vlad shot off like an arrow, leaving the bewildered, inexperienced soldiers behind. The old soldier's face turned pale, and he screamed in panic. "Run!" The attendant in the white cloak immediately ordered the soldiers. "Everyone, follow Sir Vlad." Vlad landed softly, his black cloak billowing with an imposing aura. His gaze was razor-sharp, locked onto an invisible point in the darkness. The old soldier ran up, panting, and asked with a trembling voice, "Sir Vlad, what are you suddenly doing?" Vlad turned back coldly, delivering a concise statement that left the soldier speechless. "We've been deceived." The old soldier was utterly terrified, stammering, "How can this be? The bait scattered earlier has vanished without a trace?" Vlad turned to a soldier, his voice commanding, "Do you have a shovel?" The soldier hastily handed him the crude tool. Thwack! The shovel plunged straight into the soft earth, beginning the excavation. Vlad muttered, analyzing the situation. "I definitely heard something, but there's no movement, no footprints either." His eyes glowed, and his voice deepened. "How far is the place where the child disappeared?" The attendant in the white cloak replied seriously, "Very close." In the blink of an eye, Vlad had dug a deep, abnormally round and straight hole, leaving the soldiers agape. Vlad and the attendant looked down into the pitch-black hole, unable to guess its depth. Vlad stated his firm conclusion. This was not dug by humans. He turned to the attendant. "Captain, please lead the way." With his glowing blue eyes, Vlad declared their next objective. "We need to go to the place where the child disappeared." In a large village building, someone asked about the situation. "So, "What is Sir Vlad doing right now?" The attendant in the white cloak reported. "After arriving at the place where the child vanished, he is gathering the village elders." Baron Dalmatia looked puzzled. "Those old men? For what purpose?" The attendant explained that Vlad seemed to want to delve into the past, specifically the old traditions of this place. The old baron was extremely worried, fearing the senile elders would blurt out nonsense. But the attendant suggested that age had made them wiser. The attendant was confident they wouldn't say anything detrimental in front of a strange knight, but the old baron still clutched his head in helplessness. In his thoughts, the old baron realized that the symbol on Vlad's banner was related to the Vatican, so he couldn't arbitrarily order him to stop. He was resentful because he himself had asked for help, but now Vlad was digging too deeply into the territory's secrets. The old baron decided to play dirty, ordering someone to tail Vlad to ensure he didn't meddle in matters he shouldn't know. Scene change. Vlad and the attendant were questioning the village elders. "Sirs, is there truly nothing worth remembering?" The attendant began a dramatic performance, his voice full of emotion. "By now, that child is probably trapped in some hole, begging for help." He continued to whine, imagining the small child silently weeping in the darkness until their tears ran dry, while Vlad stood silently observing. The village elders merely watched them in silence, and the atmosphere grew tense. An old man finally spoke, admitting this wasn't the first time this had happened, and mentioning the rituals they used to perform when they were young. The elders collectively cursed the Vatican under their breath for coming and forbidding their rituals, but also admitted that back then, children were only taken by wolves, not swallowed by holes. Vlad, with his sharp, cold eyes, cut straight to the point. "What were those rituals for?" The elders fell silent again, their eyes evasive, not daring to answer Vlad's question. All the village elders bowed their heads, and a terrifying silence enveloped the room. The attendant had to resort to psychological tactics, emphasizing that if they didn't speak, the child couldn't be saved. He continued to apply pressure, speaking of the harsh winter and the possibility of the child freezing to death if not rescued in time. Finally, an elder trembled and whispered, revealing the truth. It was for an earth spirit. Both Vlad and the attendant were stunned to hear that an earth spirit existed in this forest. Vlad coldly demanded a more detailed explanation of this so-called earth spirit. The attendant quickly whispered, advising Vlad to step outside for a moment because he was a Vatican knight. He explained that the elders were gauging Vlad's attitude and would clam up if he kept pressuring them. Vlad understood, ordering the attendant, "Extract all the information," and he immediately acknowledged the command. Vlad and a stout man named Portly Cannon stepped out of the elder's tent. Portly Cannon called Vlad back, seemingly wanting to speak privately to probe him. The stout man tried to explain that these rituals were nothing terrible, just local customs. Vlad smirked, cutting him off imperiously. "I know it's a heresy, forbidden by the Vatican." Portly Cannon was speechless, sweating profusely at Vlad's terrifying bluntness. Vlad's blue eyes flashed. He admitted he understood the ancient laws the villagers had followed. Vlad turned, concluding the matter. "All right then. Let's pretend I haven't heard anything about an earth spirit, or any rituals here." With the glowing cross symbol behind him, Vlad swore he would only focus on the mission of finding the child and the barley thief. His gaze sharp as a knife, Vlad warned the stout man. "Tell your master to stop following me." Portly Cannon was overwhelmed by Vlad's presence, hastily bowing an apology and thanking him for being overlooked. The stout man slunk away, leaving Vlad alone, the initiative now entirely in his hands. The attendant returned, and Vlad asked directly, "Did you extract anything?" The attendant reported that the earth spirit was not a demon, but an entity that helped fertilize the land and supported cultivation. The attendant thought this was nonsense, but Vlad showed interest, believing anything was possible. He revealed the key point. The place where the child was swallowed was the old ritual forest, and this earth spirit liked barley and lived underground. Vlad murmured, connecting the clues. "Underground, huh? It probably likes dark places too." Vlad muttered about the ritual, the earth spirit, and the offering, asserting they were all one and the same. He turned to order his attendant, "Go get some barley," which made the man look bewildered and question him. Vlad's blue eyes flashed, and he smirked. "Haven't I pulled a monster from underground before? Just set the stage." Night fell upon the dense forest, the bright full moon illuminating the path. On a large rock, a pile of barley was scattered as bait, and the attendant nervously asked, "Captain, is this method truly safe?" From within the bushes, both he and the black stallion hid carefully, the attendant wondering why the bait had to be placed on the rock. Vlad explained clearly that while digging, he had sensed a hard rock layer beneath, deducing that this creature couldn't break through the rock to emerge. The attendant began to babble about the hypothesis that the monster could break through rock, but Vlad signaled for silence. Vlad's gaze was piercing, and he whispered tensely, "It's here." The ground began to tremble slightly, a ridge of earth rising as if something was swimming right beneath it. The hidden presence moved lightning fast, stirring up the damp ground. The ridge of earth rushed straight towards the rock, then suddenly stopped, unable to advance further. The pile of barley remained still on the rock, while the thing beneath was completely motionless. Vlad affirmed confidently, "Just as expected, it can't break through the rock," earning the respect of his attendant beside him. Suddenly, a pitch-black hand with green scales slowly emerged from the soft earth right next to the rock. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready for combat. The monster's hand stretched out, snatching the pile of barley from the slab of rock. Vlad's blue eyes were highly focused, locked onto the target. "I see it." A chubby hamster unexpectedly popped up, hugging the pile of barley and squeaking in delight. Vlad, the attendant, and the black stallion all froze in place, dumbfounded by the monster's unexpected cuteness. The triangle-haired attendant yelled, cursing those senile old men, "Earth spirit, my foot! It's clearly just a mole." Vlad merely smirked mysteriously, acting as if he knew everything all along. Vlad's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and he said firmly, "That's no ordinary mole." The chubby hamster earth spirit sat amidst the pile of barley, its entire body emitting a warm golden light. Whoosh! A dark blur shot off at terrifying speed, flinging up the surrounding earth and rocks. The earth spirit, happily munching, was startled and looked up in confusion. Vlad lunged like lightning, his arms spread wide as he pounced straight onto the chubby earth spirit. In the earth spirit's pitch-black eyes, Vlad's determined face as he lunged forward was clearly reflected. Vlad caught the earth spirit in his hands, making it shriek "Kiuk" in utter panic. Vlad grinned triumphantly, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on it. "Gotcha." The earth spirit suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, its body beginning to glow more intensely. A dazzling golden light erupted from the earth spirit, enveloping Vlad and making him freeze. "Huh?" The attendant and the black stallion rushed over, the man yelling, "Captain, did you catch it?" But only silence answered. Vlad had vanished, leaving only his cloak lying on the ground. The cloak slowly dissolved into thin air as if it had never existed. The attendant and the black stallion stood dumbfounded, blank-faced, and utterly bewildered by what had just occurred. The attendant frantically looked around, crying out, "Huh? Where did you go, Captain?" He continued to call out the captain's name in vain, and the black stallion also looked worried, glancing around. The attendant suddenly fell silent, staring intently at the spot where Vlad had vanished with an expression of disbelief. The black stallion gently nudged the attendant, its gaze directed to the ground, as if it had discovered something unusual. The attendant's face turned pale, and he muttered, "This is truly insane." Both he and the black stallion stood frozen, looking down into the deep abyss where Vlad had vanished, the attendant despairingly asking, "What else is happening now?" Below, Vlad was plummeting headfirst, still clutching the earth spirit tightly. The pit seemed bottomless, with only a tangled layer of tree roots at the very bottom. Vlad shot down like a meteor, preparing for impact. Crash! He landed with immense force, scattering dust and debris everywhere. After the impact, Vlad slowly stood up amidst the pile of roots, his cloak fluttering. He sighed in relief, his heart still pounding. "Whoa, I'm alive. I thought he'd fall forever in this bottomless pit." Vlad stood in a vast, gloomy space covered in ancient tree roots, wondering, "Where is this?" He glanced at the hamster in his hand, realizing he was in an underground passage. Vlad got furious, shaking the earth spirit wildly. "What godforsaken place have you brought me to?" he growled, blaming the tiny creature, which was drooling in fear. "Grr. If it weren't for you." Vlad decided to put that aside for now, taking out a glowing stone to scout the path, cautiously stating, "No telling what's down here. It's best to be prepared." His blue eyes glowed, activating his ability to observe more clearly in the darkness. The earth spirit also stared blankly at the blue light emanating from Vlad's eyes. Blue energy erupted around Vlad, and he discovered a stone pedestal with another glowing object nearby. The earth spirit, wide-eyed, stared at a hovering azure orb, emitting a strange light. Vlad looked up at the distant mouth of the pit, realizing the situation. Seriously, nothing in this world is easy. It seems climbing back up is impossible now. He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing his surroundings, a faint blue aura emanating from his eyes. Vlad opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. There's a faint breeze. Somewhere in this passage, there must be a path leading outside. Vlad grabbed the earth spirit by the scruff, his face cold as he warned, "You're useless. If we don't get out of here today, you'll be breakfast tomorrow. Understand?" With that, he ventured deeper into the cave's darkness, deciding to just keep going and see. After walking endlessly without finding an end, Vlad began to grumble. What kind of damned path is this? It's endlessly long. Pop! The light from the earth spirit suddenly went out, plunging the entire cave into pitch-black darkness. Vlad turned to the flashlight that was acting up. Hey, it's dark now. Light up while I'm still speaking nicely. Frightened, the earth spirit immediately burst into brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire area clearly. Vlad continued, holding the light bulb, his voice full of menace. Good. Turn it off again, and you'll be punished. After all, it's because of you that I'm wandering underground. Hearing that, the earth spirit was terrified, waving its arms wildly and protesting loudly. Vlad ignored its antics, noticing the wind growing stronger. What are you saying? Never mind. Let's just get out first. As he muttered that there must be an exit, his eyes suddenly caught a faint glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. It was a pillar of light shining straight down from above, a possible exit. Vlad was overjoyed, bursting out laughing. Haha, see? I told you we were on the right track. He then sped up, running towards the light. Crash! An earth-shattering sound echoed, making Vlad stop immediately. He snapped his head up, his face paling, breaking out in a cold sweat. What was that? The earth spirit in his hand was trembling like a leaf, its face pale with fear. Vlad looked at the terrified creature, his blue eyes flashing. It's scared. Scared of that sound? He clearly felt the ground shaking violently, and a terrifying surge of power coming from above. Rocks and dirt began to fall, but Vlad merely narrowed his eyes, resolute. Just climb up carefully and see. We'll only know if we check. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to climb straight up the opening, heading towards the mysterious source of power. Vlad poked his head out of the ground, his sharp gaze scanning the scene outside. The moment Vlad poked his head out of the ground, his sharp gaze immediately detected something amiss. He was stunned to see a gigantic monster standing in the middle of the night forest. Crash! The monster's axe struck forcefully into the base of the ancient tree. It furiously chopped and destroyed, determined to fell the tree no matter what. The monster roared, its entire body emanating a sinister dark aura. Vlad muttered, realizing this wasn't the type of monster head encountered in the north. The earth spirit in his hand cowered, trembling violently from extreme fear. Vlad looked at the small creature, finally understanding what it was so afraid of. His eyes flashed with blue light, activating his special ability to see through its true nature. He realized that tree was the spirit's origin, an extremely vital energy source. Vlad clicked his tongue, deciding to intervene. Normally, it's none of my business, but this time, I have to get involved. He gently placed the earth spirit down at the mouth of the pit, ordering it to hide quietly there. Vlad drew his sword, preparing his stance. He took an extremely low stance, concentrating all his power, ready for a single finishing blow. The monster remained completely unaware, continuing to swing its axe at the tree. It put all its strength into another devastating chop. Vlad's eyes shone brightly, locked onto the target. The monster remained engrossed in its destructive work. Suddenly, the monster sensed killing intent. It spun around, but it was too late. Vlad descended from above like a flash of lightning, his sword blazing with energy, unleashing a surprise attack. Slash! A clean, glowing blue sword strike severed the gigantic orc's neck, blood splattering everywhere. Vlad landed coolly after the strike, telling himself it was a perfect finishing blow. But his blue eyes suddenly narrowed, sensing something was wrong. The orc's headless corpse suddenly disintegrated into a dense, purple, dark mist. Damn it! Vlad gritted his teeth, realizing he had just stepped into a minefield. From within the purple smoke, the monster regenerated its form, and Vlad growled, "It's you guys again." Elsewhere in the forest, the triangle-haired subordinate yelled in despair. "Captain!" He shouted into the night, trying to call out to his recently missing captain. "Can you hear me? Say something." The subordinate and the black stallion stood before a pitch-black hole in the ground, without a single reply. He cursed furiously as he looked down into the bottomless pit where his captain had just fallen. The subordinate was sweating, muttering to himself, "I'm going crazy. What should I do now? Should I go down?" He shook his head vigorously, rejecting his own idea. No. What if I end up having to pull him back up? The black stallion stood beside the confused subordinate, who decided, "It's better to go to the village and borrow a rope." The subordinate suddenly froze, feeling something strange. The black stallion named Noir suddenly turned its back and walked away, ignoring its stunned master. "Hey Noir, where are you going?" The subordinate called out in a panic. Left behind by the horse in the night forest, the subordinate suddenly shivered. He recalled the words of the village elders about strange cries in the forest, cries that belonged to neither human nor beast. The black stallion had stopped in a clearing, standing and waiting for the subordinate who was approaching. The subordinate gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. All right, for now, ill trust and follow noir. After all, it's a spirit animal that the barbarians once worshipped, Vlad muttered in annoyance as he entered the dark forest, clearly not wanting to get involved in trouble. Before him, the giant orc tensed its muscles, dark purple energy enveloping its battle axe, preparing to unleash a destructive blow. Vlad was unfazed, his eyes flashing with deadly blue light as he gathered his strength, ready to face the fight. He charged forward like lightning, his sword glowing with green light, directly confronting the monster's heaven-rending blow. Vlad narrowly dodged the attack, the sword in his hand already poised for a swift counterattack. He spun around and delivered a clean sword strike, aiming directly at the orc's leg to cripple its movement. The slash hit its mark, purple blood splattering from a deep wound on the monster's chest. Vlad smirked confidently, thinking to himself, "Done, now it can't use its legs anymore." But the orc was no pushover. It roared and swung its axe in retaliation with terrifying force. Vlad was stunned as his green aura and the purple dark energy collided, creating a violent energy explosion. Both streams of power clashed, neither side yielding, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. Vlad was pushed back by the opponent's power, the ground beneath his feet, shattered by the aftershocks of the collision. Vlad broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the recent attack was imbued with a sticky, extremely unpleasant evil energy. He suddenly recalled this familiar sensation, exactly like the evil energy of the headless knight Ramashut he had once faced. The orc's severed head rolled on the ground, as if the battle was over, but then one of its own giant hands picked the head up from the ground. The monster slowly placed its head back on its neck, a horrifying and chilling sight. The wound on its neck began to heal amidst a ghostly purple smoke, demonstrating an absurd regenerative ability. Vlad watched the monster fully revive, realizing this opponent also possessed immortal power, and half-hearted attacks would be useless. His expression became extremely serious, thinking to himself, "In that case, I'll have to go all out." Vlad stood in his inner world, deciding to recreate the moment the mysterious voice allowed him to borrow its world. He focused intensely, a blue electric current beginning to flash around his temples. In the darkness, a blue-white lightning bolt exploded, signaling that power was being summoned. Vlad's eyes snapped open, his pupils glowing like a blue sun, with surging thunder and lightning. Vlad's entire body erupted in lightning, feeling his world and that of the entity intertwine as one. Standing before the giant orc, Vlad was now a storm of thunder and lightning, his presence utterly overwhelming. The orc swung its axe to attack, but in Vlad's eyes, its attack was as slow as a snail. He gently bent down, dodging the axe's path with effortless ease, as if it were a joke. Before the orc could even register what happened, Vlad was already close, his sharp gaze challenging. Vlad's speed was so great that he was merely a blur, easily evading all counterattacks. He glided past the orc's face, a blue lightning spark flashing from the corner of his mouth, demonstrating absolute superiority. With a whoosh, Vlad vanished and reappeared behind the monster, leaving a deep, gushing slash wound. He landed softly, his cloak billowing, while the orc was still processing what had just happened. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Vlad charged again, lightning tracing deadly arcs. His eyes cold as ice, Vlad growled, declaring, "I will keep cutting you until you are truly dead." Under the moonlight, the one-sided slaughter began. The orc's purple blood splattered across the night sky, again and again. The monster's body was mercilessly hacked apart, with numerous deep slashes overlapping. Vlad delivered a decisive sword strike, lightning exploding and tearing through the orc's flesh. Although cleaved into 100 pieces, the orc still stood firm, its glowing yellow eyes glaring hatefully at Vlad. The battle was not yet over. Vlad gritted his teeth, his face covered in the enemy's purple blood, his blue eyes burning with fury. He swung his sword, lightning striking directly onto the giant orc's head, the force of the slash splitting even the ground. Despite continuous attacks, the orc still stood firm amidst the dust and smoke, challenging Vlad with its stubborn resilience. Vlad panted, sweat pouring down, the battle draining his stamina even faster than ordinary combat. The orc roared, purple evil energy erupting around its body, its yellow eyes glowing brightly, signaling it still had plenty of vigor. Vlad muttered in exasperation, "This is truly driving me mad. I've already hacked its limbs and back to pieces." He stared at the self-regenerating monster. Its heart was pierced, lungs burst, guts ripped out, and it still won't die. Vlad recalled the mysterious voice's words about defeating the headless knight, questioning himself. Is my world still too shallow? But then he brushed aside his doubts, a cold smile appearing on his lips. No time for self-pity. Now I just need to think about how to swing my sword, Lightning flared around Vlad again, and he declared firmly, "If cutting and stabbing won't kill you, then it'll tear your body to shreds." The orc seemed to smirk, a look of disdain clearly visible on its grotesque face. "You are not allowed to laugh," Vlad growled, the electricity on his sword becoming more ferocious than ever. Suddenly, Vlad froze, sensing another presence rushing towards him at terrifying speed, thinking to himself, "What is that? Don't tell me there's another one in the forest." He took a defensive stance, his lightning sword raised high, ready to face the new threat. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out from the forest, as fast as a blue lightning bolt, leaving a dazzling trail of light on the ground. Vlad recognized his warhorse, calling out in surprise, "Noir?" While the orc was still bewildered, without a second's hesitation, the black stallion charged directly at the unsuspecting orc, its glowing horn aimed straight at the opponent's chest. Pierce! The horn pierced through the orc's chest, purple blood splattering into the air. The black stallion's heaven-shattering charge sent the giant monster flying, creating a small energy explosion. Noir neighed a sky-shattering cry, its spirit horn still radiating powerful blue light after the surprise attack. Vlad burst into hearty laughter, covered in blood, but with eyes full of challenge. "Ha ha ha, how did you find your way here?" He rushed over to check on his warhorse, asking anxiously, "Let me see. You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Vlad pressed his cheek against the black horse's body, felt the connection between them, and suddenly realized something. The giant orc stood towering amidst the smoke, the wound on its chest still oozing blood, its pale eyes gleaming in the darkness. Vlad turned back to look, his eyes sharp and full of astonishment upon seeing the monster's condition. The fatal wound on the orc's chest showed no signs of healing. Purple blood was still gushing out. Vlad looked at his black horse, his mind racing. Could Noir's soul power be affecting it? The orc growled, its muscles bulging. Clearly, it had sensed the true threat and began to take a defensive stance. A confident smile spread across Vlad's lips. He had guessed correctly, and now it was on guard. Wasting no time, Vlad leaped onto the black horse's back, ready for a charge. Vlad's blue eyes blazed, energy surging as he commanded, "Let's go, Noir." A radiant ancient tree appeared, symbolizing precious things that needed protection. The tiny earth spirit hamster hid fearfully behind a branch, realizing a harsh truth. If you don't have the power to protect, you can only be robbed. The orc roared a sky-shattering, earth-splitting sound, glaring hatefully at its enemy. For this world was full of those who climbed over the tears of others to rise. Vlad's eyes flashed with pure blue light, filled with determination. His sword also blazed, for wielding a sword for those who cannot protect themselves is what the Swordmaster's Code calls a knight, and Vlad, along with his black horse, erupted with power. Whoosh! The knight and warhorse charged like a lightning bolt, the ground cracking under their hooves, aiming straight for the orc. The distance closed in a flash. Vlad and Noir's attack formation was perfectly synchronized, ready to pierce through any defense. The giant orc tensed its body, swinging its massive battle axe down to block the enemy's sky-shattering charge. Clang! Vlad's sword snarled. "That's as fast as you get," colliding with the giant axe in an explosion of blue energy. The orc's eyes widened in shock, not expecting its attack to be blocked so easily. Vlad and the black horse utilized the recoil, creating a massive blue light stream and making a tactical retreat. Losing its balance, the giant orc stumbled backward like a kicked ball. Thud! The monster plunged face first into the ground, creating a deep crater with dust flying everywhere. Vlad and his warhorse landed as light as a feather on the opposite side, completely unharmed. Both turned back, their sharp eyes fixed on the enemy who had just taken a beating. The wound on the orc's chest gushed purple blood, and importantly, it showed no signs of healing. The monster struggled to its feet, its body covered in mud and blood, looking much more pathetic. Vlad immediately realized, "Excellent, Noir's attack is effective," then roared excitedly, "Let's go all out." The orc gnashed its teeth, blood oozing from the corner of its mouth, its eyes filled with resentment. It swung a powerful horizontal sweep, but Vlad and the black horse had already moved, easily dodging the attack. A drop of purple blood grazed Vlad's face, but he didn't even blink, completely focused on the battle. The orc clutched its bleeding wound. It seemed to realize it was at a disadvantage. Vlad signaled the black horse to stop, and the horse halted powerfully. Both maintained a safe distance, observing the orc retreating towards an ancient tree. The monster slowly raised its massive hand, an unexpected action. It spread its arms wide, shifting into a defensive stance, as if challenging Vlad to charge. Vlad narrowed his eyes, immediately reading his opponent's intention. "Out of attack options, so it plans to capture us alive?" he admitted coldly. "I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be so intelligent." Vlad smirked, realizing the orc had identified its main target. The black horse was the true threat. He gritted his teeth. The situation was even more complicated. The orc had retreated to the base of the tree, using the tree itself as a shield. If they charged in, the source of the spirit would be caught in the crossfire. Vlad froze, in a dilemma. Charge in, or not? Suddenly, a tiny hand clung to his sword hilt. A tiny earth spirit was trembling as it climbed onto the sword. Vlad was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand where this creature came from. He quickly warned, "Hey, it's very dangerous, hide in a hole." But the earth spirit ignored him, tightly hugging the amber gem on the sword hilt and letting out a cue sound, its entire body glowing brightly. Vlad was astonished by the dazzling golden light. The elf's amber on the sword hilt was resonating, emitting maximum energy. Vlad felt a surge of pure power flowing into his body. The orc was also stunned. It sensed the sudden shift in the battle. The entire forest was bathed in golden light. The ancient tree behind the orc also began to glow. Pillars of golden light burst from the tree, enveloping everything. Vlad's sword now blazed with a holy golden flame. This was the spirit's blessing. Both Vlad and the black horse received a comprehensive power buff. Vlad's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He confidently declared, "With this power, I can cut it down." Meanwhile, the earth spirit had quickly found a safe spot, burrowing into Vlad's armor. It poked its head out from the armor's collar, settling in to watch the upcoming battle. The earth spirit burrowed into Vlad's armor, gesturing as if directing tactics. Vlad smirked confidently, showing he understood his new pet's intent. "All right, I get it." With a roar, Vlad spurred his black stallion forward like an arrow, his blazing golden sword and thunderous steed forming a deadly streak of light. The orc was no pushover. It roared furiously, gathering a sphere of dark energy in its fist, ready to meet the challenge. Its eyes bulged wildly, killing intent exploding, determined to tear apart anyone who dared to challenge it. But Vlad's speed was on another level. His eyes flashed, and a clean sword stroke severed the monster's throat. Vlad and his black stallion soared into the air, hovering directly above the colossal orc, their sharp gaze fixed on their prey. The monster barely had time to look up, its eyes revealing sheer terror and disbelief at its opponent's overwhelming power. From above, Vlad descended like a god of judgment, his blazing golden sword raised high, aimed directly at the orc's head. The black stallion, empowered, unleashed a heaven-shattering stomp onto the ground, creating an energy explosion. In a magnificent scene, Vlad rode his black stallion through a phantom of a demonic skull, preparing to deliver the final finishing blow to the faltering orc. The scene shifted. A candle with an eerie purple flame flared in the darkness, signaling a dark force was watching. The flame flickered, then died out, a sign that the life it represented had perished. The one seated on the throne in the candlelit room seemed to have sensed the severed connection. The purple-eyed sorceress narrowed her eyes slightly, displeased that one of her pawns had been eliminated. A knight enveloped in purple flame knelt and reported, "The light of Dobrachidi has been extinguished." The sorceress commanded, "Go confirm it." The white-haired knight with fiery purple eyes looked up, obeying absolutely. "Yes, Lamashtu." The sorceress Lamashtu muttered to herself, her voice full of power. "Only a soul that transcends limits could break my curse. Who in that remote corner could possibly reach such a level?" She rested her chin in thought, her purple eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and curiosity. "I wonder who that could be." At the same time, Vlad, covered in the enemy's purple blood, stood tall, his entire body radiating the blazing golden aura of a victor. In the pitch-dark forest, a lost little girl was sobbing, hidden behind a tree trunk. Hearing rustling and voices, the little girl flinched, her eyes wide with fear. Vlad whispered to the earth spirit, "Be quiet and follow me." It was this one who found the girl crying in the forest. The little girl rejoiced, thinking the villagers had come to rescue her, and quickly denied, "I wasn't crying then." Before attempting to call out, a hand suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. The little girl panicked, realizing the voice was unfamiliar, and trembled, thinking, "Wait, what if these are bandits?" Fear surged as the little girl remembered the colossal monster with glowing eyes that might still be lurking nearby. Immediately after, the colossal orc's corpse, covered in purple blood, crashed down nearby. Witnessing the terrifying sight, the little girl could only cover her mouth, frozen in horror. From the shadows, Vlad emerged, covered in monster blood, his blue eyes glowing like a predator's. He smirked domineeringly, his voice deepening. "Found you." The little girl was so scared, she let out a piercing scream, tears streaming down her face. Vlad froze, and the earth spirit on his shoulder confusedly chirped Q. His cool introduction seemed to have been a bit overdone. Amidst her tears, the little girl suddenly recognized him and hesitantly said, "You're the one who saved me back then." The earth spirit on Vlad's shoulder stirred slightly, seemingly understanding the situation. It then pulled out a bunch of fresh red berries, offering them to the little girl with a cheerful expression. The little girl was mesmerized, watching the tiny creature trying to comfort her, her eyes still brimming with tears. Finally, her fear dissipated, and the little girl burst into relieved sobs. Vlad softened his voice, offering his hand reassuringly. "Come on, little one. I'll take you home." The little girl took his hand without hesitation, and together they left the gloomy forest. Vlad comforted the rescued little girl, while the villagers stood nearby, waiting with expressions of relief. The flashback began with the image of a stone dwarf warrior, a symbol of a glorious era. "If you possess something that shines," the statue shattered, and the warning echoed. "You must know how to protect it." A mighty kingdom was engulfed in flames, crumbling to ruin. The defeated will be left with nothing but pathetic ashes. The surviving dwarves, now refugees, began an uncertain journey for survival. Deep within the mountain, the last forge of the dwarf race still blazed, the only hope remaining. A figure in a white cloak entered, a resolute voice declaring, "The flame here has not yet died." The dwarf blacksmith, his back turned, replied wearily, "Someone needs to witness it to the end." The cloaked figure sighed in relief. "Good, I'm not too late." He pulled down his hood slightly, revealing reddish-brown hair, and bluntly declared, "I have come to place an order." The old blacksmith turned, his eyes full of skepticism at the abrupt request. "Right now?" Without another word, the stranger opened his pouch, revealing metal ingots emitting an ethereal blue light. The old blacksmith was stunned, his eyes wide with shock as he recognized the legendary metal. The narration explained, "It was a metal that only the eternal flame could temper." The knight bowed in supplication. "Sir, master of the last forge, I implore you to forge it for me." The old blacksmith sweated, feeling the weight of the request. "Forge what?" The knight slowly pulled down his hood, preparing to reveal his true purpose. His resolute face was revealed, his sharp gaze fixed as he declared boldly, "The dragon-slaying sword." The old blacksmith was frozen, speechless, his pupils constricted in shock. The mysterious knight's eyes glowed with a blue light, holding an unwavering resolve. In a fiery vision, the mysterious knight faced the colossal prime dragon and declared, "I will tear apart the prime dragon of perfection." Returning to reality, Vlad sat alone on the pier at dawn, lost in thought beside his greatsword. His blue eyes glowed in the darkness, silently pondering the recent events. God approached from behind, calling out hesitantly, "Captain?" The soldier asked why Vlad was awake so early, and only received a curt reply. "Slept poorly." Gott began to ramble about the grotesque monster they had just encountered, especially how its corpse vanished without a trace. Vlad recalled the sight of the Dullahan's corpse evaporating into ash, a clear act of evidence destruction. He asserted that the headless knight and those corpse-eating ghouls were definitely connected to some power. Gott anxiously suggested they should report immediately to Sir Joseph, but then realized they had no mages to send a quick message. Vlad dismissed the idea of using messengers as winter would delay everything, then directly asked which city to the east had mages. Gott pondered for a moment, then replied, "If it's to the east, it would likely be Tanobo in Vitskaya district." Vlad decided immediately, ordering Gott to prepare everything for their departure early the next morning. Gott promptly obeyed, then turned and left, leaving Vlad alone on the pier. Vlad muttered to himself, trying to grasp the dream he was sure he had seen, but which was now hazy like smoke. Fragmented memories resurfaced, a blazing forge, and the mysterious knight standing before the old dwarf blacksmith. The mysterious knight's voice echoed in Vlad's mind again, repeating the vow to destroy the prime dragon. Vlad lowered his head, feeling the weight of memories that were not his own. His reflection in the water wavered, while his mind only echoed two words, Dragon Slayer. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, realizing it was a familiar voice and surmising it was a fragment of memory left by the voice. Vlad raised his sword to eye level, his reflection split in two by the cold, sharp blade. In his inner world, Vlad meditated, his sword upright, blue aura surging, realizing he was still connected to him. His eyes flashed with blue lightning, power flowing ceaselessly. The image of the mysterious knight appeared, a smirk inviting, "See you again in a deeper world." Back in reality, Vlad gripped his sword hilt tightly, blue lightning still lingering around his hand. He sat on the pier, resolving. One day, certainly. In a small domain, a flag bearing the symbol of an ancient tree fluttered atop a large building. A group of villagers and the local baron were trying to keep Vlad from leaving, using the weather as an excuse to delay him. Vlad placed his hand on his chest, his demeanor resolute. "No need, Baron. The task is done. I must depart, the Baron muttered, regretting that he hadn't extracted more value from this powerful individual. The Baron's subordinate tossed a money pouch, his face smug, wondering how much gold Vlad's tongue had extracted from his master. The Baron silently watched Vlad, clearly calculating in his mind. Vlad turned back, his sharp gaze a reminder. Baron, do not forget what I said yesterday. The Baron broke into a sweat, hastily agreeing to engrave the advice into his heart, promising no more slash and burn farming or reckless logging. Vlad subtly smirked, knowing the Baron was merely afraid, not truly submissive, and added a reminder to make offerings to the forest. The Baron shivered, recalling last night, when Vlad's terrifying killing intent swept through the entire forest, scaring him to death. Vlad held out a gold coin, declaring it an offering to the deity who granted him victory. The Baron was stunned, realizing Vlad did not worship spirits, but that this was a prayer to God. He secretly marveled, unable to comprehend how a barbaric northern knight could act so nobly. The Baron placed his hand on his chest, a gesture of deep respect. All of his retainers also bowed in unison, expressing gratitude and promising to remember last night's conversation. Vlad placed his hand on his chest, feigning humility. From afar, I shall still pray for Dobrachiti's prosperity. Having said that, he decisively turned on his heel, without a moment's hesitation. Vlad glanced back at the village one last time, preparing for his next journey. The flag of Dobrachiti village fluttered in the wind, as if in reply, "May you also take care." The symbol of the Tree of Life, on the flag, became clear, carrying new hope. The image of the flag faded, blending into the lush, green forest scenery. A narration echoed, explaining the nature of spirits. What spirits need to exist is presence. It is the memory of someone thinking of them. The roots of the ancient tree clung deep to the earth, a testament to enduring existence. Things like affection are what allow spirits to exist on this land. A basket of ripe wild berries was set down. The earth spirit hamster picked up a berry and ate it with relish, feeling the warmth from the little girl's heart. Its nose twitched slightly, sniffing out something. The earth spirit looked up, seeing both the villagers and the rescued little girl standing at the forest's edge. The little girl waved goodbye to it, her face radiant. You will no longer be forgotten. The earth spirit also happily waved back. A brilliant golden star had returned to the Dobrachiti forest. The scene shifts to a snow-covered northern city, where Bishop Pierre led a procession of white-robed monks, their presence solemn yet imposing. The bishop cast a glance, his gaze as sharp as ice, clearly a powerful and dangerous individual. Inside a grand building, a figure stood by a window, looking out at the snowy weather. A young lord with wavy black hair coldly asked, "Have you found out who he is yet?" The bearded subordinate reported, "It is said he is Duke Dragulia's biological son. That makes him the half-brother of the Grand Master of the Dragonslayer Knight Order, Mircea Dragulia, a figure of imperial stature." Joseph Vazid pondered. The information about the son of Duke Dragonblood and Mircea Dragulia's half-brother made him reconsider the entire situation. Amidst the snowy sky, two banners bearing the symbols of a golden dragon and a black dragon fluttered, signaling the presence of a major power. A troop of heavily armored warhorses advanced across the pristine white snow, each step exuding an overwhelming aura. Bishop Pierre, along with a procession of white-robed monks, extended their arms in welcome to an approaching knight in a red cloak. The dark silhouette of the knight and his warhorse exuded a terrifying pressure, standing towering before the bishop. The identity of the newcomer was revealed. Radu Dragulia, a name carrying immense weight, his blue eyes gleaming with authority. He was indeed Radu Dragulia, a key member of the Dragonslayer Knight Order, his standing no less than Mircea Dragulia's. Though still young, he was already a living legend, one of the strongest in the Empire with countless dragon-slaying achievements. Joseph Vazid frowned, admitting that Radu's reputation alone showed he was on a different level compared to Rutger. He wondered why the Dragonslayer Knight Order had come to the north. There must be trouble related to dragons or a similar threat. Joseph turned to ask his bushy-bearded subordinate about recent dragon-related incidents, such as the deathworm or the lindworm. The subordinate confirmed there were no reports. The northern border was completely peaceful after the previous conquest. Joseph felt an indescribable unease, sensing that he was missing a crucial, deadly piece of information. Crash! A frantic messenger burst in, shouting loudly, "Lord Joseph! Urgent news from Sturma!" The messenger, pale as a ghost, reported that the eyes of Vazid were making suspicious moves across the north, startling Joseph and his subordinates. Joseph Vazid received a letter that had been urgently delivered. Skimming through the contents, he let out a sigh, finally understanding the root of his anxiety. Joseph bitterly admitted he had misjudged. He couldn't grasp the true intentions of someone who had lived their entire life as an exorcist. The subordinate and the messenger looked bewildered, not understanding Joseph's meaning. Joseph coldly revealed his trump card. The northern churches under the Vatican were mobilizing, along with the Vatican and the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. The sorceress Lamashtu hovered amidst a stream of dark energy, announcing that the next target was Utman's territory. Zayar broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he asked Joseph again. "What do you mean, sir?" Joseph Vazid confirmed, his eyes glowing with a deadly purple light, revealing what Bishop Pierre truly desired, was a holy war. The image of the bishop standing before a sea of soldiers appearing full of intimidation. The scene shifted to a dark, dense forest, smoke rising from a campfire. Vlad and Got were burying their faces in bowls of soup, devouring it as if they hadn't eaten for a week. The red-bearded mercenary leader looked at the two starving men and said in a hoarse voice, "Eat slowly." The entire mercenary group watched Vlad and Got slurping their soup by the fire, and the leader reassured them, "No one's going to take your food." A mercenary whispered to his comrades, wondering how long the two had been lost in the forest to look so miserable. The soup bowls were scraped clean, not a drop remaining. Vlad sighed in relief, feeling much better, then looked up to thank them. "If we hadn't met you all, we would have been in deep trouble." The red-bearded leader was dumbfounded, his face filled with surprise as if he had never heard such words in his life. Vlad looked back at the mercenaries, who were frozen in place, not understanding what he had said wrong. Vlad thought to himself, "What the hell? What's wrong with them?" The leader spoke up, asking, "You're not from the central region, are you?" Vlad calmly replied, "No, I'm from the north." Vlad found the mercenaries' attitude strange, and immediately asked again, "Oh, the north. Did I say something wrong?" The leader burst out laughing, waving his hand. "Not at all, sir. It's just my first time meeting someone from the north, so I was a bit surprised." He explained further, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "Those of us living at the bottom have never received a word of thanks from someone of your high status." Vlad suddenly understood. Perhaps he had been too polite by their standards here, concluding that the hierarchy in the central region seemed much harsher than in the north. The mercenary got straight to the point. "Anyway, where are you headed, sir?" Vlad replied. "I'm going to Tanobo in Vitskaya district." The red-bearded leader smirked. "What a coincidence. We're also on our way to Tanobo." Got was overjoyed, sighing in relief at having a guide. While Vlad maintained a cautious expression, Got babbled on about almost starving to death in the forest, leaving the mercenaries sitting opposite them speechless. Vlad gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Shut up, you idiot. You just met them and you're already trusting them completely. Don't you even know who they are?" Vlad mentally slapped himself, remembering that it was Got himself who had said they should act like country bumpkins to avoid being targeted. Vlad decisively stood up, ending Got's comedic act. The red-bearded leader also stood up, introducing himself properly. "I am Stefan, of the Thorn Tree Mercenaries," Vlad replied in kind, almost blurting out Vlad of Schwara but stopping himself in time. "My name is Vlad." Stefan bowed respectfully, showing honor. "It's an honor to journey with you, Vlad." Finally, the group arrived at the capital of Vitskaya district, the bustling city of Tanobo. Stefan explained that Tanobo was a trading hub with the elf tribe, so mercenaries and merchants gathered here like mushrooms. Vlad's eyes swept across the bustling city, setting foot in such a place for the first time. Stefan secretly assessed Vlad. This young man is still young, but definitely a knight. Befriending him with just a few bowls of soup and kind words is too good a deal. Stefan offered to find an inn, but Vlad refused, stating his objective directly. "I intend to meet the lord of this place." Hearing this, Stefan immediately pointed the way. "Ah, the Baron's mansion is the largest building in this city." Stefan pointed to a crossroads ahead, making arrangements with Vlad. "We'll be at the inn over there. If you need any help, just come find us." Vlad smiled and nodded, showing appreciation. "Sounds good. Thank you for everything." Stefan and the mercenaries all bowed in farewell, showing absolute respect. Vlad and Got stood watching the mercenary group leave. The path ahead was clear. Vlad smirked, thinking to himself that he would treat these kind mercenaries to a round after he was done. Vlad intended to be generous, telling Got to buy those mercenaries an expensive gift, but Got bewilderedly asked for the reason. Got began to analyze like an expert, pointing out that the mercenaries were equipped with top-tier gear and passed through the city gate with ease. Got concluded. At the very least, they held influence in the central region. The mercenaries' demeanor was far from ordinary. Vlad smirked, his blue eyes flashing with a calculating glint, admitting that befriending this group was not a bad idea. Both set off to find the largest building, but Got complained that everything here was equally massive. A colossal, pristine, white, and magnificent mansion appeared, overshadowing all surrounding structures. Vlad and Got froze, speechless at the building's scale. Clearly, This was their target. The two, along with their horses, stood before the Count's majestic iron gate. A gate guard stopped them, coldly demanding they state their identities. Vlad coldly drew his sword, not to threaten, but to display his emblem, and declared loudly, "I am Vlad, a knight of the Bayezid house, here with a request for the Lord." Vlad stated his purpose directly. He wished to use magical telegraphy to send an urgent message to his master, and simultaneously requested the Count's good graces. The guard nodded in understanding, told them to wait a moment, then turned and went inside. Gott turned to ask Vlad if they should find an inn, as there was a chance they would be invited inside. Time passed, and the mansion still stood majestically under the daylight. The sky gradually turned orange with the sunset, but there was still no reply. Night fell, the mansion was shrouded in darkness, and the wait continued. Vlad and Gott still waited outside, their horses also beginning to show signs of fatigue. Vlad closed his eyes, thinking to himself how familiar this situation of being stood up felt. He lost his patience, asking the guard when a reply would come, but the guard simply replied that he wasn't sure. Vlad's gaze turned dangerous, and he growled through the iron bars, "It's just a simple request. I just want an answer." The guard coldly replied to the impatient Vlad, "You must wait. Wait until the Count calls for you." Two other guards behind the gate began to whisper and scoff, saying that ever since the man from the north arrived, they had smelled a barbaric stench. One reminded his comrade to be careful not to be overheard, but the other arrogantly replied, "Who cares? What can a northern wanderer do here?" Vlad lowered his head, suddenly recalling the old teachings. Ah, so this is what he meant? A flashback surged, the old man Antalis standing over a bruised young Vlad after training, beginning a lecture on the superiority complex of the Central Region's people. The old man explained that they always considered themselves the center of the world, an incomparable noble lineage, not to be compared with the Western bumpkins or the mongrel northerners. Antalis concluded with a memorable phrase. "Remember this, the discrimination from the Central Region is colder than the northern snow." Returning to reality, Vlad raised his head, his voice as cold as ice. "Hey, am I a joke to you?" The guard was startled, trying to awkwardly salvage the situation. "What? No, I didn't say that." Gott stepped up right behind him, calling out Captain, signaling he was ready to join in. Vlad grabbed his standard, growling, "I am waiting for an answer, not permission." As he finished speaking, he forcefully thrust the standard into the stone ground before the gate, and the ground cracked open. The guards froze, stiff, cold sweat pouring out at the intimidating display of power. Vlad held the flagpole tightly, and the standard bearing many emblems slowly unfurled in the wind. The lead guard furiously yelled, "How dare you plant your standard before the Count's mansion? This insolence will not be forgiven." But then his eyes widened, and he instantly froze as he saw one of the emblems on the standard. He stammered, recognizing the terrifyingly familiar dragon emblem. "That is." Vlad stood tall, declaring his authority. "Even if I am just a lowly knight, I still have the right to hear the Count's answer." Vlad's blue eyes glowed powerfully, and he concluded with a short but weighty sentence, "I am waiting."